Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The man was looking at the exam results table. He looked at the piece of paper in surprise and asked what it was. A girl passing by asked him what he was surprised at, and the man asked her to look at it. The man handed him the piece of paper and told her to look at the grades for the final tests of this semester, which the girl had given. He said that students and parents were especially sensitive to grades these days, and she had made such a stupid mistake as a teacher. The girl came closer and asked what was happening with the grades for the semester. Maybe something was wrong with them. The man pointed his finger at the table and said that everything was set up absolutely correctly. He asked her to look at one of the students in his class. The girl got excited and said that everything seemed to be set up correctly. She looked at her interlocutor and said that she had double-checked everything 2 or 3 times because she too was not sure and thought that something was wrong. She said that everything was correct. The teacher was talking to the class and telling them to stop wasting his time. He ordered the kids to clear out all their stuff from their desk. He galvanized the entire class to show him what they could do on these exams. The man looked menacingly at the class. He said that if he caught anyone cheating, he would make sure they sincerely regretted it. Mark was sitting at his desk and looking at the teacher. The guy was thinking that something was wrong with these exams, as if they were going to make the exam questions too difficult. It was incredibly difficult to solve. Mark was trying very hard. The guy filled in more and more answer boxes. The exam was difficult for him. Mark looked at the paper again and tried to concentrate on the task. The guy closed his eyes from fatigue so as not to see this horror. He thought that even on this test he had no need to cheat, based on the previous results of the quarterly rating. The boy stood in front of the man while the latter scolded him harshly and said that he thought the boy was honest, although not very smart. He was indignant that the boy would dare to do such a thing in his presence. The man's face twisted and his teeth clenched. He crumpled the boy's answer sheet and said that he could not help but cheat because he got the highest score in English and literature. The teacher continued to scold Mark harshly for the fact that the boy, who was at the bottom of the class, could not write exams with the highest scores. The boy tried to justify himself and say that he really did not cheat and solved the exams honestly. The teacher asked if he could score that much himself. Mark said that it was no problem for him. He said that he solved these questions after diligent study and preparation. The man grabbed something that was lying on the table and threatened to hit the boy. Mark stopped the interlocutor and told him to listen carefully. He said that the man had no proof that he had cheated, and he could not prove that he had not cheated. The teacher was furious. Mark promised that he would prove it with his results on the final exams, because if he had cheated on the quarterly tests, then he would not be able to get such scores on the final test. The man did not understand what was wrong with the guy. He sat down in his chair and said that children like the guy were simply not capable of such things. The teacher said that he was very interested in how false his words were. He was truly curious. He said that this is what they would do. The man said that if the guy got at least into the middle of the rankings, he would believe that he had not cheated. But if Mark did not improve his grades, then he should prepare for trouble. The guy briefly agreed. He bowed to the man and apologized for taking up his time. Entering the classroom, Mark saw his friend. A classmate asked what happened to the guy's face. The teacher couldn't make him drink poison or something. The guy reported that everyone else had gone to play the slot machines. He asked to go play another game. Mark thought about it. The guy refused the offer and said that he needed to go home, to which his friend replied that he would have nothing to do at home. Mark replied that he simply had to study. Jacob was in complete shock from the words. He grabbed the guy by the head and said that he was not his friend because he used to hate studying. Mark fought him off and said that it wouldn't hurt him to start studying now, too, so that he wouldn't regret what he had done later. Outside the door, the guy advised his friend to start studying too, because he was his friend and should give him valuable advice. Jacob was shocked by the words he heard, because the guy imagined himself to be the conscience of the class just because he was lucky on the last exam. The guy's father and mother were waiting for him at home. The mother looked at the results sheet through the light and could not believe her eyes. She looked at her son happily, saying that he got the maximum score in English and literature. She did not expect this from him. The woman praised her son, saying that he can do it when he tries. It is better for him not to make his mother worry. The boy covered himself with his hand and said that he could study better, but he screwed up everywhere except literature and English. The father continued to read the newspaper and look at his son with one eye. Mark loudly declared that at the next exams he plans to get 100 points in other subjects too. The mother's eyes filled with tears of joy. The woman cried and said that these words make her happier and happier. The father briefly said that he will also wait for this. Up until that moment, this story was about how everyone was surprised by the boy's grades. These miracles caused 2 reactions. He remembered the words of the man who told him that a guy from a poor family like him would not be able to do anything because he was a slob. While some people were against him, his mother continued to rejoice. He remembered how the woman sat with the result sheet on the floor and cried with happiness, saying that she believed in him. She was one of those who supported him and welcomed his changes. Mark continued to sit with his eyes closed and thought about what he would do if he were his life. The guy continued to remember his parents' smile and realized for himself that he would never dare to let them down again. Mark opened his eyes to complete the test. He put his pen on the table. The teacher, passing by, noticed his upset look and thought that he would fail, as he said. He did not understand why Mark put the pen down, because in his opinion, the guy filled in all the answers by accident. The main character raised his head and fell back on his chair. The smart guys from the class began to look at him and think that he had already given up, as they thought. A few days later, a loud scream was heard in the corridor. The man was furious. He grabbed the result sheet and crumpled it. The teacher rushed to the boy and said that this simply couldn't be true, because he was always in last place. Mark looked at the teacher and thought that everything had happened as he said. He had taken first place in the class and third place in the entire graduating class. The man looked furiously at the student. A pause of silence passed between them. The teacher asked what the boy had done. He assumed that Mark had become a new person. He certainly had no other versions. The boy confirmed his version. He stated with a clear conscience that he had started a completely new life, as he could see. Once, before a quarterly exam, Mark had a terrible dream. In the dream, there was a man whose life was a complete mess. This man's greatest achievement at the age of 40 was entering medical school thanks to many years of study, and then nothing but failures awaited him in the future. In high school, he was a target for bullies. After graduating from medical school, he decided to become a surgeon after barely receiving his diploma, although everyone avoided it. He put all his efforts into specializing and studying to become a surgeon. The man knew that his lack of knowledge and clumsiness could kill a patient in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his efforts, he got the opportunity to work at the best public hospital deal. Despite all his skills and efforts, the guy was fired, and the hospital he later opened went bankrupt. The girl he married after meeting on a blind date divorced him. He wanted to give all his love to a single mother, but she was one step away from poverty. And the man himself was diagnosed with terminal cancer a few days ago. He knelt on the floor and did not know what to do. Everything in this life was against him. All the things in the office were sealed and inventoried. The wedding photo with his ex-wife was smashed on the floor. The collectors knocked on his door and said he was helpless. They demanded he pay off his debts. The main man asked if he had forgotten what he was going to do with the money he had borrowed. The unfortunate man replied that he had already spoken about it. He would try to resolve everything in the coming days. The debt collector laughed at his words and said that he was delirious since he would soon die. The man was shocked by these words. The debt collector leaned towards him and said that death sounded tempting, but he could not imagine that her mother was also obliged to pay 200 million won. The loser knelt down and began to beg people not to touch his mother and not to harm her. He remembered that his father passed away when he was in high school. He began to reason about the fact that his mother was still suffering because of this. The debt collector with glasses leaned over and suggested one way to solve this. The debt collector said that the man was a doctor and he should know what was inside his body. The debt collector began to ask what was where, to which the man began to list organs. It instantly dawned on him what was required of him. He could not believe his ears and asked if the intentions were serious. The collector replied that the liver was worth 40 million, the kidney 20 million, the heart 40 million, the cornea 30 million. The loser knelt down and imagined his organs in front of him. The collector asked if this idea sounded good. Since the man was going to die anyway, he would at least pay off his debts to his mother. The collectors said as they left that the man had very little time to make a decision, since if the cancer spread, he would become useless. The man continued to sit on the floor and cry. He blamed himself and his life. This was not the end. A stern elderly woman told the doctor that she demanded that he and his hospital move out of this house immediately. The man asked if this was required of him right now, to which the woman agreed. She began to list the months for which he had not paid the rent. Collectors were everywhere. This created a bad reputation for her house. The woman ordered him to get out right now, since she had already found a new tenant. The man found himself on the street. He decided to call his mother on the phone. He greeted her and looked down. The woman on the line was asking if her son was okay. She asked him to put on a jacket because it was very cold outside. The protagonist replied that she should not worry about him because it was warm in his hospital. The woman insisted that he surprise time with his health and overdo it at work. The man wished the woman good luck and said that he had a patient and he urgently needed to hang up. The mother apologized for calling during work hours and said goodbye to her son. The man hung up and burst into tears. When he finished the phone call with his mother, he immediately bought soju with what was left in his wallet. He was sitting on a bench in the park. 2 green bottles were visible from the bag. The man drank one of them in one gulp and put it back, saying that he was getting worse. He dreamed of the time when he would end all this, and then an unknown person approached him and asked if he was a doctor. It was a young girl. She was looking for him. She said she hadn't seen him for a long time, asking if he remembered her. The man pulled away from her and said she was mistaken. The girl sat down next to him and said he couldn't help but remember her since he had helped her once. She began to recall what had happened 2 years ago in the emergency room of Deal Hospital. When she asked if he still remembered her, the man turned around and looked. He remembered how 2 years ago he performed surgery on a couple. Both had stab wounds. The girl's insides were badly damaged and required a long operation. Her organs were just falling out of the cut, but she never even screamed. The surgeons didn't want to take on this job because they were afraid of her calm demeanor, as if it wasn't her wound. The girl asked the man if he had fought for her life then. He laughed and said that he was a complete loser. The girl didn't know about it, but she said that he gave her and her boyfriend a chance to live a second life. She called him a doctor with amazing skills. These words brought a smile to the loser's face. He began to remember how in his youth he always had bad grades. He was constantly bullied. He was mocked even when his father died of stomach cancer. The memories brought tears to his eyes. He wiped them with the sleeve of his jacket and pulled himself together. The girl asked him not to blame himself. She said that his luck did not match his efforts. The girl said that thanks to his efforts she had the opportunity to live again. She said that she watched him from afar. The man continued to cry and did not understand how to understand these words about watching. The girl continued her story that if it were not for the doctor, she and her boyfriend would have died long ago. She said that she always wanted to repay the debt for her life, which caused complete confusion in the man. The girl said that she was a servant of heaven. She was going to reward him for the deed he had done. She looked for something in her bag and took it out. Her hand pulled out some kind of bottle. The girl poured a small cup of its contents and asked him to drink it. The man winced and asked what kind of liquid it was, to which the girl answered that these were seeds blessed in heaven. He did not care at all about the woman's words, since he wanted to get even more drunk from grief. He simply had no reason to refuse. He looked into the glass and still drank it to the bottom. The girl asked him how he would live his life again if he could afford it. The man's eyes began to smoothly close, to which he began to talk all sorts of nonsense about life and success. He would like to live as a proud husband and son. His last phrase was laconic. His eyes closed. A second later, the man disappeared, and the girl promised that she would pray for his wishes to come true. Only a small feather fell to the ground, and the girl blessed the man. It was a very strange and realistic dream. Mark thought it was very strange, but he recognized himself in this man. He remembered the words of the girl who blessed him. Now Mark realized that the man in the dream was himself. He looked at his hands with the thought that he was still the same, but he felt like he was completely different, as if he had become the same loser from his dream. Or to be more precise, it seemed to him that his 30 years of life were rewritten, and this was only the 3rd year of high school. All this was really, in reality. He looked around and saw old furniture, a small room. He thought that this was the same apartment in which he lived in his youth. Here he lived until yesterday. The guy considered it crazy and impossible. He remembered his parents and quickly ran to the door. Behind the door he heard a familiar voice and opened it with apprehension. His mother was sitting at the table in front of him, calling him to eat while his father was reading the newspaper. She said that the boy might be late for school. He recognized his mother in the woman, who had become 30 years younger. Tears appeared in Mark's eyes. The boy also noticed his father, whom he had lost when he was in the 3rd grade of high school. He addressed his parents with trepidation in his voice, which caused confusion among them. The boy began to cry and said that he loved them, to which his father asked about the boy's health. Mark decided that he would go to school by any means necessary. The school was the same as in his youth. The boy even recognized the uniform he had put on that morning without even noticing it. He looked at the porch and thought that he was really impatient to get back there as soon as possible. From that day on, Mark began a new life. He thought that he could not miss the second chance that he had been given. He was full of cheerfulness and self-confidence. The boy felt bad when the teacher asked the kids to clear their things off the tables and get ready for the exam. Mark didn't understand the atmosphere in the classroom while his friend was asking him if he had learned the topic. The boy asked his friend what he needed to learn with confusion, to which Jacob said that it was the quarterly exam today. Mark's hopes were dashed. The teacher announced the start of the exam and said that it would be very bad if the students' performance dropped sharply. He asked everyone to put their efforts into this work, reminding them of himself. Mark didn't understand why they were addressing him. The teacher said that if the boy took the last place in this exam again, he would be expelled immediately. The man announced the start of the test. The name of the subject was written on the board. The boy noticed something strange. Reading the question, he seemed to know the answer. The boy didn't understand what was happening to him. He had been preparing for the college entrance exams for a very long time, but over the past 20 years he didn't remember anything that would remind him of it. The guy decided to put his efforts into the other 3 subjects. Mark didn't understand how he was supposed to remember all of this, because as soon as he started his life anew, he got a memory test and it drove him crazy. The guy sat in complete despair and tried to sort through his memories. The man looked somewhere at the wall. His classmates began to gather and discuss the difficulty of the exam. Jacob called out to the guy and asked how his test went. Mark understood perfectly well that if he went to play games with him now, the day would be wasted for him. The guy quickly grabbed his bag and said that he had urgent business at home. Jacob stayed in the office, hoping that his friend would win it today. Mark was sitting in his bedroom at home, preparing for the exams. He was trying to concentrate and remember everything. He didn't understand how he was supposed to live now. Mark couldn't know if he would be lucky if he simply applied the knowledge he already had. But how was he supposed to achieve this? The guy thought about the fact that all his knowledge was based on medicine, which meant that his performance as a doctor had increased even more. He assumed that he should strive to enter a prestigious medical school. Instead, he didn't want to become a boring surgeon. The guy was pursuing the goal of becoming a dermatologist and earning twice as much money. He began to imagine in his head an expensive foreign car and an apartment with a view of the river. Mark thought that he would have everything as the best doctor in a wonderful clinic under his name. He grabbed the textbook and promised himself to do everything possible for this. The guy caught himself thinking that at this rate he would have to learn everything all over again. He remembered that he still had to go through 4 more years of preparation for college, 10 years of studying and working in a hospital as an intern and resident, and mandatory military service. Mark was in despair. The guy did not understand how he could live through all those days again. He promised himself that he would succeed at any cost. The guy continued to study and diligently prepare for exams, thinking about a luxurious life. Several days passed for him in an instant. His mother looked at all this and was surprised. The woman thought that his desire to study was just a one-day whim, but he had been studying for the past few weeks. She thought that this simply could not be and suggested that her son take a nap. Mark said that he was doing well, but he had not yet completed his daily quota, so he would finish and go to bed. His mother came up to him and asked if everything was okay, because the exam period had not even begun yet. The guy replied that he was studying for his future so that his parents could live much better than before. He pledged to help his mother in the restaurant from tomorrow. The worker washes the floors. Mark came into the establishment and said that he was already here. The man replied that his father dreamed of a student who only cared about his studies, so there was no need to worry about the restaurant. The guy replied that it was quite difficult to study all the time. Mark asked his father if he really didn't need a helping hand, could he come here from time to time and help him? The man said that he had already talked about this with his mother and he didn't need any help. He asked him to go home. The guy tried to insist on his own. The man turned around and thanked his son for trying. He patted him on the head and asked him not to overexert himself. The guy burst into tears because for the first time in decades he felt his father's still warm hand. The door to the classroom swung open. The guy stuck his head out of the hallway and announced some very important news to the guys about Mark. The guy stated that he took 3rd place in the final grades at the end of the semester. The guy's classmates were in complete shock. They didn't understand, because Mark always took only the last places. Jacob called out to his friend while he was reading a textbook. The friend called out to the guy again and asked how he managed to do it. Mark said that his friend should also try to study and he would succeed, which made the friend angry. During one of the breaks, a classmate approached the guy. It was the class monitor. He introduced himself as the person who took 14th place on the list. The guy extended his hand to greet him, which caused Mark to be confused. The monitor sincerely congratulated the guy on becoming the best student in their class. The monitor said that his interlocutor had been hiding his frightening abilities for a long time, but next time he would be lower on the list than him. Mark thought that his interlocutor had simply reread the manga. At the guy's home, everything was the same as before. Mark went to the kitchen to his mother while she was shedding tears. The woman said through her tears that she had never even dreamed of her son taking 1st place. Mom hugged the guy very tightly, but he still did not understand why she was so happy about it. That day, their father also surprised them by drinking too much. Entering the apartment, the man fell on his son while the latter was asking him why he drank so much. The father said that he was drinking with the director. On such a wonderful day one can drink. The guy said that his father was in very bad health for such a thing. Mark did not remember his father drinking so much in his life. He put him to bed while he was tossing and turning from a hangover. The guy wished his father good night. The man called out to the guy not to leave. The father modestly and briefly, but still told him that he loved him. Mark was surprised by this phrase. The guy said that he accepted his statement and asked him to sleep peacefully. Closing the door, Mark did not understand what had just happened. He thought that this life is not as long as the one he lived, since everything has changed. A lot of time passed, and summer holidays came. At a father and mother's restaurant, the woman asked her son to leave early today and rest at home, to which the boy asked his mother not to worry because he had already rested. Mark continued to clean up the trash and said that it was worth taking a break from studying during the summer holidays. The father said that his son had grown into him, to which the mother began to resent the fact that she had invested more in him. Mark asked his father to help him a little, to which he confidently agreed. The boy said that he wanted to work out at his principal's gym. he wanted to ask permission to do so. The father was surprised and said that they trained kickboxing in the principal's gym. The boy had never been interested in this sport. Mark replied that when he entered high school, he would need to be more resilient, so he wanted to start now. The man said that he was one step ahead of the rest. The father was incredibly happy that his son reasoned like an adult. He promised to talk to the principal that evening. The principal stood in front of the boy and was glad to see him. The man said that his father was incredibly happy with the guy's achievements. He offered to work as a tutor for his son for a while. The director asked the guy if he was going to take kickboxing seriously, to which Mark said that he wanted to improve his endurance. The guy said that he wanted to train for real fights, to which the man asked if he wanted to fight someone. Mark confidently said that he did not intend to lose to anyone anymore. This approach pleased the man. The director asked the guy if he wanted to take up kickboxing not as an athlete, but as a fighter. The man warmed up his fists and said that he would hold back a little so that the guy would be ready. It was a good fight, with the last 10 seconds left. The guy suddenly gets hit in the cheek by a powerful blow. It is followed by a kick. Mark did not know how to defend himself from it. The director said that his opponent would run away too much, so he opened up too early and risked losing his balance. Mark insisted that he was fine and wanted to try again. The man said that it was enough for today, since it was not up to him to decide whether he was an athlete or a fighter, but his body spoke for itself. He said that the guy would have to be patient if he wanted to fight someone. Mark tried to convince his opponent to continue the fight, to which he said that if he continued to beat him, he would get it from his father. The man advised him to do basic exercises at the end, since they would help strengthen his endurance and train his body to gain self-confidence. Mark stood and listened obediently. It was already 10 p.m. The guy continued to train alone, doing basic exercises. He was pretty good at training with himself. He continued to punch the air one after another. During this time, he learned to kick. His face was covered in fatigue, but the guy did not plan to give up. All his thoughts were about his sworn enemy, whom he would meet in the next school year. Mark believed that before their meeting, he should be patient and get rid of his weaknesses. He promised himself that he would not lose to him again. The class monitor insisted that it was impossible. He simply did not believe that the guy who always ranked last had suddenly become the best in the class. The guy kept looking at the report card and saw Mark taking first place in the class for the umpteenth time. The class monitor promised himself that he would not let that happen again. The teacher handed Mark a sheet of paper with his report card and said that he was first again. On that note, the guy graduated from high school with the best possible grades. He became a senior. This time, he wore a suit and a white shirt to school. Mark decided to enroll in Ilsen High School, just like in his past life. Jacob greeted his friend and invited him to play arcade games after school, to which the guy thought that he had been thrown into a class with someone like him again. He did not understand whether it was fate or something else. The class was noisy, everyone was getting to know each other and chatting. The door to the office opens and everyone pays attention to it. An old man came into the classroom and said that he was now their homeroom teacher, Jeb. The man said that he wanted to congratulate the kids on entering his school, which has a great history and traditions. Mark thought that the teacher was the same as always. Jeb asked the kids not to fall behind in their studies at his school, since later it would be difficult for them to catch up with their teachers in knowledge. The man told how he was also so young and how all this happened to him. Mark turned his attention to the doorway. The class was squeezed by a white-haired guy who said that he was late because of traffic jams. He asked Jeb if there were any free seats in the classroom. His name was Michael and he smiled. The teacher lost his temper and shouted at the guy. He approached the student and asked if he knew what time it was. The man also scolded him for the color of his hair and the abnormality in communication. The guy introduced himself. Jeb was furious. He promised to remember the guy's name and said that because of people like him, other kids would do the same. The teacher remembered the guy's name again and asked if he graduated from Cuman High School, to which Michael replied that everyone knew about him here. Jeb abruptly changed his attitude and said that getting stuck in traffic was very unpleasant. He asked the guy to go to an empty seat and not to worry. The man asked if the guy wanted to sit somewhere else, since the sun was shining there. Michael chose a seat in the corner of the classroom. The guys in the class started talking about the new guy. Someone said that he was the son of very rich businessmen. The girls fought for his attention. They said that he won first place at the national level for the screening test. Mark knew it would be like this, same class, same seat. He would never forget his name. Michael walked up to the guy and looked at him. The student immediately made a kind look and said that he was pleased to meet him. Mark pretended that he did not know anything and greeted the new guy. According to him, he was the only one who turned his past life into hell. Even if everything was in the past, Mark would never be able to forget what was done to him. But Mark's hopes were not expected. Nothing happened in the next few days. The guy performed as his enemy in the past started a fight over every little thing already on the second day of school. But instead, other classmates began to get closer to him. Some guy came up to him and offered to play football during the big break, and a girl asked about his grades. Mark could not get used to popularity and felt awkward when communicating. Jacob noticed his friend's popularity and offered to play a game with him today. Michael came up from behind the guy and put his hand on his shoulder, asking his name. The guy asked if Mark was free this evening. The interlocutor was very surprised by such an offer. Michael said that there was nothing special. He just wanted to unwind a little, to which the guy did not believe him and asked what the reason was. Mark looked menacingly at his interlocutor and refused to take him for an evening walk, saying that he didn't know what he was planning. The guy walked in with a textbook in his hands and said that he needed to do something at home. He suggested that Michael go for a walk alone. The classmate approached the student and asked what he was doing. Michael asked him if the guy knew this weirdo. With the guy's latest lifestyle, he began to resemble a nerd. The classmate said that Mark was ugly and was probably just a crazy nerd or something like that. Michael said that he didn't think he liked him. The guy asked if it was because the guy took first place in the entrance exam. The interlocutor said that he wasn't sure about that, he just didn't like the guy. The classmate suggested beating up Mark for being too impudent. Michael seemed to like the idea. The guy said that it shouldn't be done at school since he was number one, and it wouldn't be nice if they raised a hand to him here. Michael suggested keeping an eye on his surroundings, it would be better that way. Charlie pulled his new friend aside. He pointed at Jacob and said that the guy was his best friend. Michael already knew him, he thought he was short. He said that he didn't know much about fighting and suggested that Charlie talk to the guy alone. The classmate stood and looked at Jacob, thinking that he was a pathetic bastard, and his friend himself had branded him as a target. The guy didn't understand why they were looking at him so menacingly. Mark was sitting at home and preparing for his exams. The guy realized that he had been wasting his time year after year, so he needed to work as hard as possible. He realized that with high school subjects, it would be increasingly difficult to maintain his current level. Mom came up to the guy from behind and suggested that he take a rest, to which Mark asked her to go to bed first and not to worry about him. In his head, Mark was already aiming for the National Academy of Medicine. He knew that to get in, he had to study harder than ever. Mark entered the classroom. He walked through his classmates to his desk. He thought about Jacob. He was not in class. Even when he had problems with his studies, he never skipped school. Since all this happened at a time when phones were not widespread, Mark decided to just wait for him to appear. The teacher conducted the lesson. The break began and classmates talked to each other, when suddenly Jacob passed in front of the main character. He stopped and asked where he had been. Since Jacob was turned with his back to him, the guy with red hair thought his face was strange. He took him by the shoulder and tried to turn him towards himself. The main character asked him who beat him. Jacob tried to say something. In the end, he said that he was very sorry. He asked him to stop talking to him so that he would not pay attention to him. The main character stood and did not understand what was going on at all. He got angry and bared his teeth. His face turned red and he went to ask who had beaten him. He approached Michael, who had put his feet on the desk. Mark asked if he had beaten him. Michael looked at him blankly and asked again. The main character was furious and asked his question again. The guy with white hair smiled. He stood next to the main character and told him that even if it was him, what would he do to him? Mark got even angrier and called him names. He made one of his palms into a killen, and he hit Michael with all his might. The guy flew back and fell. Scarlet blood was coming out of his nose. The main character ran up and grabbed him by the clothes and decided to hit him again. He hit him even harder in the face. He screamed in anger, asking why he always attacked those who were weaker than him. The main character remembered his hellish past, where he sat on the floor. He cried because he was hit. He thought about suicide more than once, begged for mercy, did not understand what he had done. In the past, Michael hit him. He was smiling then, and he said it was just fun. Mark was in shock because he didn't understand why. He thought about it because it was all for fun. Even after he put someone through such hell, the protagonist stopped remembering the past and told the guy with white hair to stop pretending that he was hurt. It would be better to go outside. The guy insulted him furiously. Mark heard footsteps from behind. It turns out that it was Charlie who hit him in the face. The protagonist fell to the floor. Charlie said that if he was a nerd, it was better to keep his head down, and in general, who did he think he was? His classmates were discussing this. Jacob was standing in front. Charlie continued and asked how much longer he could hold out. Mark grabbed his hair and hit Charlie in the face. He was shocked because he was hit. He screamed if the protagonist could do anything else. He threatened to kill and tried to hit the guy with red hair. He missed, which is why Mark himself hit him in the face. Classmates were discussing it because he beat the strongest guy in the class. Charlie came up to Michael and said that it was all his fault. He grabbed him by the clothes. Face to face, he asked for an apology so that he would apologize to Jacob. He repeated it again. Michael coughed, squeezed his hand. He said the name of the victim and said that he would not do it again and that he would forgive him. The main character said that next time it would not stop there. The guy with white hair along with Charlie said okay because it was their fault and next time they would be more careful. The main character was calm. Inside, he was happy because he defeated those who turned his past life into hell. He is no longer who he was before. Everything has changed dramatically. Classmates ran up to him and began to admire him because it was cool when he beat them. A classmate said that Michael was a pain in the ass even in middle school. The classmate continued that thanks to the main character, they feel much better. Jacob thanked him and he regretted his previous words. With a smile on his face, he said that he understood everything and he understood that he was in pain, so he needed to take care of him. Jacob asked if they were still friends. The main character confirmed that they were friends. The guy cried and thanked Mark for being friends with him. He would no longer try to ruin the friendship. But that was not all. The next day, the class teacher called the protagonist to his place. The teacher was yelling at him to follow him. The teacher was very angry. Mark guessed why. His classmates were watching. Jacob blamed himself. They went into the staff room. The teacher asked what he was doing because he was kind to him, because he was a good student, but he had caused a lot of trouble. The protagonist said that he did not understand what he was talking about. The teacher said that he had beaten up an innocent classmate. Mark said that only Jacob had been beaten up. The teacher smiled and said that some guys act like guys, but they had beaten him up for fun. When he begged and cried, they were delighted and began to beat him up even harder. The protagonist said that by definition this was violence, but why didn't the teacher talk about it? He had decided that as a friend, he should have helped, because if he hadn't done it, the guys would have continued to bully him. The teacher shouted that even kneeling down would not be enough to apologize. After all, Michael had a very prestigious family. He could not tell him because the parents' committee was in complete chaos. They wanted a severe punishment for the main character. And after a meeting with the principal and deputy principal, they decided to expel him from school. Mark did not understand that he was expelled. He said that expelling him because of one fight was very stupid, and what kind of punishment would Michael have anyway? The teacher wiped his glasses and said that it would not be for him. The guy with red hair thought how this could happen. He creates problems everywhere. No one even condemns him. After thinking, he began to say that he cannot allow this, that the same should be done to the one who started the fight. Grinning his teeth, the teacher said that this was impossible and the punishment had already been agreed upon. Mark began to explain that the school rules say that whoever started the fight will be forced to do volunteer work, and also when they try to bully or deliberately cause harm, the culprit must be expelled or punished. The only one here who should be expelled is Michael. The teacher started yelling at him. How dare he lecture him and also be rude to him? No matter what he does, he will be expelled anyway. Suddenly, someone near the door asked to stop. It was Michael. He asked the teacher to stop. The teacher was shocked, and the guy with white hair explained that since he was also at fault, they could just drop the question. Then he asked not to worry since he was the one who started the fight and he was the only one who should be expelled. He continued that it was normal for friends to quarrel with each other. Mark was wondering what he was up to. The guy with white hair continued that it was a normal quarrel between friends, so there was no need to worry about it. The teacher said that he understood and asked them to return to class. Both guys left the teacher's room. The protagonist stopped him, taking him by the shoulders. He asked what he was up to. With a smile on his face, Michael asked what he was talking about. The protagonist asked why he helped him. He replied that he was surprised himself, at least not because he felt guilty, but simply did not know. Michael left. His classmates whispered what it was all about. That's how unpleasant his days had been, and the final exam ended his year in high school. Jacob was happy because he had written all the answers at random. Mark replied that it had been difficult for him too. The guy began to touch the protagonist's cheeks, saying that he was small and was lying to him again because he would take first place again. In his thoughts, everything was not going so smoothly because he had already lived this life. Soon the exam results were announced. The teacher yelled that whoever got a grade below average would have a hard time in the future. The teenagers came to the board to see the results. The protagonist got the highest score. Jacob began to tug his cheeks again, saying that for first place he should treat him to rice cakes and celebrate. Michael also came to see the results. He looked at Mark seriously. Having congratulated him, he left. The protagonist thought he was a very strange guy. Jacob was happy about his 39th place. Michael came out into the yard. He held the gate very tightly and called the protagonist's name. Crying, he thought about how Mark could humiliate him. He would never forget such a disgrace for the rest of his days. He had also won first place in high school. Mom was very happy. She thought he was as smart as she was in her youth. Dad got drunk when the protagonist won first place. The drunk father wanted to tell Mark something. He said that his mother and he only had him. Mark replied that he had the same, so it was better to start drinking less. Despite everything, his father would die in 2 years from stomach cancer. If he continued to drink so much, he could speed up the process. The protagonist thought that the time had come and that he needed to do it right now. He wanted to ask one favor. Dad fell asleep, so he decided to tell him tomorrow. Mom asked how Dad's stomach was at lunch. He was sick because he drank a lot. The father asked what he wanted to ask. The main character said that he would tell him after lunch. After lunch, he handed him an envelope. There was money in it. The main character had been saving it, working part-time as a newspaper delivery boy and doing other odd jobs. He said that he had promised to fulfill his request, asked him to take the money to get examined. The father asked why so suddenly. Mark answered that almost everyone gets a gastroscopy. He thought that it was nothing serious, because in our money almost everyone gets a gastroscopy. In fact, this was not quite the exact reason. In 2 years, the father will die of incurable stomach cancer. If nothing is done now, then the cancer cells in his stomach can start to develop, but if the tumor is found earlier, they will certainly be able to cure the father. The mother asked why he did not save up for his mother too. The guy answered that he would save up for her too. He asked again if the father would go for an examination. The father returned the money back. He has no reason to go for an examination. It's obvious. He didn't have any pain, so there's no reason to do something like that, and he's not going to spend his hard-earned money on such trifles. The main character was worried and said that if he didn't get an examination at the initial stage, it would be too late. The father replied that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about, so he'd spend it in the future as soon as he had the money. The main character was thinking what to do. He bared his teeth and said that a man never goes back on his promises. Since he had already promised, he needed to get an examination. That was his only wish. The father looked at him menacingly and said that he wouldn't ignore his son's words, so he would do as he said. Mark was very happy. He went to make an appointment with his father. The father gave him the money and said that he would pay for it himself. The main character agreed. He left. Mom said that he should be happy because his son was good. The father was of a different opinion, that the child was stupid because he didn't understand the first time. Mark called the hospital and made an appointment for a gastroscopy at 2 o'clock. He hung up. The protagonist was thinking. After all, the disease could have progressed significantly. After all, the father drinks a lot, so the tumor could start growing. It was already night. The mother came to her son and asked what he was doing so late. On the day of the gastroscopy, the father went for an examination. Mark also wanted to go, but he could not miss school. In fact, it should be an early stage, the protagonist thought. An early stage that could be cured with an operation. The teacher was teaching a lesson, when suddenly Mark apologized to him and ran away. The teacher yelled that he could not just leave until the class meeting was over. The protagonist quickly walked home. He burst into the house and asked his mother, how was his father? Then he asked about the results. The mother wanted to say, but in the end she mumbled. He asked again. The father came up and said that they were completely fine. The doctors said that an inflammatory process had simply begun. The protagonist was completely disappointed. The father asked what was wrong with him. The son thanked him for going for an examination. The parents did not understand. Mark went out into the street in a bad mood. He had in his mind that his father would die in 2 years from an incurable disease. There were only 2 options. He roughly understood how they checked him. He had to find out what really happened. The main character went to the hospital. He went to the reception where the girl was. She asked what his health complaints were, and if he came to get a diagnosis, he needed to sign up. Mark said hello and said that he wanted to check the results of his father's examination. The father had been examined 2 hours ago. The girl stroked the guy's hair and said that the doctor had informed the father of the results and that he shouldn't worry. The main character hesitantly said that he needed to discuss the results with the doctor. The girl said that the doctor might be busy, so she would ask him. She picked up the phone. She called the doctor and said that the guardian wanted to discuss the results. He told her to make up something and send the guy home. Hesitantly, she said that the doctor was busy now and that everything was fine with the results. And if he comes next time, he will come with his parents. Mark said that there is a reason why he needs to talk to the doctor right now. Despite his youth, he has the right to know about the study as a guardian. He asked to talk to the doctor again. She picked up the phone and told the doctor that the protagonist would not leave until he talked to him. The doctor replied that he was annoying and allowed him to go to him. There was a sign with the name doctor written on it. The girl told the guy to wait, they would call him soon. He waited. He even fell asleep for a while, but in the end, he was called to him. When he entered the office, he saw an old doctor. The man asked if the guardian should have come because the guy was very young. The protagonist explained that he was his father's son. The doctor said that according to the results, everything was fine except for a little inflammation. Mark asked what kind of inflammation it was. He answered that it was chronic gastritis. The protagonist asked again if it was erosive or metaphase, and whether there were areas with the possible development of cancer. The doctor thought that the guy had made inquiries before coming, Then he said that it was a common erosive gastritis with diffuse changes in the stomach cavity. The guy asked what about the walls. The doctor began to doubt whether he had examined this area carefully. Mark continued, were there any cases of bleeding or atypical stomach walls visible? Doubting, the doctor answered that there were none. The protagonist asked to check the gastroscopy photos in his presence. The doctor began to yell that this was impossible because he was holding up others. Mark began to yell that he should still let him look at the photos. The man called the next patient. The nurse came and said that he needed to meet with the next patient. With an angry look, the protagonist said that there is a medical law on the execution of punishments. According to paragraph 21, paragraph 2, doctors must fulfill the requests of blood relatives of the patient requesting a medical history, and if he sends him away now, he will be punished for violating medical laws. The doctor still let him look at the results. He turned on the computer and opened the photos. They depicted a stomach. He explained that the red area was inflammation and there were no other problems. The main character looked through. At first he did not see any cancerous growths. Then suddenly he shouted to show the 18th photo. The guy pointed his finger at the monitor and the doctor asked him to step aside. Mark asked what was in the 18th photo. The doctor did not understand what he was talking about. The guy's hands were shaking. He pointed his finger at the monitor again and pointed to the inflamed area. The doctor was perplexed because it was impossible. Sweat began to drip from his face. He tried to explain that this was a typical inflammation. The guy continued to prove that these were non-standard wrinkles on the walls of the stomach, and despite the fact that they were difficult to notice, there were cases of bleeding. This was stage 2 stomach cancer. The doctor did not know what to say. He was very nervous. With a puzzled face, he asked how the guy knew this. Mark replied that it did not matter. The doctor started shouting that no one would miss a big tumor, but such a small one at an early stage, and located in such a place, is very easy to miss even for a professional doctor. How did he even know that it was cancer? The main character sighed. He asked for a copy of the gastroscopy results and he would go to another hospital. The man replied that he understood. He handed over an envelope with the results. The guy was about to leave, but the doctor said that he missed it on purpose and asked for his apologies. He understood that anyone can make a mistake. Mark replied that he needed to refresh his knowledge for the sake of his patients and himself. The doctor remained silent. He slammed the table. Together with his parents, they went to another hospital. The mother dozed off on the bus while they were traveling. They got off the bus and Mark said that they probably closed late yesterday, that's why she was tired. The mother replied that they work like this every day. The guy looked back. There was a university hospital in Korea. Initially, the father did not check that cancer cells were growing in his stomach. However, the boy did not have the courage to tell him about what would happen in 2 years. But in any case, he did not want to believe the words of a high school student. So Mark made an appointment with a professor, the head of the cancer treatment department at a university hospital in Korea. The day of the appointment came quickly, and the whole family hurried to the hospital. They were going to the hospital. Mom was very worried. Mark asked Mom not to worry so much. Mom thanked her because they found early cancer in his father. The boy saw a red car. It was Michael's sports car. He drove his car everywhere even when he was a schoolboy. He thought that such a person could not be here. They came to the reception. Mark said that he had an appointment. The girl confirmed it. There were many patients everywhere. Someone was walking around with a bandage on his head. They were trying to resuscitate some. Mom asked if everything would be okay. Dad said that it had not been proven yet. The nurse invited them into the office. The sign said that the doctor was there. They came in. Dr. John asked if they were here because they found a cancerous tumor in your gastroscopy. Mark remembered him. In his past life, he had listened to her lectures. He was a little scary, but he was also young. The protagonist confirmed and gave the results to John. The doctor asked if he was his father's son. Mark confirmed. John stared at the photos. He started talking. He could say with certainty that it was stomach cancer. Mom started worrying and asking if he would die. The doctor said no, because it was curable. Stomach cancer can be early or late stage, and the late stage leads to death. My father had early stage cancer, and so after therapy he would be cured by 90%. My mother was beaming with happiness. The doctor said that the tumor was extremely small, so it should not show itself yet. He also asked why they decided to undergo a gastroscopy. Mom started praising her son, because it was he who made him undergo the examination. John said that his son saved his life. My father did not understand what he was talking about. The doctor replied that it was possible to cure it because it was found in time if he had not done a gastroscopy. Then in a year or two the tumor would have developed to the point of no return. John repeated again that his son had saved his life, and such a tumor could be easily noticed even if there was a professional doctor. The father smiled and said that the doctor had nothing to do with it, the son had found it. The mother continued, at the hospital the doctor said that it was just an inflammation, but her boy went to the hospital, looked at the photos and found the tumor. John could not understand how he had been able to notice the tumor. Perhaps the mother just likes to brag about her son. In any case, they need to undergo therapy. This is the most difficult part. Treatment is possible, but the tumor is located in a rather hard to reach place. The doctor believed that the stomach itself should be removed. The father was in a panic because it was so small, and here the stomach had to be removed right away. The doctor replied that according to the anatomy of the stomach, the tumor is localized in a specific area which requires removal of the stomach. The father asked about the side effects. John replied that there are some. It is best to cut as little as possible, but it is in a difficult place. Mark was shocked. He called out to the doctor and said that it is possible to perform the operation using an endoscope to cut off the membranes. The doctor was shocked. The guy was embarrassed. The professor touched his temple with his fingers. The hero clasped his hands, said that, from what he found. He said that if you use an endoscope, then there is no need to cut the intestines, and there will be no big side effects. He thinks the result of the operation will be as good as when cutting out part of the stomach. John raised an eyebrow, agreed, right. However, using an endoscope is possible only when the tumor is not very deep. If we talk about the results of his father's gastroscopy, the tumor is located in the gastric folds, which suggests a high probability of tumor cells penetrating the membrane. The man sighed tiredly, wondering why he was saying all this. He didn't understand anything anyway. He shuddered. The guy said that the folds themselves were quite small and the tumor was still very small. Everyone looked at the young man in surprise. He said that he therefore believed that the tumor had no opportunity to penetrate further into the membrane. How about checking the depth with ultrasound and trying to start treatment? He added that if it hadn't penetrated too deep, they could try to remove it completely later. The professor was perplexed, asked where the schoolboy got such knowledge of medicine. The guy touched his neck with his hand, answered that before going to the hospital he had studied some materials on his own. He apologized if he had been too critical. The man put his hands to his chin, thinking that such a decision could not be made based only on books. He would expect to hear these words from a doctor who specializes in treating stomach cancer. He asked. He had studied on his own. The mother patted the boy on the head, said he was as smart as his mother. When he got serious about studying, he rose from last place to first place in just 1 or 2 months. The father proudly noted that he told her that it was not so, and he went for it. The woman angrily exclaimed what he said. The guy asked them to calm down. The professor frowned, closed his eyes, thought that it was impossible, no matter how smart he was. He said that in any case, he agreed with his words, and as the guy advised, they would put the man in the hospital. The father thanked the professor. Then everything went well. After hospitalization, his father underwent many examinations. Fortunately, the tumor did not penetrate deeper, so he was able to receive treatment without resorting to gastric removal. Operating room number 2. The hero and his mother sat on the couch, anxiously awaiting the end of the operation. The woman looked at her son, put her hand on his chest, asked if his father would be okay. Right, he said, of course, no need to worry. He looked at his watch, thought that 2 hours had already passed. He thought that the probability of success was high, but since it was his father, he was still worried. At that time the professor came out. The woman came up to him, asked what was wrong with her husband. Everything went well. He smiled. Tears appeared in her eyes. He said that they had succeeded. There was no need to worry anymore. The guy and his mother bowed. The woman thanked the doctor. The professor said thank you to Mark. He was surprised. The man put his hand on his shoulder, told him not to pay attention. Nothing. His father's rehabilitation went well, without any problems. Mark sat by his father's bed, asked how he was something bothering him. The man sat down, said that he was fine, and since he had almost recovered, it was time for the guy to stop coming to the hospital so often. The hero objected. Although it was better than cutting his stomach, his body still needed care until he fully recovered. The guy smiled happily, said that since he could study here, he didn't have to worry about him. The man said, a stubborn child, just like him. The professor approached them. He looked at the hero's father, asked if he had stomach pain. He replied that everything was fine. John said with a smile, the latest ultrasound results showed that everything was clean, so as long as he had regular checkups, he would recover without problems. He suddenly turned to the guy. Mark looked at him timidly. The professor asked his advice on treatment. He really learned everything from books. The hero said hesitantly, well, yes, that's right. John put his hand to his chin, thought he was a genius who had surpassed his age. That was the only answer. He leaned over to the guy, asked if he was a student. He seemed to have heard that he was the best in his class. What university was he going to go to? The guy blushed, replied that he was thinking about going to Korea University. The man was surprised. He approached him, asked what about the direction. The hero replied that he was thinking about entering the medical faculty. John looked at him seriously, asked, "Is that so?" He put his hand on his shoulder, said, since that was the case, he should enter the medical school at Korea University. He smiled, "And become his student?" The guy exclaimed in confusion, "Sorry." The professor laughed. "Why? Is it really that difficult?" The hero shook his head. "No, not that it was too difficult, just suddenly." The man said that he believed that he would become an outstanding doctor who would save many lives. He turned away, getting ready to leave, said that as soon as he entered the medical school at Korea University, he should immediately find him. The hero pressed his lips together, thinking about becoming his student. He knew that it was not easy for the professor's students to find a common language with him, but he would personally teach the same specialization as him. The father looked at his son questioningly, asked if he seemed like a good professor, but he didn't like something, added that he thought he would become a doctor who would save people's lives just like John. The guy looked up, answered that it was good, but he was thinking about another direction. The man was surprised, asked, "Like what? About which one?" Mark remembered how the doctor ran in, shouting that he should quickly help a patient in critical condition. He thought, a doctor who saves lives, a doctor who lives for others, the path he had strived for in his past life, eventually coming to a terrible end. He wanted to live a different life. He smiled slightly, said that he wanted to choose. He looked straight ahead, dermatology. The hero stood in the hallway, stretched. He stretched his arm up and leaned to the side, thinking that studying in such an uncomfortable position was really bad for his back. He heard a noise in the hall. The guy looked out from around the corner, thinking that someone was fighting there. He leaned against the wall. He thought, Michael, at such a time. Michael frowned. Mark turned his head, wondering who was next to him. He looked serious. The man was saying something to the guy in a raised voice. The hero thought they were relatives, maybe brothers. He couldn't make out what they were talking about, but they were pretty rude. Why were they talking here, in front of everyone? Mark froze. He opened his eyes wide. The man hit Michael in the face. The young man recoiled. He clenched his teeth, glared at him angrily. They started arguing about something again. Then they went their separate ways. As the man passed by, the hero was leaning against the wall. He thought that a fight between brothers was going on, but decided that he should not poke his nose into other people's business. He was superfluous here. Mark pretended to read a magazine, although he could not help, but still he was interested in what happened. Soon his father, without any complications, was discharged from the hospital. The professor told the head of the family that as long as he undergoes regular checkups, no problems should arise. The father looked at his son, said that he was very grateful to him. The guy waved it off. Nothing for, he just wants him to be healthy. His mother asked with a smile, "What about her? Maybe she should get checked up too," Mark said. "Of course, when he goes to college and gets a part-time job, then definitely." The woman put her hand on his shoulder, said that this was great, but how could she spend his money on a checkup? It was not the gift that was important, but the attention. The guy laughed. He knew that his mother would have good health for many years to come. The hero sighed with relief. Everything was really changing. The world he lived in no longer existed. He thought that he would definitely succeed in this life. When they were walking down the street, his mother turned to him and asked if he wanted something tasty for dinner tonight. Mark smiled back. He thought that he wanted to live a happy life. After numerous tests and exams, the first semester was finally over. Jacob was upset to tears, exclaimed, "What kind of punishment?" He stretched his hands forward, asked Mark, who was sitting next to him, how he did. He pressed his lips together, remarked that he would still take first place, and how he always managed to get first place without even trying. Under his gaze, the hero became embarrassed. He said that this time it was more difficult, and that he also did not know. Jacob poked him in the cheek with his finger, asked him not to lie. The last time he said the same thing. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, asking him to get second place for him at least once. Mark said with an awkward smile, "Okay, they'll see when they find out the grades." He asked how Jacob did. The guy rubbed his nose with his finger, slyly answered that he didn't know. Mark thought he did well. It was written on his face. A few days later, summer vacation came. Jeb's glasses flashed. He told the class that they tried hard this semester, but they should not forget to study even during summer vacation, instead of playing all the time. Also, he had their final grades, and looking at them they would definitely want to start studying, even if they didn't intend to. The students became despondent, began to object. The man shouted, "Silence." He posted their grades on the board. They should check themselves and take their report card for their parents to sign. Everyone crowded around the board to figure out their place. Jacob raised his hand to his head, looked at the board. He hugged the hero by the neck, said that he was the best again. The guy asked, "Really? Then what about him?" The friend pointed at himself, said contentedly, he was in 23rd place. The hero opened his mouth, exclaimed, "Unbelievable, he raised his rank by 20 rows in just one semester." Jacob noted with a grin, a little more and he would catch up with him. Mark cried. Of course, he was very happy. The guy asked, "Is she his mother or something?" The hero thought that he was in first place, but his average score increased by only 0.6 points. The difference with Michael significantly decreased. The corners of his lips dropped. He thought that he was probably upset again. Initially, it never occurred to him that he could lose his first place. Michael and Charlie approached the guys. He congratulated the hero on first place. Mark raised an eyebrow, thought about what he wanted, coldly answered, "Thank you." Jacob whispered to him. It seems that he did not want to say that. Michael exclaimed, "Amazing, and how does he manage to study so well?" The hero said that there is almost no difference between them. Michael nodded, said that he apparently is not very perceptive. The difference between first and second place is incredibly big. He looked gloomily at the hero, added, "Like day and night." Jacob became worried. Michael asked, "He studies all day long, does not even have fun. He is unlikely to succeed. It is so amazing." He tilted his head to the side, said, "The long-awaited summer vacation," offered to go with them to an internet cafe, but then remembered that he does nothing but study, probably does not even know how to play. Jacob said that Mark is not going to play children's games. Charlie leaned towards Michael, said that if they go with these boors, they will simply die of boredom. It is better for them to go alone. Jacob was shaking with anger. Michael called Charlie a bore, exclaimed, "This is their Mr. Number One." He mockingly said that he made a terrible mistake. Jacob clenched his fist. Michael wished them a good rest and study this summer. The guy wanted to say that they really were simple. Mark interrupted him. He, with barely restrained anger, said that he would be in this internet cafe. Michael was confused, asked, seriously, had he ever touched a mouse? An ominous aura rose around the hero. He sternly asked, one-on-one or in teams, let him attack as he wants. With a bold fire in his eyes, he declared that he would tear him apart with his bare hands. They came to the computer club. The hero sat on a chair at the table and thought how much he missed the smell of cigarettes, how long ago it was. Charlie looked questioningly at the guy, who at that time imagined that he was smoking a cigarette. He smirked and told him not to even ask him to teach. He did not have time. Mark glared at him. He looked at the monitor, told the guy to shut up and go play, specified StarCraft. Charlie was surprised, thought this guy was acting like he had played it before. He suppressed a grin, thought it was probably just for show. He looked at his opponents, thought he would mercilessly smear him against the wall. Charlie said that it was boring to just play like that and offered a bet. The loser would do what the winner wanted, but if he was too scared, then don't. The hero sternly replied that he was for it, but he shouldn't take it back if he lost. Jacob was desperate. Did Mark really think that playing was as easy as learning? He shouldn't think it would be easy just because it was a game. He leaned towards Mark and suggested that the Protoss would be more suitable for a newbie. They were easy to control. He told him to just create basic units and he would try to contain them. The guy answered that he would choose random. Jacob cried out. They were gone. Michael sat, propping his head up with his hand. He thought that it was already clear. They would win easily. It was not interesting. Charlie grinned, suggested that they deal with Jacob first. He objected. They did not want to finish in 10 seconds. At this time, the guy was thinking with fear how to defend himself from two at once. They had already attacked. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thought, it's over, Mark only knows how to learn, and the world of games is cold and merciless. He opened his eyes wide. He looked at the screen with excitement. They were winning. He glanced at Mark. Their opponents were perplexed why they were losing. Mark seriously commanded Jacob that Michael's base was at 3 o'clock. He wanted to object, but then understood everything. Mark concentrated on the monitor. A vein swelled on Charlie's face. Jacob was completely exhausted. Michael's face was tense. Jacob tried to calm his ragged breathing. He screamed loudly, they won. He fell to the floor. Charlie gritted his teeth. He screamed angrily, it was just a warm-up, one more round. Mark smiled, answered, great, as much as he wants. Jacob opened his mouth in surprise, asked where he learned to play StarCraft. The hero answered that he played a little before. He was embarrassed. Jacob could not believe it. Someone who played a little couldn't have such skills. It was true, Mark played sometimes in the past. For 10 years, in the past, when he failed the college entrance exam 4 times, it was his way to relax. He thought, it seems that after all these years his skills have not rusted. His record in the past was 35-0 wins and 700 losses. The guy squeezed the computer mouse in his hand, thought that it didn't matter. A drop of sweat was running down Charlie's face. He asked, are they losing again? Mark reminded him of the bet, asked if he wanted to take back his words. A shadow fell on Charlie's eyes. Michael stood up. Mark called out. He frowned and suggested another round. The hero thought why they were so worried. They just wanted to beat him, but answered, of course, okay. He looked at the screen, was very surprised about the trade. He reached for the mouse, thought, it looks like he really doesn't want to lose. He smiled, thought that luck was not on Michael's side. Charlie was furious, they lost again. He looked angrily at Mark, thought, all these days he wasn't just studying, he knows how to fight, play, how is this possible? The hero sat, humming a melody to himself. Charlie sat with a puzzled look. He thought, is he a Terminator? Maybe he is living a second life. The hero smiled at him contentedly, reminded him of the bet, said that he was sure he would not take his words back. Charlie asked what he wanted. He froze when he heard a request to stop taking money from children, at least in their class. Charlie stood up and shouted, who was he to meddle in other people's business? His patience had a limit. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Michael looked at him and said, "Okay, they'll do everything." Charlie waved his hand and asked, "But why?" He replied that a deal was a deal and it wasn't very nice to bully his classmates. He tried to object. The guy looked at him with a serious expression and asked him to just do as he said this time. Charlie was shocked. Mark raised an eyebrow and Michael said that he hoped these weren't empty words. The guy replied, yes, he could trust him. The hero made a displeased face. Michael nervously asked what was wrong with his face. He didn't remember doing anything bad lately. The guy thought with annoyance. He was right. Michael suddenly suggested playing in reality. Mark crossed his arms over his chest and asked again, play in reality? What did that mean? Michael added that maybe it was too much for him. Jacob, standing next to the hero, was horrified. The guy asked if Mark knew how to drink. Jacob hid behind his friend, said that they were underage. Michael asked, so that's too much. Mark thought, he really just wants to win for once. He's always been a competitive person. He thought, surprisingly, this guy is too nice. Charlie smirked and told his friend, right, he shouldn't drink. He'll pass out after the first glass, suggested going together. Michael agreed. He was right. It was too much for them. They looked at Mark in surprise. He asked, is he paying? Mark confidently asked, is he paying for the drinks? He gave him a thumbs up, added that he prefers Saju, the one with the red caps. Michael leaned over to him, asked, is nothing going to happen to him, to stop acting tough? Because if he passes out after a shot, it will be a problem for them too. Jacob said in fear, right, they are underage, suggested playing something else here. The hero thought if he would be okay. He, 45-year-old Mark, this guy at least imagine how much he wants to drink after Rebirth. He clenched his fist, asked enthusiastically, of course he will pay for them. Jacob thought with horror that Mark is not listening to him at all. The protagonist thought that they are underage. Would he be okay? Then he smiled and continued the thought that he is 45-year-old Mark, and he at least imagines how much he wants to drink after Rebirth, then asked if he will pay for them, and in his thoughts it was that he is not listening to him at all. Honestly, after that he does not remember anything else. At first, they drank a large amount of alcohol. The rest, except for Michael and him, passed out almost immediately. The only thing he remembers in this absolute chaos, a memory appeared in his thoughts where he is sick. Someone approached the main character lying on the floor. The man pursed his lips. Mark was lying face down on the floor. The man stretched his lips into a grin. The protagonist thought that the bastard had defeated him. Mark suddenly jumped up in bed. He looked down and thought about what and where. Michael came to him and asked if he was awake and how his head was. The protagonist looked at him and asked where he was and why he was here. The guy replied that he lived here and offered him some mead. The protagonist picked up a glass and asked what happened. Michael asked seriously what he meant by what happened and that he drank too much and passed out, so he brought it here. He didn't know where he lived, so there was no choice. Mark's eyes widened and asked again. Michael said that it was a moment and that he had cooked some ramen. The protagonist rubbed his neck and thought that he was at that bastard's. Then his eyes widened. Mark looked at the room and thought that there was so much space. That guy lived in a penthouse. Looking at the space, he continued to think that this place was simply amazing and that he lived here. Michael was holding a tray and said that he was not at the zoo and to come here to eat. The protagonist took the utensils from him and Michael continued that he thought ramen was a great hangover cure. Mark agreed with him with a smile and thanked him. Chewing noodles, he thought that he was eating ramen cooked by this scumbag. The guy asked if it was tasty. The protagonist replied that it was tasty, and in his thoughts he was thinking how delicious it tasted. Michael closed his eyes and said that he was glad to hear it. Mark thought about the fact that this guy, he became softer than usual. The guy chewed noodles and the protagonist continued the thought that it was all because he finally defeated him. He really can't understand the thoughts of this scumbag. Sitting opposite each other, the protagonist asked where his parents were and that he was home alone. Michael replied that yes, he lives alone. The protagonist asked again and the guy answered that 5 years ago, he lived in a family house with his mother, but she was hospitalized 3 years ago, so he hasn't lived with anyone else for a long time. The protagonist looked at him and he continued that now, his mother is in the hospital at a Korean university, and Mark thought that he was in the hospital because of his mother. Then the protagonist asked that his mother was going through hard times. Michael thought about it and answered that she was fine physically, she was not alright mentally. The protagonist looked at the chewing guy and thought about his head and what he meant. Michael continued that it was schizophrenia and that she could not distinguish reality from fiction, so she tried to commit suicide more than once and that she was now undergoing treatment. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Then he coughed. Mark met the guy's gaze. He opened his mouth and asked if it was hard to be alone all the time. Michael looked down and said that yes, he was a little lonely, but even if he went to the family home, he wouldn't be very welcome there. The protagonist pursed his lips. He looked at the guy and thought that he was talking like he didn't belong there, and that he thought he knew why he was such a jerk. The protagonist exhaled and continued his thought that of course he didn't excuse his behavior just because he was going through a hard time. Mark told him to hang in there, and the guy looked up at him in surprise. The protagonist then continued that he didn't know much and could only tell him to hang in there. Michael looked ahead in surprise. He then looked up thoughtfully. He told the protagonist that he was fine and thanked him. While chewing his food, Mark asked if he felt better after the victory. Michael replied that he did and that he felt like he was reborn. The protagonist replied that it probably felt bad. Then, time flowed like water. The holidays ended, they passed many exams, and the next ones began. And so it was repeated over and over again. He was still competitive with Michael, always took first place on a thin piece of paper. Michael, having just passed an exam, always asked to play a round of a game or something. This happened over and over again. He became a little friendlier to Michael, but not too much. The protagonist thought that he had become friends with the guy. He spent the night at his place after drinking, and what a strange turn. Some people thought that Michael and Mark were best friends. This happened over and over again. He became a little friendlier to Michael, but not too much. The guy wiped away tears and asked the protagonist that he was going to play with Michael without him. The protagonist frowned and told Jacob not to worry, and that he was his best friend, not that scumbag. Jacob looked at him enthusiastically and said his name. The guy hugged the protagonist and asked if he was still his best friend. Mark answered affirmatively and thought how tiresome. Well, never mind. Time flew by in the winter of his third year of high school. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. Mark looked at the magazine and thought that it was time already and that his butt was already hurting from these exams. Wrapping himself tighter in a scarf, he continued the thought that 4 years in a past life and 4 years in the current one. He exhaled steam and thought that it was time to see the results of his 8 years of preparation. The guy stretched and said that it was so cold. Jacob turned to the protagonist and asked how he was doing. He, closing his eyes, answered that he did not know. The guy continued that he always says that they do not have much time on the exam, and he is not worried at all. The protagonist smiled and asked why he decided so, and that of course he is worried. Jacob opened his mouth and said that okay, the results of his trial exam were good enough. The Korean university he so aspires to would accept him without hesitation. Mark looked at his friend with a smile and said that his grades had gone up quite a bit, and that he thought he could get into a top-notch college, right? Jacob replied that he didn't know, and the protagonist said not to repeat him. He rested his chin on his hand and thought that you never know until you see it, and that some people pass out on the day of an exam despite having everything fine. Mark thought that to prevent that from happening, he had no choice but to give it his all. Jacob asked him in surprise what he was drinking. The protagonist, taking a sip, replied that Michael had given him some herbal tea. He said it would help him concentrate. He then handed the glass to his friend and said that it was hot and delicious and would he like to try it, to which the guy agreed and said that after drinking it, his grades would instantly skyrocket. After a moment, he grimaced and said that it was poison and that it was very bitter. Jacob handed the glass to the protagonist and told him to drink it himself. He laughed and said that he knew good medicine is usually bitter. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he needed to rest. Then he looked in front of him. Charlie and Michael were standing in front of him and greeting him. Mark greeted them and asked Charlie how he was and that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which the guy replied that it was too late for him to take the test. He would take it next time. Mark excitedly asked if the guys were going out to smoke and to take him with them, to which Charlie replied why they should smoke and that people would get the wrong idea. The sun was shining on the building. The guys were standing outside and drinking drinks. Michael asked what about him, to which Mark replied that he didn't know. Michael smiled and said didn't he say that he was going to medical school at a Korean university? Then they would be classmates, and what would he do when he got it? Mark took a sip and thought that he would definitely get in with his good grades. The protagonist smiled and said that he would make a ton of money and he would invest the money in stocks and that it would be nice to have his own property, although he didn't know when he would get it all. The boys agreed and thought that every time he talked about money he changed a lot. Mark looked up and said that he thought he would go. Waving his hand at them, he told them not to get sick and told Michael that the herbal tea he gave him was pretty good, to which the guy replied that you're welcome and that they would see each other again. Charlie looked at the guy and asked what he gave him herbal tea. Michael replied that it wasn't much, he had some at home so he gave him some. The guy pointed at himself and asked what about him. Michael apologized and said that he had already run out. Charlie turned away and the guy continued that he had completely run out. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Sitting on the bed, Mark thought about how he was the one who told everyone to be careful and not to get sick and why he was the one who got sick. The hero's mother looked at him in surprise and asked what happened, was he okay, to which he replied that he was fine, he thought so. The hero leaned on his knees, and his mother asked, was he definitely okay? The hero began to fall down, and his mother caught him and said in surprise. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and laughed, and his mother asked if he was okay, and Mark thought about the flu. He seemed to have heard that the flu season had begun. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was not bird flu or something like that, because he thought he would feel better if he rested for a couple of days. Walking to the door, Mark said that the exam was the day after tomorrow. He hoped he would feel better by then. The mother turned to the hero and said that he should take a day off. That would not do, to which he replied that everything was fine and he would go to school. The hero slightly closed his eyes, looking straight ahead. The hero leaned against the desk. Mark was lying face down on the table, and Jacob turned to him and asked if he was okay, what was wrong with his face, to which he replied that everything was fine. It just felt like his stomach was turning over and he was sick, but otherwise he was fine, and the guy said that he was not okay. The teacher said in surprise that he should not sit there, rather go to the infirmary. He needed rest, to which the hero replied that he did. Jacob dragged the protagonist along the corridor and said that he understood that he was sick, but could he walk straight? To which the hero replied that he could, and the guy said that he was not himself. A sign for the infirmary appeared. The nurse, looking at the protagonist in surprise, said that he should just rest, but if he did not get better, he should go to the hospital. The hero tried to get out of bed but doubled over in pain. Twisting, Mark thought about what the hell, infectious enteritis, no, it's not even summer now and he hasn't eaten any spoiled food, maybe peritonitis, a stomach ulcer. Trying to get up, the hero said no, the exam is the day after tomorrow, let him get up. Mark fell face forward and made a wheezing sound. Lying on the bed, the protagonist said that he just needed to rest, he would feel better after sleep. Mark said that he was at home, and his mother looked at him in surprise and turned to him. Slightly sitting down, the woman said that she thought it would be better for him to go to the hospital, to which he replied that he did not want to go to the hospital, he would just sleep it off, so he would go to bed. Looking at her lying son, the mother said that he looked like a dead man, to which the hero asked if this was true and laughed. Mark closed his eyes and said that the medicine from the hospital would only relieve the symptoms of the flu. He wasn't sure if he had the flu, he would feel better tomorrow. The next day, the protagonist woke up in a sweat. Clutching his stomach, the protagonist thought that it had gotten even worse. Holding the pills in his hands, Mark said that 2 Tylenol, an aspirin and 2 to strengthen the stomach, this was an overdose, but now, after eating the pills, the protagonist thought about why his stomach hurt so much. Slightly bending over, the protagonist walked down the street and thought that this was not an ordinary flu, he needed to recover by tomorrow, what should he do? The teacher looked away in surprise. Looking at the protagonist, he told him to go home immediately, to which the protagonist mumbled indistinctly. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the man said that he was the future of their school. There was an exam tomorrow, so he should go home now and rest. Okay, to which Mark replied that yes, he understood. Walking down the street, the hero thought about how in his past life he had never missed a day of school, but now he was going home. Opening the door, Mark thought about how no one was home. They were probably at a restaurant, he thought. Making the bed, the hero thought about how he needed to review the practice questions. The hero lay down on the pillow and wheezed. Closing his eyes, he thought about what he would do later when he woke up. The day of the exam had come. The protagonist was sitting at his desk and looking ahead. The hero leaned on his hand, biting his tongue. The pen from the protagonist's hand began to fall. The pen lay on the floor. The hero's hand reached for it. Looking to the side, Mark asked in surprise. In front of him, he saw his reflection in a few years. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked who he was, his ancestor. Another version of the hero smiled and asked who he was. Hitting the hero, he said that he was his future, which had gone to hell. The hero jumped up sharply and screamed loudly. Clutching his stomach, he thought that it was a dream. Looking away, Mark thought that sweat was no joke. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that the flu is not accompanied by stomach pain. It will not help, he needs to go to the hospital. A hospital sign appeared. The doctor looked at the hero and said that severe stomach pain, accompanied by profuse sweating, does not look like the flu. Can he lie down? To which Mark replied that yes. The hero lay down and opened his mouth wide in pain. Looking down, the doctor said that such stomach pain, this symptom means that something is wrong with his intestines. He should not ignore it. He will write him a certificate. He needs to go to a good hospital. The protagonist looked questioningly at the man. Mark stood up and said that he should forgive him, but could he just prescribe him some painkillers? Fever pills, stomach pills, or anti-inflammatory drugs, to which the doctor replied that no, this was not a common stomach inflammation. It could be a stomach ulcer, peritonitis, or even cholecystitis. In any case, delay was extremely dangerous. The hero's eyes widened as he thought about what he knew. He was absolutely right, but looking down, the protagonist thought about how he couldn't go to the hospital and calmly get treatment. He couldn't. He had plenty of time and now he would have to put it all off for a year. No. Looking at the man, Mark said that he had an entrance exam to college. If he got worse, he would go to the hospital right away, so please just give him some medicine, to which the doctor objected. Putting his hand on his chest, Mark said that if something happens, he will immediately go to the hospital. Even if this happens, he will take full responsibility, begging, to which the man replied, since he says so. The man was holding medicine in his hand. The father, looking at the hero, asked if he was sure he was okay, to which he replied that he was. Mom and dad appeared before the hero's eyes. Looking at them, he thought about how sad he was to look at their faces. He wanted to make sure that they lived better than anyone else. Grabbing the blanket, the hero thought that everything would be fine with him. He could go to the hospital after the exam. A wall clock appeared. Curling up, the hero thought that this was definitely a perforated stomach ulcer. The symptoms were similar to a perforated ulcer. Opening his eyes, Mark thought that maybe it was from excessive stress, although he did not think that he had severe stress. A memory of him drinking tea appeared in his head and he thought that maybe it was because of him. Lying on his side, Mark thought that no, it wasn't poison. He couldn't have gotten a perforated stomach ulcer out of nowhere, just because he drank some herbal tea. Starting to get up, the hero thought that he probably got very worried without noticing it. But what if it really was a perforated stomach ulcer? He could go to the hospital right now. Looking at his watch, Mark thought, 4 o'clock in the morning, what to do? Looking down, he thought that no, he was fine for now. He didn't see any symptoms of blood poisoning. He could wait. Holding his stomach, he thought that all he could do was endure. He was still young, so he could handle it. Putting both hands on his stomach, the hero thought that even if it was a perforated stomach ulcer, the pain was still bearable. Sitting on the bed, Mark thought that with painkillers, he would last until the end of the exam. He just needed to endure it and sleep. The exam was tomorrow. The hero lowered his head and thought that he could handle it. The medical school at Korea University, he would definitely get in. People were walking down the street. Mark looked exhausted and wondered if the heater was on. He looked up and noted that he was in bad shape. The guy was eating chocolate. The girl folded her hands. The protagonist took a pill in his hand and assumed that everything was on the edge. He ate the pills and noted that he could not lose to them. The guys looked at him and asked if he was okay, adding that he looked like a dead man. Mark closed his eyes and thought that even if he died, he did not want to wait until next year. The girl put the case on the table. Standing in front of the students, she asked them to remove all the things from their desks, noting that she would hand out sealed tickets. She asked them not to open them until she gave permission and noted that cheating was not allowed. She suddenly turned her gaze. Looking at Mark, she asked if he was okay. Approaching the protagonist, she said that he did not look well. Mark said that everything was fine and asked to start the exam. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was serious and would let her know if it was too bad. The teacher frowned at this. Leaving him, she asked him to tell her right away if something happened. The plot tells us that this is how the first exam began, understanding of speech languages. The protagonist was sitting at his desk. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Mark thought that this test and the math test were more difficult than usual and some questions were hard to answer, noting that he remembered, although more than 20 years had passed. Leafing through the test, he emphasized that if he did not remember anything, then all his efforts were in vain. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his stomach. He began to tremble and think that he did not want the next year, and for this he studied for 8 years. He lowered his head, noting that he could, and begged himself to be patient for a bit. Mark said that the next exam was in math. He imagined himself lying on the desk and noted that he would just sleep on the desk during the lunch break. He looked at the package of food and said that he shouldn't touch the lunch that his mother made. The girl stood over him and asked if he was sure he was okay and suggested that he go to the hospital. Thomas said that she was right and that he didn't look well. He specified that if something bad happened. Lying on the desk, the protagonist answered that he was okay and if they were really worried about him, they should stop talking to him and just let him rest. Thomas noted that he was sick and they would just leave him alone. They said that the third exam was a foreign language. Mark sat there looking dumbfounded. He grabbed his stomach. The teacher came up to him and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist said that he was okay. Looking at the test, Mark thought that the pain in his stomach was worse than before. The exhausted protagonist wondered if he could have gotten blood poisoning from the perforated stomach ulcer, and if the infection spread it would lead to death, with his blood pressure dropping to the danger level. Taken aback, Mark wondered if he could just go to the hospital. He frowned. Holding his hand to his mouth, the protagonist stated that everything was fine and so far he had not been too bad, noting that he could remember some questions from 20 years ago. He emphasized the fact that after the foreign language exam there would be one more and he did not want to give up everything. Holding his stomach, he noted that he would conduct an emergency diagnostic. He placed 2 fingers on his hand and said that the pulse was normal. Looking at his hand, Mark thought that his pulse was 130 beats per minute, with an average of 100 beats per minute, and the heart was beating too fast. Holding his neck, the protagonist thought that the carotid and femoral arteries were normal and the problem was with the radial and plantar arteries. Mark grabbed his hand. Taken aback, he said that he was working well so far and it was not an emergency. He started to solve the test and noted that there was one last exam left. His face was dumbfounded. He asked himself to be patient a little longer. The students were walking around the room. The girl came up to Mark and asked if everything was okay. The main character was lying on the test. The girl was dumbfounded. Mark was shaking and talking about an ambulance. Raising his hand, he asked to call an ambulance quickly. The girl screamed for someone to call an ambulance and call the teachers. His face was exhausted. Lying on the desk, the main character thought that everything was over and he could finally rest. He suddenly woke up. He was lying in the hospital. He grabbed his stomach. He saw a bandage on his stomach. His mother pulled back the curtain. Mark looked at her. Tears appeared in her eyes. She was upset. Looking at the protagonist, she started screaming that he had done something stupid when his life was at stake. The tearful mother screamed that he could have passed the exam next time. She sat down next to him and asked what he and his father should do if something happened to Mark. The teacher came and asked if the protagonist knew that he had been on the verge. Looking at Mark, he said that he had a perforated stomach ulcer and peritonitis was progressing. He noted that if they were even a little late, it would not have ended well. The stunned mother screamed that Mark would not repeat this next time, noting that he had serious problems. The father, with a serious look, said that they would have a serious talk when he was discharged. Taken aback, the protagonist apologized. The teacher stood in front of his bed and said that the operation had gone well, so he would recover in a few days, but next time he should go to the hospital right away. Mark mentally noted that he was glad that everything went well. He exhaled. The protagonist noted that solving 5 exams was the most difficult for him. Jacob came to the protagonist. Smiling, he asked if Mark was alive. Frowning, he said that he was unlucky to catch such a serious illness right before the exam. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he was feeling much better now. He asked if Jacob did well on the exam and what grade he was aiming for. Taken aback, he asked again. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was trying to behave tactfully because he thought that he missed the exam. Mark put his hand to his chin and noted that he tried to do his best, but he did not remember anything from the exam. Everything was like a fog, although he remembered how he answered several questions, since this was not the first time he took this exam. They suddenly turned around. Michael and Charlie came to him. Charlie asked what was wrong with him. Michael handed over the bag and asked how he was feeling. Mark replied that he was feeling much better. Michael sat down next to him and said that he had thought about going somewhere to play together, but that it would be too hard for him. The protagonist asked him with a satisfied look if Michael had done well on the exam. Looking away, Charlie said that he had definitely failed and suggested that they study together with Mark if he was going to enroll next year. Looking at him, Michael said that Charlie shouldn't say that, noting that the grades hadn't been announced yet. Holding the back of his head, Charlie noted that if Mark was that sick, even this monster couldn't do well on the exam. Charlie stood next to them and asked what was wrong with studying for another year, noting that if his grades were bad, then it was quite possible. The protagonist sighed. He punched Charlie's fist away and suggested that they study together if that happened. Mark told us that after being discharged, he started going to school again. He remembered sleeping at his desk. The protagonist went home. He noticed that he showed up in the morning for about an hour and went home. The guys were talking about him behind his back. The protagonist said that his classmates thought he failed the exam. Closing his eyes, the guy asked what it mattered that he was the best in the whole class, noting that he failed the exam. The teachers discussed how unfortunate it was to fall ill at the most inopportune moment. The dumbfounded old man said that Mark was the best candidate from their school, but in any case, they still had Michael and they should hope for the best, and the protagonist would be able to pass next year. Looking at the sky, Mark noted that he was not particularly worried. He was cooking. The protagonist noted that after a full recovery, he began to help his parents in the restaurant, and after work he just rested. He was lying on the floor. Mark turned his gaze to his father, who turned to him. Watching the TV, his father asked what he was going to do next year. The protagonist clarified that next year. His father announced his college entrance exam with a serious expression. Mark smiled and said that he hadn't thought much about it. Turning around, his father said that he didn't want the protagonist to go to some random college because of their financial situation. Looking at Mark, he noted that he knew how much effort he had put in and wanted his son to go to the college he deserved. He said that his father would be able to support him with some money anyway. The protagonist thanked him with a smile on his face. The plot tells us that it was time for the exam results to be announced. Mark stood outside in shock and thought that time had passed too quickly. The boys sat down at their desks. Looking around the classroom, the protagonist thought that the atmosphere was rather tense. Jacob burst into the classroom and called out to Mark. He showed the sheet with the results and exclaimed that he had passed the exam just fine and that he was in the top first percentile. The protagonist asked again with a surprised expression. Mark closed his eyes and said that he really did it and that he just had to try harder. Jacob remarked that it was a strange feeling coming from him. Standing in front of him, The protagonist asked him what college he was going to. Jacob said that he was going to talk to his father and then see, noting that he didn't think he would do so well. Jacob was suddenly taken aback. Holding his head, he said that he was only thinking about himself and asked if Mark had gotten his grades yet. The protagonist said that he hadn't gotten them yet and that he was going to get them now. Putting his hand on Mark's shoulder, Jacob suggested that they go get something to eat once he got his results, adding that he was treating him. The protagonist assumed that they would go somewhere fancy. The door suddenly burst open. The teacher started yelling if Mark was there. The protagonist raised his hand and asked what was wrong. The teacher rushed at him and yelled that he was doing well. The tearful teacher started yelling that Mark had won first place at the national level. The kids started asking how this happened. Scared, Jacob asked if the teacher was sure. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if he had first place. He followed the teacher down the hall. The teachers started congratulating him with a smile on their faces. The principal approached him and noted that it was a good job. The principal, with a smile on his face, said that he had his eye on him since he entered the school. An hour later, Mark was also listening to his speech. Leaving the office, the protagonist mentally noted that he had finally gotten out. Charlie approached him and said that he had been so sick, but he still got the best grades and that he really was a monster. Turning around, the protagonist asked what about Michael. Charlie replied that he had been there a second ago and had done well too, but not as well as Mark. Charlie hugged the protagonist and said that they simply couldn't sit around doing nothing on a day like this anyway and offered to have a shot. Jacob suggested that they just go to an internet cafe. Mark removed Charlie's hand and asked them to go have a drink another time. Charlie asked if he had recovered yet. The protagonist said that he wanted to spend the day with his parents. Sunlight enveloped his house. His mother rushed to hug him. Mark asked why she was crying. She hung her head and said that she was just happy. The people clinked their glasses. The men looked at Mark's father and asked what the secret was. The stranger said that if his son was even half as good as the protagonist, he would have no reason to worry anymore. Mark's father said that there was no secret. The guys looked at him with interest. Smiling, his father said that the protagonist just took after him. The people were taken aback by this. Raising his glass, the father began to shout, "There is no more guy like Mark who did not take after his father." The reporter noted with a smile on her face that the protagonist had gone from last place in high school to first place, and on top of that, he was suffering from stomach ulcers. She asked him what his secret was and whether he had private tutors or went to cram school. Raising his hands, Mark reflected that he did not think that he would be interviewed after taking first place in the exam. He replied that if he studied for 8 years, he would not need any private tutors. Looking away, the protagonist suggested that it helped that he remembered a few answers to the questions during the exam, but he could not tell them everything. He stood in front of the reporter. Smiling, he said that he studied mostly from textbooks. The blue sky surrounded the building. Mark told us that he applied to the medical school of a Korean university. He sat in front of the people. The protagonist noted that after passing the interview to assess the relevant knowledge, they held a personal interview. People began to discuss. Mark emphasized that many professors from the medical school came to the personal interview. Looking at him, the man asked why he wanted to enter their medical school and what kind of doctor he planned to become. The protagonist's face was serious. He imagined himself in a doctor's uniform and a red car. Mark thought that he wanted to become a successful doctor, someone who would earn a lot of money for a comfortable life and open the best dermatology clinic in Gangnam, buy an imported car and invest in large-scale construction. A smile appeared on his face. Mark noted that he should have said this, but he will not. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that he wanted to become a doctor who could take care of not only the patient's physical ailments, but also their inner well-being, and his goal was to help patients survive the physical pain and psychological stress they experience. John sat at the table and noted that a doctor who could take care of both the physical and inner state was well said. He looked at the form. Looking at the protagonist, John asked Mark what he thought of doctors who lacked skills. The protagonist sat with a calm face. He sat opposite and replied that he was sure that doctors should have certain skills necessary to treat patients. Smiling, John asked if the protagonist knew why a doctor's skills and knowledge are an invaluable tool. Mark said with a serious look that, unlike other professions, their incompetence can negatively affect patients. John smiled even wider. Folding his arms, he said that doctors have a lot of responsibility, but the most important thing is not to harm patients. Looking at Mark, he asked if he could become a doctor whose excellent skills would help patients. The protagonist replied that he would try his best. John's face was satisfied. Holding his hands in front of him, he noted that he believed that Mark would succeed. The man looked at him and said that they were glad that the protagonist aspired to become a doctor who would save other lives. Mark was taken aback and thought that he was a little uncomfortable. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He wondered if John was looking at him. John was watching him closely. The protagonist noted that he refused to take the hard way. The plot tells us that a few days later, the list of those admitted was announced. Looking at the list, Mark pointed out that he was there anyway and on the scholarship list too. The protagonist imagined Michael and noted that he had also been admitted to the medical school of a Korean university. Jacob was very happy. Mark said that Jacob had been admitted to the medical school of Seoul District. An angry Charlie sat at his desk. The protagonist said that he would continue studying at the cram school and would take the exam next year. Passers-by were walking down the street. Mark held flowers in his hands. Closing his eyes, he noted in his mind that he had finally graduated from high school. He wondered how many years had passed in total, adding that he could finally relax. Jacob approached him and called out to him. Jacob, looking pleased, assumed that they would not see each other for a long time and asked what the protagonist would do when school began. Smiling, Mark said that he would earn as much money as possible. Jacob looked at him with a sad expression. He began to leave and suggested that the guys go to an internet cafe to play a round of StarCraft. The protagonist asked if he had money again. Mark noted that this is how he graduated from high school. Walking down the hallway, the protagonist said that a year had already passed since he started studying in medical school. The students were sitting at their desks. The protagonist emphasized that medical school is notorious for its heavy workload. However, not all 6 years of medical school are filled with daily emotions. The guy fell asleep at his desk. Mark noted that the first 2 years, when students study electives and the basics, many students just walk around and have fun. He introduced the boys in their lab coats and told them that the real training and practice began in the 3rd year, when students began to show up for classes, and during these 2 years, he took up tutoring. Sitting next to the girl, the protagonist asked her to simply use the formula he had told her about in this part. He asked her to be careful with this question with an interested look, noting that there was a trap. Smiling, Mark thought that since he started from the bottom, it was easy for him to match their level. He noted that last year, his flexible tutoring skills and level of competence as a student made him the most sought-after tutor in Gangnam. Holding his hand to his face, he stated that she would not notice something if she did not return to the last place. He mentally noted that with these classes, he would earn a lot of money and there was no better way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. His face suddenly became serious. Looking at his watch, he said that it was time to finish soon. As he was leaving the girl, Mark said that they would see each other next time and asked her not to forget to do her homework. The girl said that she had a question. He, looking puzzled, noted that if she went to college, he would let her call him Appa. She, looking embarrassed, asked if he was free on the weekend. The protagonist clarified whether she wanted to move her classes to the weekend. The dumbfounded girl said that she had movie tickets and asked if he wanted to go with her. Mark waved it off and replied that he didn't like movies. The protagonist, looking serious, suggested that she wanted to have fun, but she had an exam coming up, so she'd better be patient and make sure she did her homework. The girl was shocked by this answer. She, with tears in her eyes, said that she didn't want to have fun. Mark was leaving her house. He looked at his phone and noted that he would be a little late. His phone started vibrating. Holding the phone to his ear, he heard Mary's voice asking where he was, noting that today was the end-of-year party and he should get moving. Mark replied that it was good that as a class representative she was worried about him, but he was busy. The protagonist closed his eyes. Mary stated that she bet he was in class again, adding that today was the last day of their first year. Mark was taken aback by her scream. She asked if the protagonist was rejecting his Nuna. She screamed that she didn't have time and hung up. Mark looked at the phone. He wondered with a stony face how he could have fun with so much gold lying around. He shifted his gaze. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, noted that even in this area, the value of real estate had increased tenfold in 10 years after the reconstruction. Raising his head, Mark thought that he used to be a schoolboy, but now he was an adult and could make money. Opening his eyes, the protagonist remarked that if he invested in real estate, he would make an insane amount of money in 10 years, although tutoring was not the best way to make money. Looking at his hand, Mark said that he would save some money and move in with his parents first. He clenched his hand into a fist. Frowning, he said that he would just wait for the apartment to be renovated. The protagonist raised his hands above his head. The windows of the building were brightly lit. Mary asked if he was still there. Holding the phone to his ear, Mark said that he was almost there so she could stop calling. Mary screamed that they were going to move to a new place so he should speed up. Closing the phone, the protagonist mentally asked why she wanted to see him of all people. People were walking down the street. Smiling, Mark noted that it was a fun time. Mary said that she found him. The protagonist looked at her. She raised her hand and asked what took him so long. She had a smile on her face. Mary tried to catch her breath and asked him how dare he wait for his Nuna. Mark said that she was only a few months older than him and she should stop calling herself Nuna. He asked how much she had drunk. Beads of sweat were running down Mary's face. She said that she hadn't drunk enough yet and that she had been waiting for her youngest this whole time. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was impossible for her to have drunk a little. Mary started pushing him and noted that 4 bottles of soju were nothing, and anyway, since he was there, they were going inside. Mary started leading him to the bar. They entered the room. Many people were sitting at the tables. The guy looked at them and asked if the class president had brought her boyfriend. Furious, Mary asked if the guy understood that she didn't want to hear anything so stupid anymore. Mark closed his eyes and thought that he was tired and wanted to go home and rest. Sitting at the table, he noted that he needed to spend time with his classmates from time to time, and, after all, a doctor does not work alone. Mary asked if the protagonist thought about the need to communicate periodically or other silly things. Looking away, Mark asked her to shut up. He seriously stated that in any case, he did not understand why she was constantly stalking him. He suggested that she find a boyfriend. Mary was taken aback by this. Holding a glass to her mouth, Mary said that Nuna would not be able to handle such a pet. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that she was popular, but too weird, and he had heard that many guys confessed their love to her. Mary seriously said that she already had someone she liked. Mary was pleased. Mark reasoned that even if her head was a complete mess, he doubted that anyone could reject her. He drank a glass and noted that she was charismatic, educated, and had a good family. Michael came to the bar and asked if the protagonist was having fun. Mark was taken aback by this. Pointing his finger at him, he asked if they were brother and sister. Michael replied that they were and that he was a few months older. The frightened protagonist said that there was no resemblance whatsoever. They sat next to each other and asked about the resemblance. Stunned, Mark replied that the resemblance was, for example, the way the flowers around her fluttered when she talked. Looking at Michael, the protagonist emphasized that after entering university, he lost his competitive spirit. He remembered how Michael gradually became angry and noted that in high school he easily lost his mind, that he thought he was quite nice, but now he could not understand what he was thinking. Michael's face was pleased. He looked at Mark and offered him a drink, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time because he was always working. Mary began to fill the glass and asked if the protagonist would drink everything she poured him. There was a smile on Mary's face. Carl was not happy. He watched them and said that Mark was stupid. The guy smiled and asked him to just ignore him. Carl frowned and asked what the guy was doing next to Mary. They watched Mary pour him alcohol and said that the guy was poor, worked part-time as a tutor, and that Mary was very kind, so she always hung out with him. Carl held the glass to his mouth. He put it on the table. Furious, Carl noted in his mind that the main character was a broke person who got in it just because he was lucky. He asked why Mary hung around with him, even if she was so kind. He remembered standing in front of her with flowers and telling her that he fell in love with her as soon as he entered university. Mary raised her hand and apologized, adding that she already had someone she liked. Carl was dumbfounded. The guy handed over the bottle and asked them to just ignore him, adding that he was the best from the start, but that didn't matter now. His friend, smiling, said that Mark was worse than him and Michael, who always had the best grades. Looking at Carl, he asked why he had to worry. He noted with satisfaction that the protagonist would simply be thrown out as soon as he could no longer cope with the amount of work when they had their main subjects. Grinning, Carl replied that he was right and there was no point in worrying about a loser like Mark. They clinked glasses. The protagonist woke up. Getting up, he asked why he woke up at Michael's after every drinking session, adding that his body would not withstand drinking too often with those two. There was soup on the table. Turning around, Michael asked if he had woken up, adding that he was about to go wake him up. Michael remembered saying goodbye to Mary and telling her that the driver had taken her home, and that she lived with her father. Sighing, he asked Michael not to overdo it and said that he would go. He took hold of the door handle. Michael crossed his arms and asked if the protagonist was staying. Mark asked if he had a dog and where it had gone. Michael said that his dog had died. The protagonist was taken aback and asked why Michael didn't get a new one. Mark turned around and said that he was sorry and asked him not to be sad. Michael watched him go. The train was standing at the station. Sitting on the train, the protagonist thought that he felt like he was going to die. The blue sky enveloped the building. Mark knocked on the door. Standing at the door, he said that he came to see Professor John. John looked at him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked if everything was okay with the protagonist's father. Mark bowed and said that he was healthy as an ox. Looking at John, the protagonist thought that he didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but John became his curator and that was too much, noting that he didn't want to save lives, but just wanted to become a dermatologist in Gangnam. Standing opposite, John asked if Mark did well on the exam. The protagonist replied that he did not do well. He was mentally asking John to be disappointed in him. Pointing his finger, John said that he always made sure to get the highest score in his molecular cell biology, organic chemistry, and biophysics. Smiling, John remarked that it was stupid to only study for the first 2 years, especially since he would start studying until he dropped next year anyway, noting that people like him should study extremely important subjects. He asked why Mark called him a professor there. The protagonist was taken aback by this question. Standing opposite, John asked what Mark was doing on summer vacation. The protagonist thought that textbooks for the main subjects cost about 300,000 won. He imagined himself tutoring a girl. Mark emphasized that a set for 2 subjects cost 500,000 won. He imagined himself tutoring. With a smile on his face, he thought only about tutoring. The protagonist assumed that he would work as a volunteer. Looking at him, John asked if he was interested in a part-time job. Closing his eyes, he said that his friend quit his job at a pharmaceutical company and founded a biotech company. But since they were short of people, he asked to find out who would be interested in the offer. Looking at Mark, John asked to forget about the money, noting that he was sure that he would gain invaluable experience there. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, the protagonist mentally noted that a bioenterprise was a great opportunity to gain new knowledge, but he was sick of medical work since he had spent too much on it in his past life, and a bioenterprise was not a place where he could make a lot of money. John said that the company was called Mind Bio. Mark was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at John, he asked again. The protagonist bowed and said that he agreed. Smiling, John said that this was a good choice and it would be a great experience for him. Mark, with a satisfied look, mentally noted that he was in business. He imagined a tall building and remarked that they would be the first in the bio industry in the future. The protagonist thought that he did not know how this decision would affect the future. Sunlight enveloped the building. Standing under a tree, Mark thought that Mind Bio started from the Guragu area. Holding his neck, the protagonist emphasized the fact that later, they would successfully develop a diagnostic kit and new medicines, and then move the headquarters to Incheon. The protagonist thought he had been in several programs. He wondered if the boss was the same as always. He was standing in front of a man. Mark approached him and said that John had sent him there. The man said with a serious expression that John had called him. The protagonist said with a smile that it was about him. Mark closed his eyes and thought that even if we don't have enough people, why send a child to us? That's what he was thinking. The man wondered that even if they don't have enough people, why send a child to them? The man turned his gaze. He looked at the protagonist. The man approached him and said that he was a worker sent by John from a Korean university. The stranger, taken aback, noted that John had recommended him. He asked what year Mark was in. The protagonist looked up and said that he was a second-year student. The man sighed and asked if he was a second-year student, noting that he looked younger. Mark said that he was a second-year student in the electives. The dumbfounded man asked again. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he should hide his emotions better. Turning away, the man said that he asked John to send someone useful, but John sent him someone who had not studied anything yet. Mark imagined himself standing under a rainbow. The man asked what he should do with someone who had only briefly studied humanities and English. Holding his face, he thought that if John did not want to send anyone to him, he could have refused. Getting up from his chair, he asked if Mark had done normal research in the chemistry lab. The protagonist answered that he had. The man thought that since Professor John had sent him, he could have assigned him some simple tasks. Mark looked at him and assumed that he was going to assign him some simple assignments. The protagonist followed him and asked him to tell him what he would be doing. The man said that Mark would go to the department for developing a kit for diagnosing anemia. Dumbfounded, the protagonist asked again. Turning around, the man said that this was a kit that could diagnose the cause of many types of anemia. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He turned the man around and asked for a minute. Standing in front of him, Mark asked why they were developing a kit to diagnose anemia, noting that it would lead to nothing. The man was taken aback by this. Looking at the protagonist, he suggested that he did not know, but anemia occurs in many patients due to a lack of blood in the body. He noted that this disease has many causes, but since there is no option that could diagnose these causes, they are Mind Bio, the first to try to create such a technology. The protagonist's face was surprised. He stood in front of him and said that they can diagnose the disease using a complete blood count and an assessment of the ferritin level, which reflects the level of iron in the body. He asked why they would develop such a kit, even in such a case. The man asked again about ferritin. Mark said that there are many causes of anemia, but there are only a few types of anemia that patients actually suffer from, and these few types can be diagnosed through a complete blood count and ferritin test, so there is no need for such a kit. The man was taken aback by this. The protagonist looked away and thought about developing a kit that could diagnose the type of anemia. He suggested that if it were possible, they could even award a Nobel Prize. The man was taken aback and said that this could not be true. He made a phone call and ordered Dr. Kim to be brought there immediately. The doctor was walking towards them. He stood in front of Mark and asked if developing a kit was pointless. The protagonist stared at him. The man's face was serious. The doctor looked at Mark. The protagonist looked up and said that it was not useless, but even if it was developed, it was unlikely that anyone would use it. The people were taken aback by this. The man began to get angry and said that the protagonist could think that he was studying at the most prestigious medical school in Korea. He asked how a student who had not yet completed the basic course knew about anemia. Standing opposite, the doctor said that he had written a master's thesis in biology on the effect of anemia on the immune system, and just because Mark was young did not give him the right to wag his tongue as he pleased. The protagonist noted that he believed that it was impossible to diagnose all types of anemia using current technology. The man, looking serious, said that their kit played an important role in diagnosing the correct type of anemia and prescribing the appropriate treatment. Mark closed his eyes and said that he did not see the point in the kit. The dumbfounded old man asked why he could see. The protagonist looked at the doctor and asked him why he thought a kit for diagnosing anemia had not yet been developed. The man looked at the doctor and suggested that no one had thought about it yet. The protagonist asked if they really thought that pharmacists and bioindustry companies, who have a nose for profitable projects, had never thought about this idea. He pointed out that this was not the case, there was simply no need for it. The audience was taken aback by this. Mark held out his hand and said that the doctor should know how anemia is diagnosed now, noting that everyone just takes blood for analysis and with the help of a general blood test and an assessment of ferritin, which reflects the level of iron in the body, they can diagnose many causes of the disease. The dumbfounded guys said that anemia is caused by many things. Standing opposite, the main character said that such types of anemia are rarely diagnosed in the country, and, as he had already mentioned earlier, one of the most common types can be diagnosed with a blood test. He said that iron deficiency anemia is determined by the size of red blood cells and hemoglobin. With chronic anemia, the appointment of the necessary treatment is carried out by assessing the level of ferritin, and megaloblastic anemia is determined by analyzing a blood smear. They locked eyes and the main character said that it is more logical to conduct a general blood test to identify abnormalities. The man looked at him and said that then, entering the dark room, he wondered if the kit would be used if it was developed. Mark stretched out his arms and asked how much it would cost to use the kit and how long it would take to get a diagnosis. The man replied that it would cost about 70,000 won in about 3 days. Mark said with a serious expression that a general blood test only cost a few thousand won and any additional tests would cost about 30,000 and the results would be available after a while. No one would use a kit that was much more expensive. The people listened to him attentively. The man's legs gave way. He fell to the floor. He began to tremble and said that he had already been invested 150 million won. The protagonist asked how far the development had progressed. The man was taken aback and said that it was still in its early stages. Mark noted that it was not too late to stop the development and that this was the best way to save the situation. The man was frightened by these words. The doctor looked at him and apologized, noting that he should have studied everything in more detail. The sad man said that it was his idea, so it was his fault. He remembered John's words about Mark being a great student. The man sighed and thought about what John had said about the protagonist being a genius. He stood up and thanked Mark. He shook his hand and noted that they could have wasted their money, and now he understood why John had recommended him. The protagonist looked at the sad man and thought that he felt guilty. He asked with a serious expression if there were any other projects related to diagnosing anemia. The man turned and replied that they had a project called RI-84. The protagonist asked if this was a study on diagnosing inflammation. The man was taken aback and asked how he had guessed. Mark replied with a smile that the professor had told him a little. The protagonist asked him to tell him about the project. The man took out his briefcase. Mark began to look through the papers. The protagonist noted that everything was fine before the enzyme chain reaction, but everything had reached a dead end after trying to use Alyssa. The dumbfounded man said that most doctors couldn't spot it the first time. Holding his head, he said that's why they tried to compensate for the damage with an anemia diagnostic kit. Mark asked if the problem was in the induction time and the purification process of the protein antigen. The puzzled doctor asked if the protagonist could see the problem in the process of using IFA just by looking at the report. Mark said that he had an idea on how to solve the problem and asked if they would be interested. Their faces were serious. The protagonist lowered his head and noted that he had a condition before he told them. He said with a smile on his face that if his suggestion helped the project develop, he would like to receive a reward for his participation, and if his suggestion did not help, he did not need any reward. Holding his head, the man asked how much money the protagonist was asking for, noting that they would not be able to give him too much. Mark said with a satisfied expression that he did not need money and asked for some shares. The dumbfounded man asked again. The protagonist said with a happy face that he did not need a large amount of money and was just thinking of contributing to the company as if a part of it belonged to him. The man put the papers on the table, noting that it was a contract. Looking at the papers, Mark thought that this was about 4% of the shares. If the RI-84 project was successful, he would receive shares worth 15 million won. He thought with a serious expression that this was a large sum of money for a student, but if the project was successful, it would have almost no impact on the company. There was a smile on the man's face. Swinging the seal, Mark mentally noted that they did not even imagine that their cost would increase many times over in 10 years. The protagonist put the seal. He looked at the papers and thought that this is why this contract was worth 400 million. The last semester of elective classes was coming to an end. Medical students were enjoying their last chance to relax before the start of real classes. They drank, hung out with friends, traveled, went on dates. Mark, oddly enough, continued to focus on his project. By the beginning of winter break, the project was coming to an end. The guy could already see the finish line of his path. The man approached Mark and thanked him for his efforts. The guy replied that it was not difficult for him, to which the man said that if it were not for him, his company would have gone bankrupt. Mark thought that even without his help, this company should grow in a year or two. It felt like he took all the credit for himself, but he still did it for the money. The man thought that the guy had every right to act arrogantly, but fortunately he was as disciplined as his intellect. The guy was filling out something on a mark sheet. Mark said that the antibody evaluation was quite effective, so he thought they just made minor adjustments to it. The man asked the guy how he was going to continue working on the project if he had a new course of study to start soon. He thought that even all the nights would not be enough to combine it. Mark said regretfully that most likely, when the main course began, he would not be able to help them. The man said that he understood his words and let it slip that the guy was actually the real leader of the R184 project. The boss felt guilty towards his subordinate. Mark replied that even if he had studied medicine before, he could not guarantee that he would get good grades. The guy promised the man that he would finish the important points before the end of the winter holidays, so he would not have any problems even without his participation. Mark looked at the calendar and said that he had about a month left until the end of the holidays. The guy said that although he had little time left, he thought it was quite possible. His words made the man happy. The guy continued to immerse himself in work while the boss watched his hard work. In mid-February, as soon as the winter holidays ended, Mark began lectures on osteology. This is a science dedicated to the study of the skeleton and individual bones. This part of the course is often called the true beginning of medical training. The guys stood outside and complained about the cold. One said that this science is very difficult, so they will not be able to cram everything even if they stop eating and sleeping. The girls talked on the sidelines and also did not understand how they could learn everything in 2-3 days. They were unhappy that they were forced to go there. Mary looked at the boys and asked if everyone was there and if they were going to follow her. Michael said that everyone was there except Mark because he was too busy with some personal matters. The girl screamed and panicked because the guy wouldn't be able to survive the rest of the course if he missed this important science. The boys started discussing how it was impossible to understand anatomy without knowing this science. The boys said that no one would be able to just start learning bones. They were learning basic terminology and procedures, so no one could afford to skip it. The boys dialed him on the phone, wondering what he was doing while he was skipping osteology. The phone vibrated on the boy's desk and Mark quickly picked up during the experiment. The boy said that the project he was working on was not finished yet, so he wouldn't be there. It was not necessary for him. On the line, he was asked who in their right mind would skip this science. Mark thanked her for her concern but hung up because he had almost finished his work and he was going to give it his all in class even if he was late. Looking at his phone, the guy saw the girl's name. Mary was confused. The girl was in a panic and was screaming all over the neighborhood. The guys offered to go since they had no one to wait for. The nerd said that his friend was the best in the national rankings and he could take care of himself. Michael told the girl that they could no longer wait for him, so he offered to go and would call him later. Mary was thinking only one thing. If the guy failed this exam and stayed for the second year, the main course student studied hard, so he could easily fall behind everyone. The guys got on the bus and called the girl to follow them. The nerd thought about Mark, that he was an arrogant idiot, and the fact that he was the best in the country's rankings did not affect anything. But in the end, for 3 days of the osteology lecture, the guy never showed up. The boys complained about the large amount of things they had to learn. In their opinion, it was too much. Because of these classes, they all did not sleep for 2 nights in a row. The girls in their class were talking among themselves and discussing whether the guy would be able to catch up with them, having missed these classes. Mary was at a loss. She listened to the girls discussing that the guy did whatever he wanted. She promised herself that she would find him. The girl was full of determination. She even planned to become his teacher in this subject if he fell behind. The boys discussed the fact that Mark would never come because he was completely crazy. They said that the guy did not even realize that the level of the university was not the same as the school exam. In their opinion, it would be very funny when he failed. Michael was smoking a cigarette near the bus. The nerd came up to him and asked how the guy got on with the new science. The guy briefly said that everything was as usual. Michael thought that someone like him deserved to be called his competitor. Unlike that poor guy, his family was amazing. Carl was Mary's brother. The guy said that he was not going to lose to him in the main course, so he offered to try together. Michael agreed with his offer. At this time, Mark was finishing his project. It seemed to the guy that he would never do it in his life. The man asked him if everything would be okay with his studies if he missed osteology. The boss expressed his condolences. The guy replied that completing the project was much more important than his personal academic tasks. Mark was well aware that this fundamental subject was more important to him than ever. The guy dreamed that in a few days it would all be over. The man offered the guy to personally discuss a small matter and asked him to come into his office for a while. He poured hot water for tea into a mug. The guy asked his boss how he could help him. The man timidly asked him if the guy was interested in working at Main Bio after graduation. Mark was surprised by such an offer. The boss continued to tell him that his company had great potential for development, and that in the future he would undoubtedly turn this company into one of the best bio enterprises in the country, so he would not like to go this way alone. The guy was surprised by such an offer, and the man asked him to think about the opportunity. Mark thought that it was not uncommon to get a job in an institution after graduating from school, but this company, he knew that even though it was just a small enterprise now, in a few years they would become a leading company in the field of biotechnology. Mark thought that it would be nice to get a management position in the future, and it would be stupid to refuse it. The guy admitted that such a prospect was not bad. Mark said that he needed a different path. He thanked the man again for the offer and said that he did not think that working in a bio enterprise suited him. The boss was very disappointed, and the guy saw and understood it. The man said that there was still time before the guy graduated, so they were ready to welcome him with open arms at any time. The boss suggested that he keep in touch even after the project was completed, and Mark agreed to that, period. A few days later, the guy was already putting the finishing touches on the project and received the promised company shares. However, he couldn't immediately convert them into cash since this was a golden egg, the value of which would increase to 400 million won in the future. He went to the ATM to get a check. Mark looked at the paper and saw the figure of 115 million won. This was the money he had earned over the past 2 years, working as a tutor without entertainment and other expenses. The guy was happy with this arrangement and really wanted to invest this money in Deal shares, which would become number 1 in the future in 10 years. Mark began to calculate how much it would be by then. He added up his earnings and the 400 million shares from Main Bio. A smile appeared on his face. According to the calculations, in 10 years he should have 1.5 billion won. Caring about money is definitely rewarded. The boy of course wanted to have fun and relax just like everyone else. But that was just the beginning. His father called him on the phone. That night the boy invited his parents to a fancy dinner at a wonderful restaurant. The parents felt uncomfortable because of the high prices, but they were still happy. Mark was really looking forward to the day when he and his parents could visit such places without any doubts. And then school began, followed by their main subjects for medical school. Mom asked Mark if he could handle living alone to save money and time for travel. The boy reassured her. The father asked his son to take care of his health and not to worry about the restaurant, since they were doing well. The mother began to scold the man harshly, since he himself had gone crazy a few days ago due to alcohol. The father turned around and told his son that he thought that he would become a great doctor anyway, just like the professor. Mark promised that he would fulfill his father's dreams, but he thought that a great doctor does not necessarily have to save lives. Mom asked the guy not to break the diet and not to forget to eat regularly. Mark promised that he would not starve. It was the first day of school. He opened the door to the classroom and saw a lot of people. He did not understand why these people came here so early. Medical classes do not change classrooms. Carl turned to the guy and said that he would be looking forward to watching how he holds up. Mary entered the classroom and heard all this. The girl approached the guy and asked why he did not answer her calls. She planned to give him her notes on osteology. She asked him how he was going to catch up on the material if he was simply lagging behind. Mark embarrassedly thanked the girl for her concern. Mary slapped him on the back and said that he was usually on his own. The guy tried to talk his way out of his words. Mark noticed that she began to hit him much more carefully than before the osteology course. The door to the classroom opened, and Michael walked inside. He always showed up before classes started, but compared to their school days, the guy had really progressed. The professor stood behind the counter and asked for silence so he could begin today's lecture. The teacher started showing the brachialis muscle on the big screen, which allows you to move your shoulders. It consists of a ligament and a tendon. The kids looked at it with surprised eyes. The man continued talking about nerve cells and arteries that control a specific area. The kids didn't understand why the professor didn't say a word about bones, because this is osteology. The professor asked the kids to remember everything he had just told them. The students didn't understand what they were supposed to remember. The kids didn't hear what he was talking about and decided they needed to listen to the recording again. Mark sat obediently at his desk and understood that all lectures were like this and it never worked. After a while, he got used to such lectures and no longer took them seriously. The guy glanced at the girl sitting next to him. He thought that she understood everything without any problems. Mark remembered that this girl would also become a fairly famous professor of medicine. He would never have thought that he would be so close to her. The girl asked him how he liked the lecture and if he wanted to watch the notes. The guy said that he understood everything. He remembered how after the lecture on histology and ecology, his lunch break ended as quickly as it began. The time came and the door opened. The students were moving along the corridor. Behind large iron doors, they were ordered to go inside. It was a fairly large illuminated auditorium with outlines of people lying under blankets. The guys pulled off the cape of one of them and saw a corpse. The guy said that they learned everything they needed to in the lectures, so they should dissect the shoulder area. At the anatomy exam they had to dissect a corpse themselves, so he asked them to try. The guys were asked to split into assigned groups. Mark saw the division where he stood with Mary and Carl. Although the division was randomly generated by the computer, the guy could not understand why this scum was in his group. Mark did not understand why the guys were frozen with fear. He offered to go first so that they would not worry too much. The guy took the scalpel and remembered how long ago it was. He looked at the instrument and remembered how he had dissected countless patients with it. But the guy had not held it in his hands for a long time. He carefully touched the dead man's skin and began to make an incision. Still, Mark did not see anything interesting in the work of a surgeon. The guy continued to make an incision on the dead man's body. Carl could not stand such a sight, did not understand how the guy treated it with such cold-bloodedness. Mary was also shocked by what she saw. The girl did not recognize her friend's words. Mark began to talk about the muscle he found. The girl did not immediately join in the work. Carl interrupted their conversation and said that anyone can do this, to which Mark asked him to start. The botanist pushed the boy aside and said that he would definitely get to work. Mark had done this so often in the past that he would gladly accept the fact that someone else would do it for him. The boy put down the scalpel and began to watch the botanist make an incision. The boy was a little confused by the fact that he picked up a scalpel again, but in that life it was not bad. He looked in horror at what Carl was doing. The boy abruptly stopped his classmate and asked him what he was doing there. Carl rudely replied that he was making an incision. Mark watched in shock as the boy cut all the veins and nerves. Veins are difficult to touch. How he managed to do it at all the boy did not know. He ordered his classmate to get out of there and not interfere, to which Carl said that the boy did not understand anything about this. Mary tried to dissuade Carl from cutting so vigorously when their supervisor approached them. When asked about their progress, Carl replied that everything was fine. The man looked at the corpse and was shocked. He yelled at the botanist because he was cutting everything. Carl felt uneasy. The man continued to swear at him and say that he had ruined a valuable corpse on which they could conduct an exam. He threatened to give him a bad grade. Mark asked him to try himself to correct his friend's mistake. The man demanded that everything be done properly. The guy got down to business again. He carefully began to make an incision. The man looked in surprise at the filigree work of Mark and did not understand how this was possible on the first try. He asked the guy if he had done an autopsy before, to which he answered in the negative. Thomas again looked in surprise at how the guy worked with a scalpel. He had been conducting pathological anatomical dissection for several years, but he had never seen a student dissect a body so professionally for the first time. It was not just luck, it was something else. The girl came up to look at her classmate's work and attracted the attention of the other guys by saying that he was already far ahead. Other students also started asking Mark for help. If he was already finished with his corpse, they couldn't move forward without him. The guy was irritated. He didn't enjoy this procedure. Carl was furious. He thought that if this poor slob knew a little about anatomy, it didn't mean anything to him. Carl thought that grades were much more important. He preferred to wait for the exam and see his opponent's results. The nerd was furious with Mark's popularity. He promised that he would definitely show him the difference between them. After numerous classes, the first exam was approaching, although only a few weeks had passed since the beginning of the course. The guys sat in the classroom waiting for the exam, saying that it came very quickly. The girls did not understand how they were supposed to learn everything. The guy sitting next to them said that if they studied a lot, they would still fail, since someone had stuffed materials from 4 semesters into one. Carl sat away from them and thought haughtily about the pity of his classmates, since it was just a grade in ecology. He carefully prepared for the exams and took a few lessons from older students. Carl looked at Mark and thought that even if he tried hard, someone like him would still not achieve anything. Mary sat down next to the guy and asked him what he was going to do after the exam. The guy modestly answered that he would study and study, plus there would be one more day after the exam. The girl asked him if he could take at least a day off from studying. Mark thought about it and realized that he could take a day off at most. Mary asked him if he wanted to go somewhere, to which the guy agreed. He asked the girl what she wanted to do. The interlocutor answered that she would not mind having coffee and going to the cinema. Mark asked if she wanted to have a little drink. The girl was all for it. The guy understood perfectly well that it would not be a little. Mark asked if she should invite her brother along with them, to which Mary said that they could manage without him. The guy wanted to know why she avoided her brother's company. The girl romanticized her thoughts and said that she wanted to spend this time alone with him. Mark replied that it was not his thing. Since it was too vulgar, he suggested that they continue studying. Carl was furious that he was taking advantage of his sister's attention. A few days later, the exam began. The teacher explained that if someone was caught cheating, they would automatically receive a failing grade, so she asked the guys to sit separately. The guys did not understand the essence of the test. It was the academic assessment test for applicants to US universities. Carl was confident in his abilities and thought that it was a piece of cake. The guy got up from his chair, took his bag and told the guys to try harder. The nerd looked arrogantly towards his opponent. On the way out, Carl wished Mark to answer as many questions as possible with his tiny brain. He thought that such a slow person would not go far in life. After exams in several subjects, the results were announced. Carl sat at the computer and did not understand how this was possible. He took second place. The guy thought that this result was quite good, but he was most interested in who got first place. He got up from the table and greeted Michael. The guy confidently congratulated him on first place, to which the interlocutor stated that he did not take first place. The nerd asked in confusion how many points he had in response to the number 78. Carl realized that the guy had the same place as him. He did not understand who took first place. The guy turned around abruptly and approached the woman. He begged and pleaded with her to name the owner of first place, to which the girl flatly refused to disclose the grades of other students. He said he was just not curious because he was going to put in a good word for him with his father. He asked her if she knew his father. The girl thought this nerd was really annoying. She gave in and told him not to divulge that he knew about it. The woman opened the file with the list on her computer and pointed to the first place. The nerd was furious. He asked her if there could be a mistake. Carl claimed that this simply couldn't be. The girl looked at him with disbelief and said that everything was correct. The nerd continued to think that this was impossible. He called the first place winner a scumbag. Carl was furious because Mark had won first place and by a large margin. It turned out that the guy had lost to this poor scumbag. He promised himself that he would not accept this outcome. Carl turned around and saw his sister walking in the hallway with Mark. He felt true hatred for the guy. The nerd was ready to finish off his opponent. Carl clenched his fist to restrain himself. He decided to show his best on the next test. The man asked him if he was really going to do it. The guy said that his father was a very important person in the city and he could be trusted. The man tried to say that it was not a good idea, but the nerd had his own opinion. He convinced the man that everything was fine. Strictly speaking, he did not break any rules. He said that his freshman would get a couple of hints. The man gave in and agreed, only that the guy would not tell anyone anything. Carl said that he was in. Anyway, he did not know the specific questions, only hints. The man said that these were far from hints. He would have a whole answer sheet at his disposal. The nerd said that he always remembered his duty. The man held out the envelope forward and said that he would send all the necessary files by mail, only to delete them from Carl immediately after reading. Carl was thinking that if he got first place in anatomy, he would be able to compensate for other subjects. The man said again that these were just hints. He would not get any answers. He would have to continue to study. The guy asked for one more favor. The man was irritated because Carl had asked him for a whole answer sheet on anatomy. The botanist asked the interlocutor if he knew Mark, to which the man replied that he was the best student. Carl asked if it seemed to him that the guy behaved unnaturally and inappropriately during the first dissection. The man was furious. He did not want to allow the scores of a man who did nothing to be lowered. The botanist continued to insist on his own. The man shouted at him loudly. Because he had already given everyone grades and could not take points off one of the best students, it was not in his competence. Carl asked the man if he was going to defend his doctorate. The interlocutor was shocked by the statement. The botanist promised that he would talk to his father so that he could arrange for him to go somewhere good. After a short silence, Carl said that he was counting on the interlocutor. Of course, Carl did not stop there. He went on to see the head of the compilation committee. The man didn't know what he was doing there. The botanist asked why the medical school's main committee room was so small. The man replied that although it was small, the copier was even smaller. The medical school held quite a lot of exams, but all the essentials were outdated. The equipment that supported the life of the patient had not been updated for several years, so the students had to rely only on teaching aids. The man loaded a stack of paper into the copier. Carl said that it was hard to work there. If it weren't for the man, they wouldn't have been able to pass the test well. The interlocutor didn't understand what he was talking about. The botanist asked the man if he was ever going to move from such a small room to another office. The worker replied that if there was such an opportunity, he he would be all for it. The guy suggested talking to his father to arrange for such an office. The man didn't understand why the guy was suddenly being so generous with him. Carl replied that his interlocutor simply had such a difficult job and it was not very comfortable to work in this closet. The botanist offered him the opportunity to move to a larger office in exchange for one favor. He said that there was nothing special about it, the man simply should not give the latest teaching aid to Mark. The man did not understand what he was talking about and what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Carl continued to insist on his own, because if the guy went home right after the exam, the man could hand out the aids late in the evening, and he would not even suspect anything. The interlocutor clearly did not like this attitude of communication. The more he listened to him, the crazier his ideas seemed to him. The man did not know what Carl had against Mark. He asked him to leave and focus on his grades. The guy asked him if he wanted to get into the orthopedic department. The botanist put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that he could put in a good word for his father. The interlocutor asked if such help could really help him. Carl replied that he could say anything, good or bad. The man turned around and told him to tell his father everything. The nerd was beside himself with happiness because he thought that Mark had laughed for the last time. It was unrealistic to study without an allowance. It was almost impossible, no matter how hard the guy tried. All the property on the table was confiscated. A broken wedding photo lay on the table. The man asked the woman if this was the only option. She answered that she did everything possible. Money was not the only reason why he divorced his wife. In fact, the man simply could not give her the love and time she needed so much. Even now, he was not capable of it. He rudely said that he loved her. Mark woke up and stretched his hand up to the light. There was sweat on the guy's face. It was a dream. He was lying on the floor under the table and looking at the ceiling. The guy admitted that this dream was unpleasant because this was not family life at all, but rather a fictitious marriage. He cried and said that he could have spent more time with his family, but as a surgeon he was too busy and could not do so. Mark thought that all this was just an excuse for his failures. The word busy is just an excuse. After all, not all doctors' marriages break up. According to him, if he had offered a little more effort, perhaps they would not have had to divorce. His nose was bleeding. Mark complained that he was tired from lack of sleep. Since the guy had transferred to the main course, there was not a day when he slept more than 3 hours. Unfortunately, he did not have such a wonderful memory as Michael. He remembered the conversation with him. The guy simply memorized the lectures that were told to him. Mark completely burst into tears and wanted to rest for a year or two. The guy thought that becoming a successful dermatologist, he would be able to earn money renting houses. He would be able to calmly travel around the world with his wife. He did not know who his betrothed would be this time. The guy left. Mark stretched and told himself not to give up. He wondered if it was time to hand out the textbooks, because usually by this time he already had them. The guy reasoned that this time the exam would be on broad topics, and he would not be able to do without a manual. A lot of time had passed, but nothing had been said about a new manual yet. Mark looked at the old piece of paper and thought that the new issue of the teaching aid would have a good effect on his preparation for the exam. He thought that the manuals should have been handed out by now, because the test would be next week. The guy opened the phone and dialed someone's number, saying that this would not work. Someone greeted him from the receiver. Mark greeted the interlocutor and asked if he had been given a new manual, because his voice was strange. There was silence on the line. The guy did not understand why no one was answering him. The guy replied that there were no and would not be any teaching aids. Mark had already managed to rejoice. The main character asked what happened to Thomas's voice, to which he said that everything was fine. The guy assumed that his interlocutor could have fallen ill. He asked him to get well soon, because there were still exams ahead. On the other end of the line, the man said that he was very busy and hung up. A dial tone came from the phone. Mark caught himself thinking that the interlocutor was talking rather strangely. If there were no new manuals, then he would have to prepare the old way. The man, hanging up the phone, was all in sweat. He did not realize what he was doing. Soon, the subjects flowed, and then the exams followed. The guys asked the guy how he wrote the exams. Mark was embarrassed, to which his classmate said that he would definitely get first place, like last time. The guy thought about the fact that in fact it was very difficult. Although some questions were as if they wanted him dead, it was a lottery. In his opinion, it would be easier to just guess than to try to solve them. The average grade of the class in some subjects is very bad, so by submitting a blank form, you will get a higher grade than many others. Carl looked at the guy and thought that the exam was difficult, but first place was still his. Mark noticed that there was a terrible aura coming from him. The nerd dreamed of trampling his opponent into the dirt, but after a few minutes he was in shock from the exam results. Carl continued to watch the monitor, hoping that he would see something else. In his opinion, this was a problem of universal proportions. He was very surprised that he was not first, but 67th, not even above average. The guy plunged into extreme rage and began to pound the table, saying that this could not be. He abruptly ran into the woman's class and demanded that the grades be rechecked since in his opinion they were wrong. The worker continued to assure the guy that everything there was correct, but here he insisted on his own. She asked what kind of mistake this could possibly be. Carl said that he had probably been given someone else's grades. The woman looked at the computer and made sure that everything was set up correctly. The nerd asked to double check, hoping for at least some success. The woman got angry and said that she had already checked the results twice, everything was as it should have been. Carl continued to assure her that he had written the test well, and this grade was physically impossible. The woman suggested that the guy could be mistaken in his feelings. This sometimes happens to straight students. Carl was furious. The guy threatened to sue his father and ordered the girl to check again. She said that this was stupid. The woman jumped up from her chair and screamed at him. Since this was not the first time he had walked through those doors, she had a headache from him. She asked him if his father would want him to behave like this. The woman screamed at him again and told him to get the hell out since she was busy. Carl ran out and closed the door behind him. The nerd still couldn't believe that such an elite student like him got such a low grade. In his opinion, it was impossible. He heard gratitude for his help from the others. Mary thanked Mark for helping her. She offered him to go somewhere to eat. Carl attacked his opponent verbally. The guy claimed that Mark cheated on exams. The interlocutor did not agree with this. The nerd screamed loudly and said that he knew that he cheated because he simply physically could not write better than him. Mark continued to listen to what this cretin was saying about him. Carl insisted that the guy cheated on these exams. He was trying to squeeze a confession out of him. Mark asked if the nerd himself cheated. The guy pulled out a folder with practical problems and asked if this is what he was talking about. His face was full of rage. Carl still did not understand how this was possible. Mark said that everyone got the same results as him, so he didn't think he was the only one with such a score. The nerd didn't know what to say. Mark asked what his rival was counting on. He asked in a menacing voice if he wanted to die. The guy claimed that he knew that he was trying to sabotage his anatomy results. Carl didn't understand how he found out. The guy didn't know what to do. He said that he was going to calmly talk to him later, but he came himself and started picking a fight. It's good that Thomas called him and told him everything. Mary was shocked by what she heard. She never expected that her brother would interfere with getting a textbook and sabotage her anatomy results. Carl didn't recognize his sister and was afraid that she would find out everything. The girl said that they couldn't just laugh about it and forget about it. She promised to report it to the school authorities so that the guy would be punished. The nerd didn't expect such a scenario. He tried to get rid of him with a couple of phrases, to which Mary led Mark away, saying that there was no need to talk to people like that and that she would tell the dean everything herself. Carl didn't understand why his family meant nothing to the girl since his father was the dean's assistant. He understood that if the girl told his father everything, his studies would end. He ran after the guys to talk her out of this idea. The guy ran and stretched out his hand forward to stop them. The nerd grabbed the girl's hair while she begged him to let go. Mark couldn't leave it like that. Carl continued to hold Mary's hair and call the guy a scumbag. Mark remembered his kickboxing lessons and delivered a very strong punch to the fat man's face. The girl was shocked by this blow. She met her friend's eyes. Carl fell to the floor and his glasses cracked. The man abruptly crashed into the wall. He turned around and angrily called the protagonist. He furiously screamed that the protagonist was an idiot. A moment later, Mark hit him again. His fist cut the air. His eyes widened in fear. The protagonist looked at his hand. He exhaled and asked if Mary was okay. She said yes, she was okay. Mark looked down and said that anyway, he hit the guy at school because he raised his hand to her, so Mary said his name. She seriously told him not to worry, she would take care of it. Then she continued that even the harshest punishment would not be enough for this guy. A notebook with practice problems appeared before his eyes. A voice said that he hid the study guide. Then he continued that the day before he peeked at the tests. The voice said that in addition to the punishment, Carl, who was not favorably disposed towards his peers, began to be completely avoided. An image of a guy appeared before his eyes, and his peers discussed that he was fat, always behaved arrogantly, ignored everyone, that frankly speaking, he hated him too, and that it was annoying to be around him. The boy said that Mark got first place even after everything that happened. The girl said yes, and isn't it amazing? His classmates looked at him and said that they wanted to live the same life. Of course it can be difficult. The protagonist asked what the. He was writing something in his notebook. His phone received a call and he thought who it was. The protagonist picked up the phone and was asked if it was Mark, and the protagonist answered yes. The voice told him to go to the assistant dean's office. He wanted to talk to him in person. Mark's eyes widened and said that he would come. He hung up and thought that the assistant dean was Carl's father. As the protagonist walked up the stairs, he thought he might have talked to him and wondered how he would react. He knocked on the door and thought he had a bad feeling about this, but it was his fault, not the protagonist's. A voice told him to come in, and Mark opened the door. The assistant dean of the medical school at Korea University, Professor Chuck, asked if it was Mark. The protagonist bowed and said yes, it was him and that it was nice to meet him. Chuck frowned and said yes, he had heard Professor John praise him highly and that he had done a fantastic job. Mark thought fearfully that he was not like Carl, he was completely different, more like a politician than a doctor. After a moment, the man bowed deeply and said he would be brief and that he apologized to him. He continued to bow and say that his son had caused him great harm due to his bad upbringing, to which the protagonist told the professor that it was okay. Chuck turned to his son and asked him what he was worth and since it was his fault, to come and apologize. Carl looked away and said he was sorry. His father pursed his lips. After a moment, he slapped his son across the face. Then he screamed furiously that why couldn't he apologize properly and that he was pathetic. Carl began to tremble. He then bowed to the protagonist and asked for his forgiveness, saying that he was very sorry. Chuck narrowed his eyes and said that he was extremely sorry and that he would find an appropriate punishment for him. The protagonist smiled and said that it was okay since it was his first offense. He didn't want to be punished too much. Mark closed his eyes and thought that in fact, he had received the worst punishment possible. If he was shunned in society, it was over. He looked down and continued thinking that he could handle it if he tried his best, and he wondered if that was possible given his personality. Chuck looked at the protagonist and said that he was glad to meet him, and now he could go about his business. As an assistant to the dean, he had more hopes for him. The protagonist thanked him. The door closed. Carl called his father sadly. A moment later, the professor screamed furiously that he was pathetic and how could he disgrace him so much. The boy looked down and apologized. The man frowned, called him a stupid child, and that no one but him raised his hand to Mary, and didn't he know what family she was from? The boy began to stutter. He opened his mouth in fear when his father told him to immediately apply for an academic leave. Carl thought that if he missed one semester, he would have to wait a year and that he was thus dragging him back. The boy exclaimed in fear. The man turned away and said that he did not understand the gravity of the situation, and that he should be grateful that he was not expelled. The man looked at his frightened son and told him to get out of his sight. Then Chuck turned to the window. He turned to his son with displeasure. Then he lit a cigarette. He looked out the window and smoked. The man thought. His robe had initials written on it. At the end of the first quarter, they were given a little rest. Okay, in reality, it was only 2 days off, albeit short, but without additional courses or tests, they were able to rest without any worries. Mark lay in bed and thought that although the second quarter would start right after the weekend, when was the last time he slept so sweetly? The protagonist opened his eyes. How he dreamed about his wife again. He got out of bed and thought that this dream again, and that maybe he was overtired. The protagonist looked at his watch. He exhaled and thought that it was 12:30, and for now he was on time. They wanted to meet before school and why she wanted to go to Gwangwamon. A moment came up in his memory where the girl told him not to invite her brother, just the two of them, and the protagonist laughed and said that her strange speech was also surprisingly beautiful. The protagonist brushed his teeth and thought that this was a real date. Then he wiped his face and continued his thought that no, definitely not, and that it could only be called a date if at least one party was interested in deepening the relationship with the other. He looked ahead and thought that he had never been on a real date before, that he rarely even went on dates with his wife, and that he should have treated her better. The protagonist looked in the closet and continued his thought that he didn't know why he kept dreaming about her, and wondered what he should wear, and that she wanted to go to a play. How unlike her, it would have been easier if she had offered him a drink like she always did. Mark put on a gray suit and thought that it was the suit he bought when he entered medical school, and was it good? He looked in the mirror, smiled and decided that it would be better if he didn't look like a schoolboy in it. Mark thought that he was late, it was time to go, and left the house. A voice called his name and his eyes widened. Mary was sitting behind the wheel and said that they were driving and that she was hungry, to which the protagonist asked where the car was from. She turned to the protagonist and said that her brother used to drive it. The protagonist asked again if it was Michael. The girl answered negatively that it was her other brother, and the protagonist remembered that he briefly saw him when his father was in the hospital and thought that he hit Michael. The protagonist asked the girl if she could drive, and she said yes. The guy asked again, and she said that she had tried before. The protagonist started shaking and asked when, and at what time and what minute, that he didn't remember a girl driving here. Mary replied that he talked too much and that if he didn't like something, he could walk. The protagonist sat up straight and thought that since they were in a Mercedes, he really hoped they wouldn't hit other cars. At least that's what he thought. The girl happily said okay, let's go. She pressed the gas pedal. Mary asked in confusion what was going on and that her brother had said everything was fine here. Mark held onto the seat belt and told him to put the handbrake on first. The girl gasped and said it was a mistake. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought what the hell, the only thing he could trust right now was his seat belt. Then he thought that he hadn't even gotten his license because he was too busy studying. This wasn't his last ride in a car in his life. The girl happily shouted that she had found the handbrake. Their date was going like everyone else's. Ate expensive pasta at a restaurant, watched a play at the theater, then drank a cup of coffee at Samcheon Dome. Mary closed her eyes contentedly and asked if they looked like a couple now, to which the guy replied that of course they did. He closed his eyes and thought that everything seemed to have gone well. The pasta was delicious and the coffee aromatic. Although, it would have been much better if she had driven normally. The girl was sitting behind the wheel and shouting that the little creature was asking for trouble. The guy stammered that she was driving recklessly and that she should stay in her lane. The guy opened his mouth and thought that he had been reborn after incurable cancer and was about to die from this. He shouted at the girl to calm down and continued the thought that if that were the case, he would just enjoy his life and not study. Reckless driving is scary. Vanity of vanities, that is vanity. He kept repeating this quote from Ecclesiastes in his head to get through this crazy ride, and somehow he made it to the mountain. Mary stretched and said it was nice. The protagonist turned to look at her and asked again. The girl nodded. Mark looked up. They looked at the sky and he said what it was, and the girl continued that it was her. They were climbing the stairs. The protagonist looked around and thought that it was wonderful to walk in the forest like this. It helped him relax, despite his recent failure in school. The tower went high into the sky. The girl pointed to the funicular. The protagonist asked if she wanted to go up, and she said it was so obvious. They got into the carriage and Mark thought that she was there for the first time, and she looked so surprised. The funicular was riding on a rope. The guy looked at the delighted girl. They stood on the observation deck and watched the sunset. Mark looked straight ahead. Then he turned to the girl. She looked at the scenery with interest. Then she thanked the guy and he asked again, puzzled. The girl said that she had always wanted to come here. Mark asked why, and that he could come here with her family. Mary turned away and said that she didn't have a family. The guy looked at her in surprise. She looked up and continued that she didn't know what it was like to have a family, and that they, the brothers and sisters, all had different mothers. The protagonist's eyes widened. The girl continued that it was funny, but she didn't really care about it. She didn't have a mom and dad. It was really hard for her to call him her father. It was a common family problem, but she didn't have to worry about finances. It was great. The girl smiled. She turned to the protagonist with a smile and said that she had ruined the mood, and that okay, thanks anyway, she just didn't have anyone to go with her. Mark looked down and said her name. He looked at her and told her to cheer up. He clenched his fist and told her to cheer up. The girl gasped and agreed. What a strange day it had been. They continued their date that wasn't really theirs. The girl suggested going for coffee. The guy asked again and said okay, he'll have one. Even though he was transferring, he doesn't believe in things like fate, but maybe his recent dreams were an omen of his future. The barista said welcome, and the guy said they'd have one iced Americano. After a moment, his eyes widened. The girl in front of him looked at him in surprise. They were standing opposite each other. Mark's eyes widened. Mary called his name in confusion. The guy continued that yes, an iced Americano and a regular one. The barista said it was 8001. They sat at a table and Mary asked what it was, that he looked ill, and if he was sick. Mark denied it and said everything was fine. In his mind, it was impossible. It was her. She looked exactly like his wife. He opened his eyes and thought, no, it's not her. She just looks like her. No one had heard her mention working there before. The girl came up to them and said that here's their order. The protagonist looked at her and thought that it wasn't her. Mary turned to the protagonist and asked what he was doing and that it was actually rude to stare at someone like that. The guy said that she was right. He rested his chin on his hands and thought if he should ask her name. He frowned and continued thinking about what to ask, and what he would ask, and then what to do. He looked at the girl and thought that she just looked like her. It didn't mean that it was her. Mary called him again and said that he was looking worse and worse. She looked at the protagonist in surprise. Mary stood up and said that that's it, let's get out of here. She'll take him home. The guy looked up at her and apologized. The girl told him to get in and that she would be quick. The guy thought that quickly what? She would take him to hell. Mark looked down and said that everything was fine. He just needed some time alone. Mary looked at him sadly and asked, is that so? Mary thought that this guy, he makes her worry, and asked him to call when they get home. The main character agreed. Clouds covered the dark sky. Michael was standing near the car. A man came up to him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and called him young master. He nodded to the boss. Then he asked if this man was there. The boss said that he was young master. Michael smiled and said that yes, he was his father, and sometimes he forgets it since he does not see him often, but the boss knows. A moment later, the guy frowned and said that first of all, isn't it stupid of him to call him father? The man waved his hand and said that the gentleman was waiting for him inside. The guy said that it was great, and it felt like he was talking to the door handle. Michael said with a smile that he had often imagined this house. It was really big. He had never been to the main house, but this one must be at least as big, the size of a stadium. The man told him that this way. A man bowed and said that he was welcome. Michael said yes, yes, and asked if he was inside. Then he said that he would go then, and not to worry. He took hold of the handle. The man frowned. Smiling, William said that he had come. Turning to the guy, he asked what he was standing there for, told him to go ahead and sit down, to which Michael thanked him and said that he would stand. The man asked him why, to which the guy, frowning, said that to tell the truth, he didn't want him to sit down, did he, because he would dirty everything. William smirked and thought. Michael, looking at the man, asked, in any case, why he called him, to which he replied that it was because of his excess blood. Lowering his head, Michael thought about what was extra in his blood, did not want to mention his mother's name, and then said that because of his blood, she committed suicide a few years ago. Why remember it now? He was never interested in her. Holding a glass in his hand, the man said that he heard that the guy often visits her grave, to which Michael asked, so what? Slightly turning back, William asked, so what? Is he in his right mind? This is not normal at his age. Said not to go to that dirty place anymore. The guy looked straight ahead, scared. He clenched his fist tightly. Smiling, Michael said sure, if that's all he wanted, and then asked, he has nothing else to say, right? Looking out the window, William responded approvingly. As he was leaving, the boy heard the man see his grades. Michael froze, and William said that it was the same as in high school, asked how long he was going to stay in one place. He didn't need him to succeed at the hospital, but shouldn't he do his part? The boy turned around and said that he was sorry. Well, maybe the dirty blood was bad for him. William continued to look out the window. The boy quickly left the room. In the hallway, he met a man in a suit. Passing him, the man said that he was a dirty bastard. Michael clenched his teeth tightly. Standing near the car, Michael said the name Sam in his head. He heard that he got a position as a professor of surgery at a Korean university. Holding the steering wheel, the boy thought about how after he gained experience, he would move to the family hospital and he believed he would succeed there too. Sitting in the car, Michael thought that nothing was unusual. Since he was born, Sam was already different from him, more useful than him. The guy's foot pressed the gas pedal. Smiling, the guy thought that he had always been a dirty bastard. A view of the night city opened up. A high-rise building appeared. The guy stood and looked down with a sad look. Raising his head, he thought about the fact that he lived in this apartment with his mother, although she was more often in the hospital. A dog began to bark loudly near the door. Michael sat down on the couch and sighed heavily. Looking at the dog, the guy said that he must be bored. Leaning over in front of it, he asked if it was hard to be here all these days. Yes. Stroking the dog's head, the guy asked if it would be easier, and then abruptly strangled it. Michael thought that even if it was easy for him to break something, it could be bought again if he had money. The guy looked at the dog angrily and asked what she thought. Framed photos of the pet appeared. Lying in bed, Mark thought about how he couldn't sleep. He remembered her in the cafe by the mountain. Sitting at his desk, the hero thought about how he hoped this feeling would pass soon. The guy, his eyes wide open, leaned against the locker. Mary turned to the protagonist and asked if he was okay, said that he looked bad, to which the guy asked if something was wrong, and she apologized and said that nothing. The teacher pointed to the board and said what an NKT cell and a lymphocyte are, what B cells react to, what TH and CD4 are, and the protagonist thought about how devastation is what he feels. All the students sat with a disinterested look. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that everyone should wake up right now. Mark stood up abruptly, and the teacher asked what. The hero leaned his hands on the desk and heard if he had a question. Leaving the office, the main character apologized and said that something had happened, said goodbye to everyone. The man was perplexed and asked again. The hero waved his hand near the road. Having got into a taxi, he said that he needed to go to the tower and quickly, to which the driver responded approvingly. A cafe sign appeared, and the hero thought about how he needed to go back there, but why? What would happen if he came? Where to find courage? The cleaner greeted the hero. The guy reciprocated in confusion. Turning to the man, he asked if he knew the shift schedule of the employees. He needed a girl who worked here a week ago, to which the man replied that her work schedule, except for the owner, was the only one who works here all the time. Slightly opening his mouth, he asked the hero to wait and said that the girl did not work here, she just helped last time. The guy sighed and asked if he had her contact information. Turning to the woman, he said he wasn't sure, asked if the owner knew her, to which she, thoughtfully, replied that her name was Lee something or other, and even if she knew her, she still couldn't provide her personal information to others. Leaving, Mark sighed and said that he understood. The protagonist, his head down, sat on a bench. Looking at the floor, he thought that it was even better this way. All the good things were in the past, why did he try to do this? Folding his arms, he thought about how stupid he was. A picture appeared in the protagonist's head of him standing back to back with the girl, and he thought that even after meeting her, there remained a bitter emptiness in his soul. Time went on as usual. Students appeared sitting at their desks, and then doctors during an operation, and the protagonist thought that all this time, medical students spent their energy on classes and survived, passing numerous exams. One thing that hasn't changed in these 2 years is that Mark was in first place and Michael was in second place. The protagonist looked at the guy leaving and thought about the fact that the best in the course and the second one never changed places. During the third year of study, the student began his practice at the hospital. One classmate asked another if he looked well. He answered negatively. Mark thought that everyone lost their temper. In fact, there is nothing to worry about. All the hardest things are yet to come. Training on site, a test for a doctor's license, internship and residency, the protagonist thought with his hand on his heart. He hoped to enter dermatology. Mary came up from behind and asked how she looked. The girl asked if it suited her. The guy said that it did not really, because of which she began to yell at him that he was making fun of her. The protagonist continued that it was time to go and asked if they were in the same group. The girl answered positively. The classmates entered the office. The professor was not there yet. After a while, the professor came and apologized for being late. Sam said that he had to take care of a patient, which is why he was a little late. He told the girl that he saw a familiar face. Mary agreed with a smile on her face. Mark remembered that this was her older brother. They looked very similar. In a past life he hit Michael and now makes a good impression. Among all the family members, the girl relies on him the most. Sam explained that he does not like to speak without necessity, so he forms important points. He asked the students what their status was in the hospital. The young men said that they were PC interns. Sam said that there are many positions among doctors, but now you are dealing with PC interns. Then he asked if they knew the reason for their PC prefix. The girl with short pink hair said that it was an abbreviation for a polyclinic. All this is due to German influence, so now they use PC, not PS. The professor said that this is correct, but only the first part of the answer. He approached the main character and said that there is a feeling as if he knows the answer. The guy answered that they are patient killers. Sam answered positively, because this is the correct answer. They are all studying to get here, but without any experience, they will not know anything. Knowledge without enough experience can be a threat to patients. He continued, since they are interns, he hopes that everyone will be willing to learn everything in this place. The professor asked Mary if she wanted to ask a question. She answered negatively. The man said that since there are no questions, then let's move on. To celebrate their enrollment, he will treat them to coffee. Mary thanked him. The protagonist found his personality pleasant, but he did not understand why he had such a bad relationship with Mark. He asked Mary if they would see patients. She answered positively, because they needed to meet with the head of the residency. The group went to the Department of Internal Medicine. Oliver asked if they all became interns. Then he introduced himself and also named the name of the attending physician, namely Teddy. The guy then greeted everyone in the residency and also explained that when patients are admitted to them, the care and treatment lies on the shoulders of the attending physician. His classmates said that they understood. Oliver said that they should follow Teddy and watch him treat his patients. The man was shocked because he was a busy man. Oliver said that if he didn't do it, he would have to drag them everywhere. He said goodbye to Teddy and left. The man was shocked because the professor would soon be replaced. He screamed because this was mockery. He would have to be a babysitter. After 20 minutes, the students were still standing silently near the man. He sighed and asked why they were standing there like idiots. Mary asked again. Teddy thought about it. Then he complimented her and asked if she had a boyfriend. She answered negatively. The man said that she looked like she had plenty of them, and that she would have no problem getting excellent grades during her internship because the professors wanted to see such cute girls. Mary was shocked. The girl clenched her fist, but the man continued that girls did not need to study hard if they knew how to bring alcohol into the hospital. The protagonist got angry and told him to stop because it could be interpreted as sexual harassment. Teddy replied that he was being too cocky because he was just an intern. Mark said his name, and the man said that no one asked for his name and that he should not act like a hero. He got a phone call. He picked up the phone and asked what he needed. The call informed him that the professor would be coming to take his shift. The man told the protagonist that he was very lucky. Mary apologized because now this trash would haunt him. Mark said that everything was fine. The girl with a serious face said that killing people should be allowed. The man would already be dead if they were in India. The protagonist asked why India. Teddy came to John and apologized for being late. John asked where the manager was. Teddy replied that he needed to decide something. The man with white hair said that he had not changed, even after becoming the manager, and decided to go to his shift. Then he asked if it was time for interns. Teddy answered in the affirmative. John asked how the protagonist was feeling. Then he asked how his father was doing. Mark answered that everything was fine. Teddy thought so, because the professor had never smiled like he did now. The professor continued to say that time flies. The protagonist was still young, and now he was already on an internship. He asked if he had any plans regarding the bioindustry. The protagonist answered negatively. The man answered that it was right because it would be irrational on his part. Mark asked what the new project was. John answered that he had heard about a new medical development, but he did not know the details. The protagonist thought that this project cost hundreds of millions of won. With a smile on his face, Mark asked if he had contacted him about it. Teddy was shocked because the professor was friendly with this guy. John suggested ending this conversation. The shift began. John said that usually before meeting a patient, doctors discuss the situation, conditions, and then make a specific treatment plan for the patient. They approached the patient. Teddy said that she was currently undergoing treatment for gastric colitis due to a severe infection. She was being treated with vancomycin. The man asked, injections or pills? The guy with dark hair answered injections because they were more effective. John was confused and did not understand how he had even passed the test. Teddy asked what he meant. The professor asked the students if they knew what had happened. He asked the guy and the girl, but they remained silent. He started shouting because they were lucky with such basic knowledge, and did they even go to school? The protagonist answered that these were pills. For gastric colitis, it differs from other diseases. Pills are enough. Thanks to numerous studies, treatment with injections turned out to be useless. John agreed and asked how many pills the patients needed. The protagonist answered 125 milligrams per dose, 4 times a day. The professor asked how long it should be taken. The protagonist said it depended on the patient's reaction, but usually for 10 days. John smiled because it was the right answer. He turned to Teddy and asked why he didn't write it down. The man apologized. The professor started yelling why they were using antibiotics again. The guy with dark hair said that it was because of an abscess in the abdominal cavity. John asked if anyone knew what caused it because they looked like they didn't know anything. He also asked the main character if he knew. He was shocked because he was silent. But suddenly, Mark began to say that it was possible that it was due to the body's reaction to harmful bacteria. Since exactly which bacteria was confirmed, the probability of a reaction to another bacteria is very low. The professor smiled. His classmates thought they had turned into extras. The main character's questions were catching up with him, and the professor did not back down either. It was difficult to react appropriately to the reaction of others. Teddy thought, what kind of strange piercing clinical procedures were these? He just could not believe it. The classmates were scared because they didn't understand anything. And then came the last patient. Teddy said that he was hospitalized because of early-stage stomach cancer. Since the cancer is at an early stage, there are no problems, but there is an unknown tumor of the lymph node in the abdominal cavity. The professor said that this is a problem because the lymph node in the abdominal cavity was swollen. He asked what the main character thought about this. Mark understood that this was no longer just a test, but he was really interested in his opinion. The professor rushed him with an answer, and Mark gathered strength to speak, and he began to say that if it expands, then we should consider the possibility of cancer. John asked what kind of cancer. Mark answered that since he has stomach cancer, there is a possibility of lymph node metastases, but since it is in the early stage, the probability of this is quite small, and another type of cancer implies that they should consider the possibility of lymph node cancer. The professor thought, if it really is lymph node cancer, then why has it not appeared for so long? What should he do? If it is just lymph node hypertrophy and not cancer. The protagonist answered that he was right, but they would not be able to know about it before the operation. John asked what procedure should be prescribed to the patient. Mark said that they could not be sure, but he believed that everything should be confirmed during the operation. If it is really cancer, then time cannot be wasted on treatment in order to save life. The professor asked that if they perform the operation and it is not cancer, then how will they compensate the patient for the pain received, and what if the patient's life is at risk during the operation? Mark answered that this is possible, but the risk of losing time for treatment with cancer is too great, so it is better to perform the operation with the right decision. The professor looked at him. Then he smiled. Classmates and Teddy thought what kind of monster the professor was because he even smiled. John asked with a smile if he would specialize in therapeutics and become his student. This was the question the protagonist was most afraid to hear. He didn't understand. He also had a headache because the professor was pressing him against the wall. Mary asked what was wrong with his expression. She continued asking if it was possible that it was because of the offer he had received regarding therapy, because she was applying to this specialty and wanted to go with the protagonist. He said that he didn't want to. She asked what was wrong with being a therapist and what he wanted to become. Mark answered, a dermatologist. Mary was in complete shock. He asked why she was so surprised. The girl answered that there were many specialties, like therapists. Mark answered that she was definitely ignoring dermatology because it was also important. She answered that she would support him, but at the same moment she said that he had gotten on her nerves. She didn't understand what she was supposed to say about this because it looked as if a genius of mathematics had decided to study art. The protagonist said that he would become a dermatologist, but in his thoughts he was a failed doctor in his past life. Anyway, you have to be careful with the professor. If such a respected professor comes for him, he won't be able to refuse. According to his previous life, the professor will soon go to another hospital. Mary thanked him for coming back. He didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl replied that he was arguing with a stupid doctor and she had to beat him up. Mark asked if it was a joke. She thanked the protagonist. She thought she could handle the situation, but it turned out she couldn't. Mark stroked her head and told her not to worry. Suddenly his face changed. He looked at Mary. Very quickly she got up from her chair and thanked him. She ran away wishing him a good day. He wanted to stop her. The protagonist assumed that she was angry. The next day he apologized for yesterday. After all, Mark stroked her head and perhaps she was very worried because of this therapist. She became serious, and suddenly she began to scream that he was a fool. Teddy came and gave the assignments. Each student would be given one patient. It was necessary to summarize the patient's condition, give him a plan of procedures, treatment and post-treatment support in their reports, and then hand them over. He gave Mary a patient with arthritis, so the report should focus on the treatment procedure. She wanted to send him, but said that she understood. He gave the main character a document. It said what kind of patient. Suddenly he thought. He was given a patient who had radiotherapy due to metastasis found after treatment for stomach cancer, an incomprehensible decrease in lung function, embolism, respiratory arrest, and pneumonia. Teddy smiled and asked if he could do it if he was the best in the class. Mark asked how he determined the grades. The guy's face changed. Teddy replied that they would be based on their approach to treatment. Now Mark understood what he was trying to achieve. He wanted to nullify his grades. If this happened, then all his hard work would be in vain. Teddy wasn't sure he had a good answer, and since he was a genius, it should be possible. The guy didn't understand, and the man asked if he could do it. Mary also asked if he could do it because the patient seemed very complicated. The guy replied that everything would be fine. Mark thought that this was the 14th test. There were 30 of them in total. If he got 3, then everything would go wrong. It would be difficult with dermatology. He asked her not to worry so much and for her to think about her assignment, and she asked where he was going. He replied that he was going to see his patient. He reached him and started calling him, but there was no answer. A nurse came up and asked who he was. Mark replied that he was a resident and needed to get acquainted with the patient. She understood and said that the patient was in critical condition. In his mind, he was still a student. Initially, the main character conducted a pediatric examination. From it, he realized that the lungs were making a lot of noise. There were suggestions that it was not pneumonia. And why is his body swollen? Maybe the problem is not only in the lungs. Teddy came up and asked if everything is okay. He said that he looks as if he knows everything. Then he told the patient that after taking antibiotics it will get better, you just need to be patient. Teddy asked him to try hard because this is a large part of his assessment. The main character wanted to tell him something. For example, that in addition to drugs to remove water from the lungs or antibiotics for pneumonia, other drugs should be given. The man asked why it is necessary, because it looks most like pneumonia and antibiotics should be given. Mark answered that it does not look like pneumonia, there is little information, also no sputum, and the body is swollen. He thought that he is very angry, but he needs to say, when suddenly he noticed, namely, the pulse. There was no pulse anywhere. He tried to call the doctor. Teddy came up and asked what he needed. As he saw, he began to panic and did not understand what to do. He tried to call the boss. Unfortunately, he was unavailable. Teddy started to panic and scream because the boss was always on the line. The nurse asked what to do. The man said that he needed to give Dixon. The main character started screaming because according to the heart rhythm, it was most likely a delta wave and Dixon was dangerous. A class A1 drug should be used. Teddy told him to shut up because it was bothering him, but Mark screamed that it was very risky. Teddy screamed for the drug to be administered faster. The main character screamed that this should not be done. He asked to stop, but no one listened. Then suddenly Teddy realized that his blood pressure had increased. He tried to convince himself that it meant nothing. Mark started doing artificial respiration and asked for a defibrillator. The patient was having an attack. The man was in shock. He was just silent while the main character screamed at him. Mark screamed several times. Teddy was just silent and did not understand. Mark decided to take matters into his own hands. He bared his teeth. The guy picked up the defibrillator and tried to restore the patient's heart rhythm. He was giving him shocks on his chest. Then he said he was ready. Mark gave him another shock and asked everyone to step aside. His pulse returned to normal. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. The second nurse thanked him. She thought he was a new doctor. Mark answered negatively. He also asked Teddy why he hadn't done a blood test or other tests, because it was a good chance to find the problem. He repeated his name again. Suddenly the man woke up. After this situation, he went to Anthony, who was yelling at him very loudly. After all, he had gone crazy. Teddy was only apologizing. Mark sat down on the floor. After all, he shouldn't have done this. Mark looked away, listening to the professor on the phone, who was asking if he could come into the office. The guy was finishing his meal, answering that he would be right there. Mark went up the stairs, thinking about why he wanted this and whether it was because of the patient's critical condition yesterday. The protagonist approached the professors. John looked at the guys, telling Mark that he heard that there was a problem with the patient's acute yesterday, so he called him to confirm it. The professor just told the protagonist the truth about what happened yesterday. The second protagonist looked ahead in fear. John looked at the protagonist in confusion, saying that there was nothing to tell. Mark looked ahead, saying that there was nothing special. The professor looked ahead in surprise, thinking about emergency care since he was told to use the defibrillator, being a simple resident. Mark calmly looked ahead, saying that it happened while the supervisor was there and he was just following his guidelines and instructions. The protagonist next to Mark looked at him in fear, saying that he always tried to teach him a lesson but something went wrong. John curiously asked the protagonist if he understood the consequences and if this was true. Mark calmly looked ahead. The protagonist angrily said that he really was a cool guy. Mark closed his eyes and said that he didn't like his partner because he acted a little childish. John, looking ahead, asked if he was sure about it. Mark answered that it was. A smile appeared on the professor's face. John, with a smile on his face, answered that if they say so, then it is true. The professor, with a smile on his face, thanked Teddy. The man smiled, answering that he did a great job yesterday. The guy, confused, thanked the man. John looked at Mark, thanking him for also working well and going through a difficult test at yesterday's lesson. The main character looked at John, realizing that he already knew about him and this face was very familiar to him. The door was closing. The guys sighed heavily. Mark, laughing, told Teddy that he would go first to have a snack since he did not want to go with him. John stood near the window. The man looked carefully out the window, telling himself that doctors have to learn from contact with patients and this is the reason for becoming real doctors. Mark looked into the distance, thinking that he should not forget about gratitude and compassion for patients, continuing the path of relieving them of pain. The elevator went up to the 5th floor. Teddy looked at the guy, asking where he was going and whether he smoked. Mark calmly answered that he had business on the 6th floor now. The main character, with a smile on his face, answered that they liked passive smoking. Teddy, with a smile, asked the hero if he wanted to go and smoke. The heroes were standing by the wall. There was a cigarette in his hands. Teddy bowed to Mark, answering that he was asking for forgiveness. Mark raised his hands, telling the man not to worry so much. Teddy looked closely at the guy, answering that he really apologized for everything up to this point. The hero answered that he just did not like guys who studied well. The main character calmly answered that he had nothing to worry about. The manager, with a smile, said that Mark could not worry about the grade, since even if he handed in a blank sheet, he would get the highest score. The man looked at Mark attentively. The protagonist calmly looked at the manager, asking him to apologize to the girl. Teddy calmly answered that he was fine with it and he would do it, but first he needed to do one thing. Mark listened to him attentively. The manager looked at the guy in surprise, asking how he could do it if he was a student who had just started his internship. The guy looked away in surprise. The protagonist scratched his head, trying to lie about what he had read in books, but the manager did not believe him. Teddy asked the hero in surprise if he was lying. The manager's face was smiling. Voices were heard from the street that he was a damn monster. The man looked away, saying that he had been overloading himself too much in the last few days. The hero touched his eyes, shouting that it was tiring. Sam looked at the door in surprise, from which someone was knocking. A student was standing at the door. Sam shouted at the guy with displeasure and anger, "How dare he come here?" The man looked at him angrily, answering that he had no reason to see him. The guy laughed, answering that he had done nothing wrong. Sam said discontentedly that everyone understood what the girl had done in their house and that the family had split because of him. Before leaving, the student answered that he wanted to ask something. The hero looked at the student discontentedly, waiting for an answer. The guy asked him with disdain what would happen if the calcium level in the blood increased. Sam said with hatred that he would have a heart attack and now he had to get out. His feet were outside the door. The guy looked into the distance. The hero thought about a heart attack with a smile on his face. The street. Mark looked around, saying that some time had passed, but nothing had changed. The protagonist was sitting on the phone. Mark saw a guy who began waving and calling him. Jacob answered with a smile on his face that he and Charlie had arrived first, so they had not waited and ordered meat. Mark laughed, answering that he left town. Jacob laughed, answering that he should already apologize. The hand was holding a glass. The heroes were chatting among themselves and asking various questions. Mark listened in surprise as they asked him if he had a girlfriend. The protagonist answered Jacob that he had no one. Charlie asked Mark with bewilderment what happened to Michael. The protagonist thought about it and said that he had not seen him in recent days and that he always looked busy and no one really saw him at the university. Charlie sighed angrily, saying that they needed a drink. Mark looked at Charlie, saying that he probably felt superfluous since he was friends with Michael in high school. Jacob asked Mark with a smile what he was going to specialize in. The guy listened in surprise to the protagonist, who was talking about dermatology. Mark asked Jacob with confusion why he was so surprised. The hero answered with confusion that it didn't suit him, as if a math genius made shoes or something like that. Jacob calmly answered that his goal was to study therapy or surgery at the Dale Hospital. Charlie gritted his teeth, saying that the guys were deliberately trying to humiliate him because he wasn't studying. The bottle poured liquid into a glass. Charlie closed his eyes, saying that his dream job was civil service, so he was preparing for the police exam. Jacob said in surprise that a shoemaker was trying to study mathematics. Michael looked away in surprise, saying that a gangster cop didn't suit Charlie at all. The hero began to angrily shout again about why they were trying to humiliate him even more. The guy said that he would become a pillar on which civil society rests, and everyone would be able to see that when he became the cause of medical errors, they would boldly come for him. Mark smiled broadly. It was getting dark outside. Charlie was saying goodbye to the heroes, and Jacob was hanging on his friend. Mark was looking up, asking for another round. The guy, looking away, was thinking about whether he should drink. The protagonist decided to just go home. The silhouette was slowly leaving. Home. Mom looked at Mark with fear, saying that he smelled of alcohol. The woman replied that she thought he just met with friends and now he needed to take a bath and go to bed. Mark was lying on the bed. The hero was looking up. The guy was watching the walls. Eyes were looking at the light, saying that their house was really old and most likely their family would have to move. Mark, looking at the ceiling, was thinking about whether he should sell his shares and move to a new house. The guy understood that Gangnam would be too expensive, despite the purchase of a good apartment with good neighbors. The parents were sitting at the table. The guy was raising his hand to the ceiling, saying that in the future the stock price would grow by 300 to 400% and if they sold it now it would be a waste of time, so Mark decided to wait until he earned more. The hero clenched his fist, answering that he would buy a nice house for his parents a little later. MindBio is considered the youngest company in the bio industry with great potential. The company's rapid growth made them think about building their own facility rather than expanding their current location. After the success of one project, the company began to grow steadily. Recently, President Oliver was constantly worried. The reason for this was a joint project with the American pharmaceutical company Haynes. One of the doctors told Oliver that they had found another side effect. The professor did not understand what the problem was, since the drug should fight depression. The hero looked at the floor, answering that they would do everything possible for the sake of the project, because they could not fail, so they needed to find a way to get rid of the side effects by any means. The heroine approached the professor, answering that a guest had arrived. Oliver looked ahead in surprise. Jane approached the hero. The professor asked her if she wanted something, to which the heroine replied that she had bad news. Oliver asked the heroine with bewilderment what she was talking about. Jane told the guy with a sad look that due to the continuing side effects, the headquarters raised the issue of closing the TSVO project. The professor looked at the heroine with bewilderment. The girl with a serious face answered that such side effects as diarrhea and abdominal pain are very serious, and also among other side effects they found digestive disorders. Jane said that they observed such serious side effects in the first phase of testing. The company is currently discussing closing the project in order to avoid the appearance of even more dangerous side effects that may arise in the future. Oliver was shouting loudly and telling the girl that they would solve all the problems. Jane folded her arms and said that they had already tried to reduce the severity of the side effects, but in the end they were impossible. The professor clenched his teeth and asked about what they were going to close. The eyes looked forward in fear. Oliver calmly looked at the girl and said that they would consult with a specialist who was a student at a Korean university. Jane looked at all this in surprise. The heroine asked Oliver in surprise that they were going to consult with a student, despite the fact that their company was consulting with the best professionals in the pharmacology industry. Jane laughed and said that perhaps there was a genius student in Korea that the company did not know about. The professor calmly said that he really was a genius student. Oliver lowered his head, asking the girl for a little more time. The man remembered Mark, saying that he really was a genius. The phone started ringing. The protagonist looked at it angrily. The guy covered his eyes. Mark clenched his teeth, saying that it was tiring. His eyes were clenched, and the hero replied that he did not want to answer the calls. The protagonist spoke into the phone about who he was. The professor on the phone said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mark answered with a smile on his face that he was a little busy. The guy looked away in surprise and heard Oliver answer that they were currently developing a new drug and would like to hear an opinion. The man heard the protagonist answer that he would not be able to help, and if it was about drug development, then as a student he could simply give advice. His face was scared. Mark was surprised to hear the professor say that the company was actually having a hard time, and if this project failed, they would go bankrupt. Oliver loudly asked for help and just to listen to what he had to say. The professor listened with a smile on his face as the protagonist answered that they should not expect too much. Mark hung up the phone with displeasure. The protagonist thoughtfully answered that it was most likely a new drug. The guy calmly answered that he simply had no chance of failing, at least in the past, but recently the shares were cheaper than he thought. Mark looked away in surprise, thinking about his stock assets, and if his company went bankrupt, his $4 billion would be nothing more than a piece of toilet paper. Mark hit the table, realizing that this was very important to him. The man greeted the main character and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asked how he was. Bowing his head, the hero said that yes, for a long time, to which the man, bowing slightly, said that he was glad to see him again. Before they began, he would like to introduce him to someone. The girl, looking straight ahead, introduced herself. She was the vice president of the Haynes company. Mark looked at the girl and said that he was pleased to meet him, and then introduced himself, to which the girl responded approvingly. A rainbow appeared behind the hero, and Jane thought that he was an ordinary boy. What Oliver wanted from him, it was a waste of time. Sitting at the table, the man said that if frankly, then the reason why he called him here is the TC-80 project, a joint development of a new device. They recently discovered strange side effects. The hero looked thoughtfully at the papers and heard that this was the molecular formula and method of application of TC-80, plans and results of the first, second, and third phases, to which the hero replied that yes, he sees it, let them give him a minute to read it. Frowning, Mark thought about the fact that he needed to resuscitate Mind Bio. If it failed, his $4 million, as if they did not exist. Jane angrily asked about, well, does he even understand what is written there? Looking straight, the girl said that the drug against depression, which is used for serotonin receptors 5-HT, during the first phase, strange side effects were detected. Then the girl asked which of the 5-HT receptors, to which the hero replied 5-HT7. Looking at him, Jane asked what the mechanism of action of 5-HT7. Closing his eyes, the hero thought and repeated the question. Smiling, Mark said that it seemed the girl did not understand something, to which she asked again. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he came to give a consultation on the project, asked to refrain from questions to check his competence. Jane's eyes widened in surprise. Sweat was running down the girl's face. Lowering her head, Jane apologized for asking such questions and said that then, does he have a solution for the side effects that appeared? Pointing his finger at the paper, the hero said that it is right here, to which the girl asked what he was talking about. Looking at Jane, the protagonist asked if she knew what it was, to which she replied that yes, it is the mechanism of action of 5-HT7. Putting his hand on the table, Mark said that it is true, but it is only part of it. The girl looked ahead in surprise and heard that this formula affects other receptors as well as 5-HT7, which is why the likelihood of side effects increases, and then she asked how he could know this, because he was just guessing, right? Looking at the hero, Jane said that then, which receptors exactly does the drug affect, to which Mark replied that he cannot say for sure at this stage of research. He can only guess, based on their data, among all the receptors, the drug affected 5-HT4. Looking down, the man thought about what the scientists from Haynes said the same thing, and then said that is expected from a hero. Amazing, asked what precautions should be taken to avoid side effects. Mark said that none. Initially, it was the wrong formula, to which the man widened his eyes and asked again. Jane looked away and thought that this is what the experiments in Haynes showed, right? The project makes no sense. The girl nervously lowered her eyes. A portrait of the protagonist appeared in her head and she thought that he was amazing. He made conclusions only based on reports. He studied at a Korean university. Looking down, Jane thought that he was a genius. She needed to remember him. He could be a great contribution to the future. Oliver asked in surprise that this was true. There was no chance at all. If the project was closed, Mind Bio would be. The hero confidently said that it was not quite. Jane and Oliver looked surprised right after Mark said that they could give TC-80 a new life. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked what they were ready to do in this case, to which the girl emotionally replied that if they could, Haynes would gladly allocate hundreds of millions of dollars. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked if her words had any weight. Could he believe her words? Jane's eyes widened, thinking that this young man was really serious. The guy's eyes appeared and she added, but how, in what way? Pointing her hand to the side, the girl said that of course, promising hundreds of millions was too much, but in order to rehabilitate the TC-80 project, they would allocate the necessary amount. Showing the number 2 with his fingers, the hero said that 200 million was the price of his offer. Until they agreed, he would not tell them what to do. Sweat was running down the man's face and he asked what? Frowning, Jane thought about the fact that he was negotiating right here. It was puzzling, and then said that she did not know how amazing his solution was, but an idea is just an idea and it did not matter how amazing it was. Looking up, the protagonist asked to stop and said that if they believed in his idea at least a little, he would plan out the entire research plan. Adding another finger, he said that for this plan too, he wanted an additional 100 million. Raising 3 fingers up, Mark said that in total, $300 million, that was his offer. The girl put her hand on the table. Jane concentratedly looked straight ahead. Oliver nervously drank from a mug. Putting his hands on his knees, Jane said that he puzzled her. If she refused his offer, what would he do? Raising his head, Mark replied that he would simply leave and go to Haynes' competitor, the Clean Company, and offer them the same. Oliver fearfully turned to the main character. Putting his hands on the table, Mark said that of course he would not want to lose friendly relations with the president, but the vice president, what is her decision? The waiter brought food to the hero and said that his food was ready. Mark turned to the girl and said that the food was getting cold. Why doesn't she think while eating? To which she replied that they would do so. Holding utensils in her hand, the girl turned to the hero and asked him to remind him of his full name. Chewing food, the hero said his name. Looking down, the girl said that she knew that the question was rude, but how old was he? Mark looked at her and said that he was 24 years old. Smiling, the girl sighed and asked about 24, wasn't he too young? Then lowered her head and said that without taking into account his intelligence, his attitude was surprising. If she didn't know his age, she would have said that he was quite charismatic. Looking straight at him, Jane said that it was good in order to give the TC-80 project a chance and compensate for the damage it had caused to the company. It was not a pity to spend this money, but if his idea was not worth a dime, he should not expect anything from them. Grinning, the protagonist said that of course. Picking up the knife, Jane heard that he would get straight to the point. Using TC-80 to treat depression and other psychiatric illnesses was impossible, due to the fact that the side effects manifested themselves before the therapeutic ones, to which the girl replied that they already knew this. Let him get down to business. A picture arose of a person writhing in pain, and Mark said that the drug not only treats depression, it also causes colic and diarrhea, since it stimulates other receptors. Thus, how exactly these receptors affect the occurrence of colic and diarrhea? The girl clenched her teeth and said that this, and the hero said that because it excessively stimulates the functions of the digestive system, this means that it can be used as a laxative. Jane's eyes widened in amazement. Standing up and leaning on the table, the girl asked him to stop and said that she understood what he was talking about. But for a therapeutic drug, colic and diarrhea are too strong. If they use a neuropsychotropic drug, like a peptic, there are too many variables. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said that it was nothing complicated, they would just reduce the dosage. Pointing to his palm, Mark said that they would reduce the dosage by 5 times, just right for the first test, then reduce it by another 27 times and find a suitable dosage, increasing it little by little, so that the formula would not act on the nerve receptors and have an effect on the psyche. If colic appears, then the dosage is suitable for improving digestion, and if diarrhea, then it will be a drug for constipation. The girl slightly opened her mouth. Lowering her head, the guy asked how they liked his offer. Jane abruptly grabbed the protagonist's hands. Finding herself in front of him, she asked about the plans, whether he could develop them quickly, to which the hero, looking up, replied that yes, it was possible. The protagonist told how at that dinner table he signed a contract for $300 million, then everything went like clockwork. Jane pointed to the side, and the hero said that the vice president of Haynes began to make changes to the project. The Mind Bio company was able to return to work. Oliver took the hero by the shoulders and said a huge thank you to him, to which Mark replied that you are welcome, it was in his interests, everything is fine. Looking at the papers, the girl said that this scheme is amazing. Turning to the hero, she added that it is perfect, asked how he did it, it is already a finished scheme, to which the hero thanked her. Smiling, Mark thought that of course, it is almost finished. After all, he copied a little. In the past, after the TC-80 project was closed, someone from Haynes found a way out. With a sad look, Mark thought that if in his past life he had not assisted during the 3rd stage of lab experiments, he would hardly remember anything. He feels as if he stole someone else's merit, but everything should be fine. Looking at the guy who put his hands behind his head, the girl thought what kind of monster he was. Entering the house, the main character called his mother and said that they were moving to a new apartment. Looking at her son, the mother asked what he was talking about out of the blue. Putting the envelope on the table, the hero said that they could not live here for the rest of their lives. Here is the money he earned. Looking at the envelope, the mother asked where he had the time to earn money. He is a busy student. With their mouths wide open in surprise, the main character's father and mother asked what, how much, how many zeros are there, what kind of nonsense is going on with his eyes. The hero smiled broadly and said that he worked part-time in a medical company. Here is about 300 million, everything he has earned up to this point, to which the mother asked in surprise, is it really him? Holding his father's head, his mother said that it was illegal. He had earned it dishonestly, hadn't he? He couldn't do that, scam a medical company. Smiling, the hero said that it wasn't so. How could a student do that? He was consulting for a major project for an American company, to which his mother asked, then he really had earned it. Dad looked at the woman with a sad expression, and Mark said that yes, now they'd better move to a better house. Dad looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Frowning, he thanked the hero, said that it was his money, let him not spend it on them. Kneeling down, Mark said that he could earn the money again, and if they bought a house now, its value would increase in the future. The sooner they bought the house, the better, to which his mother replied that they didn't have to move to a better place and he could spend the money on himself. The mother looked at the man in surprise, and the hero said that he shouldn't worry, he would earn much more money in the future. The father sighed heavily. The man lowered his head and said that it was fine, he understood, but he would get his house back after he got married, to which the guy happily turned to him. The hero said that in this way, taking into account the parents' savings earned in the restaurant, they collected $350 million and began looking for a new apartment through real estate companies. While in the new house, the realtor pointed to the windows and said that here and here, and the mother said that oh my god, they could really live in a place like this. Turning to her, the father said that not quite, they had many more places to look at, so they were going. The hero said that in his soul there was great satisfaction from the sight of his happy parents, a calm and happy life with his beloved family. This was his life. Mark looked straight ahead in surprise. The protagonist was lying on the table and said, out of the blue, he wanted to die. And Mary said that she hardly recognized him. Surgical practice would start today, everything would be fine with him. To which the protagonist replied that he hoped. A sheet of paper stuck to the protagonist's face and he thought that in any case, surgical practice had already begun. Oh my god. Looking out the window, Mark thought that in a few more months, 4 years of general practice and he would be in his senior year. Time flies. A sign for the surgery department appeared. The tired protagonist, sitting on a chair, thought that surgical practice, he was going to die now. Gritting his teeth tightly, Mark thought about remembering the past, surgical practice. He always disliked it. The door opened slightly. Entering the office, Lucas said that everyone was already here and introduced himself. Looking at the students, he asked if the whole group was here, absolutely everyone, to which the girl replied that yes, everyone. Holding the papers in his hands, the manager said that it was good, there was not much time, they would start, and then turned to the guy, saying he was there, with bags under his eyes exactly like his, and the hero asked in surprise, was it him, and then thought, why did he notice him? Lowering his head, the manager said that it was true, he was one of the first in the course, that's right, asked what was the difference between surgery and therapy. Looking at him with tired eyes, Mark answered that the presence of surgery. Lucas clenched his teeth and said that it was true, whatever the surgery, it carries the greatest risk for the patient. If therapy helps patients using simple methods, such as drugs, then surgery uses direct intervention. If the therapist is enough to be smart, the surgeon must be a professional in performing surgery, this means their hands must be precise. Looking straight ahead, Mark thought that he was a specialist, as far as he remembered. In the past he was a professor of surgery at Dale Hospital. I remember that several accidents during operations occurred because of him. Do not judge others, look at yourself. It seems that his skills improved after some time. Lucas said that in this way, during the practice they will perform operations on their own, and it will be completely different from what they have studied so far, and then turned to the hero, to which Mark responded with surprise. Looking at the hero, the head said that nerds like him have a hard time getting used to operating rooms, let him be prepared, to which the guy said yes, he understands. The head said that this is good, each of them should try, to which all the students said yes, they will try. The protagonist sneezed. Mary turned to him and asked if he was okay. She thought he should rest at home, to which Mark replied that he could wait a little longer. Approaching him, the girl asked why he had fallen ill out of the blue. He was making her worried. She would tell the head of the department that he could not go into the operating room yet, to which the protagonist thanked her and said that indeed, it would be too much to go into the operating room in such a state. Leaning on his arm, the protagonist thought that it could not be worse, at least he would not have to go into the operating room. The protagonist looked down. The doctors were operating on a patient and the protagonist said that he had spent more than 10 years in the operating room. The man raised his hands and then added that in his past life he had performed more than enough operations. He did not want to go through all this again. Lying on his arm, the protagonist thought that he would not have to do the operation. He really did not want to. Walking in a mask, the hero thought about what was wrong with this cold. The protagonist was warmly dressed and thought about the fact that 10 days had already passed. Doesn't a cold go away in 5 minutes 7 days? Hopefully it's not pneumonia or something like that. The man told Mark to just go to the hospital. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked how he was. He looked like a zombie, and the other said that yes, if it was a common cold, he would have recovered long ago. Adjusting his collar, the student said that in any case, he can't go into the operating room. What will he do? Practice is needed. And the other guy said that this is true, practical knowledge is completely different from what they learned in lectures. The guy said that as he thought, surgery is great, in a lab coat you feel much cooler, to which the other replied that sick patients, he will cure them all, let them be careful. The protagonist watched this and thought that they were crazy and what the hell. Looking straight ahead, Mark thought that they went crazy after their first practice in the operating room. Even if you are given a small role during the operation, he will still participate. The feelings are completely different, but only for a moment. And what about him? He is not going to do operations, so he does not have to go to practice. The protagonist slowly walked to the pharmacy. Approaching the pharmacist, he asked for a painkiller, just to give him something, to which the girl said to stop and asked if he was okay. Sam entered the pharmacy and asked in surprise if this was the hero. Turning around at him, Mark shyly asked how he was doing, to which the professor replied that it was good that he met him here, how he looked, barely alive. Smiling broadly, Sam asked, he was very tired. What about a cup of coffee in their cafeteria? He was treating him. There was something he wanted to talk about, to which the guy agreed. The hero thought about the fact that he wanted to lie down, but he could not refuse. A cafeteria sign appeared. There were 2 cups with a drink on the table. Sitting in front of the main character, Sam said that he could take something more expensive, asked if a regular Americano was enough for him, to which Mark answered that yes, everything was fine, and a thought flashed through his head that how could he take something more expensive when the professor was treating him. Bringing the cup to his mouth, Sam said that, frankly speaking, he had wanted to thank him for quite a long time, to which the guy asked in surprise if he had helped him. The professor said that he always looked after Mary, and a picture of the girl giving him pills appeared in the guy's head and he thought that she was the one who was looking after him. Looking at the professor, the hero thought about the fact that he really was friends with her, but it was hard to get rid of her when she wanted to come to his house and take care of him, and Sam said that Mary often talks about what he does. The guy looked straight ahead in fear and heard the question of what he thought of the girl, and then smiling said that she was a great friend. Closing his eyes, Sam said that he understood, a good friend. Looking straight ahead, the professor said that it was clear. He thought it was uncomfortable for him to answer such questions now, asked him to take care of her. Smiling slightly, Mark replied that yes, in the future he would try to be a good friend to her. Getting up from the table, the professor said that he had a meeting now, so he would go. Have a nice day, to which the guy thanked him. Looking at his reflection in the cup, Mark thought about the fact that Professor Sam was the only family member Mary could rely on. Looking down, the hero thought about what the girl was telling the only relative she trusted. Getting up from the table, the protagonist thought that he just needed to forget about it, needed to rest. Turning his head to the side, he wondered what he was doing here. The manager said furiously that he had exempted him from operations because he was sick. He thought he was joking. Hanging around in a cafe was fun, to which the hero asked to stop and said that this was not what he thought. Looking at the confused guy, Lucas said that now he saw that he was just pretending to be sick, asked if he thought that since he was an excellent student, he could get rid of him by lying. The hero said that this was a misunderstanding. He was not alone. Professor Sam from the therapy department was also here. They were talking. Lucas sighed heavily, and then asked about the professor and where he was, said that just because he was Mary's brother, he became his friend. He was lying again. The head of the department said furiously that he would be on emergency calls for a week, would be responsible for all emergency surgeries. The guy opened his mouth wide in surprise, and then thought about the fact that the doctor on duty meant a permanent presence in the hospital and participation in all emergency night surgeries. The clock on the wall appeared. The hero was sitting on the couch and looking at the ceiling. Mark thought about the terrible misunderstanding. The doctor on duty still clearly remembers this night atmosphere. Lowering his head, the main character thought that now he remembers that he smoked a lot. In any case, I hope there will be no emergency surgeries. The phone in the guy's pocket rang, and he added that of course, this had to happen. Bringing the phone to his ear, he heard where he carries it, again in a cafe, to which the guy replied that he is near the operating room. Standing near the office, Lucas said that the patient had acute cholecystitis, the operation would start soon, so let him come to the 7th operating room right now, to which the hero replied that he understood and would be there right now. The guy hung up. Leaving the office, he looked at the corridor ahead for the first time since Rebirth. A view of the path to the operating room opened up and he said that again this frightening corridor in front of the operating room, the heart was ready to jump out of the chest. Mark walked straight and thought that he knew this from the very beginning. Slightly opening his mouth, the protagonist thought that this is why he did not want to go back to the operating room, did not want to hear the heartbeat again, which reminds him of a past life. The protagonist looked attentively straight ahead. Lucas, looking at him, asked that he was already here, said that the patient was being given anesthesia, to wash his hands and go in, to which the hero apologized for being late. Standing with his back to the protagonist, Lucas told him to wash his hands thoroughly. If an infection appears, he will kill him, and then, turning to him, to put on a robe. Putting on a mask, the head said that he should know that he cannot put on a robe as he wants. The hero took up his clothes, and the head did not have time to finish. The guy took the robe in his hands. He quickly put it on and tied it. Exhaling, the hero thought that he hated tying a robe, and Lucas asked him if he hadn't said that he was in the operating room for the first time. Looking at the hero, the head said that it was not his first time here. Yes, indeed, if he lied again, he would kill, and the guy thought that these were habits and said that no, this was the first time. Lucas said that he better not make mistakes while assisting. He will watch, to which the guy laughed and said that yes, he will try, and then thought that habits scare him. He does not even think, he just does. The main character thought that he cannot be here. The operation does not want to do this again. Mark looked at the patient under anesthesia. The guy clarified the girl's age with his colleague. He asked if he was the only head here if there were no interns. Mark continued to say that such an operation on the gallbladder is usually not presented to students in class. Almost all the work in this operation should be done by the surgeon. Almost nothing should be left for the assistant. The guy let it slip that this makes him remember how he did this operation many times. The surgeon came up and asked if he finished or the guy with disinfection, and whether he did it correctly. The guy came up to the patient and looked. He said that he would give him a dressing down if he did something wrong. When the surgeon praised Mark, he said that this was his first experience with disinfection and he had to be careful. The man turned around and asked if this was true because it sounded like it was just made up. He suggested that they start the operation already. The surgeon said that the patient had acute cholecystitis and he had to perform a cholecystectomy. He said that he did not intend to use a scalpel, intending to perform a laparoscopy. The man asked the assistant if he knew what it was. The guy answered without question that such an operation was performed by inserting an endoscope to view the internal bones and using tools such as a clamp and forceps. He said that such an operation is performed on a small area. The patient feels less pain and recovers faster after it. The man said that he was glad that his assistant knew this. In the case of this patient, there may be almost no scars. Mark asked if this meant that he would only use endoscopic vision. The surgeon coolly replied that if the guy knew, let him do everything right, he would not tolerate mistakes from him. He suggested starting the operation. The man asked to show the site of the inflammation with an endoscope. The guy obeyed. The surgeon noticed something among the tissues. Mark said that the inflammation was too serious. It had spread to the nearest organs that were connected to each other. The guy suggested using a scalpel in this case. The man flatly refused to use this instrument, arguing that it was necessary to avoid the formation of a scar on the patient as much as possible. The problem was that it was much more difficult than operating on the stomach with a scalpel. The guy thought that the head of the department was still hesitating, but so far the operation was going well. Mark thought that he should not go into too much detail. He had to focus on his work. The man scolded the guy for shaking the endoscope. If he was doing this because he was tired, then nothing good would come of it. Mark yelled at the surgeon and ordered him to look at the screen. The chief looked back and was shocked by what he saw. The patient was bleeding into the organs. The surgeon began to think how to solve this problem, because it was he who had damaged the artery that belonged to the gallbladder. The man ordered to suck out this blood with a special instrument, because it did not stop at all. The guy said that he could not see where the blood was coming from. He considered an autopsy necessary. Mark thought that at this stage it was very dangerous to continue the operation without an autopsy. The surgeon insisted on his own. The guy shouted at his boss and said that the blood pressure was too low, the heart could stop at any moment, and if he continued such actions. The man continued to insist on his own and think that he could cope. The guy looked at the devices and ordered the boss to open the patient. The man's hands were shaking with fear. He even closed his eyes for a moment. The surgeon ordered to give him a scalpel. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully made an incision on the patient's body and removed excess blood. The surgeon thought that the bleeding was so serious that instead of improving his view, everything was only getting worse and worse. He did not know what to do in such a situation, because at that hour in the hospital there were no other doctors who could help him. Mark turned to the head. The guy suggested putting a smaller nozzle on the suction. According to him, it could reduce the bleeding. The man yelled at him and argued that he did not know anything about surgery yet. Mark continued to insist on his own and assured that the nozzle would be just a little smaller, asked him to try. The surgeon agreed with his idea. A few seconds later, he saw that the blood easily left the girl's insides. The man did not understand how this guy knew so much. Mark said that he would do the suction to improve the view. He asked the chief to do the bleeding. The surgeon saw one place that was full of blood. He was afraid that he would not stop the bleeding since nothing was visible. The guy suggested his chief to take the suction for a second so that he could try it himself. Mark didn't want to do it, but no one left him a choice. The guy quickly handed the device to the surgeon and grabbed the scissors. Under the man's indignation, the guy continued the operation. The surgeon watched as the guy stopped the bleeding a few seconds later. He didn't understand how that was possible. Mark was very worried that he would have to justify himself. He asked to forgive him because it was just a coincidence. The man tried to tell him what to say, but decided that it was better to finish the operation first. The corridor in front of the operating room. The guy was happy that nothing bad happened, although he did not want to interfere with the operation. When the boss came out, the guy thanked him for the good work. The man reciprocated and asked him something. The surgeon continued to insist that the guy could not physically know how to do it so quickly. Mark tried to excuse himself by saying that he remembered how it was done on the video that we showed him at school. The man said that he did not doubt his assistant at all and thanked him for his work again. The guy honestly admitted that his heart was pounding, his head was hurting, and he was feeling a little sick, which caused a strange reaction from his colleague. The surgeon turned around and asked the guy if it was true that he had been in a cafe with the professor. After Mark's positive answer, the man burst into tears and said that he had probably treated his assistant incorrectly from the very beginning. He apologized. The surgeon sent the guy home, who asked him about emergency calls. The man replied that a student was not supposed to make emergency calls. He ordered him to go and rest. Mark said that it was 3 in the morning. If he got home quickly, he could sleep for 2 hours. The surgeon turned around and asked the guy what his goal in life was. Mark happily answered that his paradise was dermatology. The man was shocked by such a statement. In his opinion, it was inappropriate. Still, the surgeon agreed that dermatology was good, but if a mathematician were to repair shoes, it would not be right. The sun was rising over the city. It was still early morning. Mark was sleeping very soundly as he was very tired from his internship. It was 3:30 in the morning. The guy could not even sleep for a couple of hours. He realized that the life of a surgeon is difficult and painful, but it is worth the smiles of all the patients he operates on. It is real happiness when a person saves another person's life. The guy abruptly jumped out of bed and started looking for his phone. His phone was ringing while the guy was driving away his sleep. He looked at the time. It was 6:30. The person on the line was asking Mark to come right now. Some strange sounds were coming from the receiver. Mark did not understand what was going on at all. It was already clear outside. The guy went into the room. Mary was standing by the wall and meeting a friend. The girl was in tears and said her friend's name. Mark told her not to be sad because she could talk to him about anything if she wanted. She did not stop crying, but only filled her eyes with tears even more. Mary hugged the guy and began to cry into his suit. The cause of his death was suicide. Despite the fact that he was a doctor, the way to commit suicide was unusual. After injecting a dose of calcium into a vein, he had a heart attack due to an increase in the density of calcium in his body. The girl continued to cry, saying that she did not understand what motivated the guy to do this because he did not even tell her anything. Mark thought that he saw him yesterday. He would never have thought that he would commit suicide. He was a kind man who was worried about his dear sister. He could not just do this. Such a turn of events was unthinkable for him. Michael was smoking near the wall on the street and asked what his interlocutor was doing here. The man said that the guy was obliged to pay respect to his older brother at the funeral, so he should not be here now. Michael said that he would not be able to feel this atmosphere because he forgot that a father should be quite sad about the loss of his only son to whom he could give the hospital inheritance. The man with shaking hands ordered the boy to leave now. He wanted to call back. Michael threw away his cigarette and said that if his father wanted it that way, he would leave right now. The boy went to the red car and opened the door. He got behind the wheel and sighed sadly. His eyes were full of hatred. The boy looked at his photo. As a child, he screamed at his mother that she should hold on, otherwise he would fall down. Michael said that he would never forget this day. He remembered his mother, and he would never forget those damn parasites. He remembered how the police conducted an investigation, not missing a single detail about the suicide, but there was nothing unusual there. There was no evidence at the crime scene that pointed to murder. In the room where he was all alone, only his lifeless body was found, and the needle lying next to him had only his fingerprints. Since the company itself did not want to advertise this event, it was decided to pass it off as a suicide. Then he remembered his father's eyes at that moment, and almost half a year had passed since that moment. Fortunately for the guy, Mary became energetic again. He remembered how he asked Mark to take care of the girl. He knew that the girl was an outstanding person, although she hid it. The guy called out to her while she was walking past him. Mark asked her not to overwork herself at work. The girl said that she was completely fine. This was not the first time for her, so she was used to it. But she decided to focus her attention on the interlocutor. Mary asked if the guy would always be with her. She looked at him with pure and cordial eyes. Mark simply could not refuse her. The guy, confused, patted her on the shoulder and agreed. The girl added that he could be with her until he married someone. She sparingly answered him that she was grateful for everything. Mary squeezed the briefcase in her hands very tightly. Still, the girl made up her mind and confessed her love to the guy. At first, Mark did not understand what it was. Mary began to make excuses. The guy knew that there were only a few residents left and that his graduation was coming soon. His last exam was dermatology. He dreamed of finally becoming a dermatologist. Despite everything, he planned to give it his all. Mary asked her friend what he was doing. He replied that he was preparing for morning rounds today. She asked him to drop everything and go eat donuts with the rest of the guys. The guy asked if his interlocutor was already preparing. He asked him to relax and eat with them. The guys asked him not to show his excitement about the exams and at least once start the morning normally. Mark looked at his classmates and realized that dermatology was certainly calmer than it was in other places. He understood that examining and treating skin is not something to mock, because the truth is that this field is not even worth comparing with others. Directly because of the calm work, everyone is kind to each other, wonderful, just like he wanted. The girl ran into the audience and ordered the guys to get out of here because the doctors are coming. The classmates did not understand why they came so quickly because they did not have time to eat. The guy asked what the professor needed at such a time. The man menacingly said that a VIP patient had arrived and he needed a diagnosis. He hoped that the examination room was free. The guys said with excitement that it was empty. Mark did not understand why such a menacing man was a professor of dermatology because all the guys looked calm. The man asked the guy if he was going to specialize in this field, to which he agreed. The professor replied that he expected a lot from the best student, despite the fact that he missed a whole year of study. Mark bowed to him and realized that this was the end. Everything had gotten out of control for him after that incident. He understood that if the professor thought the same thing that was red in his eyes, he would not be able to stay in this field. Mark looked at him and understood that he himself was not to blame for anything, and the attitude towards him was very subjective. The guy understood that in this dirty world the truth is not important and he will not be able to change anything. He knew that even if he was treated unfairly, he should at least try and do everything in his power. A couple of days later, all the students and professors of dermatology met for lunch. It was already getting dark outside. In some cafe the lights were still on. The young people were laughing and drinking. Mark was sitting at the next table from the professor and thought that this was not the ideal time for a meeting and the time. The guy thought that even if he did not like him, maybe the man could change his mind if he showed him sincere intentions. Mark got up from his table and went to the man's table. The professor greeted him and asked him to sit down with him. The man poured the guy a drink into a glass. He waited for a while and asked if the guy wanted to become a dermatologist. Mark hesitantly answered that he did. The professor asked him to ask him a question. The man asked him, laughing, if he was joking. The guy's reaction was very cautious. He was preparing for the worst. The professor said that if he were in his place, he would never in his life go into dermatology because it is a pretty terrible thing. The man claimed that the guy was unique and he should develop in the field of surgery and scientific research. He assured that the guy would be useful to a large extent where people's lives are saved. The professor's eyes seemed to be the complete opposite of his words. Carl sat behind him and did not understand how Mark even dared to do such a thing. The guy did not remember how that dinner ended. He came to his senses only at home, looking at his face in the mirror. He smiled sarcastically and laughed. He was interested in why he tried so hard. Mark felt broken. He hit the wall out of despair. The guy stood like that for some time. The red car drove up to the porch. The guard at the door greeted the boy, who asked where his father was. The man replied that he was waiting inside. Michael opened the door and walked inside. His father stood with his back turned to him and asked if he had eaten. The boy replied that he had not eaten yet, asking the man to get to the point of the conversation because there was no need for empty words. The father asked if his son was preparing for graduation. The boy replied that he just did what he had to do when the time came. The man said that this was the reason the boy was always in second place, which is why he was a useless child. The father said that the boy had been in second place since high school. He reproached his son for the fact that Mark always took first place, never giving up his place to anyone. After saying that his brother never gave up his place to anyone, Michael said that this was not surprising because his blood was pure. The father asked him to have ambitions, even if his son's blood was as dirty as he said. Michael asked his father what was happening to him today. He thought that he was just jealous because he had nothing but the hospital. The man ordered the guy to shut his mouth, to which he continued to say that he did not want to rub salt into his wounds. He could not determine the mood of people, probably because of his dirty blood. The father grabbed a glass standing on the table and threw it towards his son. Luckily, Michael avoided a direct hit, but he was hit by shrapnel. The father continued to say that Michael followed in his mother's footsteps. The man said that there was no time to relax because the main house raised the issue of his exclusion from the family register, and he did not even imagine how difficult it would be to stop. The father said that the guy needed to rise in the rankings right now. His family did not need laggards, and if he was second, he would get into trouble. The man asked the guy to prove that he was worthy of being an official member of the family, especially because of his dirty blood. He ordered him to come to the hospital after graduation. The man expected the boy to start answering the surgery, and he would take care of him. Michael put his hand to the wound and agreed. Michael was fascinated. Mary asked her friend what was wrong with him. She assumed that he was sick. The guy did not know how he could tell her that he had lost everything he had worked so hard for. Everything lost its meaning for him. He assumed that he just needed to give up and relax. The phone rang in his pocket, and the guy, answering an unfamiliar call, assumed that they had the wrong number. Jane was on the line. She asked the guy to meet and talk alone. Mark naturally agreed and asked where they would meet. Mary watched the guy speak fluent English. She assumed that his interlocutor was a foreigner. The appointed place to meet Jane. Mark stood at the door and thought that he was on this street for the first time. He never thought about moving here. After all, this is a space clinic. The guy thought that buying one of these clinics didn't seem possible anymore. He didn't know what to think. After his 10-year dream burst like a soap bubble, only emptiness remained. He had already started thinking about getting a job in a regular hospital. Mark assumed that he would earn enough money to get married later because his resume was pretty good. Jane came up to him and greeted him with an accent. The woman asked how long they hadn't seen each other. Mark was confused. The guy asked her to speak English if she was uncomfortable communicating in this way. The woman agreed. She said that she would rather restudy molecular biology than learn Korean. She offered to talk to him during the meal. She paid. Jane said that there was something important she wanted to talk to him about. She also wanted to thank him. The guy immediately agreed. The restaurant was dimly lit by a lamp. The woman was making an order while Mark was thinking that he had never been to such places. The guy was surprised by the huge prices for food. Jane calmed him down and said that her company paid for everything. Mark thanked her for this and asked her why she invited him here. The woman asked her interlocutor not to be surprised and said that she had been promoted to the director of the Korean branch. Mark was delighted. He congratulated her dejectedly and raised his glass. Jane continued to talk about her success. According to her, the TC-80 project was the reason for the promotion. The first phase was completed. Now she was working on the second. She said that before this, her career was at risk. She was promoted thanks to the efforts of one person. Mark continued to eat in surprise. Even though he used other people's ideas, it was still wonderful. The woman said that thanks to the guy, she can now sit indefinitely in this place. She planned to thank him. Jane thanked the guy again, to which he began to deny his successes. She asked him what he was going to do after graduation. Mark thought about her words. Jane invited him to join her company since the director's position is well paid, plus bonuses for successful projects. The guy's hands trembled when he heard the salary of 2.5 million won. Mark asked about the seriousness of her intentions. The woman replied that it was a direct offer from the head office and not just her desire. She continued to say that the management was impressed by his work. The guy thought that it could very well be. The woman brought the glass and looked at the guy through it, asking what he thought about the job. A minute of silence passed between them. Mark was already leaving for home, remembering how he asked for time to think about it. The guy remembered reading reports in his past life. Finishing a project at this clinic would be easy as pie. Of course, this was a good offer. The phone rang in his pocket again. The guy thought about how many calls he had received today. Mark picked up the phone and said hello. The person on the other end of the line greeted him and said that it was the HR department of Dale Hospital. The guy didn't understand why they were calling him from there. The person on the line asked if he was going to do an internship at Dale Hospital after graduation. Mark was stunned by this news. The person on the line said that they had started an incentive program to find the best university graduates. If the guy was interested, he could meet them and find out everything. The guy didn't understand why he hadn't thought of this before. He was thinking about this hospital. Mark was glad that he had the opportunity to do an internship at Dale Hospital instead of Korea University. In his opinion, Dale was much better, even number one. After some thought, the guy agreed. He said that he was free and ready to go to the HR department. It was getting dark. Mark came to Dale Hospital. The woman at the reception thanked the guy for coming, and he also greeted her. She was in a very businesslike style. The woman continued to tell the guy that their hospital was one of the leading companies. Mark couldn't listen to this boring speech, but the woman continued to tell him that they maintain their leading positions thanks to investments in new technologies. After she suggested that he move on to the main part, the guy perked up. The employee said that if he joined them, his colleagues would be paid half as much as he did. The guy asked if she meant interns. The man said that was right. Like in other hospitals, he would start from the very first intern level. Compared to other hospitals, their interns' salaries were higher, and when he became a doctor, it would double again. The guy did not understand why they were offering such good conditions to just an intern. He thanked the man for the offer and asked if there were other interns who had agreed to this position. The worker said that the guy was the only one among them. He had many questions. According to him, he was chosen to give a farewell speech by the best medical university in the country. After analyzing the effectiveness of their offer, they planned to make similar offers to other graduates in the future. Mark said that he would go and call if he agreed. The man wished him all the best and said that he would wait for him after graduation. The guy went home happy because he was offered a lot of money. The worker behind him was glad that he spoke. The worker didn't understand why the boss cared so much about a simple intern, but he was doing what he was told and shouldn't worry about it. The man looked at Mark and didn't understand what he was doing. He thought that even if he was the best in a Korean university, he was still just an intern. The man assumed that he had some hidden talents. The worker was disappointed that he would never know and understand him. Mark walked home happily, thinking about how many people were thinking about him today. The phone rang again. It was Michael on the line. He offered the guy a drink today because they hadn't met for a long time. The interlocutor agreed and asked where he should go. Michael said that he would meet him at his house. The man at the entrance said that the young gentleman was waiting for him. Michael was confused because he had never been greeted like that. The guy followed the escort down the hallway and remembered how he used to be here in high school. A lot of time has passed since then, but their family is still very rich. There was a VIP sign on the door. Michael was sitting on the couch and thanking the guy for coming. Mark asked him why he had invited him at this time. The guy said he was just nostalgic for the old days. He said it was great back then. He decided to reminisce about the past. Mark said that nostalgia was not like the guy's own thoughts. Michael said nothing and invited the guy to sit down and have a drink with him. The guy asked where Mary was. He offered to call her if she was late. Michael poured a drink and said that he hadn't invited her, so he just asked him to chat alone. Mark thought about the chaos the girl would create. He supposed that a peaceful drink together wouldn't be so bad. He drank a glass of alcohol and said that he had been running all day today. Michael suddenly asked who he was to him. Mark was surprised by such a question and did not understand at first. The guy answered that he was his friend. Michael looked up and said that he understood him. The guy did not understand what he didn't like about these words. Michael said again that he was right because they were friends. He suggested that they stay that way. Mark asked why he was asking him such strange questions. Because it was really creepy. The guy mumbled something. He continued the topic and simply suggested drinking to friendship. The guys clinked glasses. Mark drank everything to the bottom. His interlocutor sat and watched this. When the guy finished the last drop, he put the mug on the table. The guy started complaining that something was happening to him, as if he was going to die right now. His head hurt really badly. Michael suggested that he sleep a little if he was tired. Everything started to blur in Mark's eyes. The guy had strange eyes. He fell onto the couch and fell asleep. Michael came up to him and looked. The guy was drunk, but he was sleeping very soundly. The interlocutor stroked his cheek and asked him to sleep a little longer. He was clearly plotting something. Michael looked at him with a furious look. The boy grabbed him by the neck. In his head, he counted the pulse in the veins he felt. He was surprised that it was his friend's pulse. Michael said that he envied his passionate and strong-willed heart, which is why he liked the boy as a friend. He put his hand on his friend's cheek and asked if he liked him too. Finally, they graduated from the university. The back of Michael's head was visible, having taken second place. Mark, looking confidently forward, took first place, but this result has remained unknown for the past 10 years. They both began their careers at Dale Hospital. The blonde walked behind the protagonist. The girl was sitting at a desk when it was explained that after passing the exam to confirm the doctor's license, graduates were distributed among hospitals. Clouds floated above the hospital building when it was explained that now that they had received their licenses, their real practice began. The boy with red hair sneezed. The girl standing next to him asked if he thought they would start right after the meeting, and Mark replied that there was no point in hoping to go home for the next month. The blonde closed her eyes, agreeing. The protagonist smiled and said that they would get used to it in a couple of months. He looked away and added that they could at least ask to go home once or twice a week. The guy's eyes widened when someone shouted his name. The person's mouth opened wide. Jacob elbowed the protagonist in the back. He blushed and exclaimed that he never thought he would meet him here. Mark looked ahead exhaustedly and replied that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jacob smiled widely and exclaimed that he was glad to see him at the Dale Hospital, and then offered to reminisce about the old days. The protagonist looked at the glow and said that he was still as energetic as ever. Jacob shook his head when he started talking about how he couldn't imagine sharing it with anyone. The guy looked away. Mary smiled and asked if he was Mark's friend, then said hello and introduced herself, explaining that she was his friend from university. Jacob looked ahead, dumbfounded. A blush appeared on his cheeks. There was a girl standing behind the guys. When he asked the protagonist who this beautiful lady was, Mark replied that she was his classmate from university and that they would be working together, and then asked his friend to introduce himself. Jacob pouted and, embarrassed, said his name. He stood in front of Mary, who said that she was pleased to meet him. People in white coats walked one after another when a voice announced that a meeting was starting and asked to come in. Then Mark realized that his friend was staring at Mary. The guy looked ahead emotionlessly, thinking that she was quite pretty. The protagonist pursed his lips, wondering why he was so annoyed and why he felt so unpleasant. The man with blue hair opened his mouth and congratulated everyone present. There were people sitting in front of him when he added that he thought many of those present couldn't wait for this, as this was their first experience as real doctors. The man turned his head to the side as he suggested that they stop talking and greeted them by saying that this was hell. Sweat appeared on the people's faces. The guy with blue hair put his hands on the table as he said that they would start as interns, and then asked if they knew what level of hospital hierarchy interns occupied. He smiled as he added that since they would soon experience everything for themselves, he would not tell them, and then asked them to remember that this was the basis of their entire future career as doctors. The interns sat in front of him silently as he said that this was their first job, and that it was natural that they would be afraid or not know something, and then said that in any case, if they worked for the benefit of the patients, their results would be beyond praise, and that he would monitor the results of each, then he released them. Mark looked ahead, thinking about the doctor's words, and that they meant that they would be given the dirtiest work, and that there would be no diagnosis of diseases. But this did not mean that they could treat the job negligently, because going through different stages is the basis. Newcomers practice in different departments for a month, and after a year they choose a specialization. Mark looked at Jacob, who called him and asked where he was currently interning. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he was asked if it was in therapy. Then he answered that Jacob had already found out, and he thought that sooner or later it would be the turn of therapy, and that with his experience from his past life, he would be able to cope. The girl brought her hand to her mouth and asked who was in surgery this month. The man opened his mouth and exclaimed that urology was next to him. The protagonist turned to Mary, who said that she would be in the internal medicine ward this month, and then asked the guy where he would be, and Mark replied that he would be there too. The girl closed her eyes and said that she thought it was better than other wards, and the protagonist asked why she thought so, because for him it was like a soda without gas, and Mary asked him again. The interns were standing in front of the doctor, who asked if everyone from the internal medicine ward was present, and the guys answered in the affirmative. The protagonist pointed at himself and exclaimed that it was him when everyone was told to go to their assigned wards and start working, and then asked who Mark's name was. There was a man standing in front of him who said that the guy should follow him right away, and the young man agreed. They were standing opposite each other near the chairs when the doctor said that his name was Roger, and that he would be his supervisor, that is, his direct superior, for this month. The man opened his mouth and added that he thought that was enough greetings and that he was glad to meet you, and then said that he heard that Mark was the valedictorian at the graduation, and the guy answered in the affirmative. The protagonist smiled, thinking that out of all the doctors, he got Roger, and that he knew him well enough from his past life, and that his colleague was a terrible bore when it came to failures. The man clenched his teeth and pointed his finger at Mark, saying that he shouldn't think that he was superior to others just because he was the best in the class, and then exclaimed that he would not tolerate any arrogance, and the protagonist replied that he understood. The doctors could be seen through the glass. The man turned around and said that he would be working here, and that most of the patients suffered from diseases of the digestive system. Mark was standing behind him when Roger added that he could start working with the patient book and that if he had any questions he could ask them. Then the guy thought that was all and that shouldn't the doctor have specified what exactly the intern should do. Mark looked at the book, listing the words enema, ascites, arterial patency, disinfection, and concluded that there was a lot there. A dark-haired girl turned to him and asked if he was an intern and if this was his first day. The girl was sitting in front of the monitor when the guy answered positively. She looked away and said that hellish season of internships was starting, and then asked if he saw the first line in the book, adding that they could start with that. The girl slammed her mug on the table. The protagonist looked ahead, thinking that nothing specific was said and that they were just evaluating him. Then he realized that he was just an intern and could not do anything. Sweat broke out on his face as he realized with horror that this reminded him of something he had heard in stories and that this nurse was known for her nasty temper, just like Roger himself. The guy walked down the hallway thinking about ascites and why they delegated such work to interns who probably couldn't even perform such procedures. Mark turned to the girl and asked where he could get syringes and gauze, and she asked him again. The main character started waving his arms at the girl, realizing that his skills had not yet faded while she didn't understand what he was doing. The girls looked at the guy running away, debating if they should stop him if he was serious about screwing her. Roger looked ahead angrily, asking what he was doing without even consulting him. The man ran, shouting indignantly that the intern really thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he was the best in his class. Roger stopped, opened his mouth wide and called Mark a fool. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist was next to the patient when he asked if something had happened. Roger opened his mouth slightly when he answered that nothing had happened and wondered if the guy had really done everything right. The patient smiled and said that this doctor was really good, because it was the first time he had met a doctor who had performed this procedure painlessly. Mark smiled widely and said that it was not difficult for him, and Roger at that time did not understand what was happening. He looked ahead, confused. There were two girls next to him. The doctor bent one finger and told the guy not to overdo it and not to cause problems, and then reminded him that patients are not just dolls and that mistakes are not forgiven so easily. Mark nodded and answered that he understood, thinking that it was he who made him do it. The guy was holding a piece of paper in his hand that said he needed to take a blood sample, disinfect, check his liver and arteries when he said that just because he was an intern, they had delegated their work to him. The boy, with his eyes closed, thought about how easy it was to do all of these tasks and whether it would be weird if he did everything perfectly. Then he decided that he needed to control himself so as not to be noticed. Mark took his hand away from his face when he explained that pretending to be an expert in things you don't know is hard. He imagined the girls' mouths opening wide and added that pretending to be a beginner in things you are an expert in was even harder, and that he tried his best to be less conspicuous. But to everyone else it was just a quick and neat performance. A doctor came up to the protagonist and asked if he had worked as an intern in another hospital, and the guy replied that he hadn't. Mark opened his mouth and said that he had practiced on models many times at the university, while thinking about how he should lie with a straight face and not screw up. Roger stood opposite him, who asked if the guy was serious, to which the protagonist answered in the affirmative and added that he had repeated this many times. Then the doctor thought that it was because he studied at a Korean university. Mark handed the girl a piece of paper and said that if she did not need anything, then he would be nearby, and that she could call if she needed him. Another girl came up to her and asked about the fact that he was not an intern, to which she was told that the guy really was an intern. Then she was asked not to lie. The blinds on the windows were lowered. There were girls standing near the water cooler when one of them asked about her friend's day, adding that she could not cope with anything, to which the other answered that she had been yelled at many times today. The blonde intern's lips trembled as she said that they yelled at her and kicked her out because she wasn't very good at it. Mark walked past them, thinking that everyone was going through a hard time, but nothing would help since it was their first time. The protagonist noticed Mary and turned to her. The girl opened her eyes and looked away. The guy stood next to her and said that she looked tired, then asked if it was fixable, to which she replied that she looked like it was impossible. Then he assumed that it must have been difficult. A smiling girl appeared and asked Mary if she wanted to eat before going back to work. Mark looked at his friend, who hesitantly agreed. Mary smiled when he advised her to eat and cheer up. Then she thanked him and exclaimed that she would do so. The lamp was on in the hallway when the girl said that Mary had caught her. The intern looked at the girl and asked if it was really Mark and if they were dating. Then the blonde answered in the negative. Mary blushed when she was further asked if there was really nothing between them at all, to which the girl replied that they were just friends. Sweat appeared on her face when the intern asked her if they were really just friends. Mary opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that there was nothing yet, because now it was one-sided sympathy and that she thought he didn't like her. The intern pouted and stopped asking her questions. The blonde standing by the tall building was the most popular beauty in the Korean university. She looked at the main character when it was explained that everything was so obvious that everyone around knew. Mark looked up thoughtfully, thinking about what to have for lunch, and then decided that he would eat the food that his mother passed. This young man did not notice anything, which was surprising, so there were rumors that he was impotent. Mary looked at the girl who called her pretty and asked if she confessed to him, to which she was told that everything was fine now. The intern poked her in the cheek and said that she was absolutely hopeless because she knew that everything depended only on her. The girl raised her finger up and suggested that he might like Mary too. The blonde blushed when she thought about the fact that he might like her. Then she shyly closed her eyes. The guy lay down on the bed, asking about when they would finish their internship, residency, and become full-fledged doctors. Mark was sitting next to him when he added that just because he couldn't get certified in one specialty, it didn't mean he couldn't get one at all. Sweat broke out on his face when he asked the guy what he was doing, and the protagonist replied that he was just studying something. Jacob looked ahead with displeasure when he said that he was disgusting, and then asked if Mark hadn't planned to go into dermatology, and the guy replied that that wasn't really his end goal, and then his friend asked what his goal was. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he had a dream. He closed the book and asked Jacob if he was interested. The guy's eyes lit up when he showed him a book about real estate. He stood up. Mark folded his hands in front of him and said that his dream was to go into the leasing business. Jacob had fallen asleep while the protagonist was praying to the god of real estate. The guy sat with his eyes closed, thinking that there was some truth in every joke, and that doesn't every Korean dream of buying real estate someday, because a comfortable life is the goal of every person. Jacob was lying on the bed, who asked him where he was going while his friend was sleeping. Then Mark replied that he was going to the ward and advised him to also come back after he slept. The guy looked away and asked if there was some kind of sale there and wished the young man productive work, while thinking that of course he was not serious when he talked about dermatology. The elevator was going to the 14th floor. A man was standing in front of the main character. The man turned around when Mark greeted him and asked the guy how he was doing, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist thought about how Professor John had recently started working in the therapeutic department at Dale Hospital, and how unlucky he was to end up in this very hospital, since he had no idea about such a trap. There were two doctors standing in front of the guy when he asked what they were doing there at such a time, to which he was told that the patient's condition had worsened. Roger smiled and told the professor that he should rest and that he would take care of the rest himself. Mark looked away, wondering who was in the worst condition in this ward, while John was screaming about how he could leave if the patient was dying. The guy looked up when he realized who the patient was. He had been successfully treated for stomach cancer, but during his recovery his condition had deteriorated sharply. There was a girl sitting next to the man when the protagonist remembered that the doctors and professors had consulted many times, worked out a treatment plan, but they had not been able to help him, and that all that was known was that his condition was not caused by cancer treatment. The dark silhouette of the man did not move when the guy explained that for the sake of the other patients, Professor John should understand the reason for the deterioration, but he still could not do it. Mark looked at the two doctors, thinking about what the problem was, and that it did not seem like the professor had made a mistake during the treatment. At this time, John asked Roger if he had any suggestions, to which he replied that it was obvious that they should monitor the patient's condition so that he did not get worse. The man began to wave his hands when the professor said that he should not have asked him and asked him to forget about it. John turned his head and asked the protagonist what he thought. Sweat appeared on Mark's face. Roger pointed at him when he said that he needed time to think, then the professor suggested that they think together, and the man exclaimed that he was just an intern. The older man looked at the other doctor and asked about the fact that status is important when it comes to the patient's life, and then added that this useless hierarchy does not mean anything at such moments. The doctor looked away and agreed with him. John looked away and said that Mark was a very outstanding person, so Roger, as a more experienced professional, should teach him well. Sweat appeared on the men's faces when the doctor asked the professor again. Roger smiled and angrily asked the guy if he was really going to therapy. Mark laughed nervously and thought that he would never do that. A girl appeared behind the guy while he was thinking that when this month was over, he would never go near this department again. He turned to her when she addressed him and asked if he was busy and if he could change the patient's catheter. Then the main character willingly agreed. A girl was sitting near the bed. She opened her mouth and asked if he was a new doctor. Mark came up to her, said hello and answered that he came to change the catheter, then she thanked him. The girl frowned and asked him if he knew why her father's condition had worsened. The boy closed his eyes thinking that she must be angry about it and replied that the professors were still discussing possible causes and that his condition would improve soon. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked how long she should wait and then exclaimed that they simply did not care what was wrong with him. The protagonist looked at the patient thinking that he had been treated for so long and nothing was helping, so it was understandable why she was so upset. But they still did not know why he was in such a condition. Then the boy said that he would change the catheter now. The girl stood behind him and asked what was wrong. He had the catheter in his hands when he asked why there was blood in it and if he had a wound somewhere. The girl opened her mouth wide and loudly asked why there was blood in her father's urine. The boy's face began to sweat as he realized it wasn't blood. Roger came up to them and asked the boy if he had changed the catheter. The man looked ahead with displeasure and asked if it was blood and what Mark had done. The doctor looked at the girl thinking that the intern had obviously made a mistake and that he had known it would happen. Roger smiled and asked her not to worry as there must have been a small wound somewhere when they were changing the catheter, adding that the bleeding would stop soon. Then he asked the boy to talk. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was already feeling bad and the intern had made it worse. Mark was standing in front of him as he added that he shouldn't be so careless and that they should be more careful with patients like family. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and replied that it wasn't blood and that he thought there was something else in his urine and they needed to find out what it was. Roger looked ahead angrily and said that if he had made a mistake he should just apologize, and then asked what the intern was trying to prove. He called the boy over and asked him to duck as he exclaimed that the boy was stupid and that it didn't work that way. The girls were watching them and talking about what they should do because this was their intern and how the doctor would now be watching him because of his superiority complex. The man poked his finger at the protagonist's forehead when he asked him if he really thought he was the most important because he was among the best, and then exclaimed that studying at the university was completely different from practice, and asked him to remember that if this happened again, he would be in trouble. A girl approached Mark and asked him not to worry because he was always like this, and the guy replied that everything was fine and thanked her. He closed his eyes, adding that, after all, the patient was the most important person here. The girl bent her hand when the boy asked if he could use the computer, and he thanked her, saying that he would only have a short time when she allowed him to do so. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully when he said that the patient was prescribed cancer treatment. The screen showed a man when he read that after the therapy, the condition of the heart and liver worsened for unknown reasons. Mark opened his mouth and said that if it got any worse, he would have to be transferred to the intensive care unit, and then wondered why his urine was red after all. The guy touched his head with his hand when he realized that studying day and night at the university was not enough to treat patients. He put his hand on the computer mouse when he remembered that he had a lot of experience from his past life. The protagonist looked ahead when he decided that adding it to the amount of knowledge he had acquired during his studies at the university would make him an even more experienced doctor than ever. Mark brought his pen to his face, thinking that since he was going to specialize in dermatology, he did not need knowledge in surgery and therapy. The guy stood in front of the computer when he decided that he would go to the library and look up possible causes and treatments, and then asked where it was. Girls appeared from around the corner, mentally wishing Mark luck and promising that they would believe in him. He was leafing through a book when he realized that it was not hemolytic anemia or sepsis. There were bookcases behind the guy when he thought that there had to be a reason and that red urine couldn't just appear out of nowhere. The protagonist looked down. He jumped up, holding the book in his hands, and exclaimed that he found it. Roger turned around when he was addressed. Mark was standing next to him, who asked if it was possible that the patient had rhabdomyolysis, so the doctor asked him again. He shook with anger and wondered if the boy was being smart because he was the first in the university, and what did this have to do with the patient? Sweat appeared on the man's face when he realized that the symptoms matched. Roger brought his hand to his face and thoughtfully said that the symptoms matched, but it was unexpected, and that it was impossible for rhabdomyolysis to appear so suddenly, so the protagonist asked that shouldn't they check it out. The doctor turned to the intern and yelled that he had tried everything, then asked why the guy was still annoying him, and suggested that he go and brag at the university. Behind Roger stood an angry Mark, who was thinking that the doctor did not have enough experience to understand the whole situation, and then decided that he would be better off sleeping in the staff room. The young man opened his mouth and exhaled when he realized that he could not just up and leave a patient in such a serious condition, even though he was not his responsibility. He pursed his lips, thinking that he really did not want to do this. The man stopped at the door. Near the man sat his daughter, who asked the intern if they found out anything. The main character went to her, saying that he came to take a blood sample for analysis. Then the girl said that it seemed like they had already taken it recently, and then asked if this was really because of Dr. Roger. The guy's face sweated as he replied that it was his decision and that he had a suspicion, but to know for sure he needed to take tests, and then he added that if the girl allowed it, he would confirm them. Mark opened his mouth and said that she might not agree to the intern's offer and that he would understand her refusal, since at that time he was sure that she would refuse. The guy looked ahead in surprise when the girl replied that if he thought it was necessary, then let him continue. Then the protagonist asked her if she was sure. The patient's daughter looked away seriously and confirmed her words, adding that patients and caregivers understand that doctors do their best. The young man smiled and said that he would continue when the girl turned to him and reminded him that over the past few days he had been constantly doing something for them, and this was just a blood test, so everything was fine. Mark thought that everything worked out, and now he needed to wait for the results. In his hand was a test tube with blood. In front of the main character sat a girl, to whom he told that he wanted to take a blood test. Then she said that he could do it himself through the auto track and asked why he came there and what kind of test he needed. The guy stood with his back to him when he was told that the rhabdomyolysis test would take about 30 minutes if they started now, so he would have to wait a little. The man opened one eye when he said that a notification about the finished test result had arrived. He jumped up when he noticed that it was a rhabdomyolysis test. The girl came up to him when he said that he did not order it and asked her if she knew what it was. Then he was told that everything was correct and that it was rhabdomyolysis. Roger frowned when he realized something. He turned his head to the side and exclaimed that the scoundrel Mark definitely wanted to die. The main character turned to the running doctor, who was calling his name. The man stopped in front of the intern and asked him what he was doing and how he didn't care about him, and then asked him if he thought he could do whatever he wanted while looking after a patient, and wondered if the guy would get the lowest grade at the end of his internship. Roger put the phone to his ear and said hello and was told it was the lab and was asked if they had ordered the test for the patient. The doctor closed his eyes and asked to just cancel it, explaining that the intern had ordered it without permission and was asked if he was sure he wanted to cancel it even though the results were over 50, which was the minimum. Roger looked straight ahead in shock as he asked if that was really the result. His hand started shaking as he was told they had double-checked and it was not just 50 but much higher and that there was no scale for that amount. The doctor looked away in fear. Mark stood next to him, thinking that there was only one disease in medicine where the indicators exceed 50. Sweat appeared on the intern's face when he summed up that it was rhabdomyolysis. Roger looked at him when the protagonist said that they should hurry with the treatment, then the man agreed. Mark thought that, fortunately, he was able to reduce someone's pain. In the corridor there were patients and doctors. John looked ahead. 2 doctors were walking behind him. The professor turned his head to the side and said that he heard that the patient's condition had improved recently. Sweat appeared on Roger's face when he asked about who. John turned to him and asked why he thought of rhabdomyolysis, calling him a wallflower. The doctor opened his mouth and replied that there were many symptoms pointing to it, and that they noticed that the patient's urine was red. The professor closed his eyes and said that his colleague had disappointed him and that he knew that Mark had ordered the test, not Roger. The man blushed with shame. Behind him stood an intern, whom John thanked and asked how he had found out, to which the protagonist replied that he had just been lucky and that he was not entirely sure, adding that he thought the cause was the statin drug recently administered to the patient. The professor looked ahead in admiration and exclaimed that he understood, since in rare cases statins cause rhabdomyolysis, adding that this was amazing. Mark blushed and thanked him for the praise, thinking that he felt like he had dug his own grave. In front of him stood a girl who thanked him for saving her father, to which he replied that he had just been lucky. She looked at the protagonist with admiration and asked him to be her doctor if she ever got sick. Then he replied that the girl embarrassed him and thought that he would be a dermatologist, so she could only come to him for facials. Mark thought so, but the guardian seemed to disagree with him, and because the girl thought that a simple thank you was not enough, she wrote a letter on the hospital website. The website tab was displayed on the screen when he added that if the letter was published on the main page, all visitors to the site would be able to read it. Roger sat in front of the monitor thinking about asking to delete it. There was an open letter on the screen when he explained that the hospital's PR team had been working very slowly, and because of this, the letter had risen to the top and was now showing up when the website was opened. Sweat was pouring down the man's face when he thought about how he hoped that not everyone in the hospital would see it. He realized that not even a month had passed and everything was already so bad. The man picked up the computer mouse. The man with gray hair was looking at the monitor when he said the name Mark. He looked away, thinking that this was annoying him. There was a laptop on the table when Jacob asked how this happened. He read the contents of the letter addressed to Mark, in which the daughter of a patient in the intensive care unit wrote that when everyone around him gave up, the intern continued to fight for her father's life, risking even his authority by doing the test without the supervisor's permission. It also said that she wanted to thank him again and hoped that in the future he would become a famous therapist and save many lives. The guy opened his mouth and turned to Mark. The protagonist was sitting next to him, who asked him to shut up when he asked him if he really lied to him about dermatology. The intern turned around and said that the guy was chosen to be the valedictorian at the graduation, and then asked if he knew that there were a lot of rumors about him going into therapy and how he was able to lie to his friend all this time. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he said he was not going to do anything like that while he was wondering if Professor John was the one who spread the rumors, although he usually has a stern expression on his face. The guys looked in the same direction. Jacob went to the door and asked who was there. Mark looked away in confusion when his friend asked someone if she really came here on purpose. Mary smiled, said hello and asked if Dr. Mark was there. The intern pointed at the protagonist and said that he was inside, right here, when the protagonist asked the girl if something was wrong, to which she replied no and asked if he was free yet. Mary's cheeks blushed when she suggested that the boy go for a walk and get something to eat somewhere, adding that a new restaurant had opened across from the hospital. Mark's face sweated when he replied that it sounded good and asked if they would like a drink, to which the girl replied that she was always ready, and asked if he really wanted to drink today. Mary and the protagonist looked away when they heard a voice. Jacob was standing in front of them, who said that he was also free today and asked if he could join them, to which Mark replied that he could. The boy put his hand behind his head and, smiling, said that he hadn't been out for a long time and was a little nervous, and then asked if he was annoying, to which Mary thought that he was definitely right. The protagonist turned around. He looked back worriedly. A silhouette was reflected in his eyes. There was a girl standing in the elevator. Mark rushed forward, apologizing and asking to wait when his friends called out to him. He ran, thinking about how this happened. The young man's mouth fell open. He imagined a smiling girl, not understanding how she got here. Clara turned her head to the side. The protagonist was walking up the stairs, wondering where she went, because he had searched all the floors the elevator stopped at. His eyes widened. His leg froze in place when he thought about what he was doing. Mark stood with his back turned when he realized that he was just going to greet her, running to the 35th floor, but he did not know what he would do next. The guy's hand trembled when he imagined telling her that he was her husband in a past life and apologizing for causing her so much trouble. His friends appeared behind the boy and called out to him as he asked himself if he was going to make amends. Mary touched his back and asked him what had happened, and he said nothing. Mark looked ahead and asked him not to think about it, then suggested that he move on. The girl looked at him worriedly and asked him to just tell her. Nothing interesting happened after that, and the protagonist's month in the therapy department was over. The professor clenched his fist and called the intern to them as the boy mentally said goodbye to their department. The boy pointed to the side and said that he had a patient when John offered to have a snack with him. Mark ran away in fear, saying that he had an emergency patient when the professor behind him asked him about lunch. The protagonist stopped around the corner, thinking that John should have just stayed at the Korean university because the situation had become complicated since he got a job at Dale Hospital. Then he hoped that this was not fate. The intern turned the page when he realized that there was something much worse, namely the disgusting schedule. Then he assumed that the best hospital had double the workload. It was even worse than he expected from the surgery department of Dale Hospital. Mark looked away and welcomed the month of surgery with the thoughts that he should be as careful as in his previous life, because if he was noticed, then nothing good would happen. The light fell on the sign. In front of the man stood the guys. When he asked if they were really their interns this month, then they answered in the affirmative. Michael stood next to Mark when the man asked them not to cause trouble since he hated cleaning up after others. Steve put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder when he said that he heard that he was good and asked him to try for him, to which the intern responded with agreement. The man adjusted his glasses as he added that Michael also got an excellent grade and told him to try harder, to which the guy replied that he would not disappoint him. Mark closed his eyes thinking that he couldn't stand out now. He opened one eye when he was addressed. The blonde smiled and suggested not to cause any problems this month. The protagonist looked away and agreed, adding that he was going to keep a low profile for the entire month. The man opened his mouth and exhaled. His hand reached for the scissors as he thought about acting like it was his first time and that if he aroused suspicion, it would be bad. The girls stood behind him as one asked the other why she was here so early, to which she replied that she was not the new intern doctor. Mark closed his eyes when she was told that he had been here since yesterday. Then the girl said that she was right because exactly a month had passed. The boy's eyes widened when someone approached him and said it was nice to meet him, adding that it was the first time they had seen him there. The protagonist turned around and said hello. He looked worried. Clara smiled and suggested that they try harder this month. Mark sat down and began to shake. He looked at the girl, who asked if everything was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. Sweat broke out on his face as he reassured himself that she simply looked a lot like her. The girl turned her head to the side when her name was called. The boy got on all fours and said everything was fine when Clara asked him again if everything was okay. Mark smiled nervously when he realized it was really her. The girl looked questioningly when he thought about her being his wife from a past life. A friend approached her and said her name. Clara winked and said that was impossible when the girl suggested that this new intern doctor was interested in her. The protagonist was watching them when her friend asked Clara to pay attention to how he was looking at her with the gaze of a man who saw his wife for the first time after a long separation. Then she asked what kind of comparison this was, and the young man thought it was true. The girl looked at the worried guy, who was thinking about how this could happen, because in her past life she was a careerist in some company, and now she became a nurse. Clara blushed when her friend asked her to try, because according to rumors, he had very good reviews. The girl looked away, wondering how he could like her. Mark remembered how the woman asked with a serious look if this was the only right decision, noting that despite all her efforts, everything ended up exactly like this. The protagonist looked at her. Bowing her head, she declared that she loved him. Mark was taken aback by this. He thought with a sad look that they got divorced then and he should have made more effort. He wondered if he should start dating Clara again. He turned his gaze. Mark looked at Clara and noted that she still laughed easily. There was a smile on her face. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist noted that she reminded him of his past life and it was so strange, but he just needed to focus on work and they were just strangers now. Clara reached for the box. Looking up, she said that the box was too high and she couldn't reach it. The box started to fall. Clara was taken aback by this. The protagonist caught the box. Clara looked at him and thanked him. Mark replied that it was good that she wasn't hurt. The girl started whispering to Clara that he obviously liked her. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He thought about the fact that he was watching her without even realizing it. He noted that he had a lot of work that required attention and he didn't need to think about all sorts of strange things. The dumbfounded protagonist asked himself not to make a scene and just be quiet, adding that the main thing was not to be noticed. He was called, which dumbfounded him. Clara came up to him and said that they had fruits. She said with a smile on her face that they also had fruit juices that he should try. The protagonist remembered how Clara looked at him and asked him to at least eat some fruits. Mark turned away from her and said that it was not worth doing. He started to leave and said that he would go and get everything ready for the bandage. Clara watched him go and mentally wondered if the protagonist was avoiding her. Mark went out into the hallway and thought that he should finish with surgery already and quickly move on to dermatology. The protagonist noted that he thought so, but everything did not go according to plan. The enraged man shouted at Clara to hurry up. He waved his fist and said that they were all just fools and he had been waiting since the morning. Clara replied that she was very sorry, but the doctor was currently in surgery. He started shouting at Clara that he did not care where he was and that she should hurry up right now and do the bandage on his wife, noting that he said that her bandage was wet from some unknown liquid. Mark appeared next to Clara. He looked at the man and said that he would perform the surgery. Clara put her hand on his shoulder and said that it wasn't just a post-operative scar, but an inflammation and seroma, and it would be difficult for him. Everything was piled on top of each other. The abdominal cavity was not yet completely sutured, the internal organs were still visible, and the head doctor said that only he would do the dressing. Raising his hand to his chin, Mark thought about the infection and seroma. His face became serious. He calmly asked to prepare dressings and a disinfectant solution. Clara looked at him and said that if the main character made a mistake, the head doctor would get angry. Smiling, Mark said that the fluid formed due to poor treatment of the incision after the surgery, and naturally, they needed to hurry. Clara was scared. Walking down the corridor, Clara said that the main character did not need to strain himself so much because of her and if something went wrong. Mark interrupted her and said that everything was fine. He opened the door. The grandmother looked at him and asked if the protagonist was an intern and if he could handle a serious wound. The protagonist sat down next to her and noted that she should not worry. Frowning, Mark mentally noted that the wound smelled terrible and was in very bad condition. The woman was shaking in pain. While changing the bandage, the protagonist emphasized that the wound needed to be washed and bandaged well. He wondered if it would be better to make the incision in a different place. He took a piece of cotton wool. The woman frowned and cried out in pain. Saddened, Mark thought that these tissues were dead and should not be left there. He wondered if they should be removed. Looking at Clara, the protagonist said that the tissues were dead and it was better to remove them. He asked for a scalpel. Looking at the wound, Mark said that these darkened tissues were hindering healing and he would remove them. The man asked to be careful so that his wife would not be hurt. Holding a scalpel in his hand, the protagonist declared that it would not hurt. The woman hunched over. He stood over her. Smiling, Mark said that he was done and thanked him for his help. Her wound was bandaged. The woman, with a smile on her face, thanked him and suggested that he did a better job than the previous doctor. The man asked if the protagonist could continue bandaging them. Taken aback, Mark wondered if he had done something wrong again. The doctor sat on the chair and said that the protagonist was a fool. He clarified if he had told Mark not to cause trouble and if he knew how much of a headache he now had because he had not treated the wound correctly. The doctor asked if the protagonist knew that the guardian and the patient had complained to him that the intern was better than the resident doctor. Frowning, the doctor asked if Mark thought that a new doctor, who had not even been on the job for 2 months, could do whatever he wanted. Looking at him, the protagonist noticed that he was angry with him for complaining. He felt an evil aura around him and noted that it was because he left the bandage too loose and he should have taken care of the dead tissue as well. The furious doctor asked if the protagonist had removed the dead tissue and if he thought the patients were training dummies. They suddenly looked away. The man walked in and asked what Steve was doing. Smiling, Steve said that he was scolding the intern for a mistake. The man asked where Mark had gone wrong and if he was doing his job perfectly. Sighing, Steve said that this fool did whatever he wanted with complex surgical wounds. The man calmly noted that he had looked at the protagonist's work and asked if he had done a great job. Taken aback, Steve asked again. Smiling, the man said that it was a good job, even fantastic. Steve was dumbfounded. He waved his arms and talked about Mark removing the tissue. The man noted that Steve should have removed the tissue and asked if he wanted to leave it there to rot. The man said that because Steve had not done his job, the wound had become so inflamed. Steve was taken aback by this. His face was dumbfounded. Mark's face was serious. The man asked if Steve thought he had done nothing wrong, noting that he had actually been looking for him to punch him in the ears. He screamed that Steve should be ashamed that an intern had done a better job than him. Steve was shocked. The man closed his eyes. He looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that in any case, the job was not very difficult, but Mark's treatment was perfect. He asked with a satisfied look why the protagonist did not go to the operating room. Mark was taken aback by this and asked again. The protagonist began to wave it off and said that he was not sure about that. The man smiled and said that Mark was funny, noting that there were no people in the operating room who were 100% confident in their abilities, including him. He took the protagonist by the shoulders and suggested that he would do just fine. Stunned, Mark thought about the operating room. He wondered if he would have to go back. The girl looked at her tablet and said that Dr. Michael was quickly getting used to the surgical department. Standing near the table, she noted that Michael had a high rating and was careful in his work. Turning around, William said that this was a relief. Frowning, he thought about Sam committing suicide, and if he were alive, he would not have had to go so far, noting that he was infuriated by having to take care of this fool. He clarified what about Mark. The girl turned to the next page. She seriously told him that the protagonist had not yet done anything outstanding, except for his work in the internal medicine department, adding that they recently transferred him to the operating room. William grinned and noted that this was a sad coincidence. He introduced an angry Connor and said that the protagonist would be assisting the Iron Professor Connor for his first time in the operating room, who was hard to please. He noted with a smile on his face that he had worried in vain and that Mark would finally be brought down to earth. William said with a satisfied look that if the protagonist had been a surgeon in his past life, a simple intern would not be able to work in Connor's operating room. The protagonist's face was dumbfounded. The plot tells us that this man was a surgeon in his past life. Michael looked at him and asked if the protagonist had been transferred there, noting that it was more difficult there than in the ward. Mark closed his eyes and replied that everything had somehow turned around and suggested that he try. The dumbfounded protagonist thought about the operating room. Lowering his head, Mark thought that the feelings were completely different from those in the ward, and the worst thing was that he felt at home. He imagined the instruments, lamps, and people in the surgical suit. The protagonist noted that the air in the operating room was always strange, and that cold light of the lamps with suffocating pressure. He shed a tear and emphasized the fact that this place made him remember the past. Steve came to them and asked if Mark was there yet. He put his hand on Michael's shoulder and asked if everything was okay with the protagonist and if his promotion had thrown him off track. He asked with a serious look which operating room he would be in today. Turning around, Steve said that Mark would go with him to Connor's operating room for a liver transplant. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was suddenly taken aback and asked again. Looking at Steve, Mark clarified if it was true. Steve replied that he had been sent there and asked to try not to spoil his mood. The surprised protagonist thoughtfully noted that Connor was the best liver transplant surgeon in the area. Mark told us that even in his past life their relationship had been strained and that it would be hard to see him again. Looking closely, the people discussed how they wanted today's operation to go smoothly. The protagonist watched them. Mark began to wash his hands and thought that nothing had changed and that he had been the same as them before. Water was running down his hands. The protagonist emphasized that it was fate for Connor to be his first operation. Mark asked about his health, adding that he had heart problems in the past. The protagonist entered the operating room. Connor frowned. He asked with a serious expression if everything was ready. The guys answered that it was. Connor looked at Mark and asked if this was his first liver transplant operation. He watched the protagonist and asked him to try, adding that mistakes were not welcome. Taken aback, the protagonist replied that he understood everything. A scream was heard from the operating room that people's destinies were being decided in this place. We were shown the office and told that at the same time, in some place, a secret meeting was taking place. The man was sitting at the table and said that they did what they were told. We are introduced to Jim, the director of development at Dale Hospital. The girl sitting opposite said that it was wonderful and they would not forget his help. Jim asked if he could know why they were doing this. The girl raised her hand. She said with an angry look that she could not answer and that Mark simply needed to be sent to the surgery department as soon as possible. Taken aback, Jim replied that he understood her. The girl mentally noted that she would see how long the protagonist lasted in the surgery department. Mark began to perform the operation. Connor turned to Steve with a serious look. Connor's hands were stained with blood. He said he would stop the bleeding and asked him to hold tight. Steve was taken aback by this. Furious Connor cried out that he said to hold tight. He looked at the scared Steve. Angry Connor asked if he was going to do his job, noting that he could not see anything. Dumbfounded Steve apologized. Connor looked at Mark and ordered him to hold, noting that he might at least see something from him. The protagonist with a calm face wondered if Connor would hang the job of first assistant on him. Connor looked at him. Watching him, he asked if this was Mark's first day in the operating room. The protagonist replied that it was. Looking down, he clarified why Mark was so good, adding that his skills were better than the average surgeon. The guys were taken aback by this. Surprised Steve wondered if Professor Connor, explosive as a volcano, had praised anyone. Steve, dumbfounded, thought that he remembered Connor yelling at him for the slightest offense. Furious, Connor looked at him and asked him to pull himself together and do the right thing. Steve was shocked. Frowning, he asked why Steve was hesitating. Steve continued the operation and said that he was overdoing it. The veins on Connor's face stood out. He asked why Steve was worse than an intern. Steve, dumbfounded, could not answer. Connor closed his eyes. He began to scream that if Steve was going to continue in the same spirit, he should get out of there. Steve backed away. He began to leave. Mark thought that Steve looked absolutely pathetic and assumed that he had too much psychological trauma. Connor clenched his fist and began to scream. The protagonist asked if they should call another resident doctor. Connor looked at him. He stated that from now on, Mark would be his assistant. Dumbfounded, the protagonist asked again. He said with a scared look that he was just an intern. They made eye contact and Mark agreed. Closing his eyes, he noticed that Connor had not changed at all since their last meeting. The protagonist began to bandage the wound. The doctors watched him with surprised looks. Connor looked at him and said that he was going to speed up and asked him to keep up the pace. Raising his head, Mark said that he was just an intern and it was not too late to call someone. The dumbfounded protagonist noted that an intern could not perform the duties of a first assistant. Connor screamed at Mark to shut up and work, noting that he was still better than that incompetent. The surprised protagonist thought that he was not even a resident. Mark told us that a liver transplant operation consists of 2 parts. The first part involves removing the liver of the donor and the recipient, and the second, in fact, in the transplantation of the donor liver to the recipient, and at the moment they are removing the liver from the recipient. A crowd of doctors stood over the patient. Frowning, Mark wondered how he could pretend to be stupid after that. Looking at the scalpel, the protagonist emphasized that despite his reluctance, his hands instinctively followed the professor's hands. His face was calm. Looking at Connor's hand, Mark noticed that when he grabbed the artery, he automatically gave him Kelly. The protagonist spread the organs with an army rectifier. He looked at the bloody cotton wool and said that he uses forceps to give things and stop the bleeding. The people watched Mark silently. Connor raised his head and said that the protagonist had exceeded all his expectations and asked again what his name was. Connor narrowed his eyes and asked if Mark was really an intern, noting that he looked like a temporarily transferred surgeon. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was not. Connor watched him closely and asked if that was true. Mark smiled and suggested that there would be an intern or resident better than him who could assist him, and why not look for one. Connor interrupted him and said that he was enough. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The doctor watched him closely. The plot tells us that while Professor Connor was removing the liver from the recipient, another team was preparing the donor's liver for transplantation. Raising his hand, the man announced that the donor's liver had been successfully removed for further transplantation. The man approached Mark and noted that he would now be assisting. He asked who the protagonist was, adding that he had never met him before. Mark said that he was an intern. The man looked at him silently. Taken aback, he asked again if the protagonist was an intern. Connor looked at Mark. He stated that he would be his personal assistant for all upcoming surgeries. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He noted with a frightened look that he was an intern, not a resident. Connor yelled at Mark to shut up, adding that he had been doing everything just a few seconds ago and that he should be at all of his surgeries. The doctors were dumbfounded by this. The protagonist thought that even if it was hard to believe, he was still an intern. The girls were discussing that some intern would be Professor Connor's first assistant. The guys were smiling and saying that they couldn't believe it. The surprised man thought that if that was the case, then they should lure Mark into surgery. Michael was following him and suggested that it was cool. They were walking down the hallway and Michael noted that his abilities were recognized. Michael asked thoughtfully if it wasn't great that everyone knew him. The protagonist looked up and said that he wasn't going to specialize in surgery and that he just needed a fair assessment to go into dermatology. He looked up and thought that fortunately, there were no strange rumors like in the internal medicine department now and he needed to hurry up and go into dermatology. Smiling, Michael said that he was good anyway. Michael looked at him intently. The protagonist told us that after that operation, every day was torture. Connor kept calling him. He hit Mark on the shoulder and asked him to try again. With a smile on his face, he asked if the protagonist had any free time and why they didn't have a drink, noting that these days were hard. Stunned, Mark replied that he couldn't today and that he was on duty. Turning away, the protagonist noticed that his gaze was becoming more and more like Professor John's. Connor yelled at Steve that his hands were growing out of the wrong place. Mark said that at the same time, the real resident, Steve, was on the verge of death during every operation. Frowning, Steve wondered why Connor was picking on him all the time. He pointed out with a displeased look that it was humiliating that some intern was doing better than him. He looked at the protagonist and wondered if Mark had been reborn. While performing the operation, Connor said that everything was perfect as always and asked where the main character learned to do it. While pushing the patient's organs apart, Mark said that he read books and watched videos before the operation. Connor, taken aback, asked again about the video. The door to the operating room opened. Closing his eyes, the man said that the donor liver had been removed and he would be helping. Turning around, Mark thought that he could finally leave. Turning around, Connor said that he needed to continue. A dumbfounded Mark wondered why he should continue. The man asked if Connor wanted the intern to help him stitch the veins. Closing his eyes, Connor replied that it was a simple operation, especially since they had extra time, so he could teach him a few things. The protagonist was dumbfounded by this. With a scared face, he wondered why Connor wanted the intern to do this job. Closing his eyes, the man said that he understood and would be there if needed. Holding his chest, the doctor clarified how Connor's chest was. He sighed and replied that there was no need to worry and that he was fine. Thanks to Mark, he was almost not nervous. The protagonist looked at him and noted that he died of a heart attack. Connor, with a happy face, offered to finish together. Steve watched what was happening with an enraged look. He was sad. The man stood in front of him and said that he heard that Professor Connor chose the protagonist as his successor. He assumed that Steve was having a hard time about it. Steve said that he felt like he was going to die soon, adding that he was doing the job of a second assistant. Holding a mug in his hands, the guy said that Steve could just pick another intern for the job, adding that the second assistant's job was just to provide lighting and that he didn't have to be there. Steve asked if it was okay for Connor's surgeries to be done by interns alone. The guy looked at him and asked if Mark was already doing much better than the residents, adding that he should just pick someone competent to be the second assistant. He assumed Michael was suitable. Taken aback, Steve said that Michael would be fine as the assistant. Michael opened the door. His eyes were glowing red. Mark walked in and asked him if he had heard that he would be the second assistant on Connor's surgeries. Michael turned around and said that it just happened that way and offered to try. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he had known him for 10 years, but still did not know what was going on in his head, and he was a very proud guy. Michael's face was calm. Connor was performing another operation. Sighing, Mark noted that he had worried in vain. Looking at Michael, he noted that he was very good and simply a genius compared to him. Standing surrounded by doctors, Connor said that there were many talented interns around him. He suddenly frowned. The protagonist looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. Watching him, Mark clarified whether the pain in his chest had intensified. Connor was shaking with pain and said that everything would pass when he calmed down. He asked how he could leave when his patient had all his intestines hanging out, noting that he would be treated after the operation. Lowering his head, Mark thought that Connor should have started treatment a long time ago, but he always says that everything is fine. Connor turned to him. The protagonist was surprised by this. He asked Mark with a serious expression if he specialized in surgery. He looked at the patient and said that the protagonist's words about studying from a video were nonsense, but he had the skills of an experienced surgeon. Surprised, Mark mentally asked if Connor understood anything. He frowned and said that he was sure of one thing, that he liked surgeries. The protagonist was surprised by these words. Bowing his head, he replied that he had no desire. Connor's hand began to shake. He grabbed his heart. Connor fell to the floor. Mark stood over him and asked if he was okay. He thought with a dumbfounded look that his heart was beating, but the pulse was weak and it was a heart attack. Sitting next to Connor, the protagonist said that he was having a heart attack and needed to contact the cardiology department. The doctors began to take Connor out. Mark was scared. Looking around, the protagonist noted that in his past life, Connor had a hard time because of his heart. Michael turned to him. Raising his hands, he asked what they were going to do with the patient. Frowning, Mark asked where all the doctors were. The girl, looking puzzled, said that the professor had been called away for an emergency surgery and would be there for at least another hour and a half. She noted that the surgery was complicated, involving intervention in microvessels, and the other professors had gone to a seminar. Standing in the operating room, the protagonist noted that only 2 interns were left. He wondered who should finish everything. He looked at the liver, which was lying in ice, and said that they couldn't wait an hour and a half, adding that due to the lack of blood, the new liver could deteriorate. Taken aback, he came to the conclusion that in the worst case, the new liver would die, and then the patient too. He looked at the girl and asked where the seminar was taking place, to which the doctors had gone. She, with a frightened face, answered that she didn't know for sure, but she heard that it was in Daejeon, and if they were in Seoul, they might have made it in time. Mark thought that this was the worst case scenario and that it would take at least 2 hours to get from Daejeon. Michael looked at him and asked what he was going to do. Looking at the patient, the protagonist mentally asked how he could do nothing if the patient could die at any moment. He clenched his hand into a fist. Mark frowned. He looked at Michael and said that he would continue the operation. Taken aback, Michael asked again. He asked with a serious expression if the protagonist was going to take responsibility and if he was taking on too much even if he was a genius. Standing in the middle of the room, Mark asked if Michael was his friend. He looked at him and offered to do it together. He asked to bring him a surgical microscope. Looking at Michael, the protagonist said that he could handle it, he just needed help. Michael listened to him silently. Enraged, Michael said that if it was about Mark, then anything was possible. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked what he was doing. The protagonist replied that they were starting the operation. She was taken aback by this. She started screaming with a puzzled look. Only an experienced surgeon can connect the vessels. Mark said that this liver was nearing its expiration date and if they were delayed, it would die. Taken aback, she asked how an intern could connect the vessels. The protagonist continued the operation and said that he knew the minimum required, since he had been assisting in similar operations for the past month, and if something went wrong, he would immediately stop the operation. He asked if it was better to leave him to die, noting that he would take full responsibility. The girl was shocked by these words. Standing opposite, Michael asked if he really would take full responsibility. Mark answered that he did. His face was serious. Looking through the microscope, the protagonist thought that 10 years had already passed and it would be good if this was his last operation. He took the scissors in his hand. Mark was serious. Standing over the patient, the protagonist said that he was connecting the target artery and the hepatic artery. The dumbfounded girl asked if he could really perform the surgery. Looking around, she noted that she was sure he was an intern, but he was very professional. Continuing to look through the microscope, Mark said that he was disconnecting the arteries. Sighing, the protagonist noted that even the nurse was looking at him strangely. Mark thought that the patient's life was the most important thing, but staying in the shadows was also important. He mentally wondered what he would tell the other professor if he came there. The man entered the operating room and asked what was going on with the surgery. Turning around, the girl replied that the patient was fine. Mark looked at her and interrupted, saying that the patient was fine. Professor Connor managed to finish the surgery before he felt sick. Raising his finger, the protagonist asked her to be quiet. Turning around, the girl said that the professor had finished the surgery. The man approached Mark and noted that he would do the rest himself. The man began to perform the surgery and offered to check the veins. He squinted and said that here it is. Standing behind, the protagonist thought that everything would be fine. He turned his gaze and emphasized the fact that there was still something left. He came to Michael. Michael was wiping his head. Standing in front of him, Michael asked if something was wrong. Mark stood in front of him and said that they needed to talk face to face about the operation. Michael's face was thoughtful. Looking down, the protagonist apologized. He asked Michael not to tell anyone that he had finished the operation. There was a towel around Michael's neck. The protagonist sadly noted that he just didn't want rumors to spread. Michael looked at him. He asked what he should do then. The protagonist was taken aback by this. He looked at Michael with a dumbfounded look. Michael's eyes began to shine. He noted with a smile that he was joking and asked him to make his face simpler. He asked how he could refuse a friend's request. The protagonist was sad. Walking down the corridor, he noted that nothing special had happened since that operation. He assumed that Michael was plotting something behind his back. Connor was lying in bed. The protagonist noted that he was recovering. Raising his head, Mark stated that in his past life, he had also come to his senses quite quickly. He wondered if Connor would ask about the operation. He noted that the month in the operating room was finally over. Mary approached him and suggested that the protagonist was tired for the month. He replied that it wasn't that bad. Mary sighed and told him that the was always exciting and busy. Mark, walking alongside, said that they had to be careful because they saw a lot of critical cases, like drug overdoses. Mary stated that she was still worried. She asked if the protagonist had worked in the before. He said that he had just watched a lot of videos. Mark turned away and emphasized the fact that now was not the time to stand out and that he would get into trouble if he continued like this. The protagonist noted that the next place they were going to work was a war zone. There was a lot of shouting going on in the room. The teacher greeted the guys and asked if they were their interns for the month. Mark, taken aback, said that it was very loud and hectic. The doctor replied that it was always like that. He closed his eyes and said that their schedule was that they worked 24 hours and rested 24 hours. We are introduced to the chief resident, Bob. He told us that there was no rest during duty, and after that, as much as we wanted, adding that the schedule was constant and not too difficult. Mary asked with a satisfied look if she would be spending a lot of time with Mark. Bob approached the protagonist and asked to make sure that they knew all their assignments so as not to slow down the work. He asked if this was Mark. The protagonist answered that it was. Mark walked down the hallway thinking that he had not done anything yet to be noticed there. Smiling, Mary called out to him. She raised her finger and offered to have a coffee. The protagonist agreed. The coffee shop building was enveloped in the evening light. Mary handed the glass to Mark and asked if he wanted it with ice. She asked with an embarrassed look if he had plans after his shift. She noted that they did not have much time that they could spend together. She offered him a walk in the library. The protagonist stood nearby and declined. He grinned and noted that he was joking. Mark thought he should stop joking, adding that he thought she would cry. The protagonist put his hand on his pocket. He looked at his phone and saw a message from Clara. She suggested that the past month had been hard. She asked if he had any free time this month. Holding the phone in his hands, Mark thought that they had agreed to meet and he should write that he could. He was taken aback by the fact that Clara answered him quickly. She said that she would contact him. Sipping coffee, the protagonist thought that this was just a meeting and he needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. Mary looked at him and asked what was wrong. Turning around, he suggested that they go and rest. The woman was surprised. She noted with a smile on her face that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jane winked at him and said that she was pleased to see him and now he was no longer just a student, but a real doctor. She noted with a satisfied look that she had a business meeting there, but she never dreamed of meeting a familiar face within the walls of this hospital. Jane informed John that the protagonist had made an invaluable contribution to their project and that he was the engineer who made the TC-80 project so successful. John was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and asked if the TC-80 project had not increased the value of MindBio shares threefold. The puzzled man asked if the intern had done any research. She sighed and noted that it was incredible. Mark, looking dumbfounded, said that he had done nothing of the sort. Jane smirked and said that the idea for the project and all the research had been done by the protagonist. Mark started running away, screaming that he needed to go to the operating room and that she should not follow him. The dumbfounded protagonist said that it was scary. He thought that he would never have thought that he could see Jane there. William held his face. He spoke about Mark with a displeased face. Sitting at the table, he asked who the protagonist was. He pictured Michael and noted that he was a genius, but he would always be compared to Mark. William emphasized the fact that Michael was like Salieri, who, despite his efforts, could never surpass Mozart. Frowning, William noted that this half-breed fool should become the best. Looking at the girl, he asked her to gather all the available information about this intern. Looking at her clipboard, she reported that the next rotation was the emergency room. He clarified if they should send all the critical patients to Mark. William folded his arms and said that this was not possible and that rumors would spread that the intern was treating critical patients. She narrowed her eyes and asked if they could pick a specific patient and make it look like his condition had worsened due to the protagonist. Grinning, William asked her to find a patient that modern medicine could not cure. There was a smile on his face. He folded his hands and ordered that a patient with terminal cancer or some other incurable condition be given to Mark. William imagined the outline of the man. Mark put his hand on the patient's head and then told him not to move. His headache was caused by a problem with the semicircular canals, which are responsible for balance. It was treated with regular physical therapy. He didn't have to worry. After which the protagonist stood up and put the patient on the couch, saying that he would now point his head at 45° and then tilt it back. Suddenly the man jumped up from the couch, looking ahead in surprise. He said that nothing hurt. Mary smiled widely and thanked Mark for this, saying that everyone was busy, she didn't know what to do. The protagonist exhaled and said that it was okay, she would learn in time. The girl looked ahead with a smile. She tells us that the other newcomers were interns. Mark left the office. They stood behind him. No need, it was an isolated incident. Watching how well the protagonist communicates with patients, everyone began to admire him. Looking at him, the talk going around the hospital was not just rumors. He was the best student at a Korean university, and he never boasted about his achievements, so his peer colleagues realized that it was much more comfortable to turn to him for help than to older colleagues. They looked ahead in surprise. One by one the interns began to gather around him. Someone said that this was the same monster intern who does the boss's job. Can they call him the chief intern? His colleague approached Mark. He said that this patient has a rash on his skin. Turning around, the protagonist, frowning, replied that he did not know anything. Let him turn to someone else. Then the intern with a smile replied that he should stop because everyone is busy and he knows better than anyone. Mark looked around and answered okay. Another intern, stretching out his hand, said with a smile that this patient. The doctor in glasses, looking ahead, asked what he should do. The protagonist, looking at his comrades, answered that they should inform the psychiatric department about this patient and about the other one. He, frowning, answered that why he was doing the head doctor's job. All three interns, smiling, looking ahead, answered in one voice that he should not worry about it. He was just a little scared to contact other doctors. The protagonist answered that, in their opinion, he was some kind of simpleton. Bob approached him. He asked discontentedly why he was doing his job. The protagonist nervously looked away and apologized. The head doctor smiled slightly, and then, sighing, answered that he misunderstood. He was not trying to scold him. Thanks to him, life became easier. Rumors about him are not an enemy. Mark asked what kind of rumors. Looking at him, Bob replied that he was about to kick the bucket these days, but Mark saved him. Could he continue like this? The protagonist beamed with happiness. Bob added that the bouncer's assessment. Mark raised his finger and said that he would try harder. Then he bowed his head and said that he would go then, and Bob answered okay. He watched the intern leave for a few seconds. Then, bowing his head, he thought that Mark was capable and adaptable. But why did the upper management put spokes in his wheels? Why were they trying to palm off an incurable patient on him? We are transferred to the corridor. Mary looked ahead with a smile and then asked if Mark was free tomorrow. Would he like to take a walk around the central city? The protagonist, looking in her direction, answered that it was interesting. Walking with the girl along the corridor, he thought that why not, you need to relax from time to time. Suddenly he stops, the phone in his pocket starts buzzing. Taking it out, he sees a message that says how he is doing in the emergency room. If he has free time tomorrow, he is waiting for his answer. Mark turns around, wondering what to do. He made a promise, but apparently Mary is impatiently waiting for an answer. The girl asked what happened, to which the protagonist mumbled something. Suddenly Bob appeared behind him. He called Mark, to which he replied that he would be right there. The chief, looking at his subordinates, apologized. Then he looked away and replied that if he could take care of the patient who had just arrived, in general, everyone else was busy. Mark looked ahead for a few seconds in surprise, then thought about why he looked so guilty. Then he replied that he understood, thinking that he would just do what he was told. Figuratively, some time later, the protagonist, looking at his boss, says in surprise that the unknown person is unconscious and also without a guardian. Bob, looking in his direction, replied that everyone is busy with patients with pneumonia. Will he be able to handle it? Mark, looking at his boss, replied that yes, everything is fine. Since everyone is busy, he will take a look. After which the protagonist left. And Bob, looking in his direction, frowned and thought that this is not the patient that the interns would be able to handle. Even if he personally dealt with him, he would have problems. Why are they trying to ruin the life of this wonderful guy? Mark, bowing his head, thought about alcoholic cirrhosis. What is it? He looked at the sick man who was lying on the couch, and then continued to think that he smelled of alcohol and urine. After which he lifted his sleeve, thinking that his skin was yellow. His stomach was swollen like a balloon. A woman appeared behind him, who said that she worked in the team that brought him here. Could she get his signature? The protagonist signed the tablet and thought that if something went wrong, he would have to take all the blame. He went down to the man, thinking that, apparently, his condition was caused by the poor condition of the liver, but why the liver was so swollen, he needed to be questioned, but in such a state it would be difficult. After which he turned around, telling the nurse to take material for blood and fluid analysis. The girl replied that it was okay right now. After a while, the protagonist ran down the corridor. Running into Bob's office, he shouted that he could use ultrasound. The boss answered in fear that he had scared him. Walking down the hall behind his subordinate, he asked how he knew how to read an ultrasound. Mark ran a special device over the patient's stomach. Bob watched this, asked how he knew this, to which the internet replied that he had studied a little at university. What the protagonist saw shocked him. His hand shook, and he thought that the liver was incredibly wrinkled and dried up, and also a strange huge tumor. Clenching his fists, he thought that it was liver cancer. After a while, a nurse approached the protagonist. She said that she was about that patient. She brought the blood test results, as he asked. Mark looked at the tablet in surprise, and then thought that the bile level in the blood was 48, clotting factor 4.3. He looked away in fear, thinking that he assumed that his liver had stopped functioning. He looked at the sick man lying on the bed with fear for a few seconds, thinking that he could die in a couple of days or even today. The woman, crossing her arms, said that it would be difficult to accept him since his identity was unknown. Another doctor, hanging his head, said that they were not a charity. They could not accept a homeless person. Bob, hanging his head, apologized and then replied that it might be better to send him somewhere. Mark, gritting his teeth, thought that they just wanted to get rid of him so that he would die somewhere. Suddenly, he looked ahead with fear. He saw how the sick man on the couch cleared his throat, and then in a trembling voice asked where he was. The man turned his head, beads of sweat ran down his face. The protagonist looked at him with fear. Then the sick man raised his trembling hand and whispered that he needed help. Mark grabbed his hand. The sick man asked through the pain for help. Having lowered himself, the protagonist answered that of course. After a while, he sat in the hallway, thinking that he was treating him in the emergency room, but was it normal? Suddenly, Mary came up to him. Pulling out a glass of coffee, she said that he should rest in the last few days. He works a lot and sleeps little because of this patient. Mark smiled and stretched out his hand for the glass, and then answered that he was fine. He slept a little in the break room. Mary, sighing, looked at him. Then she sat down next to him, saying that was that enough? She was worried about him. Mark answered that he was grateful, and then said that she also needed to rest. We are transferred to some time later. Mark's efforts were not in vain. The patient's condition improved, and he was able to speak. The man was lying on the couch, turned his head to the doctor. He thanked him, saying that because of him he was still alive. The protagonist answered that nothing special. He was glad to see that he was better. He asked his head what had happened to him. The man stared ahead silently for a few seconds, and then, opening his mouth, he said something. Looking at the ceiling, he continued to say that he quit his job and opened his own business, but it went bankrupt because he could not pay off his debts. He was left on the street. He knows that his liver is bad, but he cannot do anything. His family, he cannot contact them. Mark listened to his story in horror. An image appeared in his head, and he answered that so it is. The man, looking ahead, asked that he did not have long left. The protagonist answered that he was afraid, but apparently, everything is so. The patient closed his eyes and answered that he understands. After which he looked ahead and said that there is something. Can he ask him for a favor? His son, he wants to see him. He wants to see him one more time before he dies. Is it possible? Mark answered that it is possible. He has information about his son. The man answered that not long ago he contacted him. The protagonist, frowning, replied that he understood and he would be able to see him. He would help. After a while, Mark sat in the hallway. He thought about what he had said then, but in reality, everything is much more complicated. Looking at his hands, he continued to think that, of course, money, family ties are held together by money. But at that moment, looking into his eyes, he could only agree. He remembered how the man looked at him. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his head in fear, hearing someone call him. A nurse ran up to him, shouting that the patient was vomiting blood. He needed to come faster. Running into the ward, he saw the man coughing up blood. turning to the nurse, he shouted to quickly bring an intravenous drip. They must hurry, let them bring tubes and a vasoconstrictor. The girl replied that she understood. Mark grabbed the tubes in the patient's nose. Looking nervously ahead, he shouted that they urgently needed a transfusion. They did not have time, and then thought that his blood pressure would jump again and he would die. We are transferred to some time later. The patient, lying on the couch, was barely breathing. Looking at him, the protagonist thinks that they managed it. It would be good to perform an endoscopy, but in such a state it will be difficult. Suddenly, he heard the phone beep. Picking up the phone, he said that it was intern Mark. The voice of the head of the administrative center was heard from the phone. He said that he could come to him now. We are transferred to the head of the office. The protagonist asks how he can help. An old man in an orange sweater answered that, as he probably already knows, he called him about that homeless patient from the emergency room. Mark answered that it was his patient. Some problems. The boss, holding out his finger, replied with displeasure that the problems. Mark apparently does not understand at all. He does not know how much money they have already spent on it. It is simply ridiculous. This morning the SB umbrella, the vasoconstrictor, and even the blood transfusion, they cannot just use them. Money does not grow on trees. This is a hospital, not a charity. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that they will not be so lenient about this anymore. Hearing this, the protagonist replied that he was lenient. He said it seriously. After which, opening his mouth, Mark replied that he understood and will not be so careless about the hospital's money anymore. The boss replied that this was great and he hoped that Mark understood, and now, suddenly, the protagonist slammed his hand on the table with all his might. The boss saw the red bank card and then shouted that Mark was in his element. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, asked how much it all cost. He would gladly pay for these stupid medical expenses. Let them take his card. The boss looked ahead in fear, and then, looking at the card, shouted that this would never happen. This is by no means a small amount. His salary will not be enough. The protagonist replied that how is this connected? This is his money. He spends as he wants. Let them hurry up and take the card. Mark, looking menacingly ahead, thought that after returning he collected 20 billion, investing and working. He remembered the girl and thought that he was able to earn so much thanks to the heavenly maiden. Spending it like that is not a problem. Remembering the girl sitting on the bench, he heard the boss's voice that perhaps Mark has a couple of million in the account. Let him stop joking and write him out already. The protagonist replied that he has them. The boss, looking straight ahead, shouted in displeasure that this was simply ridiculous, to which the protagonist replied that a couple of million was what the problem was. They shouldn't make him repeat himself. They'd take the card and that's it. Afterwards, he thought that the other was looking down on him only because he was an intern. He had enough money and he would have no problem paying these stupid medical bills. We were taken to the corridor. The protagonist met Bob. He called him over and said that they would talk face to face in the office. Entering, Mark asked him if he needed help, to which he replied that he should stop already. The protagonist, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked what he was talking about. Bob, looking away, told him to stop visiting that patient. He was sorry to say it, but he had no chance. He would help him get approval for discharge, so that he would leave here. Hearing this, Mark wanted to answer something with displeasure, but Bob exhaled, interrupted him and asked what he really thought. His son would come. If he were looking for his father, he would already be here. The protagonist turned pale upon hearing these words. The chief added that many people, including professors, disapproved of him. Remembering that patient, he added that he would eventually get into trouble because of him. Let them discharge him before that happens. Looking at his intern, he continued to say that he would take care of everything that happened after. Mark looked at his boss with displeasure. Looking at him, he replied that he could not just leave a patient to die on the street. He remembered holding the man's hand and then said that he was ashamed to say it, but he became a doctor to make a lot of money. But confidently looking ahead, he added that at least for his patients he wanted to be a doctor who would protect them. That's all. Afterwards he bowed and replied that he was grateful for the concern and apologized for speaking to the boss so rudely, and now he would go. Bob, hanging his head in displeasure, thought. Looking after Mark as he left, he continued to ponder that the doctor who would protect him, what the hell was he doing? We are transferred to the next day. Mark's patient died of liver failure. The protagonist, bowing his head over him, said that he had died. And then, lowering his hands, he added that on March 14th at 3 in the afternoon. Mary approached him with tears in her eyes. She asked if he was okay. Mark put his hand on the girl's shoulder and then replied that everything was fine. She would soon get used to it. Standing next to the girl, he said that during her work there would be times when 4 patients would die at once in one day. As a doctor, she could only do everything possible. We are transferred to the Will's office. At this time, on orders, the secretary quickly assembled an investigation team to find a reason to expel Mark. The gray-haired doctor turned to his colleagues and said that such cases do not happen all the time, to start an investigation. The doctor sitting next to him answered that the problem was that the patient died in the emergency department, and he thought it would be logical to ask why such patients were being treated by the internet from the emergency department. The secretary, squinting her eyes, answered that the chairman would soften all the negativity, and now they must find out whether Dr. Mark made mistakes during treatment. They must be very careful. Then she squinted and looked at the doctors. The doctors looked at each other, and then one of them thought that how the intern managed to cross the chairman's path. Someone signed the document and then said that they should just take a look. The girl pointed to a piece of paper saying who this child is it even possible? The guy sitting next to her asked why he did an ultrasound first, a blood test. Hearing this, the secretary asked with a smile what was wrong with this. Suddenly she looked in front of her in surprise, and the girl replied that this was not a mistake, this intern is amazing. The gray-haired doctor, looking at the sheets of paper, said that his actions were perfect, but why did he do an ultrasound instead of a CT scan? His colleague sitting next to him replied that perhaps because of the high creatine level it was necessary to check, but since the patient is homeless, it would be difficult for him to pay the bill. Hearing this, the gray-haired doctor replied that of course for other patients this is normal, a great choice. Even doing a CT scan, they can do little to help people in the last stage of cancer. An ultrasound is the best choice. The woman, smiling, said his name is Mark. This is amazing. The doctor with glasses, looking at his colleague, said that this was the intern the professor was talking about. The gray-haired man replied that he was the best graduate of the Korean university. He had heard rumors about him. The doctors began to talk among themselves, saying that he was a monster, his skills were beyond reason. All this turned out to be true. At one time he was also the best graduate of the Korean university, but he could hardly do the same. No doubt, that genius, now he sees why the professor is watching him. Listening to these conversations, the secretary, displeased, frowning, shouted that instead of useless things, let him look for mistakes. And then she thought about what they were doing. They should look for minor mistakes. Why were they so delighted? Useless old men. The woman, looking ahead, answered that they would find mistakes. The guy sitting next to her, lowering his head, continued her thought that if they were, then no problem. The gray-haired doctor stood up from his chair and said that it was clear at first glance that the work was excellent, and he thought that was all, and they would go. Turning to the secretary, he added that of course it was not very good for them to act towards the chairman, but they could not invent mistakes out of nowhere. As an experienced doctor who should teach younger ones, he thought it was mean to find fault with him instead of praising him for such an ideal treatment. Hearing this, the secretary clenched her teeth and her body shook. She thought that no. Lowering her head, she continued to think that she must turn something into a mistake, and no matter what, the chairman should be pleased. Then she approached God, asking what he could say about Mark, to which he replied, that if she had no other questions, let him go, he was busy. The secretary, looking at him with displeasure, wondered if his attitude had changed dramatically since last week, and then she asked if there had been any mistakes in Dr. Mark's treatment. Bob replied, mistakes. He turned around, frowning, and then said, none. He continued to tell the displeased secretary that there had been no bad attitude, no shortcomings, no problems, nothing. In fact, he was treating the patient on his own, which was a disgrace to him as a senior. The girl, looking ahead with displeasure, shouted that she had come here on the orders of the chairman. Looking ahead with a stern look, she added that he thought he would like such an answer. Bob, turning away from her, asked what she had said. Turning around, he, frowning, replied that such an answer was in any case. His residency was ending at the end of this year. After finishing it, he planned to stay here for a while longer and then go to the army. Clicking the mouse, he added that now he thought this hospital was too dirty. He would rather go to another place and stay there than stay here. The secretary's body was shaking with anger. Bob, looking at the monitor, thought that he really did not understand what was wrong with Markai. Suddenly he saw something on the monitor, asking what else it was. Looking in front of him, he smiled widely. He saw an article on the computer about the protagonist with the title The Good Doctor from the Hospital, and then said that this guy is just a monster. We are transferred to the conference room. The man was holding the drain, says that the cause of death of the patient is shock caused by pulmonary sepsis. If there are no more questions, they will continue the meeting. Looking in front of him, he added that also because of the untimely. Suddenly John, frowning with displeasure, said that in this case he should have done a CT scan and not stuffed him with antibiotics. How was he going to continue to cope if he was so careless? He better stop making mistakes, otherwise he would not like what would happen next. Who was next? In the office, someone said that there was only one patient left. The doctors looked at the document. Someone added that it was an unknown case, a patient from the emergency department. One of the doctors, turning his head, said that wasn't he from another department. He thought that why his case was brought up at the ICU meeting. The woman, turning around, answered that it was true. She heard that he was first taken to the emergency department because of pain shock. John, frowning, replied that he thought it should be clear to everyone why all the books say that the last stage of cancer belongs to intensive care, but why a new intern treated him on his own in the emergency department, he would like to discuss it. He added that he was sure they had received a message from the emergency department, but for some unknown reason they had not taken him. Why? One of the doctors replied that because he was homeless, they could not accept him, and anyway, he would have soon. Hearing this, the old doctor shouted angrily that it did not matter that he would have died. This case belonged to the intensive care unit. This responsibility lay in the hierarchy. Instead of the intern patient, they should have treated them. The director, suddenly looking ahead laughing, replied that they should not shout at him so loudly, and he thought that he had already understood everything John wanted to say. One of the doctors, looking at his clipboard, said that this one was really amazing. What a careful treatment of the patient. A woman sitting next to him, smiling, replied that she heard that he was able to diagnose cancer, and there was an article about it on their website. Hearing this, the president smiled, and someone added that this was really amazing. Afterwards, the chairman, looking straight ahead, replied that they should tell the intern to come see him sometime. Someone like him should be in the intensive care unit. We are transferred to a monitor on which the protagonist is depicted in an article. Mark looks ahead, frightened. An intern comes up to him and says that he is amazing, and this has happened for the second time, and the protagonist thinks that another article. What about the PR team of this hospital? The other interns began to smile and say that this is the good Dr. Mark. Now even he felt warm just from looking at him. Listening to all this, the protagonist turned pale and thought that they should stop writing these damn articles. When did they manage to take this photo? If the sea of other important things to write about, thoughts about this drive him into depression. He just wants to sleep peacefully, don't think about it. Taking the phone, he continued to think about today. He wiped his face with a towel, continuing to think about the day of the meeting. Then he took off his robe, and putting on simple clothes, he left the clinic. Mary appeared in front of him in a dress. She asked with a smile that he was ready. The protagonist looked at her silently for a few seconds, and then asked where she was going. Mary, puzzled, looked ahead, answered that what was he talking about? They had plans for today. He forgot. A few drops of sweat rolled down Mark's face, and the girl added that they had decided to go out together this Thursday. The protagonist thought that he had made 2 appointments at the same time. Mary smiled, and then added that he was busy at work. It was no wonder that it slipped his mind. Let them go now. Mark thought about what he should do. She must have been really looking forward to this. Then he, lowering his head, said that about the meeting, it turns out he had promised someone before her. Looking away, he continued to say that there was a mistake and he completely forgot about it. Raising his head, he added that he was very sorry and that they should meet some other time. Tears appeared. Suddenly, she turned around and started to run away, saying that it was okay then, they would see each other later. Looking after the girl, the protagonist thought that she was crying. He thought that she would get angry, but tears, she looked very upset. The girl continued to run down the corridor, wiping tears from her face. Mark lowered his hand down, thinking that his heart was pounding. It was a very unpleasant feeling, but he did not understand why he felt this way. We are transported to the city. The protagonist looks around, thinking that it has been a long time since he has been to Garosa. There are always a lot of people here. He looks at the watch on his hand, thinking that it seems like the time has already come. Clara appears from around the corner. She comes closer, smiling, saying that she thought she would come on time. Mark waited for her for a long time. The protagonist smiles and replies that no, he just came up. Then the girl, coming closer, adds that then what he wanted to eat, what cuisine he prefers. Mark thinks about the fact that this reminded him of the past. He looks around, thinking that he is sure that that restaurant is somewhere here, asks what, maybe about the sandwich. He heard that she likes this place. Clara blushed, and then answered that it is true, she likes this place. How did he know? Mark, smiling, answered that it is simple. Looking at the sandwich, he continued to think that how could he not know? They were married before. Even in his past life, she often dragged him here. Eating the sandwich, he continued to think that he came here because he remembers his past life, but this food is still not to his taste. The girl smiled and said that it seemed that he didn't like the food very much. It felt like she had dragged him here by force. Mark thought that it had been the same in the past. The establishment, the atmosphere, the food, Clara, nothing had changed. The girl, smiling broadly, asked why they hadn't met before. She remembered. It had happened. Mark replied that she was wrong. Afterwards, while drinking coffee, he choked, and Clara replied that back then in the mountains at the Courage Cafe he was very poor and came with a beautiful girl. Clara, seeing this, laughed, saying that it wasn't him at that moment. Why was he looking at her like that? So she was able to remember what she saw. The protagonist, turning his head to the side, replied that that's what she thought. The girl, clutching her cheek, said that he looked at her as if she was his first love, and in the hospital too. How could she not notice it? She put her hands on the table, adding that she was just making fun of him and apologizing for making him panic. Smiling, she added that where are they going next? It would be disrespectful to leave Garosa after only eating a sandwich. She treats him. Holding a glass, Clara said where Mark would like to go. We are transported to a restaurant. Clara, smiling, opens the menu and says that isn't this place cool? It seems that the food at the previous place didn't suit his taste, so this time she treats him. Mark laughed. Looking around, he thought that this place was also one he often visited in the past. He thinks it will be uncomfortable, but still it's not that bad. If he treated her better, it's possible they wouldn't have gotten divorced. The girl looked ahead with a smile. After a while, the protagonist turned to the waiter and said that they would like to order potato pancakes with bacon and 2 500 milliliters mugs of beer. The waiter replied that it was fine. Clara smiled and then said that she also liked it in those sandwiches. How did Mark find out about everything? The protagonist, smiling, thought that it was simple. Then, looking at the blushing girl, he added that he just liked this food. We are transferred to 2 smiling girls. One of them, in an orange sweater, raises her hand and shouts that they came and they are here. She looks at Mary and then adds that she refused, but came anyway. It's good, let her sit with them. Looking at her friend, she asked why she immediately opens the bottle. Did something happen? Mary replied in a gruff voice that it was nothing. Another bottle? The girl said that something definitely happened. A guy came up to her and then said that she should drink more slowly. Mary looked at him menacingly and said that everything was fine, and then wondered who it was. With tears in her eyes, she took a sip of alcohol, wondering if Mark, an idiot, had forgotten about their plans or had not thought about it at all. Suddenly she heard someone say Mark and it made her choke. She looked around the restaurant in fear. In the distance she saw Mark sitting opposite Clara. She wondered who this man was. Next to him a woman. A guy came up to her and said that he did not think he would see him here. Should he say hello? Suddenly Mary turned around and covered his mouth with her hand. Looking straight ahead, she said that they should just pretend they hadn't seen anything. Was it that important that he should sit still? The guy, frightened, asked her to calm down. Another man, looking ahead in surprise, asked what he was doing. Was this really a blind date? The girl, looking ahead, answered that it was a blind date. She knew her. She was a nurse from the surgical department. They had probably met when they worked together. Mary, looking at them with displeasure, heard her friends say that they didn't think he was interested in such things. Apparently he was better than they thought. She continued to watch silently when suddenly someone said that if a man and a woman walk together, what if it's not a date? The girl in the orange sweatshirt looked at her friend and asked that maybe this was just an ordinary walk. Her friend, laughing, answered that the air around them was sparkling so much, definitely not an ordinary walk. Mark looked at Clara with a smile. Watching this, Mary turned pale. Lowering her head, she thought that he sometimes had such an expression on his face. Suddenly, the girl, looking at Mary, asked where she was going. Mary replied that she needed to go to the bathroom and that she would be back soon. After a while, she looked at herself in the mirror upset, thinking that she needed to wake up. Raising her hand, she continued to think that whether he was dating someone else or not, there was nothing special between them. The next time she saw him, he would smile. After which she frowned. Suddenly, Mark appeared in front of her. He looked ahead in surprise. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Seeing this, the protagonist spread his hands in fear, asking what happened and that she needed to calm down. But Mary took his hands away from her. Running away, she replied that she had to go somewhere. He watched her for a few seconds. After a while, he returned to his table and had a drink with Clara, but he was still unable to concentrate on their conversation due to an incomprehensible excitement. We are transferred to the hospital. Mary greets the protagonist with a smile. He looks ahead in surprise. Coming closer, she says that he was probably surprised. Something happened yesterday, and because of the alcohol she became emotional. The protagonist replied that so that's how it is, and then apologized for forgetting about their plans for the next weekend. Suddenly the girl interrupted him and replied that everything was fine. She turned around and left. Watching her go, Mark thought that she was somehow different today. Having looked ahead with satisfaction, he continued to think that this is strange. She looks very upset. In addition to the fact that he forgot about the plans, he offended her somehow. We are transferred to the office. From there the sounds of blows are heard. Michael dodges the blow and someone shouts at him that he is a bastard. The chairman menacingly raises the belt above his head. Gritting his teeth, he shouts that he imagines what humiliation he experienced today. Rotten blood cannot be fooled. Secretary, where is his golf club? Michael, lowering his head, thought that the vultures will immediately come when he shows his weakness. They will peck him to death no matter what. This must never be allowed to happen. The chairman menacingly clenched his teeth. Raising his head, he continued to think that this hospital is only because of this Mark or whatever his name is and his bastard son. Grabbing the golf club, he looked at the secretary and shouted that she found something. How many days have passed already? He always has to raise his voice. The girl, lowering her head, replied that she apologizes. She will find the information soon. The chairman, lowering his head menacingly, shouted that then she should stop wandering around and let her do her job already. Then he sighed. Turning around, he asked what the hell he was still here for. Let him get out, jinx him, and bring him at least something about this Mark. Michael stood there, looking menacingly ahead. The chairman added that this way he would at least thank him for picking him up. We are carried into the corridor. Someone says that the professor was on the edge this time. Free, that he is fine. The professor replies that he is fine. Let him not worry so much. Getting out of bed, he grabbed his head, then added that in any case the headache would kill him someday. How long had he been lying there? The doctor replied that a month had already passed. Turning around in fear, the professor replied that it was incredible, of all the illnesses, a heart attack, and during an operation at that. The doctor smiled, exhaled, and replied that thanks to Dr. Mark everything went smoothly. After he felt bad, he took everything upon himself. Clenching his fist, the professor replied that this guy saved his life, how can he repay him? Brilliant organization and courage, he will make a brilliant surgeon. After which he raised his hand and, smiling, replied that, if you think about it, and we had to mix microvessels, it was not easy for him. The doctor replied that what is he talking about? Did not he take care of this before the attack? Hearing this, the professor, looking at the task in front of him, replied that he completed the vascular anastomosis. He remembers that he felt bad. The doctor turned pale, then replied that wasn't it after, when he came, everything was finished. Hearing this, the professor, frowning, replied that it was really him. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, and then both turned pale. We are brought to the protagonist. He tilts his head, asks why his ears are itching. He takes out his phone, thinking about the message he received. In it he sees a message from the professor, and then thinks about how he has a bad feeling. That operation, I hope he didn't find out about anything. Entering, he meets the professor, asks how he feels. He answers that everything is fine. Looking ahead, Mark asks if he can find out why they are here. Why don't they go back to the ward? The professor, raising his hand, replies that everything is fine. He is bored of sitting in the ward all the time. He feels well and thinks that if he asks, he will be discharged immediately. Looking at Mark, he says that he heard that he saved him, and so thanked them very much. The protagonist blushes, and then replies that he is flattering him. Anyone in his place would have done the same. After which the professor looks out the window and adds that anyone, if you were not there, would now be in a deep coma. Standing with his back to Mark, he adds that besides how he was able to finish the vascular anastomosis that day. And then, looking ahead, he asks that after all it was him. Lowering his head, Mark apologizes, and then adds that he did not intend to lie to him. There is no forgiveness for him. The professor, turning around, frowned. And then, smiling, he said that everything was fine. He had not called him to listen to this. Who cared about this process? The protagonist wondered why he was laughing, but why he was so scared. The professor added that in such a serious situation he could have saved him and the patient at once. 2 lives. Let him not think that this was an interrogation, as he thought he needed to become a surgeon. Mark, smiling, replied that he was grateful. The professor said that everything was fine. He had time to think it over, a lot of time. Suddenly someone entered the room. John, raising the tablet, said what the professor was doing with Markai. Of all places they chose their conference room. Menacingly approaching, he added that the professor seemed to be more alive than he thought. Changed his mind about dying this time. The professor replied that doctors do not say such things. They are frivolous people who practice internal medicine. Suddenly they both turned around. Someone came in and said what was going on here. Franklin appears in front of us. He takes off his hat and then says that they have not seen the professor for a long time. How is his health? He, coming closer, says that it really has been a long time. He came to hold a meeting. Franklin replied with a smile that now the conference is the only way to meet all of them. And who is this young man? The protagonist, looking in front of him with a trembling voice, answered that his name is Mark and he is an intern. The professor, looking menacingly ahead, said that he shouldn't even think about taking the bag to therapy. A man shouldn't do something so pathetic. Franklin replied that yes, they should just look at him. It was written on his forehead that he was destined for therapy. How could he allow himself to be taken to such a rude place as the surgical department? Coming closer, he grabbed Mark by the face, saying that Mr. Mark's place was in the intensive care unit. Hearing this, the professor shouted in displeasure that this was a rude place. Suddenly John intervened in their conversation. Frowning, he shouted that they should watch their language. And Mark had already decided that he would go to intensive care. It was clear to him. For them to stop, he wanted to go to dermatology. 2 doctors shouted at him to stand still while the elders were talking. Turning pale, Mark replied that his opinion didn't matter now. That's right. The chief resident of the dermatology department appears in front of us. He turns over the sheets of paper, then says that he should choose something other than dermatology. If he really wants it so badly, he will not stop him, but most likely, Mark will not do. The protagonist, not looking at the task in front of him, asked what he meant. The doctor exhaled and answered that this year they have a golden student. If there are 2 spots in the staffing table this year, then there is a chance, otherwise it is better to give up. Mark asked who this golden student is. The man answered that the son of their chief professor in the dermatology department graduated from university, now works here as an intern. His scores are low, and the characteristics are not impressive, but they cannot do anything. He is the chosen one. The protagonist imagined a lot of money in his head and then thought that golden students in hospitals are called people who have great connections with professors or with the management of the hospital. The son of the professor of demonetology will be the chosen one among the chosen ones. Hearing this, the protagonist clenched his fist, thinking that he had given 10 years of his life to have all his efforts go to waste because of such a stupid reason. Then he remembered John and the professor glaring at him, and then he thought that seriously, thinking about them made him nervous. He remembered sitting and studying a lot of theory, thinking that he would simply crush everyone with his grades. He would be accepted to the only place in dermatology. Suddenly, someone came to him and grabbed his shoulder. Michael, looking at him, asked that he was studying again. Mark asked him what happened. Having lowered himself, his comrade replied that, if you look, he needs to rest, let him think about the people who are lagging behind him, he doesn't look very good. Something happened. Raising his head, Mark replied that there was something, but everything is fine, let him sit down. Then Michael turned to the protagonist, telling him to let him ask one question. Why did he want to become a doctor? Mark, signing the document, answered what kind of weird question it was, just like he said last time, to make money. Michael, looking at him, said that it was all about the money back then. The protagonist, turning around, heard him say that if he was suddenly given 10 billion won, he would give up this idea. Smiling, Michael added that he could retire as a doctor and he would give him as much money as he wanted. A second later, the protagonist grabbed Michael by the collar. Looking at him menacingly, he asked why he was saying this seriously now. Approaching and frowning, he added that he was thinking, not friends, but he is offering such crap. That's true, he loves money. But don't think that he will beg people like him for handouts for it. Michael, looking ahead, asked why didn't he become a doctor to earn money? If he had money, he could quit medicine. Mark answered discontentedly that this bastard. Suddenly he stepped aside, saying that it did not matter, let him forget. He remembered how he looked at the results with tears in his eyes, how he was at the operation. He remembered how his father hit him, then thought that why he could not defeat him. Lowering his head, he continued to think. Suddenly someone entered the room, and he turned around. A displeased Mary appeared in front of him. Michael, looking at her, asked how long she had been standing there. The girl, lowering her head, answered that from the very beginning of the conversation. Frowning, she continued to say that she was warning him, let him not dare even touch Mark with a finger. Looking at her, Michael answered what love, what if he refuses? Mary, looking sternly in his direction, replied that she would see to it that he could no longer work as a doctor. Narrowing her eyes menacingly, she added that unlike him, she was from the main branch of the family. He thought she did not have enough power to do this, and she knew that the death of an important person was his doing, or he thought that she would not find out due to lack of evidence. She said nothing. Michael stared silently ahead for a few seconds. Then he smiled maliciously, and a second later, he pressed his sister against the wall, covering her mouth with his hand. He put a fountain pen to her throat, and then menacingly told her to continue to be silent. If he used any more force, she would die. He slightly cut her neck, adding that if he accidentally hit an artery, he would go to the next world. Coming closer, he smiled madly, saying that she shouldn't scream. Without her relationship with this man, she was nothing. Why did she need all this? Did she really want to die? Suddenly, Mary bit his hand. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she screamed loudly that it was fine. Let him kill her now, because if not now, then later she would send him to hell. Leaning over, she continued screaming that being born into this family, knowing who killed her brother, but not being able to tell all this and being unloved, she was tired of all this. She remembered looking at a family photo, and then added that in this hellish family. Michael remembered how he smiled as a child. He listened to Mary's words about being unable to do anything, being unloved. He narrowed his eyes, and then, suddenly turning away from her, said that it was incredibly boring. The girl sat down on the floor. She grabbed the cut with her hand. Her hand was shaking. She kept crying, her head down. We were taken to Mark. He was looking at the monitor, and then he thought about how ordinary days were going on. He had made a scene again. One of his friends had finally passed the police exam. He was reading a book, clutching his head, and then he thought that despite his fears of failing dermatology, he had continued studying. Looking at his phone, he thought that somehow it happened that he often had lunch with Clara. Remembering Mary smiling, he thought that on the other hand, she had been sent to the hospital for 4 months, which meant she would not be around for 4 months. As she did not say goodbye to him, he continued to reflect that they were always together, despite how she did not object to the transfer. Lowering his head into the textbook, he thought about what was worried. She became strange, awkward, wondering how she was doing there. He wrote something in a notebook. His friend said that this residency exam is possible. He will just forget about it. How to answer this question? Mark raised his head, then answered that 3 minutes, so epinephrine, Cabernet, antibiotic susceptibility, colistin. Hearing this, his friend, laughing, said that he did not even show him the question. He is an accurate person. Exhaling, he added that a terrible person, he will definitely pass everything. The protagonist, looking with an empty look in front of him, answered that he was interested. He is not a golden student or something like that, an ordinary person, how it will all end in the end. His friend answered menacingly that he had already given up on that. Why shouldn't he go into surgery with him? There were other fields besides dermatology, plastic surgery, for example. Mark, clutching a pen in his hand, answered that plastic surgery, no, it had to be dermatology. He didn't need anything else. It had been his dream for the last 10 years. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Looking at it, he thought that this was the Ministry of Education and Advanced Training. Dealing with them was quite stressful. He answered. A voice was heard from the phone that he had to tell him something related to work. He could come to them. We are transferred to some time later. Mark asks fearfully, what, accompanying a patient? The girl answers him, looking at him, that's right, he doesn't often encounter this. The protagonist says no, but this time on a plane and not only. Frowning, he adds that, besides, there are other interns, why him? The girl, looking at the piece of paper, answers that because he is the best, and also the patient chose him. They say that he wants a good doctor. Turning away, Mark thought that he needs to get into less trouble. The girl, looking at him, added that it would be tiring to fly back and forth on an airplane. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and she added that he would be given a bonus after completing the test. The royal person who ordered the escort would pay 3 million won. The hospital would also add 500,000. In total, he would receive 3.5 million. Mark beamed partly. He shook the girl's hand and then said that he was in business and promised that he would take care of the patient. She replied that another doctor and a nurse would join him. Wasn't his thoughts too obvious? We are transported to the airport. The protagonist thinks about how he didn't know that this would be the second incident that would greatly affect his life in the future. The airport is definitely huge. In his previous life, the only place he visited was an island. Looking at his watch, he thought that there was still time. Maybe he should get some coffee. Raising his fist, he continued to think that at first he thought, why an Arab country? But 3.5 billion won in 2 days is a lot. There is no better motivation than money. Suddenly, someone approached him, and he turned around. Mary appeared in front of him. She, smiling widely, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. How was he doing? The protagonist, coming closer, replied that she was such and such a different doctor, an incredible coincidence. The girl replied that it was not a coincidence. He looked ahead, and she, turning away, laughed and said that it was nothing. Maybe they would go get some coffee. Sitting on the bench, Mary turned around and said that they had to decide on a specialization. He really would go into dermatology. The protagonist, frowning, replied that he wanted to and he would do it. She thought he would lose to some guy with connections. The girl replied that she just wanted his dream to come true. Lowering his head, Mark replied that everything was fine. He had been striving for this dream for 10 years. Giving up now would mean wasting all these years. Mary looked at him with a smile and replied that he really was going there. Wasn't it a waste of energy? The professor said that geniuses like him were born once in a century. He kept saying that he would definitely take him into surgery. Squeezing the coffee in his hand, Mark replied that he would still try. Smiling, he turned to the girl and replied that if he was a genius in dermatology surgery, he would be fantastic, right? That was true, if he really wanted it that way. Suddenly, she looked ahead, frightened. Clara came up to them. Smiling, she said that the second doctor of the internet was also here. She bowed her head, adding that she was very pleased to meet him again. Clara, smiling, came closer and then said that she was glad to meet. Looking at her, Mary thought that this could not be. She turned pale, then continued to think that this was an incredible coincidence. Sitting on the plane and lowering her head, she thought about how she could not control her facial expression. Clara, looking at her tablet, smilingly said that she had never flown business class before. Mark, laughing, replied that it was his first time too. Suddenly, he turned to Mary and asked if everything was okay with her. She did not look well. The girl remained silent. And then, turning away, she replied that no, it was okay, she was just a little tired. She had been driving all night from another city, she should take a nap. Mark replied, okay. Clara looked at them in surprise. The protagonist continued to think that it was strange. Just recently she was so cheerful. After a while, the plane took off. Mark approached his client and said that he needed to check his condition, if there were any toads or he was uncomfortable. The prince replied that he was fine. Raising his head, he continued to say that he was grateful and the protagonist should rest. Mark, exhaling, thought that he looked good. He had cancer at such a young age, and it was incredibly sad. After which he remembered himself in a past life, thought that he reminded him of the time when he himself suffered from cancer in a past life. Fortunately, everything is calm. After which he approached the sleeping Mary. Looking at her, he thought that it had been 7 hours, everyone was sleeping, she must be tired, she didn't look so good when they landed. Then the protagonist adjusted her blanket, thinking that she said that she had been driving all night. That's why she was so tired, he needed to take better care of her. Leaning over, he continued to think that he was causing her nothing but trouble these days, then he adjusted her hair. Suddenly, he saw a bandage on her neck. Looking at it, he thought that it didn't look like a scratch. Leaning over, he thought that he needed to take a closer look when suddenly Mary woke up. The protagonist, blushing and running away, stared in surprise in front of him, and the girl asked what he had been doing. Mark replied that he hadn't done anything and then apologized. Frowning, he asked what was wrong with her neck. Mary, lowering her eyes, replied that it was just a scratch, nothing serious. The protagonist looked at her and apologized for waking her up. Mary replied that everything was fine, let him sleep too. After some time at night, the plane landed. A guy in a suit approached Mark and greeted him, asked how the prince was feeling. Nothing special happened. The protagonist replied that he was fine. The guy, looking at the prince, thanked him for taking care of him. Someone added that the prince was also impressed by his detailed diagnosis. Raising his hand, he continued to say that he was grateful to Mark for everything. And now the prince wanted to give him a personal reward. The protagonist, stretching his hands in front of himself, replied that he did nothing special. Mark blushed as soon as the man said that it would be a double fee. They would send 6 million won to his bank card. Mark smiled and shook the guy's hands, thanked him, and he laughed and replied that the doctor was a very honest man. Clara walked next to Mark, grabbing his hand, and then said that it was good that there were no problems. Their plane was in 5 hours. Maybe they could go somewhere to relax. He replied that yes, it would be nice to take a shower. Mary, looking at them, replied that there was one place. They turned around, and she added that this was the place where I had to pay for food. We were transferred to a luxurious room. Someone said that there was a ceiling decor like in a high-class hotel and a fountain. A man in a suit, leaning over, greeted them in the restroom and added that they should call them if needed. The protagonist, looking at Mary, asked in surprise what it was. The girl, exhaling, replied that she would send the bill to her father, let him just relax. Turning into a squaw, she said with a smile that it was perfect and then thanked Mary. Mark, looking at his assistant's back, thought that she looked bad again, that he had done something wrong on the plane. After a while, Mary took a shower. Coming out of the bathroom, she thought that she felt so stupid, she just wanted to see him. She even agreed to accompany the patient. Lowering her head, she continued to think that she thought that she had already gotten used to being without him. But now she wanted to see him even more. She did not agree to this in order to look at him with this nurse. She knows that this is just a job. But suddenly Clara came up to her, asking if she had already taken a shower. Mary, passing by, answered that yes, she would go. Suddenly Clara, turning around, asked that she liked Mark. Mary froze in place. And Clara continued to say that, as she thought, she liked him very much. It was so obvious. Mary lowered her head down. And then, turning around, she answered that yes, she liked him, and very much. Clara, narrowing her eyes, asked if it was true. Coming closer, she continued to say what they should do. She also really liked Mark, and she did. But she was not going to give him up. Mary answered that it was okay, she understood. Looking ahead, she added that she wasn't going to come between the two of them. In fact, she wanted them to be happy. Looking down, she added that he had one request, that she take care of him. That was all she was asking. Clara, looking ahead in surprise, asked what kind of request that was. Mary replied that she had no ulterior motives, that she was serious. Lowering her head, she thought about how just because she liked someone didn't mean that their feelings would be mutual. That wouldn't help. Looking down, she thought that everything was fine. She had gotten used to it. We were transferred to the plane. The protagonist thought discontentedly that economy was cool on the way back. Looking around, he continued to think that they could have spent a little more money, although he didn't care. He turns pale, sitting between the girls, and then thinks that recently the atmosphere between Clara and Mary is so cool, and was squeezed between them. He is so uncomfortable, feeling like he is sitting on a pillow stuffed with nails. Suddenly Clara turned to him, saying that he is uncomfortable sitting in the middle. The protagonist replied that no, everything is fine. He turned to Mary, thinking that she does not look, she seems to be fine. He thought that she was tired, but did not expect that much. Apparently he made a mistake, but where exactly? Maybe because he touched her neck without permission. Perhaps he should apologize when he has a chance. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He looked in front of him with displeasure. Grabbing his neck, he looked around, then thinking what time it is, he fell asleep for a while, and where Clara went. He looked at Mary and then continued to think that here was his chance, he should apologize. Suddenly he turned to her. Lowering his head, he said that since recently she seemed to be angry about something because of him. Mary, blushing, looked ahead. She clenched her hands, thinking that because of him, he was incredibly perceptive. Turning in his direction, she turned to him. Suddenly they looked ahead in fear. The voice of the dispatcher was heard that there was an emergency on board. Was there a doctor on board? The passengers looked around in fear, and the dispatcher continued to broadcast that they had a patient in critical condition. If there was a doctor on board, please inform their flight attendants and come to business class as soon as possible. Mark and his friends ran to business class. They saw an elderly man lying on the floor. The protagonist shouted for them to stop and what happened to him. After which he looked at the woman in front of him, asking that the patient was Korean. He was a doctor, heard their announcement. The man was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. Mark asked how long he had been in this state. The stewardess answered that she did not know for sure. They thought that he was just sleeping. Since it was quite late, if they had not handed out snacks, they would not have noticed. Mark, coming closer to the man, asked that perhaps she knew the patient's identity or what diseases he might have. The girl answered that they knew that he was a civil servant, but who exactly, they did not know. After which the protagonist looked at Clara and said that the patient was in critical condition. Let her prepare a tonometer as soon as possible. She answered okay. After which she looked ahead in fear. Approaching Mark, she said that she had bad news. His blood pressure could not be measured. The protagonist asked what that meant. Looking at the device, she thought that the average arterial pressure is about 120 on average, but his is 50. He is not just unconscious, he is in shock. Leaning over, the protagonist felt his pulse, thinking that 160 per minute. His heart rate is too fast, but the pulse itself is weak. This is bad. Looking at the serious condition of the man, he continued to think that the heart is trying to compensate for the weak pressure. At any moment he can have a heart attack. Then he looked at the flight attendant, thinking that if a heart attack begins, he will die. He asked where is the nearest airport? They must land and take him to the hospital, otherwise his life is in great danger. The girl fearfully answered that they are flying over the Pacific Ocean. The nearest airport is very far away. It is still 2 hours to fly. Mark clenched his teeth and then thought about what to do. Looking at the man, he continued to think that he would not last in this state. He needed to buy time. He could not do anything special on board. He needed to at least find the cause of the shock. Mary approached him. She said that the shock could not be caused by medications. She heard that this man had several strokes. Hearing this, the protagonist asked in bewilderment that she knew him. Clara answered that Mark really did not know him. He was often shown on TV. He was quite famous. The protagonist answered that it was not so important now. The stewardess, sitting on the floor, stretched out her hand and said that this was the passenger's luggage. Perhaps they would need it. Mark thanked her. Opening it, he frowned. Inside he saw a lot of pills, and then thought that there was an antiplatelet agent for lowering blood pressure, the anticoagulant enoxaparin. Asked to stop at home later, which is true. It is spontaneous bleeding due to medication and very serious. He shouted to Clara to give her an intravenous injection, then thought that of all places, an airplane. At this rate he will die. The girl, turning to him, shouted that it does not work because of the bleeding, and the blood pressure does not rise. The protagonist clenched his teeth. He saw how the man began to shake without impact, and then thought that it was an epileptic seizure. In front of him, he continued to think that he did not have much time left. Is this really the only way out? Too risky. A huge probability that the attempt will fail. But Mary looked at him, and then said that a heart attack will kill. Suddenly Mark answered that he needs an operation. The girl asked fearfully what this means. Looking at her, the protagonist answered that he needs an operation, and he will do it. Mary asked fearfully what is he talking about? She turned pale and then replied that even a professor couldn't perform the operation in such conditions. They didn't even have the necessary materials. Looking at her, Mark replied that of course the chance of failure was high, but he wouldn't last until landing. He would die earlier. Frowning, he added that in this case they should do everything possible. Mary looked at him silently for a few seconds. Her body shook, and then she added that it was so reckless, he was an idiot. Tears appeared in her eyes and she shouted loudly that he was such a fool. What would he do if something went wrong? Didn't he say that he wanted to go into dermatology? When will he stop being so reckless? He knows who his patient is. Not only will his license be taken away, he will also be imprisoned for murder. Mark, turning pale, silently looked ahead. Mary started wiping away her tears, and the protagonist apologized and replied that it wouldn't happen again. But she had to help her save him now. The girl replied that he was going to do something so dangerous. Wiping away her tears, she added what she should do if something happened to him. Let him do whatever he wanted. The protagonist replied that it was okay. He understood. She shouldn't worry, and then thought that they needed a place to perform the operation. Looking at the stewardess, he added that they needed to operate on the patient. There was a secluded place. The girl replied that the first class was free. She would take him there. Mark took out all the necessary equipment, pulled on gloves. He thought that they really had nothing. What should he do without fear? After which he looked at the man's belly, thinking that, judging by the swollen belly, the bleeding was not that deep. He took out a scalpel, wondering what was in the abdominal cavity or somewhere nearby. He leaned over and continued to think that it seemed like the artery was bleeding. There weren't many attempts. He needed to find out as soon as possible. Mary said she was disinfecting. The protagonist lowered himself and frowned, continuing to think that without a CT scan he would have to look for the left or posterior gastric artery himself. Suddenly Mary turned to him and asked him to promise her something. Looking ahead, she added that they would try to take care of themselves the same way he took care of patients. Mark replied that okay, he promised. After which, bending over, he began to cut his stomach with a scalpel. Looking ahead, he thought that he had dark blood bleeding from the abdominal cavity. Looking at Clara, he told her to give him gauze. Looking menacingly ahead, he asked Mary to open the abdominal cavity so that he could see. What he saw shocked him. He saw a swollen artery, wondering what he had found, the posterior gastric artery. After which all three sighed. Clara, looking at the protagonist, smiled and said that it was amazing. He found the cause on the first try. Mark replied that it was amazing, they needed to finish the internal injection. Mary, looking at them, exhaled and then thought that he was an idiot. It was good that everything worked out, otherwise he couldn't even imagine what had happened. The protagonist, holding a scalpel in his hand, looked ahead in fear, thinking later that he only had to stitch up the cut, but was that really the real cause? He looked at his colleagues, saying that he needed to check again. After which he leaned over the man's body, asking for a scalpel. The girls asked in surprise what was going on. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked for the scalpel again. Clara, looking at him, was surprised, and he added that he wanted to make sure that they hadn't missed anything. After which she, looking at him, asked that there was a possibility, perhaps it would be better to stitch up the cut. Mary looked towards Mark. She asked in surprise what he wanted to check again. She agreed with his decision. He was in charge here. Mark nodded and thanked her. Then he took out a scalpel. All three looked ahead in fear, thinking the same thing, that there was another bleeding. It was good that they checked again. Everything could have ended badly. The protagonist began to stitch up the wound. Exhaling, he looked at his colleagues. Turning to Mary, he thought that they were lucky that the second bleeding was close to the first. Everything ended well. Clara, exhaling with relief, said that it was close. She was so nervous, thank God that they stopped the bleeding. Mark, smiling, answered to be absolutely sure, let them give him a scalpel. The girls turned around in fear and asked what he was kidding. The protagonist answered that he was joking. The plane landed and Mary said that he didn't think it was a bad time for jokes. Clara supported her, adding that although everything ended well, she didn't think it was worth joking. Mark apologized to them. The doctor ran to the plane as fast as he could, thanking them for taking care of him, and now they were taking him away. The depressed protagonist along with the rest of his colleagues said that it was internal bleeding due to the abuse of anticoagulants. They were able to stop the bleeding during the flight by providing emergency care. He thinks that after standard treatment he will get better. The doctor, looking ahead in fear, shouted that they were without a CT scan on the plane. How did they manage to do that? Mark, frowning, looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Then he pointed at himself, saying that he read about it in a book. Walking away, he added that he was joking, they were just lucky, but now they need to go. The doctor, stretching out his hand to him, asked him to stop. Suddenly, Mark, turning around, heard someone shouting for him to look here. A huge number of paparazzi were taking pictures of him. The presenter with a microphone ran up, shouting for him to come to them, to which Mark, stepping aside, thought that today was a shitty day. After which they reached the bus. Someone asked why Mark was leaving right away. Did he want to have a snack first? The protagonist answered Clara that it was already quite late, and he thought it was time for him to go. The girl sighed discontentedly and replied that he had upset her. Now he was going to leave. They would not be able to see each other for the next 2 months. Let him do her a favor. Mark, surprised, looking ahead, asked what? Clara, smiling, answered that he should address her as you. A nurse sounds too businesslike. The protagonist nodded approvingly. Bowing his head, he answered okay. The girl beamed with happiness and replied that it was wonderful. Then Mark turned around. Not far away, he saw Mary standing, looking at her phone. Looking in her direction, he thought that she was not even looking at him. He thought that they would see each other soon. Mary was pressing something on her phone. We are transferred to the hospital. Someone tells Mark to rest a little. Isn't he tired? The protagonist replies that he is fine. They don't have enough people. His friend, looking at him, adds that it is true. He could not get through to him. Mark, adjusting his robe, said that there was no way to charge the phone on the plane. The guy, looking at him, asked puzzledly what that is. He hasn't seen the news yet. Turning around, the protagonist answered fearfully so that he doesn't scare him. What kind of news? Then he went to the TV. A voice came from there. Breaking news. This Friday a candidate for the post of Prime Minister, a former judge, was returning to the country from Abu Dhabi. The protagonist stood still, listening to the TV. They added that during the flight he went into shock due to internal bleeding. The girl on the screen added that on the plane the judge was on the verge of a heart attack, and now they would give the floor to their reporter. Let him tell them the details. The girl, holding the microphone, said that this was the hospital to which the judge was brought. According to the story of the medical staff who delivered the former judge to the hospital, a surgeon who was flying on the same plane performed an emergency operation on him. The doctor, looking ahead, adjusting his glasses, said that the judge was alive thanks to an emergency operation. It was just a miracle. The reporter, looking at him, said that he surprised them by disappearing and not asking for a reward. Pulling out the microphone, she added that he did not know who it was. Mark turned pale when the doctor said that it was Dr. Mark from Dale Hospital. He looked in front of him in horror and then wondered what was going on. Falling to his knees, he continued to think that the patient was a former judge and a candidate for prime minister. His friend looked at him and said that what was he worried about? He did something incredible. Coming closer, he added that he should be more confident in himself. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he wanted to go to dermatology. Throwing his hands on the ground, he added that he thought what the professors would do when they saw this. Kneeling, he continued to shout that why was he such a good surgeon. Tears appeared in his eyes and he added that he did not want to be such a genius. His friend looked at him menacingly, thinking that this was his friend, but at the same time, he was such a bastard. The woman smiled, lowered her mask, apologized and said that she heard that Dr. Mark worked here. The guy in glasses, holding onto his backpack, asked if he could prescribe him treatment. The girl said that besides the main character, there were other doctors, they could examine him, to which the guy replied that he was not feeling well, so he came specifically to see a good doctor. The main character brought the phone to his ear and heard how the administration addressed him, asked if he could see several patients, to which the hero replied that he was an ordinary intern. Let other doctors do it. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she tried to explain, but they were quite persistent. They really wanted to meet with him, to which the guy thoughtfully looked down. Taking the phone away from his head, the guy stood and looked straight ahead, and from there one could hear that the good Dr. Mark, could he help them out? Putting the device to the patient, the main character said that it looked like acute enteritis. Sitting opposite each other, the protagonist said that a couple of IVs, and he thinks the symptoms will go away, to which the guy asked in surprise if it was true. Said that other doctors would have said something different, but he knows that his diagnosis is the most correct. The guy happily said that he already feels good, he really is the best doctor, to which the hero answered with a smile, by no means the best. But there was no end to it. The man said that his hemorrhoids are very advanced, he is embarrassed by female doctors, can he take a look? The grandmother asked if Dr. Mark or whatever his name is worked here, said that all her bones hurt because of old age. The girl with the child said that her son says that his stomach hurts, he can't even go to school, everything is so bad. The main character smiled while examining the patient, and then thought about the fact that the devil, out of nowhere, became a small doctor. He can't even fire them. Kid, stop pretending, let him just go to school. Putting his hand on the notebook, Mark thought that he needed to study, but he had no free time at all. If he wanted to get into dermatology, he needed the highest score. The protagonist sat angrily at the table and thought that it didn't matter what. Walking along the corridor, Mark thought that a simple desire to live was not enough. To live long, you need to accept death. He would devote his life to studying. The protagonist looked ahead tiredly. Sitting on the sofa, he thought that he really could die, he just wanted to sleep for 4 hours. Gripping the pen tightly, he thought that no, he needed to continue, remember how he ended up here. Wiping his nose with a handkerchief, the hero thought that dermatology, if he got into dermatology, he could forget about studying. On the other hand, if he failed, all his efforts would be wasted. Turning around, the protagonist said that they could come in. Entering the office, the man turned to the guy asked the administrative manager in surprise what brought him here, to which he replied that a very important guest had just arrived to see him. The guy said with confusion that he was not expecting anyone, and the man replied that there was no time for small talk. The hero looked straight ahead in surprise and heard that he must be Dr. Mark. The man in the chair, smiling, said that his name was George. The protagonist approached him, and the man said that he was sorry that he had only just arrived to see him now. His nurse had not allowed him to get out of bed, but that he was finally here, to which the protagonist replied that it was good, thank you for coming. Lowering his head, the man said that he owed him his life and sincerely thanked him. The guy said in surprise that it was okay, he was just doing his job. Gritting his teeth, George said that he was very modest. He realized how difficult it was for him to perform an operation without the patient's consent. Smiling, the man said that such a debt could not be repaid with words of gratitude, asked if he had any request. Mark, amazed, said that he was only doing his duty as a doctor, he should not worry, to which George, grinning, said that it was amazing, he understood, he would not forget about this debt, if he needed help, let him contact him. The guy stood with his eyes wide open and heard that he could ask him for something, to which the guy responded approvingly. Looking at the main character, the man said that if in the future he got sick, then let him take care of him. Smiling, Mark answered that of course, if it was not on the plane, of course, to which the man said that he would remember and thanked him. The hero helped him not because he was a former judge. The guy looked straight ahead and thought about how he shouldn't profit from the helplessness of patients, although if he got into dermatology, he wouldn't see him again until he needed a cosmetic procedure. Bowing his head, George said that it was nice to visit the hero, to which the guy replied that it was mutual and wished him a good trip. Mark looked at the slammed door. The hero looked up. Abruptly falling to the floor, the hero said that he was nervous. Finally, the storm passed and December arrived. The calendar showed the 12th of December. A corridor in the hospital appeared, and the main character said that according to the schedule, He was transferred to a hospital in Busan, and finally, the enthusiastic patients disappeared completely. Sitting in the chair, the hero thought that he could finally relax, but it was high time to apply, and for this he needed to go to Seoul. Raising his head, Mark thought, maybe ask his friend. No, he was also sent somewhere. A portrait appeared in the hero's head, where Michael asks if he would give up everything if he was given 10 billion won. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about Michael. Thoughts about this bastard pissed him off every time. What the hell? He thought they were friends, and who does he take him for? Taking out his phone, the hero thought that the person he can rely on in such a matter. Mary picked up the phone and said the hero's name, asked what happened, to which the guy with a smile on his face said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, he asked how she was doing, why she did not call him, to which the girl said that after all, he did not call her either. Closing his eyes, the hero said that she was right, asked if she would do him a favor, to which the girl answered, of course, what can she do? Mark said that he owes the barbecue. Smiling broadly, Mary said that Mark was treating. Then okay, to which the hero asked if she was being too straightforward. The girl looked ahead in surprise and heard that it was nothing special. Could she apply for dermatology instead of him? The girl asked again in confusion if he was sure. Smiling, the guy answered that he was right, he would rely on her. Mary said that it was okay, asked if he would definitely treat her to barbecue. Looking at his watch, the main character told her not to worry about it. They would eat their fill, it was time for him to go, to which the girl replied that it was okay, they would see each other later. The girl lowered her head down and thought. Looking out the window, Mary thought that she was no longer going to get closer to him, but it was difficult. She was glad to hear his voice. Time passed. A sign for an open exam appeared, and it was time to enter dermatology, and it was time to take the residency exam. About 3,000 interns came to take the residency exam. A whole class of students showed up. The exam was very difficult and consisted of several sections, such as therapy, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. Everyone taking the exam was very nervous, because the results of this exam determined the main specialty in which they would have to work all their lives. The main character was writing the test, and a thought flashed through his head that he remembered how he took the entrance exam, how hard it was for him 7 years ago. Then, the tired guy lay his head on the pillow, and the hero thought that he even got a stomach ulcer and almost died. If you compare it with that time, now it's pretty good. Looking down, the hero thought that although looking at the test, Mark thought that it was not enough to just pass the exam well. First he had to give it his all, because that was all he could do now. The guy waved his hand happily and called the main character. Approaching him, he asked how he wrote well, said that this time the exam was so difficult, to which Mark replied that well, how can I say, he, like, is so-so. The guy said that he always says so, and writes better than anyone, to which the main character replied that well, he doesn't know, he's an ordinary person, anything can happen. Smiling, the guy said, oh yeah, really, he'll probably get 100 points, they'll go and celebrate. A view of the roof of the establishment opened up. The guy gave the bottle of drink to the main character and said how bitter it was, to which Mark replied that he shouldn't drink so much. Laughing, he replied that it was a little. The starry sky appeared and Jacob called the main character, to which he asked if he was drunk. Jacob looked at the hero and said, by the way, what he would do if he failed the exam, to which the protagonist asked again in surprise. Holding a glass in his hand, Mark thought about what he had just thought, that the probability of failing was much higher than passing. The selection round depended not so much on the grade as on the professor. If the teacher didn't like him, then it was all over. Drinking. The hero thought that he had tried so hard these 11 years, he had to hope for the best, and then said that he had done everything he could, now all that remained was to wait. Jacob looked at him with disappointment and heard that it was really impossible to change anything. He would think about it later. Pouring liquid into a glass, Jacob said that okay, everything would be fine. They would forget about everything today and just drink, to which the hero turned to the guy in surprise and told him to pour vodka into a smaller glass. The girl touched her ear and heard that it was enough to drink. The guy folded his hands on the table. Looking straight ahead, Jacob said that it seemed like they had been drinking with him recently, and they were already announcing the results, to which the hero asked again in surprise. Turning around, the guy said that it was true. They said that those who work in Busan do not have to come to the interview. Now this hospital is short of people. So the interview, it seems, will be replaced by a staff assessment, to which Mark replied that it was even better for him, then they will have 100 points. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the hero heard that it was true. It means that they will be busy in the hospital. But there is nothing wrong with the interview being replaced by a staff assessment, and Mark thought that this is unusual. In general, initially everyone without exception should have come to the interview. But this is also a good way, especially now when there are so many patients with viral pneumonia after accidents. Looking at the screen, Jacob said in surprise about what appeared. Nervously looking ahead, the guy asked, pointing his finger at the admission status check. He said that he had been admitted, to which the hero happily said that he congratulated him. Memories from childhood with him, from adolescence and the present time arose, and the hero thought that Jacob was always behind and passed the exam just perfectly. He entered medical school, he passed the internship at Deal Hospital, and finally he passed the resident. Jacob thought that now he had become a surgeon, now he was no worse than the protagonist. Looking at the hero, Jacob said that he should also check faster. His results must have already appeared, to which Mark agreed. The hero took the computer mouse in his hands. The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. Smiling, the guy said that he had 48 points out of 50, which means he was the first among 2,987 people. This is Mark himself. Well done. Jacob widened his eyes and asked how he got such a grade. Mark abruptly got up from his chair and said that it couldn't be. Looking at the monitor, the guy asked what was going on. With such a grade he must have passed. Seeing the application for admission, Jacob asked what surgery. Didn't he apply for dermatology? The protagonist said that he himself did not understand how this happened, to which the guy said Mary's name. After all, he asked her to register him. First they need to find out what the matter is. Having called the girl, the protagonist asked, after all, she applied for dermatology for him, to which the girl asked again and confirmed that yes. Looking directly, Mary asked what he said. The application went through for surgery. Upset, Mark heard that this could not be. After all, she clearly indicated dermatology, to which the guy replied that okay, he got it, he will try to find out, and said goodbye. The protagonist hung up. Taking the phone, he called the educational department of Deal Hospital and said that it was Mark. He was calling about an error in the exam results. Yes, the admission results. He was calling to find out. They apologized over the phone and said that it just happened. They thought he was applying for surgery. All the exam results had already been transferred, so it would be difficult to find his documents, to which the guy asked him to wait and said that this could not be. Looking down desperately, the hero thought that this could not be. He was now in surgery. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He no longer hoped for anything. Although the academic department promised to try to correct the mistake, filing a lawsuit would also be difficult. It would take about 2 years. Sitting in the chair, the hero thought that he still had hope, and he waited a few days, but there was no use in it. Looking away, the hero thought that all the results had already been announced. In such a situation, if he now tried to enter dermatology, then the son of the faculty professor who entered there would have to be expelled. Mark lowered his head and thought that the professor would expel his son to help him. Of course not. 11 years, what had he been doing all this time? Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that he had done everything he could. How could it have gotten so confused? The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard his name. Turning around, he saw an out-of-breath Mary. The hero asked if it was her, and the girl with tears in her eyes said that she was in such a hurry to see him, apologized, said that she had to check everything again carefully, asked if he would now be able to go to dermatology. Mary thought that the mistake had happened because of her. Getting up from his chair, the hero said that it was okay, it was not her fault, he should not have called her, to which the girl said yes, but... Looking at her, Mark asked if it was really not her fault, to which the tearful girl said that she had to check again. When the hero saw Mary crying, everything calmed down a little in his soul. The guy hugged the girl tightly and said that he was really okay, so that she would not be at ease. The girl, leaning on the hero's shoulder, said his name. He did not want Mary to cry. She was more important to him than dermatology, so he did not want her to be upset about this. He just hugged her to calm her down. Mark and the girl stood hugging. He felt an inexplicable excitement that he could not understand. The hero and the girl abruptly moved away from each other, hearing that it seemed that he was at the wrong time. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and asked what. The hero asked if it was Connor, to which the professor, smiling, asked how the protagonist was doing. Connor was holding a basket of flowers. He congratulated Mark on entering, said that since today was such a happy day, he was treating her. The guy was confused, asked why he came here from Seoul. The professor answered, of course, if it weren't for this event, he would have dragged himself here at night. He showed his bank card, reminded that he was treating her today. They needed to go quickly. The hero looked at Mary. At night, they came to the Jinpum Spare Ribs restaurant. The professor took a bottle, asked Mary if she would also like a drink. The girl answered yes. Mark thought, they are here again. Today is also empty. I wonder if they will go broke. The man poured a drink into a glass, noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. She had grown so much. Mary asked in surprise if they had met before. He asked. She does not remember. After all, he studied with her father in the surgical department. He even rode her on his neck as a child. The girl was embarrassed, but really, she lowered her head, thought that she was so happy then. Mark and Mary choked when Connor asked what kind of relationship they had. Were they dating? The guy loudly objected. No. The professor agreed. Okay, even if they were dating, who would say anything? He sighed, closed his eyes, added that he hadn't come only because of him. There were some things to do, asked if he should have called him when he found out he got into surgery. The guy looked at him awkwardly, admitted that he hadn't planned on surgery. The meat was being fried on the grill built into the table. Connor asked seriously. He said that it was a mistake with the submission of documents. The guy looked down, apologized. It happened that way, the man said. Well, it's good that everything turned out this way. Mark was surprised. The professor took the meat with chopsticks. Mark reminded him that he was kicked out when he was studying at the Department of Dermatology at Hankook University because of that guy. He wrapped the meat in a lettuce leaf, added that in Hankook Hospital or here, it doesn't matter where, but if he is not destined to be in dermatology, then so be it, let him just go to surgery. He asked the guy if he thought he could make it big in dermatology. In his experience, those who did well at university open private clinics to make more money, and in the end everything collapses, and he is like that too. He will probably go broke. The guy thought with fear, no, why is he saying that when he hasn't even tried? Connor slammed his palm on the table. He crossed his arms over his chest, said that it doesn't matter what specialty he is in, but when you open a clinic, it already becomes a personal business and you need to be responsible for everything yourself. You can't even go on a normal vacation. He added, okay, it's hard in residency at the very beginning. That's true, but let him look at him. He took a break when he found out about his heart disease. He is sent on business trips as an exchange teacher so that he can improve his health, and this is impossible with a private clinic. He smiled. Mark said that when he completely finishes his studies, he will get a teaching position, offered him to move to surgery. He will take care of him. The hero blushed. His hands were shaking. He answered timidly, thank you. He waved his hand to Mary. He looked at his phone. He had received a congratulatory message. Professor John congratulated him on his admission, wrote that it was a pity that he had not gotten into the dermatology department, but surgery suited him better. He believed that the boy would become a good doctor. His mother also congratulated him on his admission. She was happy and very proud of her son. His father wrote that he was so proud that he was his son and loved him. His lips trembled. Mark thought that everyone was supporting him. What should he do? He closed the phone. The guy wondered if he was really in surgery again. He was standing on the embankment. He thought that he wanted a different life, a life without failures. He thought that he was afraid of repeating those failures. He decided that he needed to succeed. If everything worked out, then surgery would not be so bad. He looked down, thought that every day, like a battlefield, of course, would be very different from dermatology. He took a step. He closed his eyes and smiled. He thought, well, what's so bad about that? You just need to become the best doctor. Michael was congratulated on being accepted to the surgical department. Director Jim asked him if he needed anything else. The guy said no, nothing. A slight smile appeared on his face. He approached him and said that this time, thanks to him, he was able to fake the results, and for him it was not easy. The guy said no, it was not difficult. The man asked why he needed Mark to be sent to the surgical department. The guy frowned. The director was confused. Michael asked if he had ever had a situation where he constantly lost to someone for 11 years. Jim apologized. He should not have asked. The guy turned away, said with a smile, nothing, noticed that he was probably very busy. He could go. His face became serious when the director left. The guy put the folder on the table. What a fool, asking why he brought Mark here. He grinned evilly. It was so simple. If Mark went into dermatology, he would not have a chance to defeat him. He crumpled the sheet with the hero's photo, added, after all, it was against the rules. Jacob, blushing and stuttering, told Mary that he liked her. The girl looked at him in surprise. She was embarrassed, did not know what to answer. The guy exclaimed, he knows, she does not have to tell. He added sadly, he knew what she would say. After all, she likes Mark. Mary turned pale. She suddenly blushed, clenched her fists, exclaimed, what? Jacob said. How could he not know if it was written all over her forehead, and he is very strange. He added bitterly, what is this Mark thinking? He will never understand. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was thinking the same thing. There was an awkward pause between the heroes. Mary suggested going for a drink sometime. The guy agreed. The gray hall of the airport was full of people. The professor told Mark to be careful on the way back. They stood opposite each other. Connor had a suitcase in her hand. He asked him if he was busy. He could go back and get to work. The hero replied that everything was fine. He took the day off today. The guy smiled, said that this time he had come such a long way from Seoul to Busan for him. The man grinned, exclaimed, when he returned, he should get ready to work without rest. Professor Connor was sent to a sister hospital in the United States on a professor exchange program. They called it an exchange program. In fact, it was a deceptive maneuver to send him on leave to recover from heart surgery. The man waved his hand, said, it's just the USA. He was going to have fun this year, so there's nothing special about this program. The guy stood by the window and watched him go. The professor left, and he became a surgeon at Dale Hospital again. Come to think of it, most of his friends became surgeons at Dale Hospital. Although Wayne is a police officer, someone whispered to the detective, is he really a policeman? He laughed, maybe he looks like a gangster, but he's a policeman. Mary went to therapy, but someone wouldn't leave the hero's mind. It was Michael. He offered to work with him. The guy ate a bun, looked back, said, yes, he felt so uncomfortable after that incident. There was a feeling as if something black was hiding inside Michael. But, apart from that, the life of a surgeon is not so bad. 100 hellish days of work. He had to somehow endure it. Of course, he was ready to die at any moment. The guy leaned back in his chair, sighed tiredly, thought why people get sick during the holidays too, let them get healthy already. He stretched, thought if he were in dermatology, rubbed his forehead, decided that he just needed to forget about it. Time flew by lightning fast and the month of team exchange came. The guy noticed Professor Fred. He was talking to some man. The hero thought, this time he will be in charge of everything. He did not have any special impressions of him from his past life. He thought that all professors are about the same, and if he just does his job well. Someone interrupted his thoughts, turning to him. A man with short dark hair introduced himself. His name was Clint and he would be working with him this month. Mark smiled nervously, answered, yes, please, asked to take care of him, thought that he looked very serious. When he went to get the new manager, he said that he had already heard about his genius, but since this was the guy's first year and he didn't have much knowledge, it was very important for him to adopt the experience of more experienced colleagues. Mark tensed up. Clint added, he shouldn't do anything without asking, and adopt all the knowledge that he would give him. The hero answered, okay, I understand. He thought that this was even good, at least some kind of manager who would simply tell him what to do. Clint, the manager of his team, strictly adhered to the rules. He was much better than other managers who simply dumped all the responsibility on others. The man showed the guy what to disinfect with and what medicine to use. When they were sitting at the table, Clint took a spoon, showed how to do it. Hold it easily and open your mouth wide while eating, the guy thought, and how old he thought he was. And in many other ways, he was very boring. Mark thought this could be called a disease. They were standing near the patient's bed. Clint asked the hero why he used this medicine. He replied that after a car accident his lungs were in bad condition. He thought they were damaged. The leader angrily said, the lungs were damaged. Maybe he taught him a lot, but he was wrong. In case of pneumonia, he should have given him an antibacterial. Asked why he gave him this medicine without permission, he told him not to do things his own way. The guy was confused. Clint reminded that the real treatment is very different from what is written in the books. He thought, the patient's symptoms do not look like pneumonia. Maybe he is worrying in vain. If his lungs are really damaged, the probability of death is 40%. The hero and his leader looked around. A committee with the vice chief of the department approached them. Fred said that it was time for rotation, asked what they were doing. He hoped that they were not just chatting, told them to follow him. The rotation would be carried out for their patients. He decided, since he was here, to take a look at their patients. The professor was passing by the beds. He turned, raised one eyebrow. He turned to Mark and asked him to tell him about the condition of this patient, what his situation was. The hero looked at his documents, thoughtfully said, this patient. Clint stepped forward and said that he would tell him. 4 days had passed since the patient's operation. Fred frowned, said that he asked the attending physician, not him. Clint was taken aback. Mark timidly said, understood. He said that 4 days had passed since the patient's operation. His wounds were in good condition. The inflammation level was 8.34. The professor asked him about the white blood cell count. Mark answered, 13,400. He inquired about the anemia level. He answered 9.8. Fred looked stern. Clint looked back at the guy. The professor asked what about the drainage system. Mark calmly answered that in the last 8 hours about 120 milliliters of seroma. The man looked at the information sheet, thought it was perfect, not a single mistake. The head of the hospital was looking out the window, asked Fred, who was standing behind him, if he knew Mark, said he was a new resident, but from the way they talked, he was in surgery by accident. He told him to make sure the guy remembered his place, the place of the head of the department, asked if that was what they were aiming for. He trusted that they would take good care of him. Fred wondered why the president himself cared about Mark. This junior resident was doing the most ordinary job. He did not cross paths with him. He thought with irritation, this is disgusting. He will rip this weed out of surgery. The patient's face was covered by an oxygen mask. He turned his head, asked, doctor. The woman standing by the bed smiled and told Mark not to take him seriously. The guy said that it was okay. After all, this was his job. The guy leaned over to the patient, said that he must be having a hard time breathing, so that he would not force himself to talk. The man said, right, it is hard to talk. The hero looked at the oxygen readings. His level was 92%. He looked at the medical records, thought that this was bad. A healthy person's oxygen level was about 97%, but even with an oxygen mask, his level was still 92. In the hallway, a woman called out to the doctor with concern. She folded her arms, asked how her husband was. He was having such a hard time recovering. Maybe he would recover. The guy replied that they were doing everything to help him. He looked down, added that the condition of his lungs was getting worse and worse. The situation was not the best. She should prepare for the worst. He apologized. She shuddered in horror. She covered her face with her hands, said no, she could finally see him. Even their children rarely saw him. She wanted to take care of him, asked him to save him for the sake of their children. She begged him to save her. The guy clutched the folder with the documents in his hand, replied that he would do everything he could. The patient's wife kept crying and asking him to save her husband. Perhaps there were some unspoken things between her and the patient, but he couldn't ask. The hero looked at the clock on the wall, thought 3:30 a.m., disinfection and preparation for surgery. He lay on the couch, covered his face with his hand, thought that he could take a 4.5-hour nap. It was so hard to live this life again. He wanted to sleep normally on the bed. The phone rang. The guy sleepily asked, "Hi." Mark opened his eyes wide. Someone shouted into the receiver that his patient's oxygen level had dropped to 80%. The guy jumped up from the couch, shouted that they urgently needed to do a gastric bypass test. He ran into the ward, loudly asked how he was. Clara was holding a tray with instruments in her hands, looked around, shouted that everything was really bad. Mark approached the patient, asked loudly if he could hear him. What about the results? They were needed now. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought, respiratory failure, this is bad, at this rate he will die. Clara brought him the test results. The guy clenched his teeth, looked at the results, pH 7. 2. Oxygen 45, carbon dioxide 65, there is too much carbon dioxide in his body, now this is the worst case scenario, he will definitely die. He turned to the nurse, said that they did not have time, they needed to prepare everything for intubation right now. The girl answered, yes. Suddenly Mark was loudly asked what he was doing. The guy saw Chief Clint in the doorway. He answered, yes, it was him, and offered to talk to him. The hero looked at him questioningly, exclaimed now. They were standing opposite each other in the corridor. The manager said that he should have contacted him when the patient's condition worsened to such an extent. He should have told him what to do during an emergency. He said grimly that he would do the intubation himself, and the guy would just watch and learn. Mark was shocked. He could barely contain his anger. He thought he was going to teach him the hierarchy at a time like this. He was kidding. The hero couldn't think rationally because of the constant stress. They went to the room. The girl screamed at the doctor to hurry up because the patient's oxygen level kept dropping. Clint asked the guy not to do it next time. He said yes. He thought it was really driving him crazy. The manager took the oxygen storage tank and told Mark to take off the oxygen mask. He frowned, confidently said that even with a short-term lack of blood flow, the brain can be seriously damaged, so they should intubate gently. He looked at the guy seriously and added that he should not panic under any circumstances. Since this is his first year, he will definitely make mistakes and so on. The hero wanted him to stop talking and just do it. The man stuck a tube in the patient's mouth, thought his airway was blocked. He couldn't see anything. He clenched his teeth. Clara screamed that the oxygen level was 50%. Clint thought that no one else could intubate him, but he couldn't see anything, decided that the passage was in the back of the throat, first there. The nurse came up to the doctor, screamed that it was already 40%. A drop of sweat was running down Clint's forehead. He tried to insert the tube. Clara screamed at him that he had gotten into the esophagus instead of the airway. He exclaimed that. The man screamed at Mark to call one of the staff. The hero objected that he would last no more than 30 seconds. It would be too late. He thought that this staff member was another old resident, and by the time he got there, the patient would be dead. Mark angrily screamed that he would do it. He had done intubation more than once. Clint contemptuously screamed that for a first-year resident. The hero completely lost his composure, shouted at him to shut up already. First year or not, the patient was about to die. Let him shut up. The manager looked at him with confusion. He said irritably that Mark loudly replied that he knew he was rude, but the patient's life was more important. The guy looked at the image. Now it became clear to him why he hadn't succeeded. He thought that the airways were too narrow. It was very difficult. Mark clenched his teeth. The nurse shouted that the oxygen level was at 0. He thought 5 seconds until a heart attack. He opened the patient's mouth wide. The pulse was decreasing. Mark shouted at the nurse to broadcast a blue code now. He thought with horror 2 seconds. He remembered the patient's wife, who asked him to save her husband. He thought that it didn't matter how, he had to save him. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. 1 second. It worked. Mark sighed with relief. Clara reported that the oxygen level was rising. The tube was installed correctly. The guy looked at the chief, apologized for what happened. He couldn't watch the patient die, said that he would now book the intensive care unit, prepare a ventilator, asked him to wait a little. Clint said okay, let him leave it to him, told the nurse that he would take an oxygen mask. The hero grabbed his head. His heart was beating like crazy. Good that everything worked out. A professor in glasses and other residents entered the room. She exclaimed, "Why the blue code? What's going on? Who is the attending physician and what's wrong with the patient?" Mary recognized Mark, and Nurse Clara thought they were both in surgery. The guy looked tiredly at those who entered, asked if they were from therapy, said that they came immediately after they heard about the blue code. Due to respiratory failure, he was at risk of a heart attack, but thanks to successful intubation, they were able to save him. The professor approached the patient, sighed, said that this was good news, a large jaw, a blocked throat. Such a case would be difficult even for their aunt doctor, surprisingly. She looked at Mark with confusion. He replied that he was just lucky, now they need to transfer him to the intensive care unit. He asked if it was possible that she was an aunt doctor from the internal medicine department. The woman thought how cute, he was her type, replied that everything was correct, added that the rumors about Mark were not lying. Clint looked in surprise at the hero, who asked the doctor to look at the CT image. They were able to quickly select the right treatment for him. Everything could have been much worse. Clint did not understand. The doctors explained to him that they could not talk about an exact diagnosis, judging only by the X-ray, but there was an assumption that this was an unusual pneumonia. Such symptoms are characteristic of congestion in the lungs. It is also possible that this is acute lung injury. Clint began to think if this could really be true, the main character was just talking about this. The doctors said that in any case, he used not only antibiotics as a method of treating the patient, but also diuretics. If his condition worsens after that, then he can no longer be helped. Clint agreed. The doctor told Mary that they were done with the blue code, and they need to go to the wards of the therapeutic department. She showed her fist to the protagonist, and he waved his hand. Mark ordered to increase the patient's pressure and keep the oxygen density at 50%, then said that he would move on. In his thoughts, there was complete chaos at night. He did not think it through to the end. He was called. Clint came up and thanked him. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, said that he would do as he said. The guy replied that the patient survived thanks to the merits of the protagonist and also apologizes. Mark replied that he should not worry about it, because he did it without permission anyway. The guy replied that thanks to the fact that Mark looked after the patient well, they got such a result. The protagonist thanked him. Clint wondered how a newbie could do such a difficult job. He answered that he read it in a book. Thanks to continuous research, the patient was able to return to a regular ward after refusing and continue to recover. Grandma thanked Mark very much, while he said, did what he had to. He also told her the good news that the patient could soon be discharged. Fred thought that now there was nothing to call him for. He wanted to set him up and fire him. It comes easy to one of the doctors. He then thought how he was supposed to fire him, working with nothing. He had to set him up, fire him at all costs. If the president was plotting something against me, he could not allow a random resident to take his place as the head of surgery. And then he came up with an idea, the emergency room. They came to Mark and said that he would work in the emergency room. The chief was in complete shock, because if they did not have enough repeaters, then let them put others, and he was only a first year. Clint replied to eat more slowly. He only came to pass on information. He also heard that everything had already been decided, perhaps because he was the best in the group. The protagonist thought that he would have to go through this hell again. An elderly woman was admitted to the hospital with broken bones. Mark entered the office, where the nurses greeted him. They asked if the surgery was too difficult. He should have gone to the emergency room, while another said that if he had gone here, they would have treated him well. One of the girls was glad to see him. A lot of time had passed, but now they were in a difficult situation. She asked to postpone the greeting because there were many patients. Mark put on a mask and gloves. For him, this place was hell. He asked out loud what he should do. The girl said that it would be great if the protagonist was sent here sometimes. Mark became embarrassed. He went to the reception, where the girl was sitting. She said that he set a new record in just a few days. For the first time, she sees more thank you notes than complaints. He thought he was going to die. Mark just wanted to sleep for 3 hours. He thought he needed to go to another hospital because people were flocking there because he had cured a patient. He got a call. The call said that someone had been hurt on the hike. He wondered who would go hiking in such weather. The protagonist assumed that it might be Fred, who sent him to a hellish job, namely the emergency room. He went into the medical center. There was an old man there. It looked like he had a severe concussion. He had severe bleeding in the abdominal cavity and needed surgery as soon as possible. The patient hit a sharp stone when he fell. His stomach was torn into pieces. The protagonist asked how he was. The nurse answered that his blood pressure was 95 and his pulse was 130. His hemoglobin level was 9 and 3, although the norm was 13. Mark said that they would start the operation immediately. He needed to explain to his guardian. The nurse said that he was found without a phone and passport. Maybe he was homeless. The protagonist thought that he initially needed to be saved, but due to the internal rules of the hospital, he could not perform the operation right now. Usually, the responsible professor should be in charge of the operation in the hospital. In such an emergency, you need to notify the responsible professor to get the green light. Fred got a phone call. William told him to answer it. The man awkwardly said it was nothing. William insisted. Fred agreed. He answered the phone. Mark was on the other end of the phone. He wanted to ask a question. He explained that the patient did not have a guardian. The man yelled that he couldn't do it without the guardian's consent because he could be homeless. The protagonist replied that he definitely needed an operation. The patient was still unconscious. Mark replied that under such conditions the patient would die and the operation needed to be started immediately. Fred had it in his head that he was very annoying. William smiled. The man told the protagonist okay, he could start the operation, but he needed to find a guardian first. Mark was absolutely horrified. He had it in his head that he needed to find a guardian if he wanted to perform the operation. He also thought about sending him to another hospital if he couldn't find one. He picked up the phone and started calling hospitals. People responded that there was a very large influx of patients who had been in a traffic accident. They also said that they could not help because of the thunderstorm. The number of traffic accidents increased and, accordingly, the number of emergency patients. He yelled into the phone that they needed to start the operation immediately. Fred asked if the operation was a joke or something. Mark bared his teeth. His hands were shaking. The man continued that they needed to find a guardian. The protagonist clenched his hand. A nurse came up and said that the operation was needed right now. Mark replied to start. With a scary face, he said to prepare everything necessary. The nurse asked if he was sure that he would perform the operation personally. He replied that if we do it now, we will lose the patient. He will take all responsibility. The nurse asked what name to use after the operation. The protagonist said to use his name. He went to the operating room. Formally, he had to get permission from the professor in charge, but he would not give it, and the operation is not complicated. He just needed to open the abdomen with a scalpel and stop the bleeding, then remove the damaged intestines and connect the loose ends together. Mark couldn't let the patient die over something so minor. He cut Oscar with scissors, thinking that the operation was very simple. He had done many of them in his past life. Vital signs were good. The operation was very simple, not even special. After it, he fell asleep. The nurse assumed that he must have been very tired. Even in his tired state, Mark did an excellent job of the operation. William folded his arms and talked about the unidentified patient. He asked the secretary what had happened and whether they had found the guardian. The girl replied that they had not been able to contact the guardian and the operation had been performed. William asked, "So what?" Then he asked, already in anger, what she meant by the fact that a first-year student had performed the operation on the patient himself. The secretary apologized. The man asked again what condition the patient was in. The girl replied that he was recovering without complications. There was no problem. The man sighed. He thought, what kind of monster is this? Maybe he should just be given a professorship and calm down. Then he thought that it was not worth it, because then he would be compared to another person. The man said that then this patient should be registered under the name of the main character. William said that this was the problem. Their hospital does not work like that. In such a situation, they should register him under the name of the professor in charge. The secretary replied that she understood. Mark was standing next to Oscar when suddenly he received a call. The secretary girl called him and asked about the unidentified patient. She asked if he had contacted his guardian. The guy replied that he would contact her soon, and the operation was successful and he was recovering quickly. As soon as the patient regained consciousness, then they could find his guardian. The girl on the phone said that if payment became a problem, he would be held accountable. He yelled into the phone that he understood and would take responsibility if anything happened. He turned off the phone. Mark said out loud why it was necessary to complicate everything so much when suddenly Oscar woke up. The main character started screaming in fear because he did not understand when he woke up. It turns out that Oscar woke up when Mark said hello. Then the man realized that something was wrong. He felt as if he had been beaten. Mark tried to calm him down because he had undergone an operation at night and he could not make sudden movements. He would give him a painkiller. It turns out that Oscar had drunk a little and climbed a mountain without sobering up. He fell off a cliff because he slipped because of the rain. Oscar asked who performed the operation on him, and it must have been. Yesterday he looked like a homeless person, and before he could finish, Mark said that he had performed the operation. The man was shocked because it was a young guy who did it. He thanked him for saving his life. Mark said that these formalities were unnecessary because he was just doing his job. Then he asked to know his name. Oscar replied that he was thinking about it. He smiled very strangely. Mark did not understand. The secretary was sitting. A girl came up to her and said that they had received a phone call regarding a patient. The secretary said to put her on the line. She picked up the phone and started saying that she was the chief planning specialist. The caller was from the Department of Oriental Studies at Korea University. They had received a call that their artist had been admitted to the hospital. She replied that she had not heard of such a person being admitted to them. The girl apologized and asked if they were sure that it was their hospital that he had been admitted to. They said on the phone that he had recently had an operation after he had slipped and fallen off a cliff. The girl's face changed. She started looking up information about this artist on the computer, and the artist's name was Oscar. She found information about the patient on the internet. They said on the call that they had just carried out the operation, and it was their hospital. He had been admitted to the emergency center. There was news on TV. The artist Oscar had been hospitalized after falling off a mountain. He was taken to the hospital in serious condition. The internet was all about Oscar because he is a very influential person. The workers at the hospital were whispering that the artist was brought to their hospital. The guy asked who his attending physician was. The girl answered without a doubt that it was their famous doctor, namely Mark. People came who stood with microphones and tried to find out from the main character what condition the artist was in. He also thought that now it was no wonder why he looked like a homeless person. He had no interest in watching the news. Mark gave an interview that due to the fall there was serious internal bleeding in the abdominal cavity, but now he is recovering without complications. The girl with the microphone asked if there were any other injuries. The guy answered that there was also a concussion and a broken ankle. After the interview, they thanked him. Now he had to take care of other patients. The guy asked the girl if it was strange that he was just a resident. The girl answered positively, because he had only been in residency for 1 year. The hospital where the main character worked was famous for doing everything possible to take care of elite patients, and Oscar was considered the best artist in the country, judging by his works and audience, but they allowed a first-year resident to treat him. The guy said that Mark looked very familiar, and he remembered that this was the same genius doctor who saved the judge, operated on him on board the plane. The girl was shocked. She also assumed that perhaps he was specially allowed to deal with Oscar, a young doctor who treats an artist, a great artist who sought inspiration, having been unsuccessfully injured on a mountain, and also a young genius doctor who saved this artist. The girl said that people would like it, especially the story of how he got injured. William was angry because the heavens are always on the side of the main character. Fred asked him if everything was okay and was confused that they allowed a first-year student to perform the surgery. William replied that it was okay for now, and from that moment on, Fred takes Oscar for treatment. William continued to say that they cannot allow the protagonist to treat this patient. Fred answered positively. The patient asked Mark if it was him. He found out about him through the news. The protagonist was shocked when he read the news. Suddenly, Fred called him and offered to meet for a couple of minutes. He replied that he would be right there. Fred began to say that there was a reason why he called him. He wanted to ask him a question. Would the protagonist mind if he took on the artist's treatment? Because it was a little nerve-wracking to look after a popular patient as a first-year student. Mark understood what he wanted and was not against it. Fred went to notify Oscar about this, but he said that he wanted to leave everything first. The man replied that the protagonist was just a first-year resident. Oscar said that he seemed quite smart, and also in his mind he had it in his head that they ignored him, considering him a homeless person. Then he continued to say out loud that Mark was the kind of doctor who cared about his patient first and foremost. Unlike many other doctors, Fred had no idea what to do. Oscar thanked him for his concern, but at the moment he was happy with everything. He also asked to leave him because he was drawing. The man replied that he understood. As time passed, the consequences of the news headlines arrived like a hurricane. The artist Oscar's gallery was located near the hospital. People began to swoop in looking for the very doctor who treated the artist. The girl at the reception told them to line up. Everyone was calling Mark. He was almost crying because he was busy. A week later, Oscar tried to get up with a crutch. He succeeded. He thanked the doctor and said that he could finally leave here. Mark replied that it was nice to hear. He also said that he heard that your guardian would be arriving soon and asked you to wait a little longer so that he could pick him up. The guy who picked up the artist came. He asked if the teacher was okay. The artist answered yes. The guy asked if he had drawn anything while he was in the hospital. Oscar answered that he had, and that he had also realized something. He was thinking about what he could have realized, and suddenly he realized that perhaps enlightenment had visited him after he had been on the verge of death. Oscar hit the guy for thinking incorrectly, because that was not the point. He was able to realize it by looking at the people working around him. Now he realized that he had forgotten to give it as a gift and asked the guy to go back. The guy looked at Oscar very strangely. He thought that he was now worth at least $1 billion, which was a decent amount. Then the guy went to the reception and handed over the painting. The girls thanked him. He said goodbye to them. The girls looked at the drawing. It was of Mark with a patient. They were happy and wondering if the main character should be given the drawing, and eventually decided to hang it on the wall. Initially, they wanted to hang it in the hall on the first floor, but one of the girls gave a new idea, namely to hang it in the hall on the 10th floor, because that's where the most people gather. The others agreed because it would be good for the whole hospital. The girls assumed that Mark would like it. The main character's reputation would soon soar again. Two men looked at the painting, saying that an artist is an artist who can create various works of art. The guys observed the details of the painting, saying that this person was taken as a prototype by the doctor who cured him. The man with a smile on his face slowly disappeared. Mark's personality gave other people hope. The advertising department, which had been inactive for a long time, finally found a job. The hospital's emergency room had more free time, but for the hero it was nothing more than hopelessness. Mark bowed his head and talked about what he had done wrong, since he wanted to rest a little. The man looked at the protagonist carefully. The professor asked the guy with surprise why he was there and if he was okay. Mark tiredly asked how they were doing. The protagonist remembered the professor, not understanding why they were the same person. Ron, with a smile on his face, asked the guy why he was in the emergency room. Mark tiredly answered that the residents told him that they had said since the second year that they were in a jam. From the building, the professor asked how long he had been there. Mark calmly spoke about the second month. The hero gritted his teeth, answering that it was impossible to say that no one had ever been on duty in the emergency room for 2-3 months in a row. Mark, looking ahead, said that this was too much of a burden for a newbie in surgery. Even during one of the operations, the professor asked for him, since Mark said that he was too crazy then. The protagonist understood that if he had not rushed there, it would not have come to this. Mark looked ahead in surprise, saying that he would talk to the head of the department to get him off the ambulance. The guy thanked the professor for that with a smile on his face. His joy knew no bounds. His hand touched the wall. Someone complained that he had taken a 100-day shift, which no one would ever take now. Mary looked at the girl with a smile on her face and asked how her boyfriend was. Agatha angrily answered that while she was on duty they had managed to break up. The heroine apologized to the girl and asked how she was. Agatha smiled and answered that it was better now than later. The girl winked and said that she was not the only one who had broken up and that she needed to have a drink with the newly minted loner. Agatha looked at Mary and asked if there was any progress with her boyfriend. The heroine answered with embarrassment that they were not in a relationship, since he liked someone else. The heroine asked in surprise that it was a nurse. Mary looked at the heroine in surprise, saying that it was true. Mark stood next to Clara. Agatha thought about it, answering that she did not believe that the guy liked Clara. The heroine answered with confidence that she definitely liked him, but no one knew her. Mary answered with a smile on her face that everything was right. The heroine looked at Agatha in surprise, who answered that he liked her. The girl remembered the moments with Mark, thinking about whether it was true. The heroine looked at the girl with displeasure and said that in her place she would confess, but Mary answered that she was afraid. Agatha understood that this was the biggest problem in Mark, but the girl was exactly the same. Mary looked at the floor with a sad look, listening to how she was told that if he started dating another, then they would move away from each other. Agatha looked at the girl confidently, telling her that she should confess. Mary thought about the girl's words. The girl stood on the street and answered that she was going to work in a coat, although some were already walking around in t-shirts. For the first time in 3 months the girl was able to leave the hospital. Her legs crossed the road. Mary thoughtfully answered that Mark had lost a lot of weight during his 100 days on duty. The girl began to think about what would happen if she cooked him various dishes and tried to make something tasty. The eyes looked ahead with incomprehension. The heroine shook her head, answering herself that she was not going to confess. From the street came the voices of the girl, who answered that she wanted to cook something. Mary, incomprehensibly, said that they were close friends and she had nothing better to do anyway. The girl thought about it and said that she was just making food for a loved one. There was no personal interest. Mary looked at the bench. Voices could be heard in the office, saying that Mark was on duty in the too much and the professor thought that he needed to make changes to the duty schedule. The man angrily replied that he understood everything and would think about it carefully. Ron calmly replied that Mark was only a first-year resident, and next month would be his third on duty in the The professor thought about it, answering that first years had never been assigned such a duty before and no matter how capable he was, he would move on because nothing could happen. Ron calmly said that there were a lot of second years everywhere, but for some reason Mark was assigned to duty in the The hero turned away, answering that he knew it himself. The man angrily shouted that he was a man, so no one should worry about trifles. The hero turned his head away from the guy. Ron, in confusion, asked the guy what he was talking about. The professor gritted his teeth, answering that there was no need to sniff around, as others could get hurt. Ron shouted loudly that he would not leave until he was told everything. The man shouted loudly for the boy to leave. The professor angrily said that if they interfered, then problems would start. Ron looked at the floor with a sad look. The boy looked out the window, asking about their students. The hero looked at the girl with incomprehension, who said that it was not just the students and Ori who supported the hospital instead of them and that they should be grateful. The hero stood next to the guy, asking everyone to tell him. The hero clenched his teeth, saying that they really wanted to know if many people suffered. Voices were heard from the room. The main character calmly answered that he would tell. The director calmly looked at Ron, answering that if he told anyone this, he would have to say goodbye and give up his professorship. The girl swallowed her food with displeasure, closing her eyes. Mary was angry and said that she did everything as shown on the internet, but for some reason she did not succeed. The heroine picked up the plates. The girl thought that Claire cooked better than her. Mary calmed herself down, answering that she did not know anything and the most important thing was sincerity. The heroine called the guy, asking what he was doing. Mark answered that he was sleeping in the room for doctors on duty. The heroine answered with a smile on her face that she was going up there now just to talk. Mary had food in her hands. The girl did not understand what the reaction would be and what he would think when he saw it. The girl with a smile on her face asked the guy how things were. Mark cheerfully told the heroine about what happened. Mary with fear gave the guy a lunchbox, saying that he had not eaten anything lately, so she tried to do everything personally, despite the fact that it might not taste very good, but she decided to cook everything. The guy grabbed the heroine by the hand. Mark with a smile on his face looked at the heroine. The main character asked Mary with bewilderment why she was in such a hurry, because they had not seen each other for a long time and could sit for a while. Mary was getting dark from the fact that most likely she and the guy would be alone. Mark looked at the girl watching him in surprise. The girl covered her eyes with displeasure, answering that she was indeed behaving strangely. Mark, with a smile on his face, asked the heroine why she had suddenly decided to make him lunch. Mary turned her head away and said that he had not been eating well lately. There was a huge amount of delicious food in the lunch box. The girl smiled and said that she did not know how to cook, but she made the eggs herself. The hero looked at the eggs. Mark smiled, thanking the girl for this. The guy ate, saying that it was very tasty. The heroine was shocked and answered that he was lying. Mark, with a smile on his face, looked at the food, realizing that ready-made food could not be tasteless, especially since the girl tried and cooked it especially for him. The hero began to laugh, answering that he ate well and would always eat such food. Mary displeasedly asked him not to tease. The girl, looking at the floor, answered the guy to say so to his future wife, so that she would cook like that. The heroine understood that she could always cook like that for him. Mary did not look at the guy and asked if it was hard in the ambulance. The guy's head began to fall. Mark fell asleep on the heroine's shoulder. The girl looked at the hero in surprise. The guy fell on Mary's lap. The heroine looked at the guy, thinking that he was probably tired and could not get a good night's sleep in the ambulance. The girl watched the hero's face. Mary looked at him very closely, saying that she was constantly hinting to him, but he did not understand. The heroine looked at Mark, answering that she loved him very much, but he himself did not know about it. The heroine became embarrassed and quickly stopped herself. The guy's face continued to sleep. His eyes opened slightly. Mark touched his neck, not understanding when the girl left and what she was talking about. The hero looked at her with confusion, answering that it was nice to see her, despite the fact that they had not really talked. Mark looked at himself in surprise, listening to what he said, that he wanted to see her again. A bell rang from the room. Mark listened in surprise to Ron, who was asking him how he was doing. The professor calmly asked the guy if he had time to see him. The hero answered that there were no urgent patients in the ambulance right now, so he could. Conversations could be heard from their room, so that he would meet not far from the hospital. Mark looked at the phone in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Offers to have lunch together were heard from the building. Mark answered the professor with a smile on his face that he was on duty and could not drink. Ron answered that he had agreed with the doctor to give him a day off until tomorrow. The protagonist listened to Ron, who asked if he could drink. The professor looked at the guy carefully and said that everyone praised him, and today he heard a story that the guy saved an artist. Ron told the guy with a smile that there were high hopes for him, since all the departments wanted to get the girl. Mark answered uncertainly that he himself did not know anything. Ron brought the glass with a smile on his face, saying that one professor had views for the hero to become a liver transplant specialist. Mark looked ahead and answered that in his past life he first went to the blood vessels. In his past life, the hero went through both of these paths, first the blood vessels, and then in the hospital the liver and desires path. Ron confidently answered the guy that there was no such doctor in the department. Mark asked the man with confusion why he suggested meeting. The professor answered with a smile on his face that he just wanted to treat him. Ron's face immediately changed. The hand put the glass back. Mark looked in surprise at the guy who asked about what was nothing else. The hospital director Dale, this is the father of the girls, and the main character saw how his friend with both with a good sign, but with the director never met in person. The man between themselves conducted a port. Ron lowered his gaze to the floor and said that they should find out what would be more correct. Mark looked in surprise at the man, to whom he said that he could determine a leg or an arm. Ron confidently looked at the hero and said that he should not be famous. Ron looked into the distance with incomprehension, trying to invest in the distance, listening to what he was told that they want to destroy. The main character looked straight ahead in fear and thought about the fact that the director wants to destroy him. Why? The man, closing his eyes, said that, simply put, he wants him not to be in the surgical department. This is the desire of the director himself, judging by what he found out. The guy, amazed, clenched his teeth tightly. Sitting at the table, The hero thought about the fact that the director wants to get rid of him. Is there not a clear hierarchical difference between them? The protagonist thought about why him then, why? Sitting in front of the professor, the protagonist asked if it was really the director, to which he replied that he heard it from the headmaster. Looking away, the protagonist thought about why, for what reason would the director get rid of someone like him? He knows that the director is Mary and Michael's father, but that's all. He's trying to make a mountain out of a molehill because he's close to his daughter. Then, with his mouth slightly open, the protagonist thought about no, Mary had mostly stopped communicating with her father after Sam died. Then why? Because of the guy? Mark asked if he knew the reason. Why would he get rid of him? Putting his hand to his face, the man said he didn't know for sure, but, and then added that it was just a guess given the atmosphere his son, it's all because of Dr. Michael, he thinks so. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the hero heard that he knew that Michael was the director's son, yes, to which he replied that he knew. A portrait of the director and his son appeared in the protagonist's head, and he thought about how William, after graduating from Korea University, quickly rose to the position of director. Passing the steps of professor and department head, Dr. Michael most likely went to the surgical department to follow in his father's footsteps, and then asked, well, why then? Wide-eyed in amazement, Mark heard that it was because he was too good. Dr. Michael had never been in the spotlight because he overshadowed him. Looking at the cups on the table, the man said that he did not know for sure, but since this was a family issue of the Dale group, but it seemed that even the hospital board of directors were talking about comparing the hero with the guy. The professor closed his eyes and thought about how cruel it was, considering that Dr. Mark had done nothing wrong. If Professor Connor had been here, he would have protected him from such an outrage. Looking at the boy, the professor said that at this point he had no way to contact Professor Connor. In any case, he would try to sort this out, so he should take care of himself. Raindrops appeared, flowing down the window. The hero was sitting at the table, his head down. Jacob asked in surprise if everything was okay with the main character. Mark, leaning on his hand, said yes, to which the boy asked, he did not overdo it. He does not look very well, he should sleep. Holding his nose, the hero said no, he is fine, to which Jacob said that it would be nice for him to rest at least a little. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist heard that the ceremony was next week. Was he going? The ceremony, the most notable event in the surgery department of Dale Hospital, except for the emergency center workers who were on duty. All the doctors associated with the surgery department would be there, a great opportunity, even for interns, to improve their relationship with professors and superiors. That's what the ceremony is. Holding his coat in his hand, Mark said that he didn't think he could go, to which Jacob replied that it was a pity. He worked harder than everyone else, but he couldn't even go. He heard they were going to some fancy barbecue restaurant. Looking down, the protagonist thought about the fact that the director would be there too. Walking towards the door, the protagonist said that he was going to check on the patients in the emergency center to take care of himself, to which the guy replied that it was good not to overwork himself. Mark was examining a patient. Putting his hand on his leg, he thought about what he should do. He put his head down and thought about maybe quitting being a surgeon. He had accumulated a lot of knowledge, experience, and skills in his past life, and after, everyone behind his back calls him a monster. But who cares? The director won't change his mind that easily. Raising his head up, the hero thought, damn, why is it always like this? Memories surfaced of the hero writing an exam and standing in a lab coat. Mark thought about the SAT, training, college, internship, residency. There was not a single thing in which he did not try his best. He did not remember a day when he could relax and rest. But in dermatology he was rejected twice in a row, and in surgery, where he finally settled, everything ended like this. And not even the professor, but the director himself is trying to get rid of him. Looking at the sky, the hero thought about what the hell should he figure out if this is really because of Michael. Looking at the stars, the hero added that maybe he should just stop and go to another hospital, away from this stupid drama. Continuing to look up, Mark thought about the fact that but why should he run? He did nothing wrong. Why? The night sky appeared and the man said, isn't that the nerd himself? Turning his head, the hero heard himself called a nerd and addressed by name. The guy said that it was him. Turning to him, the main character said that the last time he saw him, he looked almost dead, to which the guy, scratching the back of his head, replied that now he was a police officer, he should look the part, he knew. In any case, he was glad to see him, asked if things were going well. Looking at him, Mark thought about the fact that more than the part, he looked like a gangster, a powerful thug. After shaking his hand, the protagonist said yes, it was nice to see him. But what was he doing here? He had to arrest someone at the hospital? To which Charlie replied no, it wasn't that. His father was a regular here, so he was here as his guardian. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if his father was unwell, to which Charlie replied he didn't know. He and his father thought it was nothing important, but the doctor looked serious when he talked about the necessary surgery. Pointing his finger back, the guy said they had just finished diagnosing the case. His father had gone for a CT scan and he had gone out for a smoke and saw him. The protagonist and Oliver stood opposite each other and Mark asked what was wrong with him, to which the guy replied he didn't really know. They were saying something about the aorta, but he didn't even know what that was with all those complicated sentences. Looking at him in surprise, the protagonist thought, aorta, he means AAA, and then asked, abdominal aortic aneurysm, to which Charlie, smiling, replied that he was right. The smart guy knows his stuff. The protagonist thought about how an aneurysm could be extremely dangerous, and Charlie said, but what is it? An aneurysm or whatever? What is it? The professor told them, but he did not understand because of the insertions in English here and there. Looking away, the guy added that he was saying that the father should go for surgery, otherwise it could be dangerous. Well, he does not see what is so dangerous about it. The protagonist said that an aneurysm is when the walls of the aorta continue to stretch, to which the guy asked in surprise, really? What is bad about stretching? Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it could rupture. Frowning, Charlie asked again. Tilting his head slightly, the hero thought about how if the aorta stretches and ruptures, in 90% of cases it is fatal, and then said that as long as the walls are not too thin, this will not happen, but as soon as they stretch too much, it is better to perform surgery as a precaution. Turning his head to the hero, Charlie asked if this was true, if he had time now, could he take a look at his father's test results? He just does not understand anything about this, to which the hero responded approvingly. The main character held a computer mouse in his hand. Then, Mark's eyes widened looking at the monitor. Leaning forward, Charlie asked what it was, something was wrong, and the hero clarified when the operation was, to which the guy replied that he wanted to do it earlier, but it was postponed because of his father's work. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he thought it would be better to perform the operation as soon as possible, and then thought that this was too much. 5.5 centimeters was already dangerous, but now the diameter of the aorta was far beyond 8. The hero thought that after 8 centimeters, the chance of rupture was 50%. The aorta, the diameter of which in humans is on average 1 centimeter, was stretched to 8. Charlie looked straight ahead with fear, and Mark thought that also, recently the aorta had stretched in diameter at an alarmingly fast rate. A bad sign if it stretched more than half a centimeter in a year, but this one had stretched more than 2 centimeters. Raising his hands, Charlie asked if it was really that bad. His father said that it would be difficult to perform the operation immediately, because it was a difficult operation, to which the hero replied that even so, he should undergo it as soon as possible. With wide eyes, the guy said okay, fine, he didn't know about the others, but he should trust his word. Did he need to worry about anything else? Looking at him, Mark said that if he felt any pain at all, to come to the emergency room immediately. They didn't have time to hesitate, to which Charlie asked again, and the guy said yes, immediately. The phone in the guy's pocket rang. As Charlie left, he said that it was his father. He must have finished with the CT scan. They would see each other next time, to which the hero responded approvingly. Looking at the guy leaving, the hero thought about AAA. He hoped the worst wouldn't happen. The man, buttoning his buttons, said that he worked harder than anyone. It was a shame he couldn't go. Roger, turning to the hero, said that he really should buy him a drink for his help lately, to which Mark sheepishly replied that he would buy him a drink next time. Smiling, the hero asked, but he really would be alone in the whole hospital. A chandelier and a bookshelf appeared. The man asked if the celebration was next week, to which he was told that it was, and he asked where she had booked a place. William looked out the window, and the girl answered that it was like last year in Idiwan, to which the man said that he understood. Turning his head back, the man said that okay, how is the main character doing? The girl closed her eyes and lowered her head down. A picture appeared of all the patients admiring the main character, and then how he was flying on wings, and the girl thought that not only was everything fine with him, everything was just great with him. Some even called him a professor of surgery at the emergency center. The girl thought that the professor's plan, which was to load the main character with work by sending him to the emergency center, had completely failed. William lowered his head and asked if he would come to the meeting too, to which the girl replied no, he couldn't come because of his work at the emergency center, and the man said he was unlucky. Taking her hand, William added that everyone would attend except the protagonist. Yes, and the girl replied yes, even the emergency surgery team would be there. Frowning, the man thought about where this monster came from, not a single flaw. Looking away, William thought about how he hoped that some patient in critical condition would appear during his shift. The image of the protagonist appeared, and the man thought about how the director wouldn't do anything right. Smiling, Roger said that he wouldn't drink, so he could come at any time if necessary, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. A map of the city appeared, and Mark thought that after all, the meeting was taking place in Idiwan, and the hospital was in Chondam. Even if the director tried to stop the surgical team, they would be able to arrive in an hour at most. Smiling, the protagonist thought that most critical patients could last an hour, usually, except for very rare cases. The guy turned around and said that his phone was ringing, to which the protagonist apologized. Smiling widely, Roger said that he shouldn't worry. He didn't think anything special would happen. It's not every day that they get critical patients, to which the protagonist chuckled and thanked him. The guy told him to take care of himself, and the protagonist replied that he did. A table in a hospital office appeared, and the protagonist thought that he would really be alone on this night shift. Everything was empty. He could usually take care of a critical patient on his own, so it shouldn't be difficult. But if several people arrived at the same time, it would be impossible. It seemed to be raining outside, and the protagonist asked himself in his head, it would all be okay, right? Looking out the window, Mark thought that there was a thunderstorm, so no worries for today. Those who are prepared do not worry during the rain. It seemed like the main character was dancing with a broom, and he thought about what it meant that fewer patients were admitted during the rain, what was going on in the heads of the employees on duty on the day of the holiday. Looking away, the hero thought that usually on such days, instead of normal ones, several critical patients were admitted, and Jacob said that he needed to hurry up and leave, everything was bad. The guy's fingers were typing quickly on the keyboard. They called the guy and told him to come here faster, to which he obeyed, and the hero said that he should just quickly finish and go. The monitor appeared, and Jacob said that he still had not provided his treatment plan, and the hero asked if he should do it for him. Thoughtfully looking straight ahead, the guy said that no, he had to do it because he was the attending physician. Smiling, Mark thought that sometimes he seemed irresponsible, but he was not. Jacob leaned back in his chair and said that he still had so much to do. Instead of going to celebrate, maybe he should stay at the hospital with him, to which the protagonist replied that it was a big event. If he didn't go, he would be killed. The guy asked, yes, an event, he should go, and then said that his phone. Looking at the phone screen, the hero thought about the emergency room, an ominous feeling. I wonder what kind of patient came in. The hero picked up the phone and introduced himself, to which he was told that he needed to quickly go to the emergency room. Putting the phone away from his ear, he heard that they had a patient with an aortic aneurysm. A picture appeared in his head, how Charlie said that he said that his father should go to surgery, otherwise it could be dangerous. Well, he does not see what is wrong with that, and Mark thought that this cannot be. Taking a robe, the hero abruptly ran and said that he needs to run. The hero looked straight ahead, scared, and heard his name. Charlie, with tears in his eyes, turned around and said that his father and the guy from the ward told Mark to go there quickly. On the bed lay a man with a device connected. Looking at the man said that it was an aortic aneurysm. Turning to the girl, the hero asked about vital signs in a blood test, and she answered that blood pressure was 50, pulse was 140, pH 7.15, anemia level 7. Lowering his head, the hero thought that he was about to stop breathing. The girls looked ahead in confusion, and the hero told them to transfuse as much blood as they could, and intravenously too, quickly. The girl with the syringe said that she would reach his central venous catheter, to which the guy replied that no, that was not enough, instead he would use level 1 quickly. A tearful Charlie watched the scene and heard that they were heading to the operating room immediately, preparing as many blood bags as possible. The guy's hands were shaking badly and he asked if he was okay. Grabbing the hero by the gown, Charlie said that he should have listened to the hero and forced him to go into surgery. Even if he was stubborn, he should have forced him. The hero bit his lip and then said that he would survive, to which Charlie asked if it was true, and Mark replied that yes, let him just wait outside for a while. Taking out his phone, the hero thought about how they would get from anyone to the hospital in at least 20 minutes. They needed to go to the operating room right now so they could save him. Charlie grabbed his head, and Mark thought about how he couldn't do this surgery alone. He needed to make an incision in the operating room, including other basic procedures. They would have time to arrive in time. It was possible. The guy's father showed up, and the protagonist thought that with such low blood pressure and he was unconscious. Holding the phone to his ear, the hero added that no, they would not let him die, he had to live. The phone on the table rang. Roger picked up the receiver and asked if something was wrong. The hero said that they had a patient in critical condition. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that the patient had an aortic aneurysm, and that he was about to stop breathing due to shock, and that they had to come to him immediately, to which the guy asked again. The man on the phone said that he should wait, that he would come as soon as he informed the professor that it would be difficult, but that he had to wait. A portrait of a man appeared, and the hero thought that Professor Christopher, who specializes in the circulatory system, was on duty today with his help and the help of his employees. Putting the phone down, Mark said that they were starting the surgery immediately. He would prepare the operating room, and they would establish his vital signs. Roger spoke to the protagonist on the phone, and he replied that yes, he would prepare everything for the surgery before they arrived. Standing in the corridor, the protagonist heard an apology and that they would not be able to leave at the moment. The guy said that he thought they should transfer the patient to another hospital. The protagonist asked what, in what sense? Running down the corridor, Mark said that this patient needs surgery right now, otherwise. The protagonist was surprised to hear that it was a professor. He had a little to drink and was now drunk. The protagonist thought that the professor of today's shift at the emergency center was drunk. How was that possible? Mark asked if he was sure he was really drunk, and Roger replied that he was not going to drink. Peeking out from around the corner, the guy said that apparently one of the projects he was responsible for had been successful, and so the director kept offering him drinks. William poured alcohol into the professor's glass, and Roger said that after 1 or 2 rounds, now, the guy heard that, so if this is really an emergency patient, he says that they should send him to Christian's hospital, which is nearby, to which the protagonist replied that however, the patient is in extremely critical condition, he will not survive the transfer. Roger, grabbing his hair, said that this is the hell, why does the director sometimes behave like this? He can easily cope with cholecystitis or tryphoritis, but only a professor can cope with something like an aortic rupture. Mark asked if there were other professors who could take on the operation, to which the guy replied that today is a big holiday, so many have already drunk a lot, he will look for more and call them. The hero looked straight ahead, confused, and thought about why the director was deliberately pumping the professor in charge with alcohol to deliberately put him in a difficult situation. Mark clenched his fist tightly and thought about what he should do. They needed a professor here right now. In addition to the professor in charge, there were 2 more who specialized in the circulatory system, but they must be drunk too. A hospital corridor appeared, and the hero said that it was him, to which Roger replied that he had looked, but the other professors were also quite drunk. They had no choice but to transport the patient to another hospital. He would immediately contact Christian's hospital, to which the hero asked, but how are they? The patient's condition. The outline of a person and drops of blood appeared, and the hero thought that most urgent patients could hold out long enough for transportation. However, the guy's father was another matter. Forget about the transfer. He could not even guarantee that he would be alive the next minute. Lightning appeared in the gloomy sky. Leaning against the wall, Mark heard his name being called and told that his blood pressure was dropping. The girl ran up to the hero and said that before he went, here were the blood test results. Looking at the papers, the hero thought that the infusion pump was at level 1, but the results had worsened, and the girl said that if they delayed the operation any longer, his heart might stop. There was a reason why they couldn't operate immediately. The image of the director's son popped into the hero's head and he thought, what the hell, the patient, his friend's father, is on the verge of death and they want him to send him somewhere else. The director and Michael, would he really do that? How could a person do that? His friend's father, of all people, he would keep him alive and find out if it was his idea or not. The girl looked at the hero in surprise and heard that they would perform the surgery, to which she asked if that was true. It seemed like everyone had gone to the celebration, but the surgical team was on the way, right? Looking away, Mark said that no, they were not coming. He would take responsibility, so let them get ready for the surgery. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked what he had just said, to which Mark replied that he would explain the situation to the guardian and they would immediately begin the surgery. Let him contact the anesthesia team and get the patient to the operating room. The starry sky appeared. A shelf with a robe was visible, and the hero asked the guy where he was. He had already left. Putting on his jacket, Jacob said no, not yet, although he was going to, and what? Something was wrong. To which the hero replied that he should put on a robe and run to the operating room, and the guy laughed and asked what he was talking about. The guy was surprised to hear that the patient who had just been admitted was Charlie's father. The operation needed to be performed right now, but he didn't have enough people. He asked for help, to which Jacob replied that it was okay, he would be there soon. Standing in place, the hero turned to the patient's son. Charlie asked fearfully that everything would be fine with his father, right? To which Mark asked what should be. He had already heard, but his father's aorta had ruptured. They needed to perform the operation immediately. Tears rolled down the guy's face and he asked if he would survive the operation. The hero confidently said that without the operation he would die 100%. If they performed the operation, he could survive, but the chance of success was 10%. Charlie looked down and thought about how that meant he was almost dead. A memory of his father appeared in the hero's head and he thought about how Charlie, yes, in the past he was just like him, his father, he couldn't let his father just die. A tearful guy appeared and the hero turned to him and said that statistics said so, but, gritting his teeth, Mark said that he would make sure that he stayed alive. The hero thought that yes, numbers and statistics mean nothing. Charlie began to sob and the hero added that what was more important was whether his father would live or not. Wiping his tears with his hand, Charlie asked the hero to save his father. The man put the glass with the drink on the table. The director, smiling, looked at the professor and heard that he looked quite happy, to which William replied that it was true, probably because he finally got rid of the caries that had been tormenting him all this time. The professor turned to the side in surprise and asked when he got the cavity. He should tell their head dentist off. It was his job to keep an eye on the director's dental health, to which the man laughed and replied that he was actually happy that he was on his side. William frowned, thinking that he was about to force him to make a mistake when the patient arrived, but who would have thought that it would be a patient with a ruptured aorta? Mark, what an unlucky bastard. The man picked up his glass and thought that it would be difficult to sort this out, but at least he would finally be rid of him. Originally, Mark should not have been held responsible for anything. As a resident of the emergency center, He made the correct diagnosis, but he could not perform the surgery because the professor could not arrive. The guy's legs appeared. The protagonist washed his hands thoroughly, and the man thought about it, but this is if he did not care about the patient. Knowing him, one can assume that he would do everything. He performed the operation while on the plane. Smiling widely, William thought about how he would do everything for the patient, no matter how reckless it was. 3 people in lab coats appeared, and the man added that this was exactly what he wanted from him, a dying state with a 90% chance of dying, even though the operation was being performed by a circulatory system specialist. Cracks appeared around the hero, and William thought that no matter what kind of monster Mark was, this was impossible for him. What if he made a mistake in the operation he was conducting? What if the patient died? He would have to take full responsibility for his actions. Looking away, William thought about how Mark could successfully perform such a complex operation. Standing up from his chair and raising his glass, William said that they had all worked hard this year, so why not propose a toast? A table with food appeared, and the man said, "Your health to prosperity." Looking at his hands, the hero thought that if he could do endovascular repair of the aneurysm, it would be much better now, but at the moment it would be extremely difficult. Even in theory, he had no other choice but to open it. A view of the operating room doors opened up. The guy ran into it and said that he came after the hero's call, to which Mark replied that thank you for coming right away. He already heard when he called him, but it repeats itself. It is an aortic rupture. The operation is needed immediately. Looking ahead in surprise, Jacob asked if they could do it together, to which Mark replied that the professor in charge, as well as the rest of the professors, were now drunk at the celebration. No one could come. The boy's eyes widened as he thought about how it was an aortic rupture. It was known for its extremely high mortality rate even when operated by a specialist. And then he turned to the protagonist and said that even so, right now, he really thought that the two of them, first-year residents, could perform an operation like this. He was serious. Mark turned to the boy and said that this was his friend's father. If they didn't operate now, he would die 100%. To believe in him and try their best, he would do everything he could to bring him back to life. The boy's face was dripping with sweat from excitement, and he thought that it was impossible. An aortic rupture was a difficult operation even for world-class surgeons. Even if he was a genius, that was different. He clenched his fingers and added that but his friend's father was dying. He couldn't just sit and watch. Looking at the protagonist, the boy said that yes, Mark, they would do it. He would help as best he could. They would succeed. And the protagonist replied that yes, they would bring him back no matter what. The surgeon approached the protagonist and said that the anesthesia was ready, asked if he really would perform the operation, to which Mark replied that yes, they should. Mark said that the patient's condition was critical. He knew that he was an outstanding doctor, but the doctor said that 30 bags of red blood had already been used for the patient. At this rate, if he died on the operating table, there would simply be no blood left in the hospital. Asked if it would really work out. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and thought that 30 bags of red blood cells meant that he had changed the blood in his body more than 3 times. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he would die on the table. Who would want that to happen? And then said that it was true, however, they would still perform the operation. The protagonist thought about the fact that he had no choice. The protagonist looked at the doctor and heard that it was accepted. The anesthesia team would do everything possible to help him. Even so, he would not last long. He must do it as soon as possible, to which the hero thanked him. The protagonist thought about how long he could hold out, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, he might not last even a minute. Even so, he must do it at any cost. Mark said that they were starting the operation. Lowering his head down, Mark said that they would open him up immediately, let them check his blood pressure, to which the doctor agreed. The doctor said that there were no problems. They could continue, to which the hero lowered his hands on the patient and said that yes, now he would open him up like this. The protagonist said that it was open and asked the nurse for a scalpel, to which she agreed. The protagonist made an incision with a scalpel. Blood splashed on the protagonist and the doctor said that it was blood pressure and asked the protagonist to stop. The man turned to the hero and said that there was bleeding. They had to do something. No, shit is blood pressure. The hero's coat was completely splattered with blood. Turning to the doctor, Mark asked what was wrong with his blood pressure, to which he replied that it was dropping quickly. They would try to restore it, asked him to focus on the operation. The guy's bloody hand appeared and he thought about how to let it be visible once they opened it. Frowning, Mark thought about what he had found. The protagonist turned to the guy, to which he responded. Jacob tensed up, hearing about pressing his hand here to stop the bleeding. Placing his hand, the hero said, like this. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought about what he needed to do right, but since this was his first aortic surgery, he could only be patient. Looking away, the protagonist thought about how the real surgery was starting right now, finding the tear along the aorta, then grabbing it from above with clamps. A pipe had burst, and the protagonist thought about how just like a water hose bursts, he could only take care of the rest of the parts after the top was sealed. In the same way, he could stop the bleeding of the torn aorta, but the problem was time and complexity. A human organ was exposed, and the protagonist thought about how the aorta was a blood vessel located deep within the body. He could only grab it by going through the rest of the internal organs. Frowning, Mark thought about the fact that the blood pressure was 60, an inevitable shock. If this continued, a heart attack was inevitable. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought about calming down himself. Although he had never tried to seal the ruptures, he had moved the organs countless times to clear the way, then told him to do exactly as he said, to which Jacob responded approvingly. Looking down, the hero said to pull this area down. Confusedly doing this, Jacob heard that no, that's not it. The doctor asked, "Are they finished yet? They can't pull." Turning sharply, Mark thought about the fact that the blood pressure is 40. Jacob nervously apologized to the hero and thought about the fact that Mark does not know, but he is always scolded for being slow in the operating room. The nurse sitting at the computer said that the heart rate is slowing down, and the doctor asked again, and then said that she should bring all the remaining anesthesiologists now. The hero looked straight ahead in surprise. The nurse said that they called them, they are coming. 2 anesthesiologists abruptly entered the operating room. Standing over the patient, Mark said that it was cardiac arrhythmia, let them get ready, to which the doctor replied that they were ready, and the other said to do everything quickly. The hero said quickly that they were starting, the heart was open, yes, 200 joules, now. Pressing the button, the doctor said that he was charging 200 joules. Holding the defibrillator in his hand, the hero said, discharge. Blood spatter appeared, and Mark said that they needed more fluid. This was not enough, asked the nurse to squeeze out the blood with her hand. The girl said that there was not enough blood in the hospital, to which he asked again and answered that hadn't the blood from Christian's hospital arrived yet. Mark looked straight ahead in fear and heard that how much time they had left, they had no right to delay any longer, and then he thought about how little, he needed just a little. Jacob, lowering his head, said that he was sorry, it was Charlie's father, but because he was not good enough. Frowning, Mark thought about the director. If all this was really because of him, then he would never forgive both of them. The door to the operating room opened. Standing in front of the doctors, the man thanked them for holding out for so long. He was here to help, so they shouldn't worry. Looking at him, the hero had an image of the professor and asked in his head if it was him. Ron apologized for being late, and the hero asked in surprise how he was. The hero thought about whether Professor Ron was a specialist in the circulatory system or was a part of the emergency center team. The professor looked at the guy and replied that he accidentally overheard the conversation. The head of the emergency center looked like something had happened. The man was lying face down on the table, and Ron added that he also saw that the professor in charge was very drunk, so he came as soon as possible, hoping that he could at least help somehow. Looking at him, Mark thanked him and apologized for performing the operation without permission. It was urgently needed, to which the professor replied that he was apologizing to him, all for the sake of the patient. Then the man said that it didn't matter, the aorta had ruptured, they didn't have time to chat. Raising his hands, Ron said that his heart was going to stop soon. He closed his eyes and wondered what it was. The professor looked at the hero, turned to him and asked if he had really gotten to this stage on his own, to which he replied that he had. And Ron added that despite being a genius, it was incredible, and then thought about how if he had enough time, he would have calmly completed the operation himself. The doctor approached the main character and said that they didn't have time to talk due to the patient's condition. His blood pressure was continuing to drop, he should hurry, to which he responded approvingly. The professor asked the hero if he would continue. Raising his hand, he asked if he would continue or if he would, to which the hero asked again, and then thought about the professor offering a first-year resident to perform the operation. The professor closed his eyes and said that he would ask again, since he specialized in liver transplants. He did not have much knowledge in this area, he only came here to help in any way he could. And then he thought about the fact that although he came with the intention of performing the operation, the hero's eyes widened. He heard that he should do it if he could. If he could not, then let him hand over the leadership to him, and he would do everything in his power. And then Ron thought that after he saw what he had already done, he changed his mind. Dr. Mark was much more professional in this matter than he was. Slamming his fist on the table, he thought about waking up. This was not the time to be embarrassed. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he would continue until he stopped the bleeding, to which he replied that okay, they would begin. The guy's eyes widened, thinking about the fact that a first-year resident was performing the operation, and the professor was the first assistant. The protagonist and the professor looked straight ahead attentively. Holding out his bloody hand, the hero asked the professor for a clamp, to which he handed it to him. Mark said that there was a clamp. Ron, turning to the doctor, asked about his vital signs, to which he replied that they were still low. The man said no, his blood pressure was gradually increasing. Mark looked straight ahead nervously and heard them continue the operation. They would do everything they could, and the hero thought, great, the most important part was behind him. Smirking, the professor thought that he really did it. Now that he thought about it, he had taken part in a liver transplant while still an intern. Turning to the hero, Ron asked if he had ever taken part in an aortic operation before, to which he replied that he never had. Frowning, the professor thought that of course, he was only a first year. Looking at the hero, Ron thought that as if his body was made for surgery, he should stay in their hospital at all costs. A man like him should become a professor to see the light, to which the hero asked to take over the leadership until the operation was completed. Looking down, Mark thought that now they should work on the lower part of the area fixed with a clamp, remove the stretched aorta, and replace it with an artificial blood vessel. They must act quickly, the bleeding has stopped, but since the aorta is clamped, all blood flow is temporarily stopped. If they do not have time, his legs, back, internal organs, it will all die. The professor told the hero to continue. Mark asked in surprise, and Ron replied that he did a great job. If he is doing so well, then he should continue. He is really curious how skilled he is. Closing his eyes, the professor said that as he had already said, all his life he has only been involved in liver transplants. He has never participated in such an operation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he wanted him to be the one to give the finishing touch to this operation, and Ron thought that he was a man born to operate. He was eager to see all his skills. The man picked up the scissors with the thread. The rest of the operation went without complications. The internal organs were not affected, the legs were not paralyzed, the back was not damaged. All the doctors stood over the patient. It was just a perfect operation. The man was lying in bed. After the operation, Charlie's father showed signs of improvement. The professor said that it was all thanks to the protagonist. He performed a miracle. Turning around at him, Mark said that no, it was all thanks to him, to which he replied that his contribution was very small. After all, it was his merit. Ron said that the protagonist did a great job. He would like to imitate him, to which Mark laughed and thanked him. The professor thought about the fact that he brought a patient with an aortic rupture back to life in his first year of residency. It is considered that an aortic rupture is one of the most difficult operations. The guideline document adopted by the world medical community says the same. The documents appeared and it was written there that if there are no specialists in the circulatory system, the patient must be sent to another hospital in the first year to perform such a frightening operation. This time Professor Connor was wrong. Mark is not just high-quality raw clay. Looking at the papers, the protagonist said that he was worried because his vital signs were still unstable. He was already a finished product. To deny his amazing individuality, the director went crazy. They must keep him here at any cost. The professor said that the hero should not worry. He was in much worse condition when he entered them. He will soon get better, to which Mark responded approvingly and thanked him. Ron looked at the guy and asked, hasn't he gone to bed yet? He thinks no, at least yesterday he slept. How long has he been awake? And the hero thought about the fact that, well, since he didn't sleep either today or yesterday, 40 hours. Lowering his head, the hero thought about, well, 2 days is not the worst option. There were days worse, and Ron thought that he behaved like an average medical professional. A question arose. Average? He was serious. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the professor said that he should go, sleep a little, he would take care of him, to which the hero replied that he didn't, and Ron asked why. He thought that he couldn't handle it. The professor smiled and said that he could rest then. If he needed to go somewhere, he would ask the head of the liver department to look after him, so he shouldn't worry, to which the hero, with tears in his eyes, thanked him and thought that it was time to sleep. The hero thought about that first. The guy's hand grabbed the hero's robe tightly. Standing in front of him, Charlie thanked him and asked if his old man was okay now, to which the guy replied that yes, he had overcome the biggest obstacle, but they would still be monitoring him in the ICU for a few days. With tears in his eyes, Charlie said that he would be okay if he was looked after by a nerd like him, then thanked him and cried, said that he saved his father's life, he would never forget it. Looking at the guy, the hero wondered where his arrogant attitude was now. At least the biggest problem was behind him. Mark asked him why he was crying like a baby. They were friends and told him to help him when he was in a tight spot, to which Charlie replied that for sure, even if he committed murder, he would get him out. The hero tensed and thought about the fact that he was not a cop. Mark smirked and said not to say that, even as a joke, to which Charlie replied that he was just grateful. Michael, what was this brat up to? He did not know. He thought they were all friends, but he does not pick up the phone, and he cannot find him anywhere. Surprised, Mark asked what? He tried to call him yesterday. Looking away, Charlie said that of course he called him, but he hangs up without even answering. Damn brat, he regrets being friends with him in high school. He should have spent more time with them. Nerds. Mark lowered his head and thought, Michael, well, I need to think about more important things. The hero thought that if his guess was correct. Taking the phone in his hands, he added that he needed to meet him, the morning shift, which meant he should be at the hospital. Putting the phone to his ear, the hero turned to the guy and asked what he was doing. Smiling, Michael answered what was the matter. The hero said that he needed to ask him about something, where he was. Michael answered that right now he urgently needed to disinfect a patient, to which the hero replied that it was important. Holding cotton wool and a scalpel, the guy said that he was a little busy, asked, "Definitely now." Michael heard that yes, right now, let him come to the backyard of the hospital. Standing on the street, the protagonist thought about the fact that he wanted to smoke, but he would soon have to take a cancer test. He needed to limit himself. Everything was still ahead, but he was diagnosed with cancer at 40 years old. Since he does not smoke in this life, perhaps he will not have it. Grinning, the protagonist thought that what difference did it make? He could take the test another time. If he found it early, the chances of recovery were 100%. A guy in a robe came out. The protagonist turned around and thought that he was worried. Of course he was worried. Michael appeared walking towards him, and the protagonist thought that since this time he would meet him face to face. Smiling, Michael turned to the protagonist and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asked how he was doing, to which the protagonist thought that he had seen the same smile 11 years ago. The guy's face appeared, and he added that it was a smile that looked like a mask. Mark thought that this brat had ever shown him his real self at least once. Memories from school surfaced, and the protagonist thought that in high school they had a fun time. He did everything to beat him in something. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this side of him was completely gone, and before he realized it, only an empty shell remained of his, as he thought, friend from the past. Michael asked why he called him, to which the hero replied that yesterday, and the guy asked again. Frowning, Mark asked if he really didn't know Charlie's father. The guy said that he called him. Looking away, Michael said that sure, Charlie's father ended up in the emergency room, so what? The hero angrily said that Charlie, wasn't he his best friend? Why didn't he help him when he asked him? He should have understood what was going on, since his team leader was looking for surgical personnel at yesterday's meeting. Looking directly, the guy said that how was he supposed to know what his team was doing? Plus, he was already better at surgery than him. He thought his friend could handle it himself. The hero asked again in surprise, and Michael said that of course they were friends. The guy repeated that of course they were friends. Putting his hand over his face, Mark said that if he really considered him his friend then he should let him ask him one question, to which Michael asked what. The guy frowned and the hero said that yesterday, no, everything up until now, he knew everything, didn't he? Smirking, the guy said that he had no idea what he was talking about and the hero responded angrily that he didn't know, including what happened yesterday. How could the director's son not know about what was going on? He thought he would believe it. The hero added that wasn't this all part of his and his father's plan to get him kicked out of the hospital. Looking down, Michael asked what he was making up, to which Mark told him to answer and he replied that no, he was overreacting, it was just an unfortunate coincidence. Mark asked if he was involved in this, to which Michael replied no. The protagonist said to let him ask again. He said he got it all wrong, to which the guy replied yes, that was it. The protagonist said he understood and then asked, so he was talking about all this delusion. Sharply punching him in the face with his fist, Mark furiously said that he thought it was all a joke, garbage. Narrowing his eyes, Michael looked at him and wheezed. Blood spattered, and the protagonist said that Charlie's father almost died and that it was an overreaction. Holding the guy by the shirt, the protagonist said that after this he still considers himself a person, so let him ask one more time why the hell he did that, to which Michael said to let him go. Gritting his teeth, the guy said to let him go again. The hero abruptly threw the guy away. Michael asked why he did that. He really wanted to know. Lighting a cigarette, the guy said that his father had a different wish, but he was not trying to drive him out, to which Mark asked again. Smiling, the guy said that he simply wanted to destroy him. The image of the protagonist appeared, and Michael added that his reason was simple. He was always behind him. He was always standing in the way of his goal. So he just wanted to destroy him. He was going to do just that, carefully and in the most terrible way possible. Michael said that very soon, he can be sure. Smiling widely, he asked what? Scared? If he was scared, just let him end his career as a doctor after he handed over the 10 billion won, and then they would return to the original state of affairs. The hero laughed, and then clenched his fist tightly, said that it was just for this stupid reason that he did something so vile. Hitting the guy, Mark angrily said that for such a stupidity, he seriously committed such an inhumane act. Leaning towards him, the protagonist said that sure, let him do whatever he wanted, let him try his best to ruin him or whatever, but he should remember this, he would never follow his path, he would do anything to stop him. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought about how he had changed his mind. He couldn't let these bastards do whatever they wanted, this bastard, and he had treated this idiot like a friend all this time. The hero thought about how the director and Michael, the two of them, father and son, would regret this. Cigarette smoke appeared, and the guy said it hurt. Leaning on his hand, Michael said that was true, and then he added that he should hate him. He had waited 11 years to defeat him. If he backed out, it wouldn't suit him. He knew it. The clouds covered the sky. The voice asked how this was possible and said that he did not believe him, and that even if he was a genius, it was impossible to successfully perform an operation on a ruptured aorta. Until now, the protagonist had done many things that considered the name impossible, but from a professor's perspective, these are not such amazing things. But this operation was different. The mortality rate was 90%, an extremely difficult operation. Mark brought back to life a patient who everyone else seemed to have already considered absolutely dead. A patient with a ruptured aorta, even professors would have had a hard time. The man was sitting next to the professor and asked if it was him, and that Mark was his assistant. The professor laughed and said no, he did nothing, Dr. Mark did everything. The man looked down and said it was impossible, but in his thoughts he was thinking that there were no complications during the operation, and how could such a thing be possible? The man turned back to the professor and asked if Dr. Mark was really in his first year of training and if he was sure that he had never practiced surgery before and how was that possible. The professor thought that was simply unbelievable and that they were not in a third world country where doctors without a license were free to practice as much as they wanted. After all, it was concluded that Mark was a legend among legends, a genius sent from heaven. Throughout history, despite their lack of education, there were many geniuses who were able to achieve results that seemed impossible. The professors had no choice but to think that he was one of those geniuses. The man frowned and replied that even so, that was usually how it worked with the fine arts. For the medical professions, experience was most important and that it was impossible to say that he was just a natural genius. The professor closed his eyes and someone asked how they would then explain Dr. Mark's skills that were undeniable. Someone agreed. The professor smiled and said that frankly speaking, Dr. Mark had failed not only the operation on the ruptured aorta. The man asked what else he had done. The professor continued that when he was an intern, he was able to connect the blood vessels during a liver transplant operation. Steve and the man asked in surprise that when he was still an intern, not a resident. When the professor was unable to continue the operation due to heart problems, it was Dr. Mark who was able to connect the blood vessels and complete the operation. Steve thought in surprise that interns were four useless creatures, always sleepy, going crazy when hungry, freezing when they saw a patient, clueless when trying to make a diagnosis. He continued the thought that so he was a genius among geniuses, and he was incredible now, but how much more brilliant he would become in the future. He thought that they should keep him in their hospital, no, as a professor of the hospital. The professors were a pack of jackals hunting the protagonist. The protagonist walked straight. Then he turned around. His eyes widened. Right behind him were four doctors who took turns saying that he was great at vascular surgery. He would specialize in circulatory surgery. Steve replied that he meant that, and that a talent like Dr. Mark should be working on the thyroid gland, to which the man asked again and said to work on the intestines. Quite a lot of patients suffer from cancer, to which the protagonist thought what was going on here, and that pancreas, vessels, intestines, thyroid. He wondered in confusion that this was his first year as a resident, and wasn't it too early? They already wanted him to choose his specialty. Right in front of him was a man. The professor closed his eyes and said that Dr. Mark would specialize in liver transplants. Steve asked him again in surprise and told him to forget the professor and his terrible personality and move on to him. The voices started saying yes, come to them, they will treat him well, and that they are much better, he guarantees him a professorship. The other man laughed and asked if he wanted to go there, and that he could do the same if not better, to which the protagonist laughed. Changes also occurred in the emergency room. The voice introduced itself to the professor as the protagonist. The professor asked if he was okay, to which the protagonist responded with a look and said that he was calling him because they had a patient who needed surgery for acute cholecystitis. The man asked again and clarified if there were stones in the bile duct. In 90% of cases, cholecystitis occurs due to gallstones blocking the bile duct and creating inflammation. Mark replied yes, and that they were only in the bile duct, to which the professor said that he understood, and that then it was worth performing the surgery. The protagonist started walking and said that okay, he had prepared the operating room. The man replied that he would do it, to which Mark asked in fear. A question arose in the protagonist's mind. The professor was lying in bed and the protagonist asked if he wanted him to perform the surgery, to which he replied that he was good enough, and besides, it was not a difficult surgery. Mark thought that he knew that it was not difficult, but for someone like him, a first-year resident, to perform the surgery. The voice on the phone continued that, compared to an aortic rupture, cholecystitis was just child's play, and wasn't it? The protagonist looked at the phone in fear and the professor continued that he was not far from the hospital, so he should call if anything happened, that he would arrive within 10 minutes, and wished him luck. The call was disconnected. This was only the beginning. The man spoke on the phone with a smile and asked about typhlitis, that they called him for this, and that the protagonist would cope. The professor spoke on the phone and asked that there was intestinal bleeding and that it was located in a hard-to-reach area, then said that it wasn't even in an awkward position, that he had done it before and that he could handle it easily, that his house was near the hospital and that he should call if anything went wrong. The man asked on the phone that there was an operation and that he had drunk some sake and that he should do it, and when he finished the operation, please don't come to them, and that they would drink together. Most of the emergency center's operations were assigned to the protagonist. The basic protocol became emergency transport to the protagonist, then the professor. Dale Hospital, seasonal protocol of limited duration emergency transport to the protagonist, then the protagonist. The joke of the professor in charge of the emergency center was becoming reality. The professor stood at the protagonist and said that everything was fine, thanks to him, Dr. Mark, and asked if he should call him Professor Mark, to which the guy tiredly replied, "Do not call him that, not even as a joke." The patients were happy because of the excellent treatment, the surgery department was happy because of the neat, fast, and precise execution, the professor in charge was happy because he could laze around. Everyone was happy except the protagonist. He thought that he needed help, it was too much, that he bragged to Michael that he would not stray, but at this rate his body would give in faster than he had crushed this father and son. Mark dried his eyes and thought that this was not the director's plan. William grabbed his head, cursed, and asked what kind of monster he was. Then he called the professor. The man came up to him and bowed. William asked what he was going to do with this idiot. The protagonist, the man began to stutter. A moment later, William screamed what he was going to do about it, and the man apologized. The professor frowned and thought about how he was going to destroy him. Who could have known he would be such a monster that they had to pin something on him that he hadn't done and fire him on the spot? The intern and resident positions in the hospital were usually extremely unfortunate. They were employees, but they were nearly impossible to hire or fire. Also, because of the incredible workload they were forced to endure, many levels of society were very sensitive to unfair treatment. It was nearly impossible to get rid of them without a good reason. The man thought that if it worked like that, he could just fire him, despite the risks, but now the protagonist was too famous to do anything with him. And in the past, only Connor had boasted about being a protagonist. But now every professor of surgery had his eye on him and he was impossible to fire. William said it was pathetic, and for the secretary to bring him some whiskey, the girl got out a bottle. The amber liquid poured into the glass. The man took a sip. The stars lit up the sky. William turned to the professor and the secretary and told them to leave him and to go and find a way to kick the protagonist out or do something else. Then he turned to Michael and told him to stay there. The guy was standing in the man's office. William turned around and asked him how he had managed to get these injuries. Michael turned away and said that he had fallen. A moment later, the man screamed that he was pathetic, that he never achieved anything good, and that was the only reason he could not win against the protagonist. Then he continued, looking at the guy, that if it were Sam, he would have dealt with him a long time ago. The guy pursed his lips. The liquid poured into the glass. William took another sip and wondered where this guy had come from. At first, Mark was just a talented resident, and that was it. In fact, it was a plan that worked in the opposite direction and made the main character even more popular. In the end, Michael was the first to experience the consequences of it, because despite the title of a true genius who had no experience, they were compared. But for William, it was not about the title of a genius. The man furiously opened his mouth and screamed that if he had dirty blood, he should have at least some skills, always in second place, and that this damned idiot, because of him, he can't say anything good to the board of directors. Michael pursed his lips and listened to what they were saying, that he couldn't hand over the hospital to a Bastalanap idiot, and that he had to answer that he had opened a professorship for him. He wanted him to give it to the protagonist too. William called the guy a pathetic loser. He only cared about being in first place. Michael said he would win. He continued that it would all end if the protagonist disappeared, to which the man asked in confusion. Michael smiled and said he would win, and the protagonist would never recover from this. Willie wondered what he would win, and said yes if he could. The guy said yes, he understood. He smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Then he said he would throw the protagonist aside. The meat was grilling. For now, there was peace. The voice said that he had started the game in a big way, and there was a lot of attention to him, so it would be difficult for the chairman to weave his intrigues. The protagonist asked in bewilderment if he had spread the rumors. Ron answered that yes, he had done so on purpose. The man said with a smile that they would wait until Professor Connor returned. No one would be able to come close to him with him, to which the protagonist thanked him. The professor frowned and asked what he was so busy with that he could not be contacted, and that he at least checked his mail. The protagonist thought what had happened to him. He was not one of those who ignored letters for so long. Then he thought that for sure, at this time, he remembers something from his past life when Professor Connor went to America on an exchange. He did not feel very well and ended up in St. Joseph's Hospital. Ron told him not to worry about anything, just do his job, because he was learning from their professors, and that their students were extremely valuable, and they should cover up the dirt that was pouring out. It was probably hard for him to go against the director. The protagonist thanked him seriously and said that he was afraid that he was burdening them too much, to which the man replied that it was okay. He didn't have the best relationship with the director anyway. And not only him, but all the professors working under Professor Connor, he hadn't liked him for a long time. Mark smiled and said that he shouldn't overexert himself in case he got fired, and the man replied that he shouldn't worry about it. These weren't empty words. Not only was he burdening him, but he was also planning to leave this place soon. If this problem wasn't resolved, he would just leave. At first, it was hard for him to stand up to the director, but it only became scary when there was something to regret. This wasn't the only hospital in the world. Mark thought that shouldn't the hospital be kicking itself for missing out on a guy like him? Then he thought, okay, Michael came into his mind, saying that he wanted to destroy him. He'd try again. It was Michael who had to leave this hospital, not him. The professor said with a smile that the meat was ready and offered to eat. The protagonist thought there was too much dirt, which was why he decided to go all the way, not out of regret, then said that he enjoyed his meal, to which the man replied that next time they would have to invite other professors. Ron said that he helped the young professors a lot, so they would like to treat him once, and asked if he liked beef. The protagonist answered affirmatively and said that he also treated him to meat. The man looked straight ahead. The girl called the protagonist a professor and asked what about this patient, to which Mark said that he had enough of the jokes. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that the patient had gotten better. It seemed that he could be discharged. The girl asked if he had to stay in the hospital. Mark replied that he could take antibiotics at home, and the girl said that if the professor said so, then that's what they would do, and that she would prepare him for discharge. The voice called the doctor and asked him to listen. The protagonist turned to the man and he said that there was one patient he needed to report on, to which the protagonist asked who the patient was. The man began to stutter and Mark wondered what was wrong with him and that he was afraid of him. To be honest, there are doctors who often take it out on interns, entrusting them with checking the patient's condition because they are very busy. Mark said to tell it like it is and that he would not swear. But he never behaved like that. The guy continued that it was an ordinary patient with abrasions. The protagonist said that if these were ordinary abrasions, then he did not need surgery, to which he replied that yes, he was like that. Then he continued that the patient said that he wanted him to treat him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that it was a patient who was chasing a famous doctor. Mark said that there was nothing to be done, asked where he was now and thought that he needed to treat the wounds and send him home. The guy replied that he was in the dressing room and that it was a foreigner. Mark asked again, and the guy said that yes, a very important foreigner. Opening the door, the protagonist thought that an important foreigner was looking for him. Then his eyes widened. A girl with scraped knees greeted the protagonist. The protagonist stood in front of her and asked how she ended up there, to which the girl replied that she got hurt. The protagonist found out how she got hurt, and the girl said that she had been drinking, then dancing in a club and fell. Mark thought about how badly you have to fall to get hurt like that and that she was dancing like crazy or something. The guy started putting on gloves, saying that you have to be careful and that he will treat her wounds. The girl screamed. Then she asked the protagonist to go easy. He held her knee, treated the wound, and said that it would hurt a little and that she should be patient for a little while. In his thoughts he added that she was not a small child. The main character finished and said that that was it. He would give her a remedy for treatment, to which the girl asked if she could treat it at home, and Mark said to do it every day. The stars lit up the sky and the girl called the main character. He turned to her and asked if she had any questions. She asked him to fulfill one of her requests, and the protagonist asked which one. She asked to hospitalize her. The man asked in surprise what to hospitalize, but she was not in that condition. She just needed to treat the wounds. This could be done at home. The girl grabbed his hand and said that it was impossible and that she was only asking him once. She looked at him sadly. The guy called Jane and she replied that she really wanted to go to the hospital and could she stay here. The protagonist looked at her perplexedly. The moon was shining in the sky. The girl went to the window and said that there was such a beautiful view. According to the rules, they cannot hospitalize for personal reasons. They already do not have enough space in the wards. But in this case, it is possible. The vice president of the Korean branch of the large pharmaceutical company Haynes expressed a desire to stay in a VIP ward worth 1 million won for one night. The protagonist called Jane and asked what happened to her, what to do. She needed to be hospitalized. The girl looked out the window and replied that it was simple. She would rest a little and then be discharged. She put her hand on the glass and asked if there was anything else he could help him with. Then she said that to be honest. The glare was reflected on the window. The protagonist's phone rang and he told Jane to wait a bit, and she said okay. Mark picked up the phone and said he was listening. A voice asked where he was and that a patient had been admitted with intestinal bleeding. It was urgent and an operation was needed. The protagonist answered the professor that he understood and would be down now. He apologized to the girl and said that he needed to go to the ambulance and that they would see each other later. Jane replied that they would talk later then and thanked him for walking him to the ward. He replied that they would see each other then. The girl bared her teeth. Then she exhaled. Another sleepless night and an operation. In his thoughts there were processors that took turns calling him, asking him to do it, saying that they trusted him, that he was the best, that there was a request. The protagonist thought that everyone should do their own job themselves and that everyone had relaxed too much. He grabbed his head and thought that he understood that no one wanted to go back to work for an urgent patient, but he had to know when to stop, and that while he was saving patients, he himself could kick the bucket. The protagonist stood up and continued his thought that it was time to make rounds. According to hospital rules, residents were not allowed to hospitalize patients. But the protagonist had a great privilege. Besides, too many patients came to him who wanted to get to the famous doctor only, so he sent them for hospitalization. Yawning, Mark thought that when would this work in the emergency room end? He did not want to spend his whole life here. He entered the ward and continued his thought that besides, he had even more patients than the professor. Then he said hello and asked the patient how he felt. He thought that what a fuzzy system, and was it okay for him to behave like this? The patient said that their Dr. Mark was also a handsome man. The protagonist smiled and said that he was glad that he was feeling better. Then he thought it was the last round. A painting of palm trees hung on the wall. The girl sat up in bed and said good morning to the protagonist. The guy replied good morning and asked how her legs were, to which she replied that thanks to him she felt better already, although the treatment of the wounds was a bit rough. Jane closed her eyes and said that it was so nice here, and the view was beautiful, and the nurses were kind, and they even fed her breakfast, and it flashed through her mind that of course there would be a good ward for 1,000,001 a day. The girl asked if she could stay here for a few more days, to which the protagonist replied with a smile that as she wished, and that if there was any inconvenience, let her definitely tell him. Then he said that it was time for him to go. The girl grabbed his hand and asked him to wait. She asked him, frightened, if he could sit with her for a while and that she had something to tell him. The man asked again, puzzled, and Jane replied that it wouldn't take long and that he would only be delayed for about 10 minutes. Mark pulled out a chair. He sat down opposite her and told her to tell him what happened. The girl looked down sadly and said his name. She hesitated, looked at him and said that she thought she was going to get fired soon. Mark looked at her, shocked, and asked what she was talking about. He thought, puzzled, that she was going to get fired and that maybe she had problems with Korean. And then said, didn't she say that her relatives were among the directors of Haynes, then why? The girl frowned and replied that their family didn't care about such things, work was work, but it was all her fault. She continued that she was too blinded by the success of the TC-80 project, which he helped with, so she went overboard with other projects. She lowered her head and said that they all failed, so the main office makes her take responsibility. Mark answered in surprise at the project, and asked what exactly the problem was, to which the girl said that the most problematic was the SD-54 project, too big a scope. The protagonist thought in shock that the SD-54 project failed, and that in the past life it was still not like that. If we talk about the SD-54 project, then he knows it. This project will make a splash in a few years with its medicine to raise immunity. And it failed. He clearly remembers that in the past life there were no problems. The voice said that the problem arose at stage 1 of testing, and now. The girl called the protagonist and he looked up at her. She seriously asked if he could check this project, and what if he could find some solution. Jane looked at him and shouted that she was ready to pay billions for it, and asked him to take a look once. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment and he thought questioningly. The girl asked with concern if it was too much trouble for him. Mark lowered his head and said that it was not the matter and that he did not know if he could be of any use to her. This time it was different. When he had helped with the TC-80 project, he had known the exact answer in advance, but now he had no idea that there were any problems. Jane turned away and told him to promise to at least take a look once, to which the man replied that it was fine, but not to expect much. The girl reached for her briefcase. She took out some paper and said that here was the development plan and the interim report. The man took the sheets and the girl thought that he was a genius, of course, but most likely he would not be able to offer anything to solve a project that he was seeing for the first time. Then she told him to look at it slowly and continued the thought that although, who knows, maybe he would find a way, like with the TC-80 project. The man held the sheets in his hands. Jane turned to the protagonist and asked what was going on and that it was too hard for him. And in her mind she was thinking that she had put too much hope in him and that yes, no matter how brilliant he was, it would be difficult to help him with this project. Mark looked at her and said that he seemed to know what the problem was. The girl asked again in bewilderment and thought how he had determined it in a few minutes. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he had looked and found a serious error and that he thought he knew why there was a problem in stage 1 of the tests, to which Jane asked what it was. He opened his eyes and said that at first. Looking at the girl who did not understand, he continued that what she had said earlier, billions, she was serious. She looked at the protagonist and thought that if he said that, then he really had found a solution to the problem. The market value of the SD54 project is slightly higher than TC80, but then he was a student and easily signed a contract for 200-300 million. This time it will not do. Although he cannot get a share either. Even if Jane agrees, the head office of Haynes may refuse. He can only answer Jane one thing. At the current stage it is difficult to prove this idea, the process, production, testing. He will not interfere with these processes. He will just offer one idea. Mark said at least 500 million, and that if he adds another 50 million here, he will be able to redevelop the test plan. Without this, it will be difficult to develop this project, at least that is how it should be said. The girl frowned and said okay, she will give him 500 million. The protagonist thought that she answered without even thinking, and that maybe she asked for too little. Jane raised her finger and said that this should be a specific action plan. Only in this case she will be able to take money from the fund. The protagonist looked at her and replied that it was a simple problem. The dosage and application rates were calculated incorrectly, and that the dosage was too high. The data used was also incorrect due to the molecular structure. Jane asked again in bewilderment and said that this could not be because the research team was accurate. The man replied that unexpected side effects occurred at the first stage, right? And that this was especially expected in relation to cardiac arrhythmia, and the expected result was almost not achieved. The girl thought in shock. How? And the protagonist continued that it was necessary to reduce the dosage to about 30 mcg and take it not after meals, but before. Then the interaction of the drug with gastric acid would give the desired effect. Jane thought that when using the same drug, you can achieve a completely different result by changing the dosage and method of administration, and that the wrong dosages were used in this project. Then the protagonist added that only by reducing the dosage to 30 mcg, it can begin its effect on the G protein receptor. The girl thought that the problem was in the dosage. Well, in the molecular structure it is possible. Then she asked how he understood it in just a few minutes, and that it is impossible to understand just by looking at the report. Such a dosage was determined through a very detailed study. When they noticed an adverse reaction, their scientists reduced the dosage. However, they could not even think of reducing it to 30 mcg. Mark thought that as he thought, she was surprised. It was almost impossible to suggest something immediately after he saw the report. But he had already seen all this in his past life, so his case is different. In his past life he had already used this medicine and seen the trial report many times. He does not know why, but compared to what was in the past life, now the trial is going on with completely wrong data, otherwise there is no problem. You just need to correct the dosage and everything will be fine. Mark closed one eye and thought that it looked like a trick, but the main thing is that everyone is happy. Jane thought that if she followed Mr. Mark's advice, everything could be fixed, but it was only a probability of success, and until they tested the medicine on people, it was impossible to say for sure. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that she could not make up her mind, then told her to check for herself. She could pay him when his words were confirmed. She thanked him and said that she would check as soon as possible. Jane frowned and thought that it would be enough to conduct a small test. Even if he was wrong, she had nothing to lose. If so, then she happily jumped up and asked if he could check other projects. The man looked at her and thought perplexedly that it seemed that there were no urgent patients. Since he was not called, well, he only needed to find a mistake and that's it. The man answered affirmatively and asked what needed to be checked. Even if there was an urgent patient, it needed to be done. Couldn't he earn a little extra money for a few $100 million? Even just being involved in such a project is already a huge achievement. She offers a solution to the problem, so his work will be valued even more. The protagonist grabbed the phone and thought about the owner of the building and the penthouse. Then he thought how he could miss such a chance. What could be better than the excess of all this? Achievements, money, house, car. He looked at the papers and said that this project needed to be fixed. The girl asked how he kept it all in mind. Mark thought that it felt like he was cheating and being praised, and that he felt a little uneasy. Jane put on her glasses and said that they would have 3 projects in total, and told him to sign the contract right now. The protagonist agreed. Then he bowed and said that he would come to see her next time. The girl said goodbye to him. Mark walked out the door. The total amount of the contract for his ideas and research plan. He clenched his fists and thought that 1.25 billion won. In the last 2 projects, his help was insignificant, so the payment was relatively small, but still 1.2 billion in exchange for 3 ideas that have not even been proven yet. Mark smiled and thought that their trusting relationship with Jane helped, and that it is usually difficult to sign contracts with just one idea, especially for such amounts. But for Haynes, such a contract would not cause losses. Anyway, if his proposals did not work, they simply would not pay him. If only they could resume the projects, then these several $100 million would mean nothing. If at least one of them was successful, then she would earn much more. Who knows? Maybe she would be able to compensate for the losses and she would be promoted. And that the idea was not bad. There was a possibility of success. Perhaps everything would work out. Putting the papers in the folder, she thought, what if all 3 projects were successful? She grinned and continued the thought that then money would not be a problem at all. If a drug with an original effect was successfully developed, its content would be published in the world's leading newspapers. Among them, the most influential in the world of medicine are the journals NEJM, JAMA and Lancet. These journals are known for their huge citation indexes, NEJM 53, JAMA 31, and Lancet 28. The girl took the remote control in her hands. Even if it is more than 3, it is already in the top 25% in the world. Nature and Science, the best scientific and technical journal, has a score of about 39. The average citation score of NEJM, JAMA, and Lancet is 37.3, which is really high. And what about Deal Hospital? I wonder how many scientists have published their dissertations in these journals. She doesn't even know. For sure there are barely 3 people, or maybe none at all, although this hospital is the best in Korea, but it is also difficult for them to get into the journal. If Haynes' project is successful, she will have to publish the article. She will do it at all costs. It is a great marketing move, an article in a leading journal. And Mr. Mark is the main author of this dissertation. If all 3 projects are completed successfully, he will be a real sensation. NEJM, JAMA, and Lancet, a young doctor who is not yet 30, publishes a dissertation in all 3 leading journals, and if you count the previous TC80, which will soon be published in JAMA, then you get 4 projects. In 1 year, the publication of 4 dissertations, the citation index exceeds 120 points. Even the best world masters of reviewing medical textbooks cannot achieve such indicators. The protagonist appeared before her eyes and she thought that in this case he is not far from a professor. The whole world will talk about Mr. Mark. Of course, if only his ideas are successful. Clouds floated in the orange sky. The protagonist looked out the window and thought that because of his special schedule there is not much time for development. He said that it needs to be done. Then he yawned, smiling. He thought that if he finished these reports, he would be able to get 1.25 billion won, and when these Deal Corporation and main bio stocks reached their peak, they would be worth at least 3 billion won, and that at this rate, he would soon be able to buy real estate in Gangnam. His phone rang. He would think about it later. First he needed to check his phone. He put his finger on the screen. He received a message that he needed to talk and whether he had time tonight. He thought excitedly about what had happened. It was dark outside. The stars were visible in the night sky. Mark was sitting on a bench, looking tired, since he was tired just from examining one emergency patient. The guy thought about how difficult it was to just go for a walk in the park in front of the hospital. He did not understand why this was happening. Mark looked at the stars. They were already shining brightly in the night sky. After waiting for a while, a girl stood in front of the bench, whose legs the guy saw. Mark raised his head. Agatha was standing in front of him with a bag. The girl asked the interlocutor how long he had been waiting for her here. After dozing off, Mark realized the girl had arrived and asked her what she was going to talk to him about here. Agatha sighed and looked down. The girl said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and they shouldn't discuss business like that right away. She insisted that she missed the guy and asked his feelings. The girl said that Mark was thick-skinned and didn't understand anything. She opened the bag on her lap and said that she had brought the guy dinner since he hadn't had dinner as usual. Mark looked at the food and thought that Agatha was acting strange today. It wasn't like her usual state. The guy thought in his head that these were sandwiches again. He didn't want to upset the interlocutor and said that he agreed to dinner. Mark took the snack carefully wrapped in napkins and began to chew it. The girl asked him why he hadn't eaten yet since the food was already getting cold in his hands. Mark took the package in his other hand and said that he would eat it all now. Agatha turned away and asked to try her food quickly. Mark did not mind and said that he would try it little by little. The guy started eating the snack and praised it for its taste suitable for sandwiches. He also asked the girl why she needed to meet him at such a time, to which Agatha replied that she simply missed him. Mark swallowed the piece in his mouth and said that the girl had offered to talk to him about something on the phone and not sit silently. Agatha agreed that she had said so. She became embarrassed and said that this was a very important conversation for her. The girl exhaled nervously and tuned into him. She took the guy's hand in hers and pulled it towards herself. Mark did not understand what she was doing and asked about her intentions. Agatha did not say anything except his name. A little later, the girl gathered her strength and confessed her love to Mark. The guy did not expect such a proposal from her and remained silent for some time. Agatha said that she did not know how the guy felt about her now, but she always wanted to be with him. The girl admitted that he would never understand her feelings and intentions, but she definitely wanted to confess her feelings one way or another. Agatha said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time and thought that the guy himself guessed about her feelings. She did not care, and she was going to wait until Mark understood everything. The girl said that this could continue for the rest of her life, so she decided to confess now. Agatha squeezed the interlocutor's hand tightly and asked if he would date her. The guy knew that in the past the girl was his wife, so he did not see anything wrong with starting to date her in this life too. He believed that this time he would not make the same mistakes as before and would not allow the breakup of the marriage. However, Mark pulled his hand out of the girl's embrace. He sincerely apologized to her, which caused a slight shock in the interlocutor. Mark said that it was all very difficult for him. He believed that even if everything was so, he still lived through this moment of life in the past and no longer hoped for a happy ending in family life. Now he could not allow the same as before. Mark stuttered timidly, told the girl that he liked another girl, and they were not on the same path. He knew that in fact he liked another girl. The guy was a fool and still did not understand this point blank. Only now did he realize that he loved Mary. 2 months passed, time flew by very quickly. The colleague turned to the tired Mark and admitted that he had something to tell him. The guy irritably asked what was wanted from him again, to which the colleague said that he had not been to the emergency room for a long time. Mark agreed with this. The colleague said that he always forgets that Mark is new to their clinic, but he is a very good doctor. The guy asked who was waiting for him in the emergency room, to which he was told that there was a child who had just arrived here. A colleague typed his name into the computer database and showed that it was a 7-year-old boy. Mark was surprised by his diagnosis. The doctors diagnosed the child with hemophilia. Mark thought that this disease was not easy to cure, so he was called to help. The colleague said that the boy was very good and followed all instructions, but the problem was with his parents. The guy said that the boy was in the hospital very often, and because of this, his mother became very nervous and strange. Her behavior and character have changed greatly. There are signs of delirium in her speech, so you need to be careful with her. The colleague said that the woman recently even filed a lawsuit against several professors. Mark began to think that the patient himself was difficult and suffered from hemophilia, and his mother also suffered from delirium. It would definitely not be easy. The guy said that he understood everything, but not all the required fields were filled in on the card. He asked why the boy was brought to the hospital, to which they answered that the patient had acute cholecystitis. The guy was shocked by what he heard, because with such a diagnosis, an operation was urgently needed. If a patient with cholecystitis is treated only with antibiotics, then in the end it threatens him with blood poisoning and the patient can be lost. The operation was not complicated, but the main problem was hemophilia. Mark asked his colleague if it was definitely cholecystitis and whether they could just get by with antibiotics. The guy replied that he had no doubts. The colleague said that everything would depend on the severity of the disease. Of course, antibiotics and drainage tubes could be used, but the boy himself was very weak. He had a high temperature, and if everything was left like this, it could cause septicemia. Mark said that it would not be easy, because the operation would cause profuse bleeding in the patient. It would be necessary to prepare more donor blood in advance. The guy came into the boy's room and greeted him. He said that he had come to cure him, to which the patient began to make excuses, saying that he was fine and did not need injections. Mark knew that some children immediately thought about injections when they saw a doctor, because due to his illness, this little guy had seen him get blood transfusions many times. Mark asked the patient if he was sure that he was fine. He noticed that the boy was in a lot of pain. He noticed his pale face, high temperature, bruises on his legs and arms due to spontaneous bleeding. He was still very small. Not only did he suffer from hemophilia, but he also suffered from cholecystitis. A woman came into the room and asked the guy who he was. Mark turned around and said that he was an emergency surgeon. The child's mother immediately asked what year he had been a resident, to which the guy replied that he had only been in the hospital for a year. The woman indignantly asked Mark if he knew anything about his son's illness, to which he replied that he had been informed. The mother insisted that a person working as a surgeon for the first year could not know anything about this disease. The guy replied that he had already met such patients. Mark did not often see such patients in his past life because it is a very rare disease, so he could say that he had experience for such a diagnosis. The woman said that she was informed that the boy needed an operation because of cholestasis, and she wanted to clarify whether this was true. Mark replied that it was better not to do it if possible, but in this situation it could not be avoided. The mother asked the guy if this was his opinion or if he had asked the professor. Mark thought that the woman knew the hospital system very well. The guy said that he was going to call the professor now, to which the woman asked which one exactly he was going to call. Mark realized that she reacted ambiguously to this name. Perhaps she had problems with him before. He decided that he should call him anyway, but not here. The guy called the professor. The man on the line asked why he was calling him and what happened. Mark said that his regular patient had been brought to the ambulance. It seemed he needed an operation, but he had cholecystitis. The professor said nothing. The guy asked the professor to rule out a loss of contact. The man sighed and asked to meet in person. Mark went into the man's office and greeted him. The professor said he wanted to ask him about something. He mumbled a few words, but decided to collect his thoughts. The man asked to take the patient on himself. To be honest, he had seen him several times, but his mother. There is no point in even talking about this. The guy agreed with the man's words. The professor said that the boy had always been treated without any particular problems, but his mother had already sued him twice over some trifles in his opinion. He said that the guy could not even imagine how hard it had been for him the last 3 years. She probably did not want to treat her son with him anymore. Mark was surprised by what was said. Because the professor was a very talented doctor and a good person, they wouldn't sue him for no reason. The guy said that apparently his mother didn't want to treat her son with him either because he was a 1-year resident. The man said that he didn't have to perform the operation himself. He offered to transfer the patient to another professor as soon as possible. Mark thought that no one was going to take this boy if a professional in this field refused him. The guy had no choice but to agree to the operation. He didn't know what to do next. Mark stood in the corridor and looked at the woman with a worried look. The boy's mother ordered him to wait and stop. She asked him his name. Apparently he treated Prime Minister James and the artist Lucas. The guy replied that everything was so. The woman asked him in a menacing voice to treat her son. She no longer intended to entrust him to the professor. She asked if Mark could handle it. The guy thought that he really didn't want to start this. To be honest, this is the most difficult treatment. Even if he does everything right, no one guarantees that she won't sue him as a professor. Although the guy was a stranger to this boy, he sincerely felt sorry for him, and his mother was clearly uneasy. He collected his thoughts and told himself that he couldn't pass by this situation if he had to do this operation. Mark promised the boy's mother to do everything in his power. When a child is sick, naturally, the mother starts to get very nervous. He should try at least for the sake of this baby. The guy asked the woman to trust him. After several hours, the operation was successful. It was quite difficult to stop the bleeding, but since all the factors were taken into account, the patient did not lose much blood. Problems will start right now. Bleeding in a hemophilic can start unexpectedly, so it is necessary to prepare in advance for the worst with an IV and other medications. All because even a small bleeding can cause death in such patients. The woman approached the boy and asked how the operation went. He replied that it was successful and without any problems. The mother asked if the outcome was good. The operation was successful. The boy has hemophilia. After the operation, he can start bleeding at any time, so they must carefully monitor him to prevent this. The woman said that she already knew about it. She asked to make sure that her son will be okay. The guy asked her not to worry and promised to keep an eye on him. 2 days later, Mark came to the boy's room. He greeted him happily. The guy asked him how he felt and if his stomach still hurt. The boy complained of pain and said that he wanted to refuse a blood transfusion. Mark talked him out of it and said that he needed more blood to stay healthy. He asked him to be patient a little longer if he could. The boy said that he would be patient. He asked the guy to play with him when he recovered. Mark replied that when the boy gets better, they will definitely play. He praised him, that he copes well and endures all the pain. They are obliged to play with him. The patient asked if his words were true. Mark replied that he promises personally. The guy thought that this is still a child. In his past life, he did not have children. They did not have health problems. It is just that the relationship with his wife was not the best at that time. The woman looked rudely at her husband. In addition, due to being busy at work, he was rarely at home then. Obviously, they could not have children. Even if he was busy, he should have spent more time. He could not think about it at that time. In this life, the guy planned to do more for his loved ones. If he gets married, he will do everything to become the best husband. Mark caught himself thinking that he was not even dating, but already thinking about the wedding. He did not know what to do to achieve his goal, because she is his friend, but he likes her as a girl. The boy's mother approached the guy. The woman said that she had just left today, and he had already come in to talk to her son. The guy replied that he had been waiting for her there specifically. The mother asked about his test results. Mark replied that they looked pretty good. He didn't think anything could go wrong and bother him again. The woman expressed her sincere gratitude to the doctor and said that she hated visiting hospitals and clinics every time. She asked him to take care of her son. The guy realized that since the boy had gotten better, his mother had become kinder to him. The woman handed him a jar of lemon juice and treated him to it. She offered him to help himself, but in her opinion, it was still not enough to thank him. The guy decided to refuse it. Mark realized that the boy's mother was not building illusions. She was just very sensitive due to the stress she was experiencing because of her son's illness. The woman asked if he would come again today. The guy replied that he would do so during the next round, and they would definitely see each other. The mother wished the boy a good day. In the corridor, Mark met Michael. He thought that his friend was still worried about the boy. The interlocutor said that their meeting was a complete coincidence and said hello. He asked what kind of ward it was, that the same ordinary patient was lying in it. Mark was seriously angered by the remark about the boy's ordinariness. He said that this child had hemophilia. Michael said that his friend was praised for his fantastic work, as expected of him. This is not surprising. Mark said that they still had to watch him. The guy replied that he knew what could happen to him if they did not. Michael said that it would be very terrible if the boy's health suddenly deteriorated and he died. Mark did not understand why his interlocutor appealed to such words. He ordered him to shut up and watch his language. Michael said that since he was made responsible for the boy, a lot could happen. He asked him to try. The guy went around the corner of the corridor. The main character was thinking about what a bastard he was. Michael's face was strange. There was even a smile on it. It seemed like he was happy. Mark was working on the computer and saw Mary coming up to him. They said hello together. The guys had loving thoughts about each other in their heads. The guy caught himself thinking that today the atmosphere around the girl was different, super serious. Usually she looks like this when she works hard. The girl came up to the counter and the interlocutor asked her what she needed in this center. Mary answered that she was here to visit a patient. She was his attending physician. Therapists start working at the emergency center in a year and a half, so the guy often sees her here. Posters with recommendations for maintaining your health were hanging on the walls everywhere. An awkward situation reigned between the guys. Mary knew that the guy liked some girl. She knew that he refused Agatha's offer to go out, saying that he liked someone else. The girl could not understand who this person was that such a handsome guy liked. The thoughts around Mary asked her to believe that she was his secret love, but the girl rejected this offer, thinking that it was one of the local nurses and doctors. The girl really wanted to ask Mark about it. A few seconds later, she called the guy by name, but she said her question to herself. Mark responded and asked what she needed. Mary was simply beaming with happiness. The guy offered her a cup of coffee if she was not busy. The girl began to diligently prove that she had nothing to do and was absolutely free, which caused a dubious reaction from Mark. There was an awkward atmosphere between the guys again. The guy asked the girl to take a break because he needed to answer a call. Mark answered the phone and asked how he could help, while Mary did not understand why she was acting like that. Someone was shouting into the phone asking her to come to the room with the boy. According to him, something was wrong with him. The man said that the boy had breathing problems and a fever. Un asked to hurry. The guy said that he would be there soon. Mary asked what was wrong with that patient. The guy quickly answered that he needed to check him. The girl offered to have a cup of coffee another time. She called out to her love once more. The girl simply beamed with happiness and said that she would wait for him for coffee. The guy sullenly agreed and said that he would definitely treat her. The door to the ward opened and Mark went inside. The boy complained that he could not breathe. The guy suggested that he had phlegm. The boy said that it was yellow. Everything was worse than he thought. Mark asked what the patient's saturation level was. The woman answered that it was very low, 88%. The doctor said it looked very much like pneumonia. He asked to connect oxygen through a nasal tube and request a mobile X-ray. The boy's mother was in a panic and asked what was going on. She remembered his words that everything would be fine. She asked him to tell her that all the complications were due to the operation. The guy answered that it was pathogenic pneumonia. It could occur as a result of treating another disease. It was not the operation that caused it. After antibacterial drugs, there would be an improvement. He asked the woman to trust him. Mark was more worried about the boy's physical condition than about pneumonia. The woman screamed that her son was bleeding. She pointed to his shirt. The guy asked her to calm down and asked the nurse what was wrong with the hemoglobin level. The girl answered that it had decreased by 2 levels compared to the morning. The normal level is 13, and the boy's was 9. But in the morning the level was 11. Mark tried to look for the place where the bleeding was coming from. He did not think it was bleeding in the abdominal cavity. It was strange. He noticed the leg. The boy pulled the blanket and saw spontaneous bleeding. It was more serious than he thought. He did not understand why the boy suffered so much in life. Mark said that it was necessary to immediately make worries. He ordered the lab technicians to bring donor blood and clotting factor. The boy complained that he was in pain. The boy apologized and said that he was going to press here. The woman could calm down and screamed at the doctor. She thought that he did something wrong. She did not want to trust the first-year resident in the first place. The mother screamed and said that if something happened to him, he would regret it. The boy begged his mother not to start this scandal because he trusted the doctor. He said that Mark did everything possible to help him. The mother continued to be in fear while the guy calmed the patient and said that everything would be fine. The doctor turned to the woman and said that he understood her condition, but she should wait for some time because the patient was important to him. That's why he went to help him. He promised to do his best. The woman clasped her hands and started crying. This attitude is disappointing and tiring, but at this moment the hardest is for the boy and his mother. The woman continued to worry and listened as Mark ordered to hurry with the medicines and do a blood test. The boy asked to contact the blood transfusion team and make sure that they bring the required amount. Someone brought a mobile X-ray. Looking at the complete suffering face of the boy's mother and her labored breathing, neither the boy nor the nurses could find encouraging words. The night, similar to a war, passed, as did the boy's bleeding. They successfully stopped it, but the hemoglobin level is still falling. On the image, they found another severe abdominal bleed, so they need even more blood for transfusion. The blood even filled the joint cavities. They had to pump it out. Because of all this, they have to constantly monitor his blood pressure. The guy hadn't left the boy's side since dawn, but eventually things improved. The guy was thinking that his condition had finally stabilized, and the woman came up to him and spoke to him. Her hands were clenched, and she wanted to say something. The woman asked to talk to him alone. Office 201. Mark and the boy's mother were standing in the hallway. The woman spoke to the guy. She thanked him very much for his help, and she even apologized for her behavior. She had crossed all boundaries, despite the fact that the guy cared about her son very much. Just the thought that she could lose him forever was a trigger for her, and she said a lot of unnecessary things. The woman said that she was very sorry. She knew that the guy would do everything possible to help her son, but when he was sick, she couldn't stay calm. Everything seemed so suspicious, and she couldn't trust anyone. She was afraid, because he was everything to her, and just the thought that he could leave her just drove her crazy. The guy said that she shouldn't worry, to which the mother said that she shouldn't have done that and apologized for crossing all the boundaries. Since the boy got sick, everything in her life changed a lot. The woman couldn't work normally since she had to look after him. In the end, she was fired. She was forced to sell her house, her car, sold everything she had, and what else could she do? Because of this whole situation, she had a fight with her husband. As a result, the husband asked for forgiveness, said that he could not do this anymore, and offered to break up. So she got divorced. He pays her alimony, but everything is not as good as it could have been. She asked if Mark knew about something. The guy didn't understand, to which the girl said that the boy was very afraid of doctors, but he was the first one to open up to him. The woman assumed that her son understood what a good person he was. She asked him to continue taking care of him. The guy agreed to this. There were many more dangerous situations later, but the boy coped with everything. As a result, the boy became very close to his family. Many sleepless nights strengthened their bond. The doctor read the test results and said that due to bad tests, the boy needed another transfusion. The patient did not want to do it. As a result, the mother convinced her son to listen to the doctor. The boy thought that the treatment for pneumonia was helping well, and soon the patient would even be discharged. The boy was still happy to hear and see the doctor. He asked if they would play outside with him when he got better. Mark promised that this would definitely happen, so he needed a transfusion. The nurse said that the doctor was asking them to go to the emergency center. Mark said he would be there now. Michael stood in front of the boy and said that they had been seeing each other very often lately. He asked how his interlocutor was doing. Mark looked sternly at his former classmate. The boy no longer wanted to talk to him and wanted to interrupt their conversation, but the boy interrupted him and asked how the boy was. Mark replied that he was fine, although there were some problems. The doctor had no idea what he was planning, but for some reason he had been seeing him very often lately. Michael said that he had long wanted to ask what would happen if anticoagulants were used on a patient with hemophilia. Mark turned around and asked if he was serious. The guy knew that if they were used, the patient would eventually bleed to death. Anticoagulants are drugs to prevent blood clotting. They will 100% cause problems for a patient with hemophilia. Michael smiled again and walked away. Mark thought that one of the top graduates of the medical school should know such things. It seemed like he was making fun of him. Michael thanked him for the information and walked away. The guy thought that the best option would be to just forget about him and take care of other patients. Mark knew that his classmate was aware of such questions. He definitely knew the answer. He realized that he was probably thinking too much about this introduction of an anticoagulant to a hemophiliac. It was devastating. One day Mark was working when he received a call asking for help with a boy's bleeding. The nurse said that the bleeding was not serious. The guy asked if she was doing a transfusion. The girl said yes. The guy thought that it was very strange, because in the morning the test results were normal. They were transfusing so much blood. Why was he bleeding so much? Mark suggested that the nurse just observe or increase the number of transfusions. He said that he would come now and asked to wait for him. The mother and son were waiting for him to arrive. They greeted each other. The guy did not believe that this woman was able to smile after so many years. The nurse wanted to say something to the guy. As he replied that he did not have time, he needed to monitor the bleeding. He began to palpate the patient and said that it was somewhere quite insignificant. Although it had started, everything was worse than he thought. Mark thought that he was exaggerating with thoughts about Michael and his stupid questions. Obviously, there could not be anticoagulants in this IV. Even if the doctor prescribed them, the nurses would not allow their use. The guy's attention fell on the new bag of blood that they had received quite recently. He couldn't believe his head. It couldn't be in his thoughts. He didn't believe that Michael was capable of such a thing. There was a strange atmosphere in the room. The boy's mother asked what was wrong. The guy replied that he was most likely exaggerating. If this question concerns the patient's life, it would be better to double-check. He ordered to stop the transfusion. The nurse was surprised by his decision. Mark said that it seemed strange to him that bleeding had started, namely during the transfusion. The girl ordered that they should do it to stop the bleeding. The guy thought that she was right. It was impossible to talk about a suspicion that there might be a toxin in the blood bag. He said that it was just a precaution, he would like to do tests before the transfusion. The nurse, in shock, mentally asked the doctor not to say anything like that to his mother. The woman said that if Mark said so, then it really was necessary. She gave the go-ahead. The assistants didn't understand what kind of magic the guy had used, that she was so condescending towards him. The woman said that she would not listen to others. The guy thanked her for her trust. He was sure that she would get angry and say that he was irresponsible in such a case. Mark approached the boy and said that he would take a little blood. It would not hurt him, it was just a test. A loud sound was heard in the corridor. Mark banged on the table. While the guy was thinking that this was impossible, he asked the girl at the reception to urgently put a mark and do the test. Suddenly, an unknown number called Mark. He answered and asked who was bothering him. The man was calling from the lab. He said that the patient's coagulogram test results were wrong. The level was much higher than the set limit of the device, so the results were disastrous. He thought that this was a mistake and they needed to repeat the test. The guy did not understand why a carefully adjusted machine made a mistake right now. He thought that there really were anticoagulants in that bag of blood. Mark knocked on Michael's office and started calling him names. He promised to put the guy in jail and take revenge on him. The girl said that the test results were justified. He ordered to immediately remove these substances from the boy's body. The nurse obeyed. Fortunately, the patient recovered without any problems. Since they immediately removed these substances, there were no special problems. This boy could have died from an intracerebral hemorrhage. The guy went into Michael's room and ordered him to come down. Mark said that it was the guy who poured the substances into the blood bag. The interlocutor tried to make an excuse. Mark knew that he wanted to pass it off as a coincidence. The guy asked why he was asking him such things directly in the emergency room. It was clearly him. Michael, with a sly smile, said that he had no idea what he was talking about. The guy said that his interlocutor looked tired and he should rest. He asked those around him not to accuse him of something incomprehensible. Mark was furious. He hit the interlocutor in the face with his fist. The guy said that this was the only thing he could do now, since he simply had no evidence. He kept saying that the man would take off his medical gown. He would make him rot for attempted murder in prison. He asked him to wait. Michael wiped the blood and said that it was painful. He noticed that the guy always had a punch. A car with flashing lights drove up to the building. The man said that he was glad to see the guy's face. They had not seen each other for a long time. Mark greeted the professor and asked how he was doing, to which the man replied that everything was fine. The professor said that he heard that the guy worked at the Dale Hospital. The guy said that he wanted to ask for a favor. The man was interested. The guy presented a sealed bag of blood and pulled it out. He asked the professor to check the chemical composition of this drug. The man asked what happened to the guy. The director of the hospital blood bank asked how he could help. He had a meeting soon, asked to hurry. Mark said that because of this new bag of blood, his patient could die on the spot. The man was surprised by the statement. He looked at the bag of blood. The director asked what it was. Mark said that this package was given to his patient, a boy. After the transfusion, his coagulogram indicators worsened, so they barely saved him. After this incident, the guy requested an examination of the package in the laboratory of the National University of Korea. They confirmed that there was a large number of anticoagulants in the package. The man was shocked by the results. He insisted that the guy would be held accountable if he was lying now. Mark showed him the phone number of the director of the laboratory of the National University of Korea. The professor looked at the bag of blood and wondered what was wrong with this plasma. Mark asked the professor of the laboratory to check the package for anticoagulants. The man asked why he decided that these substances were contained. The guy said that something happened to him the other day, and he had every reason to think so. The man asked why the interlocutor did not contact the laboratory of Dale Hospital if this happened there. Mark said that the university laboratory is the best in the country. To be honest, he was afraid that the management of this hospital would try to falsify the results of the examination. The professor said that their lab could do such an analysis, especially if such a good specialist asked for it. The man asked if the guy was going to use the package for shady business. Mark said that his intentions were the opposite. The professor took the blood and said that he would contact him when he got the results. The director of the blood bank said that he understood what had happened. He did not understand how such a thing could happen. The man claimed that no one from his department could do such a thing. It was unthinkable. They had no reason to interfere with the death of a patient. Mark said that he believed him, but it did not seem that the employees of the hospital blood bank could make such a mistake. The professor became very worried and agreed. The guy said it wasn't the blood bank's fault. The Red Cross had nothing to do with it either. He thought they should check for any oddities during the bag's transportation. He assumed it couldn't have happened by chance. It was his patient. He planned to check everything connected with it. The man gave in to the guy and told him to look at everything he needed. Mark sat down at the computer and thought about how Michael should have been caught on camera before his deed. Because of their high value, blood bags are not transported by vehicles, they are transported directly by personnel. He had already checked the nurse and the male nurse who received the bags. The guys didn't do anything with them. Then, the travel bag was on the hospital bed. The woman thanked Mark for his help. The guy said he was glad the boy had recovered. The mother said she really hoped she would never come back here again, but if she did, he should be their doctor. The woman asked her son to say goodbye to Mark, to which the boy said the doctor would go with him. The guy squatted down and said that if the boy was not sick, he would visit him very often. The child screamed that he did not want to leave him. The incident with that bag made a lot of noise. The Guardian brought serious charges against the employees of the hospital. Except for Mark, 3 employees, including the director of the blood bank, resigned. So he could not find traces of Michael on the records. An accident with an unknown cause. That was the end of the incident. The guy had already checked all the fingerprints and even requested an internal investigation. He had no evidence. He remembered Michael with an unkind word. Mark remembered how he put him to sleep. Most likely, it was he who tried. The guy acted like he did not understand what was going on. Mark said that the problem was in the blood bank. The guy's father told him to drop the ends in the water before he finished the case, because there were people who almost got to him. Fortunately, he managed to cut off all connections. He told his son to be more careful next time. Michael listened to him. The man asked him to try harder because the board of directors was nervous. He said that even the chairman of the hospital has limits. If this continues, the guy will have to leave the hospital after residency. The man said that in order to prevent such an outcome, he needs to show his abilities to everyone. He asked his son if he knew who Minister Polly was. Recently, he had health problems due to cholecystitis. He was soon scheduled for an operation at their hospital. The father promised that he would give this operation to Michael. The guy was shocked. The man said that a professor would operate and he would just be an assistant for show. The door of the Prime Minister's reception room. The girl at the door said that her boss was busy at a meeting now. She asked him to wait. The man agreed. Soon a man appeared from the doorway, introduced himself and said hello. He called the man a genius and asked him to sit down. The minister said that he had recently been diagnosed with chronic cholecystitis, and because of his age and other reasons, he wanted to avoid surgery, but it seemed there was no other way. Because of the constant flare-ups, his doctor had strictly advised him to have the surgery, and he would like to have it done in their hospital if possible. The man said that it was not impossible. He would involve his best doctors. The minister asked who would perform the surgery. The director replied that it would be a professor and one of his best assistants who would assist the chief surgeon. He thought that such an operation was not too dangerous, and if he could get his son in there, he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Prime Minister said that he already had a doctor in mind, whom he would like to see perform his surgery. The man did not understand what he was talking about. Pole said that it was a young doctor who had once saved his life. He would very much like Dr. Mark to perform the surgery on him, and the director was furious. He did not understand how the minister knew about this guy. The minister said that this was his wish and he would like it to be fulfilled if possible. The director jumped up from his chair and said that the guy was not a professor and not even a professional in this field. He was just a resident. The interlocutor tried to persuade him to change his mind. The politician replied that in his opinion, the gallbladder operation was not so complicated. As far as he knew, Mark had already performed many complicated operations at the hospital. When Pole first said that he wanted Mark to perform his operation, many were against it. Despite the fact that the cholesterol operation is easy, it would be desirable for me to perform it by an experienced professional. The minister did not calm down and said that he really wanted to give such an opportunity to Mark. If he had not met him on the plane that day, the man would have died. He should pay him for saving his life, and this is the only thing he can do now. William knew that this was not surprising. He went to the hospital instead of the Korean university precisely in order to get to Mark. The man was furious when he heard his name again. He kept repeating it in his head. The man at the interview said that the hospital's performance in the first quarter was poor. The man advised him to be careful because the company was currently in deficit. William objected and said that the hospital was created to make money. Yes, there were times when they had to sacrifice something for the health of patients, but he insisted that he could not talk only about the financial side of his project. The woman said that despite everything, the deficit was too big. She advised him to conduct an audit of finance and accounting. The man on the left confirmed her words and said that it was all for the sake of saving people. Colleagues said that it was very illiterate to put Michael as the heir to the company. Such management could threaten the integrity of the hospital. They knew that family ties do not help solve the company's problems. It was simply inappropriate. The woman said that inheriting a position by blood is a bad practice and should only be used when there is no other way out. She asked if he agreed with her. The girl on the right confirmed her words and said that their hospital was one of the best in the country. It should be managed by a capable person. All the claims against Michael go back to the very beginning. The guy's older brother, who was supposed to inherit the hospital, bequeathed all his rights, including the position of director, to her. This strengthened her voice in the board of directors. William thought that his eldest son was useless because in his stupidity he bequeathed everything to this girl. One of the directors said that they were against the hospital being headed by an inadequate, unqualified person like Michael in the future. The man was also against anyone receiving special treatment. If Michael planned to head the hospital, he should prove his rights in competition with his fellow students. Of course, if he can do it. After some time of silence, the directors began to leave the office, leaving William alone with his thoughts. The man stood up from his chair and asked Mary to talk to him. He said that the girl was very difficult. The man offered to help his brother Michael. Mary chuckled. The girl did not read that it was her brother, more like a murderer. She said that she had already mentioned him in a bad way many times. Mary simply did not see the point in talking to him about such topics because he was simply blind to greed. William grabbed the girl's hand while she was struggling. He asked her to stop playing with the board of directors. Mary asked what would happen to her if she refused. William was shocked by the statement. The girl tried to pull her hand away and say that she was not going to do as he ordered her. Her hand slipped out of the man's hand, and she walked away. The girl had a serious intention to shed light on her brother's death. William was furious because he thought it was all nonsense. The man felt sorry for his fists and thought that his company was slipping out of his hands. He understood that if he continued like this, his own doctors would throw him out of the hospital. The guy asked to repeat it in surprise. He was shocked that he was being offered to perform an operation on the Prime Minister. The guy knew that he was not a professor or even an experienced specialist, but he was tormented by thoughts about why he was the one to have this operation. The girl opposite said that the field had personally asked for him to perform this operation. She asked if everything would go smoothly. Mark replied that it was a very easy operation, but he was just a resident. He was a real VIP patient among all the VIPs. The minister's secretary said that the guy had already performed an operation on him on a plane. He would like him to try again. Mark did not know then who he was helping. He did not understand why they would not leave him alone. He said that he could not refuse him. He suggested that the girl think about it. Because someone had more experience in such operations, they had more qualified specialists in the hospital. The secretary said that the minister would not change his mind. The minister's operation was scheduled for the following Tuesday. The guy was in a panic. The news spread throughout the hospital in an instant. The girl asked who would be the chief surgeon for the operation. The guys knew that the guy was very good at what he did and everything would go perfectly, but the girl said that it was still very amazing. They did not know who would be his assistant. It was a miracle team consisting only of residents. The guys understood that if a resident was to perform the operation, then the assistant would also be a resident. It was quite dangerous. After all, it was the Prime Minister's operation, even if the hospital's chief surgeon was a first-year president. They knew that the team had to be very good. After much debate, Mark, the first assistant, and the second assistant joined the surgical team. It was a fun team, but it was decided in case Mark could not cope with the task. Before the operation, the guy was having a pretty good time. The athletes were preparing their bodies for the competition, and he was preparing for the operation and resting as much as possible. The girl next to him strongly recommended the guy not to use a scalpel, but to get by with just a laparoscope. A guy came out of the room and asked if Mark was ready for the operation. He and the professor were already prepared. The guy asked to contact them if something went wrong. Mark replied that he would definitely try. The guy picked up the phone and asked who was on the line. The person on the line was calling to ask something. The man said that there was one patient in their department. After the operation, he had complications. The guy recognized an acquaintance and asked how he could help. Where she was, he intended to come right away. Mary was waiting for the guy in the ward and asked how he was doing. Mark came up to her and said that he was doing well. He asked where the patient was. The girl replied that the patient was undergoing chemotherapy, but an old bowel operation had caused complications. She asked him to take a look. The guy agreed to help and asked to transfer her to his department. He promised to take care of him. He looked after her and realized that she was beautiful. Mark called out to the girl. She turned around and asked what else she needed. The guy asked if she was going to just leave. The girl did not understand what was wrong with that. Mark said that he had not seen her for a long time and was glad to meet her. He did not understand what was happening to him. The guy decided to pull himself together and start acting. Mark asked if Mary would like a cup of coffee or that black water that she liked. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. The guy answered that it was a cold Americano and he would treat her to one if necessary. Mary was embarrassed and looked at her interlocutor. She replied that she could not right now. Mark persistently offered to meet her in a cafe in the evening. The girl replied that she would be free by 8:30 p.m. since she was having an operation the next day. Mark asked if everything was okay with her. He offered to just have a snack. Mary looked him in the eyes shyly. The girl thought about the cafe he named. She agreed after a couple of seconds. She did not understand because the guy had said earlier that he wanted to go to this place with a person he liked. The girl began to guess. The colleague screamed in surprise. She began to shake Mary with all her might and say that the guy would confess to her tomorrow. She answered that this was impossible, he just wanted to take a walk in her opinion. The colleague asked if the guy had invited her to such places before. The girl answered that she did not remember this before. She thought about the fact that they usually met at a barbecue and at a bar that he really liked. The colleague said that this was a sign. She offered to dress up her friend, to which she said that she now had a patient who needed to take bone marrow. The girl did not understand how you could think about bone marrow at such a moment. In her opinion, the guy would do everything for her if she moved. The girl opened her work wardrobe and began to examine it. She began to suggest different outfits for tonight, simply sorting through what she liked and didn't like. Mary said that she liked one row. Her friend asked her to just wear it. She looked at the girl shyly. The colleague understood that it looked simply stunning. She beamed with joy and asked her to wear it tonight. The girl agreed. The guy asked his friend. He was interested in what kind of suit he had. Jacob said that he had one. He thought it would suit him. The guy opened the wardrobe and looked at the dull variety of colors. The friend didn't understand what was going on. Because his friend had been wearing the same thing for a whole year, he assumed that some kind of event was planned. He asked if the guy could definitely go for a walk, because the minister's operation was tomorrow. Mark replied that he would just go to a cafe to drink coffee. He wouldn't even try any alcohol. The guy pulled his friend up, asked him about it in surprise. Mark collected his thoughts. He said that if he liked someone, he should confess. In his opinion, it was the right thing to do. Jacob asked who the guy liked so much, to which the guy replied that he would tell him later. His friend thought that he was considered stupid because he could only guess. Jacob went up to Mark and told him to confess already. The guy wasn't sure that he liked the mayor, but it didn't seem like she wasn't interested in him at all. The only thing that mattered was that he liked her. He hadn't realized it before. He was an idiot, but now he had to say it. He wanted to say that he liked her. Mark's phone rang suddenly. The guy ran away and said that this always happened at the wrong time. Jacob lay down on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He thought about how his friend was a real idiot. He hoped that he wouldn't hurt the girl. Mark was almost an hour late due to an urgent call. The cafe is on a crowded street. If he leaves right now, he will be there only by 10. Mary said that she would be there by 20:30, so she was already there. The guy remembered that he forgot his charger. Mark asked the taxi driver to drive to the right station. At that moment, the girl was waiting for him and thought that he should come soon because he liked her. The man said that they had arrived at their destination. The guy thanked him and got out. Mark ran as fast as he could. There were still 10 minutes to the cafe. He wanted to be on time. There are always people who speed on such narrow streets. Everything was fine. The driver of the car did not plan to slow down. For a second, Mark saw the approaching glowing headlights that were about to catch up with him. He did not understand when he managed to miss them. Despair was visible in his eyes. The car crashed into him. The guy was lying unconscious on the ground. He was thrown towards the garbage bags, leaving a trail of blood underneath him. Mary continued to sit in the cafe and think why the guy had not come. She assumed that an urgent patient had arrived, but for some reason she could not get through to Mark. The girl did not understand why he had not written to her in advance, even if he had been called to the operating room. The guy came up to her from behind and touched her shoulder. She thought it was Mark and looked back. The girl was surprised to see Michael behind her. The guy sat down opposite her and asked how she was doing. Mary saw some strange manner in his face and voice. The girl asked how he knew that she was there. Michael replied that he was passing by and saw her. Mary asked him to move on. Since he did not want to talk to him, she asked to leave her alone. The guy took a cup of tea and asked if she was too cruel. He had heard that they were throwing dirt at her in front of other family members. The girl took a sip from the mug. She said menacingly that she would make sure that the guy would not work in this hospital for long. Michael wished her good luck. She asked him why he had come after all. The guy stood up from his chair and said that he was just passing by. If she didn't like it, he could leave. But he asked if she was waiting for someone. Mary was surprised that the guy knew everything in advance. Michael said that her chosen one was very late. He offered to look for him to make sure that he was okay. The girl did not understand the guy's intentions. She did not even understand how he ended up here and whether he was really passing by. She was looking for a reason why the guy was here. Suddenly, a bad thought about Mark appeared in her head. She closed her mouth and said that she could not imagine if something happened to him. Jacob was in touch with the girl. He asked if she had met Mark and what had happened to her. Mary, divided and hysterical, asked the guy where his friend was. Jacob didn't understand why the woman was screaming so loudly. The girl asked where Mark was. Maybe he was in the hospital. The guy was surprised because he should have been with her already since he left around 9 p.m. Mary fell to her knees in fear. She couldn't get the bad thoughts out of her head. Jacob tried to find out through the phone what was going on with her. William asked what his son was up to. The man said that at this rate he wouldn't inherit the hospital in his dreams. The board of directors was doing everything possible to get rid of him. They didn't like the guy from the very beginning. They use every opportunity to throw Michael out. William said that he tried to push him to perform the Prime Minister's surgery, but even there, Mark beat him to it. A brilliant surgeon performed the Prime Minister's surgery, and there would be a bunch of detailed articles published. No matter how complicated the surgery was, he would still become famous. If the surgery was successful, Mark could become the Prime Minister's physiotherapist. Many high-ranking people hired personal decorators to receive special treatment. It would be a great honor for a doctor if Mark became the Prime Minister's personal physiotherapist, and many people would look at him. Was this really what he was afraid of? The man thought that being the personal physiotherapist of someone high-ranking had many opportunities, including becoming a doctor at Korea University. He thought that Mark would rise in status without doing anything, and after finishing his residency, he would have to make the guy a professor. This was unheard of in Korea, but considering all of Mark's achievements, it was not unachievable. Besides, this would not be the first time something like this happened. The boy tried to argue with his father. Michael asked if the operation had already taken place. William didn't understand what he was getting at. The man replied that if the boy performed the operation, he would definitely be successful. Michael said that something might happen to him, so he wouldn't be able to perform the operation. He might not even be able to participate in it. The man was furious. He thought that the boy wouldn't be late for the operation. After all, it was the Prime Minister's operation. Sweat appeared on William's face, and the boy turned to him. Michael asked if his father could make him a surgeon so that he could perform the operation if Mark didn't show up for it. The boy sat in the car and thought about Mark. He wondered what would happen if the boy were simpler. Michael admitted that he even liked his opponent a little. But as long as he was alive, the boy would never be able to do anything. Michael changed gears and drove forward. The girl looked at the scene and begged for the boy to be alive. She couldn't lose the second person close to her in her life. The man from the side asked her to calm down. The girl received an incoming call from Michael. She answered with tears in her eyes. Mary did not understand why he was calling her. The guy was sitting at home and smoking a cigarette. He was happy for himself. Michael shook the ash down. Together with the police, they searched everywhere, but they did not find the guy. He just disappeared. The next day at 6 in the morning, the operation was supposed to start in an hour, but no one understood where Mark was. Everyone was shouting that it was a complete disaster. They asked to call him again and send messages. Jacob said that he called him, but the phone was switched off. The assistant did not know where the surgeon was. They should have already been preparing for the operation, but he was most likely scared and chickened out. The guy said that his friend was not one to run away. The guys said that they needed to go to the operating room already. The secretary turned to the Prime Minister. The girl said that no one could contact Dr. Mark. The man was surprised by this turn of events. He said that the guy was not the type to be late. William asked if this was his doing. The guy said that he had no idea. He tried to talk himself out of his involvement in this. The man thought that his son was a real snake, not a person. Even his crazy mother was not that scary. He remembered how Mary called the guy a murderer. Michael said that he could not cancel the Prime Minister's operation because of the missing doctor. He had to prepare himself. The man continued to think that it was impossible to prove his son's guilt. Since there was no evidence, he was sure that he imagined it then with his mother. William told the guy to follow him to greet the Prime Minister. He was a candidate for the post of the next president. They needed to establish contact with him. The secretary met them at the doorway and said that the chairman was calling a conference and asked Michael to attend it. The man said he had an important operation planned and asked to cancel the conference. The girl said she had her reasons. William again demanded that she leave him alone. The man ordered his son to follow him. He asked him to try harder today. They had entered together. They were greeted as they entered the hall. It was 6:35 in the morning. The man thought that after the greeting he would go straight to the operating room. The minister also greeted the chairman. William asked if the patient had been comfortable at night. The man said that everything had been fine. They had taken care of all the details. The man was more interested in who was standing behind him. William introduced his son and the leading surgeon professor. The Prime Minister objected that Mark should perform the operation. The man replied that they had not been able to contact him this morning. He promised that the operation would be carried out as planned. No changes were expected. Their attention was drawn to a man from the side. His silhouette was barely visible from their angle. The guy said that he would perform the operation on the Prime Minister. Mark said that he would perform the Prime Minister's operation as planned, adding that there was no need to worry. The man was surprised by this. The protagonist was standing in front of them. Mark assumed that the chairman and Michael were worried about this operation. He asked if he could leave right before the Prime Minister's operation. William looked at Michael. Michael, dumbfounded, wondered how it was after the accident. Mark was walking around the room. William asked him what he was thinking, being late for the Prime Minister's operation. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was almost 7 in the morning and he was on time. The Prime Minister, with a smile on his face, said that he entrusted himself into his hands. Mark noted that he would not even notice how it was all over and asked him not to worry. He was asked if everything was okay with the protagonist. Michael was trembling behind his back. The protagonist thanked him for his concern, noting that everything was fine. Mark suddenly turned around. Michael was dumbfounded by this. He was trembling with fear. The door to the operating room was open. The man looked at him and said that he was worried because he could not contact him. He asked if something had happened. The protagonist replied that it was not and apologized for worrying him. While tying his robe, the man asked if Mark was sick, adding that he looked bad and if he felt that he could not continue, he could tell him. The protagonist replied that he would be fine. Mark held his hands in front of him and noted that they would begin the operation. The man, with a puzzled look, thought that the protagonist looked very bad and if he got worse, he would immediately replace him. He said that the anesthesia was working and they could begin. Mark asked the nurse for a scalpel and asked the professor to separate the wounds after the incision. The protagonist began to cut the stomach with a scalpel. He inserted a tube into the wound and said that he was inserting a laparoscope. Mark looked back and noted that they were lucky and that he had found an inflammation, adding that they would remove everything immediately. He picked up the inflammation and began to cut it off. The man looked at the protagonist and wondered if he was always so good at surgeries. Mark continued to perform the surgery. He asked for a tray, noting that he had removed almost everything. He clarified that there was an anesthetic and that the lungs were okay. The protagonist removed the inflammation. The man watched him and thought that even an experienced professor did not have such skills. Mark said that everything was removed. Apparently there were no other inflammations and he was finishing. The protagonist raised his head. He was told that this was a fantastic job. Mark suddenly fell to the floor. He woke up in a dark space and asked what was happening. He said that he remembered being hit by a car. With a blank look, he noted that even if this was true, he had lived a good life. The protagonist closed his eyes and emphasized that he did not want to think anymore. The girl was flying towards him. She stretched out her hands. The girl touched Mark's face. He imagined himself holding a potion in his hands and asked how the protagonist managed to step on the same rake. The girl said that the day he saved him and her brother, they became his debtors forever. She held Mark and asked the heavens to protect this poor soul and bless his earthly journey, adding that this heavenly girl was watching her without taking her eyes off him. The girl noticed that they had not yet repaid their debt to this man. She turned her gaze. She looked away. She directed a bright light at Michael. The girl thought that this was a sinful soul and this was not his first attempt to harm human life. He dared to touch their savior and must be punished for his actions. She said with an enraged look that until Michael's sins were atoned for, he would not be freed from punishment. Mark suddenly woke up. He thought with an exhausted look that he had not been able to complete the Prime Minister's operation. He suddenly frowned in pain. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that he thought it would be worse. He looked at his leg and noticed that he had a fractured patella, broken ribs, and intra-abdominal bleeding. Looking up, Mark remembered the woman who had brought him back. Mary was lying next to him. She was sleeping. The protagonist thought that she had always been there for him, in good times and in bad. Mark touched her face and thought about what he was going to confess to her before the Prime Minister's operation, but he didn't have time and almost died. Mary suddenly woke up. He told her that she should go home and rest. Mary started crying. The protagonist, taken aback, asked why she was crying. She started yelling at him that she was very worried. Mary hugged him. Her hands were shaking. She closed her eyes and said that she already thought that something very bad had happened to him. She asked what she would do in that case. Mark looked at her. The protagonist mentally noted that he was very stupid and Mary had always taken care of him. Looking out the window, Mark said that he had something to say. The protagonist emphasized that he did not think it was the right time, but he would say it now. Mark stood up. The protagonist looked her in the eyes and said that he liked her. Mary said that she hated him. Mark was dumbfounded. He asked her to forget his words with an embarrassed look. Mary was upset that he had made her wait for 7 years and caused her pain. She began to cry and said that she loved him. She repeated that she loved him very much. Mark was lying on the bed. The plot tells us that his wounds were quite serious. However, despite the scale of the accident, he did not receive many dangerous injuries. He had broken bones, bleeding in the chest and abdominal cavities, so it was necessary to remove part of the intestine. Jacob asked Mark with an enraged look how he performed the operation. The protagonist apologized for making everyone worry. We are told that he also had a torn cruciate ligament in his knee. Frowning, Ron said that he did not need to apologize to him, but to his body. He asked if something irreparable had happened to him and if he knew what had happened when he had become ill. Ron said that the Prime Minister was fine. Mark noted in his mind that this was the first time Professor Ron had scolded him like that. The protagonist told us that while he was unconscious, the Prime Minister had managed to leave the hospital, asked to convey his gratitude for the successful operation, and that he would come to thank him later, and thanks to Professor Connor, he was in the VIP ward, where he would never have been able to get in his life. Ron closed his eyes and thought that he had been very scared when Mark had lost consciousness. There was happiness on the protagonist's face. Ron emphasized that Mark was very lucky, as if someone was helping him. The plot tells us that since the protagonist had been mercilessly exploited as a resident, he decided to have a good rest during his recovery. Ron asked how he had gotten into an accident. Mark looked away and replied that he himself did not know and did not remember anything. Ron asked who the criminal was and if he had received a call from the police station. The protagonist thought that he didn't even remember where it happened or what kind of car it was. Charlie entered the room. He asked Mark with a surprised look how he was feeling. Lying on the bed, the protagonist replied that everything was fine, he just needed time to recover. Clenching his fist, Charlie said that he was already looking for the criminal and that he would catch him. Looking away, Mark wondered if he would be able to catch him. The protagonist imagined a dark street and noted that Charlie had managed to get the case transferred to the Gangnam police station and was currently diligently investigating. But no trace of the criminal had been found yet. There was not a single surveillance camera in that area and there were no witnesses, which complicates the investigation. Mark mentally wondered if it was really an ordinary accident. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he had one request. Taken aback, Charlie noted that he would do anything. Looking at Charlie, the protagonist asked to check on Michael. The lamp was burning brightly in the room. The protagonist noted that talking to a friend would help ease his doubts, but he also had good news. Mary came in to him and asked if he was okay. Holding a book in his hands, Mark answered that everything was fine. He told us that after that day they started dating. Looking around, Mary asked where his parents were. The protagonist said that they had gone to work and would come again tomorrow. Mark thought it was very strange to meet a friend with whom he drank and ate meat, but it cannot be said that he did not like it. The protagonist emphasized the fact that he realized that Mary had been his support all this time. The parents were sitting next to Mark. The protagonist said that when he had an accident, his parents were in shock. They spent several days near him. When his condition improved, they left for work. Mark emphasized that Mary had also been near all this time. He asked her if it bothered her that they treated her like a daughter-in-law. Mary was taken aback and asked not to ask. She sat down opposite him. The protagonist asked her if she was tired and had slept after being on duty. He put his hand on the bed and asked her to lie down next to him. Mary mentally asked if he was asking her to lie down next to him right now. We are told that Mary's first peculiarity is that when it comes to touching, she is very vulnerable. Mary, embarrassed, said that it was a bit fast. The plot tells us that her second peculiarity is that in a panic attack, she stops thinking. The protagonist was taken aback by this. We are told that he had nothing in mind and that he was very naive. Mark began to shout that she was thinking about the wrong thing and that the bed was just wide and she could rest. Mary put her hand on the bed. The protagonist turned away from her and tried to show that he had no vicious intentions. Mary thought that she never thought she would lie next to him. He was lying with his back to her. Mary was happy. She turned to him. The protagonist responded with surprise. She noted that she had something to tell him. Turning around, Mark asked what she wanted. Looking around the room, Mary assumed that the protagonist would not believe her, but it would be good if he did. She said with a serious expression that she knew who was to blame for the accident. Puzzled, Mark asked again. Mary said that it was Michael. She remembered him standing in front of her and told her that he had come to the cafe where they had agreed to meet. She emphasized the fact that he spoke as if he knew that he had been in an accident. Lowering his head, Michael asked if the protagonist was late and whether she should look for him. She thought with a sad expression that she had no evidence and that Michael had simply met her on the day of the accident and was trying to provoke her. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist answered that he understood everything. Mary asked if he believed her. Mark said that he did, because these were the words of his beloved. Mary was confused. She stood over him and noted that this was just her opinion and she had no evidence. The protagonist explained that he also thought that if this was not an accident, then it was his doing. Frightened, Mary asked if Mark knew who Michael really was. He answered with a serious look that he did not know the details, but he was absolutely sure that Michael was capable of murder. The protagonist introduced the boy. Michael looked at his back and asked what would happen if he prescribed anticoagulants to a patient with hemophilia. Mary answered that she knew that he was mean, but he turned out to be even worse and there was no doubt that he was a criminal. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face. Mary clarified whether the ulcer had opened during Mark's exam. The protagonist remembered how he and Jacob had drunk tea. Mary looked at the doctor in surprise. She told him that recently a patient was brought to the emergency room who drank some herbal tea, and he was also diagnosed with a stomach ulcer, just like Mark had during his final exam. Mary said that she had such a medicine at home. She presented a dark jar and said that her father collected Chinese medicinal tinctures. They are very sour. If you do not dilute them with water, then there is a high probability of developing a stomach ulcer. The surprised protagonist thought that Michael was just crazy, and it is not for nothing that they say that criminals with mental problems can hide their nature very well and seem absolutely normal people in their environment. He clarified whether there was something between her and Michael. She said with a saddened look that Michael killed Sam. Mary said that on the day of her opponent's death, Michael asked her if she knew what happens with an overdose of potassium, noting that she would soon see for herself. Mary knocked on the door and asked the professor what would happen if the body had too much potassium. Michael was standing around the corner. She told him that Sam had committed suicide that same day by injecting himself with potassium, meaning he had been murdered. Mary began to cry and said that if she had realized what was going on earlier, she could have saved Sam. Mark began to think that Michael was committing such terrible crimes, but they couldn't do anything without evidence. If they acted rashly, he could accuse them of slander. Looking at her hands, Mary said that she wouldn't let this go and he would definitely get what he deserved. She emphasized that she would find evidence and make him answer for his crimes. She imagined Michael putting a scalpel to her throat. Mary noted that she would act in addition to evidence. She stated that the only reason Michael was doing all this was for the position of chairman of the Dale Hospital, and she would make sure that he was thrown out of there. Mary asked him to fulfill an important request with a serious expression. She looked at him and noted that she would not say anything until the protagonist promised. With a tear-stained face, she asked the protagonist to leave the hospital. She wiped away her tears and noted that if he stayed there again, Michael might try to harm him again. Mary said that if he was careful, Michael would not be able to do anything, but she was worried about the fact that he might be in danger and she simply could not stand it. Stunned, Mary said that the protagonist wanted to work in dermatology. She asked if he could work in the dermatology department at Gwangi Hospital, or if he could work in surgery but at a different hospital. Mark asked what would happen to her. Putting her hand on her chest, Mary replied that she would be fine. Sitting on the bed, she thought that she could get Michael fired. Because she was on the board of directors of this hospital and there were many people who supported her, she would be the only one taking the risk. The protagonist asked if she really wanted to do this. Looking down, Mary noted that she did not want to put Mark in danger, which was why she suggested it. The upset protagonist asked what he would be after that and if she was suggesting that he leave her there alone and run away to another hospital. Frowning, he said that he could not do that. He said that he also could not forgive Michael. If he ever planned anything again, he would not just stand there and endure it. He emphasized that he would definitely find evidence and send him to jail. Mark imagined himself watching him and noted that he would not be able to do something nasty and run away again as a fictional character, and if you were prepared for his antics in advance, then it would be okay. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that he would become the best so that Michael would not even dare to look him in the eye. He clenched his hand into a fist. Mary thought that the more successful Mark was, the harder it would be for Michael to endure and the faster they would be able to kick him out of there. Mary agreed with a surprised look, noting that she had one condition. She took the protagonist's hand and noted that he should be careful. She held his hand and said that if something bad happened again, she would not survive it and Mark was the most valuable thing she had. The protagonist was embarrassed. They held hands. Mark reached out to her. He kissed Mary. The car drove down the street. The door to the room opened. Connor was holding bags in his hands. The plot tells us that a few days after Mark's accident, Professor Connor, who had not been heard from, finally returned to Korea and he was very angry. Connor screamed for someone to come to him quickly. William folded his arms and asked how Connor was doing in America, adding that he should have rested after the flight. William frowned and thought about how Connor had been his headache since university and that he should have dealt with the main character before he returned. Enraged, Connor replied that since he had not been aware of William's tricks, he had been resting very well. An angry Connor said that he understood that William wanted to advance his son, but everything had its limits. William slammed the table and asked if Connor knew what limits were. Connor slammed the table too and screamed that he was no longer talking about Mark, but about the fact that William almost killed a patient. Connor shouted that William was not a doctor or a chairman, but a murderer. William frowned at this. Connor pointed his finger at him and noted that if William tried to do anything to Mark again, he would not stand aside. Turning around, he asked to keep this in mind. The door slammed. William was dumbfounded. He hit the table. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that Connor looked good. Connor stood in front of him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He apologized with a serious look, noting that he could not even imagine what was happening there. Surprised, Mark thought that due to Connor's poor condition, he was being treated at St. Joseph's Hospital and could not contact them. Connor took him by the shoulders. He began to shout that the protagonist should not worry about anything, adding that he would make him his successor. The plot tells us that after Connor's return, the clouds over Mark dispersed. The face of the protagonist was pleased. The disgruntled guys looked at him and said that he would become the next professor and that he had been exempted from the army. We are told that just when the residency period ends, one of the senior professors will retire and a position will become available. But it was not only the professors of Deal Hospital who were hunting for Mark. Connor was watching him. Mark was talking on the phone and said that he had an urgent matter now and would not be able to talk. The man with a smile on his face asked the protagonist to come to them at the Korea University Hospital, noting that they had a professor position available. We are told that this is the chief professor of the surgical department of the Korea University Hospital, who personally came to see Mark. Enraged, Connor began to shout that the protagonist will stay at Deal Hospital. Mark thought with a satisfied look that he could not even dream of such a thing in his past life. The protagonist thought that there were many such moments, but there were also problems that worried him. He shifted his gaze. The protagonist was watching Michael. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that despite all of Charlie's efforts, they had not been able to find any evidence of his guilt in the accident. Mark told us that he could not calm down and continued to follow him, waiting for him to make a mistake or do something suspicious. The protagonist said that time passed like this. He was already in his second year of residency, but Michael no longer did anything, as if he had become exhausted. Michael was sleeping. Dead people were standing over him and saying that it was all because of him. The girl's body was bloody. He dreamed of a woman with a displeased look asking him not to run into her again. He watched the girl who was screaming that it was all his fault. Michael watched her. He grabbed a scalpel. He held the scalpel in his hand. People looked at him and said that it was all because of him. Michael suddenly opened his eyes. He was stunned by such a dream. He was shaking and said that it was funny. We are told that Michael began having these dreams about a year ago after Mark's accident. Michael walked into a bar. He sat down at the counter and asked for a drink as usual. The bartender handed him a glass and thought that Michael had looked really bad the last time he had seen him. He turned around and said that they often had people coming and looking for comfort. The bartender showed him a girl who said she worked at Dale Hospital. Clara was surprised and asked if this was Michael. He said with a serious expression that it was someone he knew. He walked up to her and said that he had just come for a drink. Clara said that she hadn't been able to sleep, so she had come. Clara looked down and said that she couldn't get over the guy who had rejected her, and it had been a year. She smiled and suggested that they have a drink together, adding that it was too sad to drink alone. Michael, looking exhausted, agreed. A bright light came through the window. Entering the office, he was asked to hurry up. A man stood in front of him and said that he would take him to the chairman. Michael's face was sad. William frowned and asked what Michael was doing and why he had only just arrived. Michael looked at him and asked why he had been called. An enraged William said that he had wanted to keep the position at the hospital for him, but they had decided to give it to the main character. He noted that there was nothing he could do. It was the board of directors' wish. They had even wanted to lure Mark to a Korean university, so no one was against the appointment. William asked if Michael knew what would happen to him if Mark got the professor's position. Not only would he not be the successor, he could even be fired as soon as his residency ended. William imagined Mary and thought that she was trying to add fuel to the fire. William said that he had prepared another plan. This year the Dale Research Center would be presenting awards and he would include him in the list of candidates. Turning around, William said that he had already agreed with the professors to mention him in their dissertations, and if everything went as planned, it would be easy to add him to the list. The plot tells us that the Deal Prize for Medical Research is a medical award jointly administered by the Deal Corporation and the Medical Association, and each year, awards are given to young doctors who have achieved the best results in research. Michael, with a calm expression, thoughtfully asked if it was obvious that Mark would win first place. Mary looked at the protagonist and offered to write his dissertation together with the professor, adding that Connor said he would help him. Furious, Connor asked if William was trying to influence the award and offered to write his dissertation too. Smiling, Mark replied that he was busy with transplant operations and, moreover, he did not have outstanding research results to write a dissertation about. Walking down the corridor, the protagonist asked what she did on the weekend. She replied that she finished her shift on Saturday evening. Their voices were heard in the corridor. Mark said that he wanted to invite her to dinner. Light was shining through the window. The guy put the phone to his ear. He was asked if there was a doctor named Mark at Dale Medical Center. He replied that there was and clarified what the call was about. He was told that a representative of the New England Journal of Medicine was calling and he would like to ask the protagonist for permission to publish his research together with Haynes. The guy was taken aback by this. He asked with a scared look if they were calling Dale Hospital. The representative said that the resume he sent indicated Dale Hospital Medical Center. The guy wanted to know who submitted the dissertation to their journal. He went to the journal's website. He saw Mark's name. William's face was serious. There were many articles about the main character on the websites. The blue sky enveloped the city. People thought that an ordinary resident published a dissertation in the most famous medical journal NEJM. The man with a serious look was talking about publishing the material in NEJM. The surprised doctors asked when Mark had managed to do it. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that they warned that they would publish the work, but not in NEJM. He asked with a scared face what publications his other works were sent to. He remembered how Jane adjusted her glasses and noted that all the projects would be published. William's hand began to shake. He sat on the chair with a surprised look. Fear enveloped him. He pointed out that no matter how many professors mentioned Michael, it would never compare to the NEJM. A whole year of research by the surgical department of Dale Hospital would never compare to an article in the NEJM. We are told that the amazing news did not end there. The journals published the number of points that Mark received. People looked at him with shining eyes. The protagonist emphasized the fact that usually, if at the end of residency, you manage to get into a study with a citation index of 2 points, the doctor will be considered a genius. But he has 122 points. People pounced on him. The plot says that Mark was not the only author of these works and some projects were co-authored, and the Lancet article was written by 2 people. Michael looked at him. He turned away. We are told that after all, this was an unthinkable achievement and nothing could compare to this. The research award from Dale Hospital does not even come close to this. The protagonist held a stack of letters in his hands. He was disappointed. He said they were business class airline tickets and invitations from surgical departments of hospitals all over the world. Jane came to him and asked if he had considered transferring to Haynes. She crossed her arms and said that she would guarantee him a position as a branch vice president and the best salary the market could offer. Mark refused. He started to throw Jane out. The door slammed. The protagonist put his hand to his pocket. He answered the phone. He was told that it was the production director from the media company KBC. People were sitting at computers. The man held the phone to his ear and said that their company had a medical show called Stars of Medicine. Mark clarified whether Connor was on the show. The protagonist watched the episode with Connor and thought that this is what he looked like at 30. The guy said that they would like to tell a story about him in the next episode. Mark was taken aback by this. The protagonist clarified why they chose him, adding that there are many more famous and talented doctors than him. The guy answered with a puzzled look that it was because Mark was famous. The protagonist was shocked. Mark looked away and suggested that it would be better to find another doctor. The dumbfounded guy asked him not to worry about anything, noting that they would just be filming his daily routine. He thought about how this episode was going to be a hit. Holding the phone, Mark heard that after the splicing, they would send him the recording as a keepsake and he should think about how happy his parents would be. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist emphasized the fact that they were using his parents as an excuse. Clouds surrounded the blue sky. We are transported to a month later. The TV was showing an episode about him. His mother was happy. Crossing his arms, his father asked who he took after, adding that he was handsome. His mother said that Mark was her copy. She was surprised and noted that their neighbor wanted to see the protagonist. She looked at the father and said that the neighbor should be told to find another specialist. Mark's father closed his eyes and remarked that they would not overload the already busy man. His mother thought that his father wanted to brag, but he held back. We are told that after the broadcast of the program, the protagonist became even more famous, and accordingly, there were even more patients, so the hospital had to set up a separate counter for those wishing to see him. The girl approached the counter and noted that she had come to see Mark. The man stood in front of the screen. The plot says that the main character's notes were analyzed at medical seminars. John, looking displeased, thought that Mark should have been in therapy. The protagonist walked through the hospital. Looking around, he wondered if everything was okay. He looked out the window. We are told that despite his success, the protagonist was wary because of an incomprehensible bad feeling. Walking through the hospital, Mark offered to meet Mary. The old man stopped him. He tugged the protagonist by the sleeve. He stood in front of Mark and asked where the storage room was. Taken aback, the protagonist said that he would call back. Standing opposite, Mark asked what the man needed at the warehouse. He replied that he was lost and asked to see him off. Walking to the elevator, the protagonist thought that one of the old man's relatives worked at the warehouse. Closing his eyes, Mark thought that he had never seen this elevator working. Pointing with his hand, he noted that he was seeing the man off. The protagonist wrote to Mary to come to the warehouse. Mark turned around. He thought that the old man's face looked familiar. He looked around and said that the warehouse was quite far away and that he had gotten separated from the people he had come with. He noted with a smile on his face that he managed not to recognize the people who were shown on television every day. Standing in the corridor, Mark said that the warehouse was that way. The old man started to leave. Mary stood behind him and called out to him. The man kept his hand behind his back. He was looking at the window. The old man turned around. He looked at Mary. She asked with a surprised face if this was her grandfather. Mark was taken aback by this. The old man cried out with a smile on his face that he had finally seen his granddaughter. The protagonist was shocked. There was fear on his face. Mary hugged her grandfather. Mark watched what was happening. The old man asked why she hadn't called, noting that she was upsetting her grandfather. Mary replied that she hadn't wanted to bother him and asked where his boss was. The old man replied that he had run away from that annoying man. Mary noticed that he hadn't changed and asked how he had found the way. The man looked at Mark and said that he had shown him the way. Mary asked if the protagonist was seeing her grandfather for the first time and offered to introduce them. Mark was scared. Sweat was running down his face. He introduced her grandfather and noted that he was the man who held the entire economy of the country in his hands. The plot introduces us to the chairman of the Dale Companies, Nate. The protagonist bowed and said that he was pleased to meet her. Mary said that he was her friend from university. Nate assumed that his granddaughter had no free time and asked to be escorted to his room. She waved and said that they would see each other later. Mark, looking confused, thought he knew that Mary was born into a wealthy family, but only now realized it. He emphasized the fact that after Sam's death, Mary had cut off all ties with her father and his grandfather was the only close relative. Taken aback, he wondered if he was going to ask her family's blessing before the wedding, should he ask Nate for it. She imagined Nate looking at him, furious. Mark clutched his head, dumbfounded. Mary called the elevator. Looking at Nate, she asked why he was there. She mused that he was usually not interested in hospital matters. Nate, looking serious, said that it was nothing special. He was getting old, his health was not what it was in his youth, and his liver was bothering him. He introduced William and said that he needed to see her father too. He looked at Mary and asked if she was very close to the guy. He said he had a good feeling about him. Mary said he was the most promising doctor in the surgical department and Professor Connor was supervising him. She noted that the main character is a good judge of character, always knows what a person is worth, and most people can't even get close to him at arm's length. Holding his chin, Nate said that Mark had a bright future. Mary had a smile on her face. She stood next to him and asked if it was true. Nate answered that it was definitely true. Dwayne stood in the middle of the hospital and thought that he would feel bad. Clara, with a smile on her face, asked how long Michael waited for her. Sitting opposite, he answered that it wasn't long and asked if she had eaten. Clara answered that she hadn't eaten. Michael said that he had too and offered to order something. We are told that Clara and Michael started dating, but that was it, nothing special, ordinary meetings. Clara looked down and wondered if it was normal to start dating after a few dates. She remembered Mark saying that he had someone he liked and noted that sometimes she wondered what she was doing. Clara suggested with satisfaction that Michael was in a good mood and looked happier. Looking out the window, Michael suggested that it was because he saw her. She, looking puzzled, said that he had never been so happy in their previous meetings, adding that he was unwell and was visibly losing weight and was suffering from nightmares. Michael, looking serious, said that they were not nightmares. The waiter came up to them. They were poured wine. She suggested that his plans that he had spoken about were going well. Michael replied that they were. He told her that he was trying very hard now and thought that everything would go well. Smiling, Michael thanked her and noted that he would try. Stunned, Mark looked at the many messages and said that if they needed anything from him, they should write in English. He saw a call from the doctor. Putting the phone to his ear, he heard that they needed to discuss the schedule of operations and that they could drop in to see Professor Connor. Looking at the messages, Mark replied that he would be right there. He thought that he wasn't going to Russia or China anyway. He selected the entire message. He held the mouse in his hands and deleted the messages. Connor had an ominous aura about him. Ron asked to go to them. Frowning, Connor turned to Mark. He asked if the protagonist wanted to transfer to another hospital. Taken aback, Mark asked again. He remembered the man whispering in his ear that the protagonist was going to do so. He told him that a professor from a Korean university had told him so. After completing his residency, he would return to his alma mater. Stunned, Mark said that at the moment he had no intention of transferring to a hospital at a Korean university. Furious, Connor asked if that meant the protagonist would leave at any other time. Mark wondered what was wrong with him today. Ron held out his hands and asked him not to press the protagonist, noting that he would not leave as long as Connor was there. Ron asked if Mark realized that he had become the most talked about topic recently. Connor raised his hand to his face and asked him not to even think about switching, adding that he called him about the operation next week. Mark was puzzled. The lamp was brightly illuminating the room. Connor asked if the protagonist had heard of the Sonnen Group. Connor imagined a tall building and said that this company is not in the top 20, but is definitely in the top 100. Connor emphasized that Mark is too focused on patients and is not interested in such things. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist asked why he suddenly brought her up. Connor introduced the man and said that the chairman of the Sonnen Group was diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and needed a transplant, and the donor would be his daughter. Fortunately, he was in good health and the operation was quite possible. Looking at Mark, Connor said that there was a problem. He noted that the operation coincided with a conference in Italy and Ron would not be able to participate in the operation. Ron's face was sad. Connor folded his arms and said that they would be performing the operation together. Mark was amazed by this. The protagonist imagined the two surgeons and thought that, unlike other surgeries, a liver transplant requires two leading surgeons, the first one who operates on the donor and the second one who works with the recipient. The plot tells us that the operation on the donor is not difficult and it is simply necessary to take a part of the healthy liver from the donor. Mark lowered his head and thought that we are talking about a VIP patient and this is a completely different level. The protagonist spread his hands and asked if it was possible to reschedule the operation for another time. Connor replied that he had also suggested this option, but circumstances did not allow it and the conference in Italy could not be missed. Connor said that the chairman's family was absolutely not against Mark performing the operation. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Connor looked at him and said that they were impressed by the program about him and wanted the doctor who treated the prime minister to perform the operation. He noted that he hoped that Mark would agree to perform the donor's operation. The protagonist agreed with a puzzled look. Mark clenched his fist and suggested that there should be no problem. Connor said that he would be his assistant. Mary came home and thought she had not slept more than 3 hours in the last 3 days. She looked at her phone and thought that she wanted to see the protagonist. She noted with an embarrassed look that she wanted to see him. The light suddenly turned off. She looked at the lamp. The lamp turned on. Scared, Mary asked why so suddenly. Michael approached Mark. He asked with a smile on his face to take care of him. The protagonist wondered if Michael of all people would be the main assistant. Michael extended his hand. The protagonist was wary. He shook his hand. Looking at Michael, he noted that he had the same request. Michael's face was serious. They stood opposite each other. Looking at him, Mark wondered if he had anything in mind. Michael, with a smile on his face, said that he was looking forward to their cooperation. Michael started to walk away. The protagonist watched him go, thinking that Michael wouldn't be able to do anything during a VIP patient's surgery, but he had to be on his guard. The woman smiled and said that she was a little worried about the surgery. She said that they had seen him on a TV show and that he was a genius among doctors. Mark, with a smile on his face, said that everything would be fine and that they wouldn't even have time to blink. The man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she was the kindest of his children and that he wouldn't survive if something happened to her. Turning around, the girl screamed that he should live a very long time. She looked at Mark and noted that organ removal usually went smoothly and that he would be better off worrying about himself. The protagonist emphasized the fact that he would do everything possible to make the surgery a success. Connor sighed and said that he usually didn't say things like that, but Mark's skills were amazing and that they had nothing to worry about. The man, with a smile on his face, said that it was good. The night sky enveloped the city. Looking out the window, the protagonist noted that it was a beautiful place. Holding a glass of wine, Mary asked what the occasion was and why they had come there. Mark replied that he thought they had been eating pork too often lately and he wanted to change the atmosphere. Taken aback, she asked if it was expensive and whether he should pay her. The protagonist said with a smile that everything was fine and that he had money. Closing his eyes, Mark suggested that he could consider himself a rich young man with $3 billion in his account. Holding a fork to his mouth, he noted that he could not compare to Mary, who already owned a building in Gangnam at the age of 5. Turning away, Mary said that it was nice to go to places like that sometimes. The protagonist blushed. She asked with a satisfied look if there was something on her face or if she was just cute. Mark replied that he had not looked. She stated that she constantly said how handsome he was and asked if it was difficult for her to give a compliment. The protagonist cried out that it was not so and that she was cute. She asked why Mark was wearing a suit and if he was complaining about it being uncomfortable. Taken aback, the protagonist said that it was just like that. He offered to eat and asked if she wanted him to take her steak. While cutting the meat, Mary asked him to stop stealing from other people's plates. He chewed the meat and thought about what to do. Keeping his hand in his pocket, he asked if it was too early. Mark presented the ring and thought that it had been a year since they started dating. It was probably too early to propose, but he had no doubts in his decision and he wanted to be with Mary all the time until the end of his days. Mary looked at the excited protagonist and asked if he wanted to say something and if so, he could start. Mary thought about how she understood everything when Mark invited her to such a place. She asked herself with an embarrassed look how it was possible not to guess when a person who did not go to such places suddenly invited her there. She looked at him and thought he was going to propose. In the restaurant, they could hear Mark shouting that everything was fine. They left the restaurant. Stunned, Mary wondered in her mind why he couldn't just ask. The scared protagonist wondered when was the best time to ask. The night sky surrounded them. Mary asked if Mark had said he would be back at work. She stood in front of him and said she was going home and that she would not go far. Mary turned around and thought the protagonist was stupid. She sighed. Turning around, she addressed him. She said that something was bothering him and asked him not to worry about it. Looking away, Mark asked again. Mary closed her eyes and noted that he was slow-witted. She remembered Clara's words that when it came to feelings, the protagonist was degraded. Looking at the traffic light, Mary said goodbye to him. The protagonist grabbed her hand. He looked at her. Stunned, Mary mentally asked why he was going to propose there. His face was serious. Mary was surprised. He stood next to her and suggested that they eat together again. He pointed his finger at the building. The stunned protagonist said he wanted to go there. Smiling, Mary thought it was funny that she was dating a guy who didn't know anything about romance, but he still seemed cute. She said it was too expensive. Mary kissed him. She looked at him and said that he didn't have to propose there. She started to walk away and said that the most important thing was not to do it at the barbecue. Mark kept his hand over his mouth and said that he would make a note of that. Looking away, the protagonist guessed that she wouldn't mind. He imagined Nate standing in front of him, furious. He waved his hand, mentally asking him to forget it, adding that he needed to get back to the hospital. The night sky enveloped the hospital. Mark put on his glove. Clenching his fist, the protagonist noted that he had to get ready. He imagined Michael and thought that it was impossible to trade this fool for another resident. Even professors can't choose their assistants for surgery, but he had to understand that a VIP patient cannot be harmed. While setting up the machine, the protagonist reasoned that since assistants were assigned based on the schedule and order, he could not refuse him. Taking the ampoule, Mark decided to make sure that the equipment and medicine were in order. He looked at the blood bag and checked it. The protagonist left the operating room. Taking off his gloves, Mark wondered if this meant that he was not going to do anything before the operation. The protagonist noted with a serious look that he needed to be careful during the operation. The plot moves to 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The blue sky enveloped the city. Lying on the bed, the girl asked to take care of her. The plot tells us that the chairman of the Sonnen Group and his daughter entered the operating room on schedule. Mark took the girl's hand. With a smile on his face, he said that he would do everything in his power. The girl with a satisfied look noted that she was counting on him. The frightened man again asked to take care of his daughter, adding that if something happened to her, he would not survive. Mark asked him not to worry. The girl looked at him and asked him to worry about himself, noting that he would not even notice how everything would pass and they would meet again. Sighing, he suggested postponing the operation. The girl watched him and assumed that he was very worried about the operation, despite the fact that the recipient was in greater danger than the donor. She smiled widely and said that if they postponed now, the next time the operation would be performed only in 3 months due to the tight schedule and the cirrhosis could become even worse. Connor approached them and said that she was right and asked them not to worry, noting that everyone there knew that they were very important patients. Sighing, the man assumed that he was too sensitive due to his age. The girl was under anesthesia. The protagonist took the scalpel. He stood in front of Michael and asked him to take care of him. Michael replied that he would do it with pleasure. Looking up, Michael clarified if he thought the air in the operating room was strange. Frowning, Mark noted that there would be tension in the air. He wondered why Michael was bringing this up out of the blue. Michael looked down. Continuing with the surgery, the protagonist said that they were starting the surgery and asked what was wrong with the anesthesia. The anesthesiologist said that everything was fine and they could begin. The lamp was giving off a dim light. Mark started making an incision. Looking at the incision, he asked for an ultrasonic scalpel. The protagonist was holding the instrument in his hands. He continued the surgery. Looking at Michael, Mark wondered what this fool was thinking about. Looking at the patient, the protagonist noted that he needed to stop thinking about him and concentrate on the surgery. The lamp was illuminating the operating room. The protagonist started cutting off the liver. He placed it in water. The doctor ran into the room and turned to Mark. He ran to him and asked if the liver was ready. The protagonist replied that it was and that he had just finished removing it. The nurse said that Connor had asked him to tell him to come to operating room 15 immediately if he was finished there. The protagonist, taken aback, asked if the patient was in critical condition. The frightened doctor said that the vital signs were critical. His heart almost stopped, but fortunately the worst was avoided, but the condition was very bad and the professor needed an assistant. Standing over the girl, Mark replied that he would come as soon as he could. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought that the blood pressure and pulse were normal and the patient had no visible problems. He emphasized the fact that they needed to quickly take her to the intensive care unit and help the professor. Michael stood in front of him and said that they were almost done. He asked the protagonist to go to them, noting that he would transport her. Looking up, Michael said that Mark, as the lead surgeon, did not need to transport patients. The protagonist thought with a serious look that transporting patients was the responsibility of the assistant interns. Since transporting patients was a fairly simple task, the doctor's help was not required. He noted that Michael was right and it would be right if he went to help Professor Connor. He looked away. The protagonist bowed his head and said that they were almost done and he would watch her until the ICU. Michael asked calmly if the lead surgeon would be transporting the patient. The door suddenly opened. The guy ran in and said that they really needed Mark. The protagonist was taken aback by this. He asked the anesthesiologist when they could transfer her. The anesthesiologist said that it would take time, but the indicators were normal. He said that he had just spoken with their anesthesiologist and, apparently, they were doing badly. In cases like this, an assistant plays an important role. Mark was in shock. He wondered what to do. Sweat was running down his face. He thought about the fact that Michael would not be the only one who would accompany her to the ICU. He began to look at the doctors and noted that there would be 4 of them. Turning his gaze to Michael, the protagonist thought that with so many people present, he would not be able to do anything. Looking at the guy, Mark agreed but asked to make sure there would be no problems during the transfer. Standing at the exit, he asked to transfer her carefully. The protagonist held his hands in front of him. Connor was operating on a man and screaming loudly. Enraged, Connor asked him to come over. They started putting a gown on Mark and he replied that he would be ready in a minute. Standing over the man, he asked to grab him with forceps. Holding scissors in his hands, the protagonist cried out that he was holding. Raising his head, he noted that it had gotten a little better when the protagonist came. He said that with cirrhosis, everything was bad and was not getting better. He offered to continue. Stunned, Mark agreed. Connor's voice was heard in the operating room, asking the protagonist not to forget about the vein. They continued to perform the operation. A voice rang out that CRP was needed in the intensive care unit and asking for the intensive care team to come over. Mark was scared. Looking away, Connor asked who performed the operation. The confused protagonist wondered in his mind if the patient in the intensive care unit had stopped heartbeat. He imagined the girl and asked what had happened to her. Frowning, Mark emphasized the fact that it couldn't be and there had been no problems during the surgery. Holding the instruments, the protagonist noted that Michael had not transported her alone and that it must have been another patient. Suddenly, the door opened. Frowning, Connor asked what else. The dumbfounded nurse asked if Mark was there. He was surprised. The nurse reported that the patient had suddenly stopped heartbeat. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He imagined the girl around a pool of blood. He threw the instruments on the floor. Mark ran to the intensive care unit. He entered the girl's room. He asked with a frightened look what the patient's condition was. The man was performing cardiac massage on her. Turning around, the woman asked for aspirin. The protagonist looked at the girl's face. He was dumbfounded. He thought about how she had smiled just this morning. He looked at the nurse and asked what was going on. She replied that she did not know, adding that there were no problems during transportation. Looking at the pulse on the screen, he was told that after being transported to the intensive care unit, her oxygen level suddenly dropped and her heart stopped. Mark raised his hand and asked if anything had happened during the transfer. The woman replied that nothing had happened and they did not know what had caused it. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that she could not be allowed to die like that and he should have foreseen this. He remembered the anesthesiologist saying that she was fine. Mark noted that there had been no complications during the surgery. The protagonist looked at the doctor and said that she was an unusual patient and that she could not be allowed to die. The man replied that he was trying, but cardiac massage was not helping and he did not think she would pull through. The guy continued resuscitating her. The man noted that 10 minutes had passed. The protagonist was shocked. He began to think that even if the heart restarted, the brain had not received oxygen for 10 minutes. He remembered the girl standing with a smile on her face. Mark was standing next to her father. The protagonist emphasized the fact that if she miraculously woke up, she would remain a vegetable due to the severe damage to her brain. He clenched his hand into a fist. He asked for a miracle to happen. Mark looked at the time. The guy turned around and assumed that they couldn't. The protagonist began to tremble. He closed his eyes. The girl was lying on the bed. The man was told that, hoping for a miracle, the resuscitation team tried to save her for another 10 minutes, but only broke her ribs and her heart showed no signs of life. He was dumbfounded. The plot tells us that the beautiful daughter who gave part of her liver to her father to save him died. The man's screams were heard from behind the door. The disappointed man shouted that they probably made a mistake during the operation and he would not let it go. Mark lowered his head. The protagonist imagined himself standing in the dark. Looking out the window, William asked if Mark would be accused of murder. Holding a glass, he said that it was difficult to prove the cause of her death. He stood in the middle of the room and thought that this case was different from the others. After all, the death of the heiress of a rich family. Grinning, William said that judging by the records, the protagonist did everything right, but the chairman would not believe it. Upset, Mary called out to Mark. He stood in front of her. She hugged him. Looking at the branches, she asked what they should do. Closing his eyes, the protagonist apologized. He noted that he had thought about the offer just a couple of days ago, but maybe it was good that he did it because he could go to prison. She, with a tear-stained face, said that this was probably Michael's tricks and if you remember everything he had already done, he was undoubtedly there too. Mary said that she would do everything possible to prove his innocence. The protagonist looked down. The building was enveloped in sunlight. The plot says that Charlie, who worked as a policeman, offered his help. He sorted through the documents and thought that it was impossible that Mark had committed a crime. He began to question the man. We are told that he gave it his all to prove his innocence. Mark emphasized that Charlie questioned all the employees who were involved in the transport. Charlie looked away. The protagonist told us that if something seemed suspicious, Charlie dug further. He looked at Michael. Charlie frowned. Mark added that he examined Michael from head to toe, but neither after the autopsy nor after the funeral, he could not find evidence that would help him. Connor held the phone and said that the cause was unknown and asked if they did not trust the professionals. Ron was standing in the hallway. Charlie was standing in front of the building. Connor asked if they could look at the records to make sure. Mark watched William. He thought that many people supported him, but the hospital, which should protect its employees, was on the side of the chairman. The protagonist walked down the hallway. He saw Michael. Mark grabbed him by the robe. He held him and ordered him to speak. Michael, with a serious look, clarified what he should say. The protagonist asked him to confess what he had done in the surgery, noting that he knew he was behind her death. Michael replied that he had no idea what he was talking about and that he had simply assisted. Mark was furious. He removed the protagonist's hands. Mark asked if Michael thought he could get away with it. Michael, with a smirk on his face, asked him to stop talking nonsense. Turning around, he said that the oxygen in the hospital was bad. The door closed. He remembered Michael asking if he thought the oxygen in the operating room was strange. The protagonist wondered why he was talking about oxygen. He remembered the tube on the girl's chest. Mark wondered if it was an oxygen embolism caused by a tube that was too big. He emphasized that an oxygen embolism is a condition in which air fills the tube connecting the veins, including the venous catheter, which is connected directly to the heart. Stunned, Mark concluded that this caused the cardiac arrest. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that he would never forgive Michael for this. There were sunbeams in the blue sky. Sitting at the table, the stranger asked to repeat what happened to Mark. The girl said that the chairman of the Sonnen Group filed a lawsuit against him. Folding his hands, the man asked to tell in more detail. The sunlight illuminated his sign. The plot tells us that when even reporters could not find evidence, a ray of hope appeared for the protagonist, who was constantly trying to find a clue. The man thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, said, understandably, a tragic incident with an unclear cause. He turned to Secretary Yang, said that this is a very important case, so he wants to make sure that the cause of this death is not Dr. Mark's mistake. The girl looked at the documents, said that, judging by the testimony of the medical staff, it does not seem so, but due to the lack of evidence, it will be difficult to refute these accusations. George folded his hands, answered, sadly, in this kind of medical cases, the doctor is obliged to somehow prove his case. In this kind of trial in South Korea, the burden of proof falls on the shoulders of the defendant. Ordinary citizens without medical knowledge usually think that the victims have no chance of winning. But in fact, it depends on the specific case. When the cause of death is unclear, the doctors involved have little chance. If the doctor wants to prove his innocence, he must do so with medical records. The secretary leaned over, remarked that this was not an ordinary case. She said that the dead girl, Kim, was the daughter of the chairman of the Sonnen Group, so many media outlets wrote about it. She said that the chairman of the Sonnen Group is incredibly angry and uses all his connections. There is a high chance that the punishment will not be entirely fair. The judge closed his eyes, asked if this is not entirely good for Dr. Mark. She answered, yes. He thought, an exceptional person, a doctor who thinks about his patients more than himself, but how did he get involved in this story? George put his hand on the armrest of the chair. He thought, he can't let him disappear like this. He looked at the girl, said, it is unfair to treat Dr. Mark like this if it is not his fault, asked to tell the judge to judge fairly, without prejudice. He thought that he would like to get acquainted with the case himself. A couple of months later, the hero raised his head, closed his eyes. The medical staff testified, according to which Kim's death was not caused by medical error due to lack of evidence. The murder charge was dismissed. But, since the cause of the victim's death remains unclear, the defendant cannot completely escape responsibility. The judge banged the gavel, thus. The guy looked at the sky. His medical license was revoked for 6 months. He thought that there were many cases when the revocation period was a year or more, and these were simply money laundering conspiracies, and this punishment is much lighter. He thought that whatever. Mark sadly lowered his eyes. On the screen is a documentary about medicine stars of medicine. He, from a brilliant doctor of the century, turned into a doctor who killed a patient. The sentence destroyed everything Mark had achieved since his reincarnation. The hospital building. The hero put the envelope on the table. The guy sitting at the table said in surprise, is this really it? Mark smiled slightly and replied, a resignation letter. The guy took the envelope. The hero added that he couldn't stay here since his license had been revoked. The employee said that Professor Connor and other professors were against his leaving. Mark shook his head and said that in any case, because of the revocation of his license, he wouldn't be able to finish his residency. He went to the door and said that he was leaving. After returning his license, he would be able to repeat the year. But he decided to think about it later. There was nothing he could do now. He walked down the hospital corridor. The phone he was holding in his hand vibrated. He was receiving messages from professors. Mary, there was a missed call. He turned it off. He thought about how it happened. He really wanted to succeed. He wanted to show everyone what he could do. But, like in his previous life, he screwed up. Night, a multi-story building. The guy closed the door, said he was home. The woman rushed to him. He looked up. She said he hadn't answered his phone and had made them worry. Mom said welcome with a smile. Dad added welcome back, invited him to the table. Mark pursed his lips. He turned to his parents. He bowed, asked for forgiveness. Mom and Dad exchanged glances, understanding that he felt guilty for what happened. He said it was all his fault. Because of him they were on the news. The man asked what he was talking about. Why was he apologizing for something he wasn't guilty of? Mom supported him, said they were worried about his feelings. It didn't affect them at all. No matter if he was a doctor or not, they were always proud of him. Dad exclaimed, a man shouldn't be upset over something like that. He did everything right. Tears appeared in the hero's eyes. His mother added that his father was right. They believed in him. He stood with his head down. He thought that this was the end. The guy wiped his tears. His parents began to calm him down. The hero decided that it was just 6 months. True, this was not a final failure. He was just a victim in a malicious way. He no longer had to worry about a bad reputation, but there was something he could not forget. And this was Michael. He would definitely get even with him for everything he had done. Mark lay on the bed, thinking about what to do. He thought, even if he took a break, he only needed to wait 6 months. He had nothing to do. He had enough savings not to worry about money. He thought that he could easily earn extra money as a personal tutor using the status of the best graduate, but his parents were against it. His mother wanted him to rest a little. Suddenly the phone rang. He took it in his hand. It was a call from Jane. He thought why she was calling him. She had no reason to talk. He remembered that Mary scolded him for not answering her calls, and she was very worried. He decided that he should answer, but it is unlikely that Jane knows about what happened, although it would be easy for her to find out. The guy answered. She asked, Mark? He said hello, asked how he could help. She said nothing special. She was asked for a favor. She was calling to make an offer. The hero was shocked. She offered $400,000 a year. Jane smiled. The guy asked. She was not joking now. He sat up abruptly on the bed. She answered, no of course, asked if they could meet to discuss. He shouted, right now, where to drive. The restaurant had panoramic windows overlooking the city. They sat at the table opposite each other. Jane said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She had wanted to meet for a long time, asked how he was doing. The hero thought, remembered his bad ex-friend, the trial and the girl's jealousy. He looked at her seriously, asked. She offered him a salary of $400,000. What's going on? She must have heard that his license was temporarily revoked. Jane raised her glass. He clarified, this is an offer from Haynes. She said that, of course, it would be great if he moved to them. But, unfortunately, the offer did not come from them. A sly grin flashed on her face. He asked, then. She swirled the glass, said that this was a request from one of her friends. He had already sent him an offer by mail, but also asked her to contact him directly with this question. He thought, a letter, an offer, who it was, asked where. She said almost solemnly, the location is New York, St. Joseph's Hospital. The hero was completely confused. She asked. He had already heard about it. He thought, Johns Hopkins Hospital, Mayo Hospital, Anderson Medical Center Inn, a hospital that is located in the Manhattan area of New York, a hospital that is considered the best. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. It is St. Joseph's Hospital. He knew that even Dale Hospital, which is considered the best in the country, a fly-by-night operation compared to St. Joseph's Hospital. The guy swallowed with excitement, thought, such an institution invites him, why? Jane brought the glass to her mouth. When the guy asked, she is sure that she was not mistaken. She waved her hands, exclaimed, and who else besides him? It's just $400,000. Depending on his results, the salary can grow. The guy objected, no, he is not talking about money. He put his hands on the table, reminded that his license was revoked. She asked what the problem was. He will just get another one in the USA. Mark was surprised, and so it is possible. He blushed. Jane said that she asked her uncle. He said that it was quite possible. Besides, the hospital does not pay attention to such trifles. And of course, he will have to pass the USMLE. It seems to her that he will not have difficulties with it. The guy timidly asked, and her uncle? The woman beamed. Yes, he found out everything. He is the mayor of New York. The hero nervously intertwined his fingers. He frowned, clarified, then the friend who asked her, she answered that he is the president of St. Joseph's Hospital. Jane reached her finger to her chin. The guy asked how she is related to him. She answered that he can be called an uncle. Quietly humming a melody, she cut a piece of meat on a plate. He thought, isn't one of the directors of Haynes her relative? As he understood, she is even richer than Mary. She carefully pierced a piece of meat with a fork. He turned to her. As Jane raised her fork to her mouth, he asked if she had recommended him to them. She lowered her hand, said, not really. He asked why then. Jane turned to Mark. Apparently he underestimated himself completely, did not realize how amazing he was. Her face became serious. She explained the research he had done with Haynes was not the usual projects that anyone could repeat. He had done work that not all famous professors could do for granted. She said that he was doing incredible things, and Jane was not exaggerating. To publish 4 articles on 3 of the most famous scientific platforms, to finish 4 Haynes projects that no one believed in anymore, and all this within a year. Thanks to Mark, Haynes' value is skyrocketing, so there can be no question of exaggeration. The guy raised his fork with meat to his mouth. She said he should have seen the reaction of academic circles to this research. They were asking who Mark was. He thought it was expected. He got nervous when she asked if he had read the letter that St. Joseph sent him. The guy remembered that because of the large number he sent all the letters to spam, and he should have opened a couple. Jane smiled mysteriously, said that during the family evening she was not the first to talk about him. It was her uncles, the director of Haynes and the president of St. Joseph's. And then the second asked her how they met, said that they would send him an offer to join them as an academic doctor. She raised her hands, trying to imitate him, said, do everything so that he would agree. The guy looked down, answered, I understand, thought that this was definitely an amazing offer. He remembered how he performed cardiac massage to save Kim's life, and her father, who screamed at the court hearing that the operation was to blame for everything and he would pay for everything. Mark clenched his fist. He thought about moving to the United States. Would everything be okay? He thought that no matter whose mistake it was, he was to blame for her death. Could he do this? Jane wiped her mouth with a napkin. She stood up, suggested that Mark get some fresh air. The guy was surprised at such a time. She pointed her finger at the mountain. Then she pointed at herself, said that it was not so far. Lately she liked to walk there. The guy looked at Jane questioningly. A mark with an image of the Dabong Mountains. They walked among trees with green foliage. The hero was climbing the stairs. He bent over, brought his hand to his mouth, breathing heavily. Jane stood at the top, putting her hands on her hips, asked if he was tired already. He did not often go to the mountains. The guy rested his hands on his knees, thought, except for kickboxing in high school, he did not do sports, and if you look at it, doctors do not have time for sports. He answered, yes, he is fine. She looked at him defiantly, asked if he is sure, then why don't they pick up the pace? Mark raised his fist, smiled nervously, exclaimed, go ahead. He was right behind her. She decided that they should continue and not waste time. The guy thought it was scary to imagine what would happen if he did not go with her, and why of all places she chose this one. There was a mark on the stone indicating the height. Jane sat down on the stone, looked around. The guy was standing next to him, shaking from fatigue. She took out a bottle, asked if he would like soju. He refused, said that he was fine. The woman said that she heard that hikers have a tradition of drinking soju at the top. He wondered where she got soju. He closed one eye, looked ahead. The guy was amazed. He was looking at the night city from above. Jane asked, is it a beautiful view, isn't it? Her hair fluttered in the wind. She said that when everything in life is bad, she comes here, although she still goes to clubs more often. She looked at Mark. He looked at her. Jane said he should let it go. He thought, let it go. His life is not over. It is a small thing. The corners of his lips turned down. He would say that if he was okay, but he was not okay. He was a victim in a criminal scheme, and as a result, an innocent person died. He did his best, but in the end, everything fell apart in an instant. He looked down. Jane asked if he thought everything looked so small from here. She added, some of these companies shout that they are the best in the country, but how can you tell where everyone is? From here you can't tell where the offices are, where the hotels are or other places. They are all so indistinguishable, shouting I am the best, you are the best, and so on. The guy looked at the city. He thought she was right. He couldn't even tell where the Dale Hospital was. She turned to him, said that he should not give up because of a small loss, and she believed in him. Jane stood in front of him, her hands folded. She was serious. Mark looked away, answered, thank you. It was very helpful. She said, you're welcome. He thought she was denying it, but in fact she had done everything to help him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have gotten this favor. Jane smiled sheepishly. The guy asked her to tell him more about the offer. She said that just like here, he would do a 1-year residency, and depending on the result, they would sign an additional contract with him and he would become a professor. Usually in the US this process takes 5 years, but it can be accelerated. There have already been such precedents. Mark put his hand to his chin, thought he could become a professor at St. Joseph's Hospital. He remembered Michael's face, thought that in the medical field this is the highest step in a career that one can reach, The status of a professor at Dale Hospital will never compare with a similar status at St. Joseph's Hospital. He decided that then there was no doubt. The guy said he was going to the US. Jane raised her fist, exclaimed, "Really?" She had to tell her uncle this news right now. He asked for one condition. The woman was surprised. Condition? He said, yes. He asked that when the time comes, he would become a professor. He frowned, said he wanted to work on an exchange at Dale Hospital. Let her promise him. And so the hero flew to the US. Immediately, he took a preparatory course for the USMLE. He had an excellent command of medical terminology in English, so it was not difficult to get the highest score on the exam. St. Joseph's Hospital handled visa processing, hotel reservations, and other things. The guy held his passport in his hands. He thought that he was really flying to the US. One decision and everything spun so quickly. Mary was sitting in the waiting room. They said that flight AI 385 due to bad weather. She lowered her head. Her lips trembled. She grabbed her cheeks, thought she needs to pull herself together. She was going to see him off with a smile. The girl looked out the window. She thought that they had been going for so long to get into a relationship, and now he was flying to the USA. She thought how soon they would see each other again. 1 year, 2 years, maybe. She did not hear Mark call out to her. He came up to her, said that he had finished with the registration. Mary apologized. He looked at her in surprise. She said that she wanted to see him off with a smile. Tears were running down her cheeks. She said that she could not, asked for forgiveness. The guy looked at her silently. He said her name. He knelt down in front of her. She opened her eyes wide. The hero said that he would return in 2 years. He would come on an exchange as a professor to Dale. He smiled, said that he would call often and would fly in as soon as there was a weekend. She asked if it was true. Her eyes sparkled. He added that he would definitely return even stronger, so when the time comes. The guy suddenly took out a ring. He looked at her tenderly and asked if she would marry him. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. His hands began to tremble. She stood up and exclaimed, "You fool." He was scared. He thought she was leaving him. Mary covered her face with her hands and said that she had tried not to cry. But he, on the contrary, was forcing her to. The guy said embarrassedly that she should not cry. Maybe it was not the right time. It was stupid to propose at the airport. He hugged her. The girl burst into tears. Mary pulled away slightly and asked seriously that he would not cheat on her. The guy answered, "Of course not." She stretched her face to him and told him to promise her she would believe and wait. He must definitely come back. Even if things were good in America, if he did not come back, she would hate him. Mark answered, "Of course." They kissed. The hero decided that he would definitely come back and they would get married. He would become successful in the USA and would return to Korea for himself, for Mary, and also to make Michael pay for everything. He was flying business class. The stewardess brought him lunch, said that they hoped he would like it. Today they were having pasta with shrimp, salad, and champagne. He was surprised. It was already lunchtime. The lunch was luxurious. He suddenly felt sad. He wondered if his parents had eaten. He remembered how they were sitting at the table. His father raised his glass, exclaimed, their son was going to conquer the big world. He had to see him off well. The man sadly added that the main thing was for Mark to take care of his health. If he missed their cuisine, he should try to cook it himself, even if it took time. The guy answered with a smile. Okay, his dad shouted. What kind of answer is that? Now he is nodding along. And tomorrow he will go to some Korean restaurant. His mother shouted for him to calm down and eat. What nonsense is he talking about? Mark's lips formed a smile. He thought that he already missed home cooking, no matter how, but he will come back, only 2 years. A pleasant voice came from the speaker. They said that they had landed at John F. Kennedy Airport. The passengers in the cabin were packing their things. Everyone was asked to make sure they had not left any personal belongings. They thanked them for using Korean Airlines. The hero walked to the exit with the rest of the passengers, rubbing his neck. He thought that even in business class it was hard to fly long distances. He went through customs at the airport. They asked him if he was Korean. The employee asked for his passport and visa. She pointed to the side. Everything was fine. He could go through. Mark looked around. He was amazed at how many people there were, and all of them were foreigners. It would be hard to get used to this, not counting accompanying a patient to the Middle East. He had never been abroad, even in a past life. He thought that even during the escort he did not go further than the hotel. It was impossible to say that he saw anything. This situation made him nervous. He noticed a blonde in a gray coat among those greeting him, and wondered how he would get used to living here. He thought about it. She was holding a piece of paper with the words "Welcome" in it. Jane waved her hand and called out to him. He froze in shock. He exclaimed excitedly, "Jane, how is she?" The woman happily said that she had come to meet him. Welcome to New York. Jane had recently successfully completed all the projects he had taken part in and had been promoted to the head of the New York branch. He wondered if she shouldn't be busy because of that. She winked and said to go. She would give him a ride. The guy thought that perhaps he should be grateful that he was met by a familiar person. The traffic light turned red. They were in Times Square. A double-decker red bus was parked near a multi-story building. The heroes were riding in a car. Mark thanked Jane for helping him while she was busy. She replied, "No problem, everything for him." He looked out the window thoughtfully. If you think about it, she treats him very well. Years have passed since they met. Jane asked how he felt. What were his impressions of the most populated city in America? She frowned. The guy answered, "Strange feelings, but he thinks he will quickly get used to it." The woman said that he will not even have time to blink, as he will get used to it. She added that before starting work he has time to get acquainted with the head of the hospital and the chief surgeon to study everything there. He answered that he understood. Of course, there will be many differences with the Korean hospital. He needs to adapt faster. The woman lowered her eyes, turned to him. Mark looked at her. She apologized for speaking so late, but at first it will be unbearable. Her face was serious. She said that there are many people who are against him. Despite his impressive merits, you cannot just take an Asian without citizenship. Of course, her uncle, who runs the hospital, realizes his value, but others, he thought that he got the gist of her words. St. Joseph's Hospital is the best medical institution in the world, and therefore there are many difficult doctors and patients, and there is a high probability that he will be received badly. Jane looked at the guy. He said that she did not need to apologize. He confidently said that everything was as expected. 3 months, in 3 months everything will be fine. They stopped at one of the multi-story buildings. Jane said that he would live here. He smiled nervously, thought, "It seems like this is a new building. New York is known for its exorbitant prices. This apartment must cost crazy money." The guy pressed the door handle. The room was shining. He thought, clean. He is not a professor, just a resident, and such an attitude. Jane tried. The woman put her hand to her cheek, asked guiltily, a little cramped. She wanted to find something better. The guy was surprised. She treats prices so easily. The elevator was going down. She said that it was late and she would go. Jane took something out of her bag. Mark thanked her embarrassedly. She said, "You're welcome." She gave him the key, added that she liked helping him. Not to worry. Jane looked around, told him to rest. She would go. He replied that he would call her later. She pressed the button. He thought that. The elevator doors opened. The woman was already entering it when he asked why she was going upstairs. He thought it was the 6th floor. Why was she going up? Jane reached for the button, asked if she hadn't said she had moved to the local penthouse. The guy exclaimed, "What? Why?" Jane winked, replied that living in the same building would make it easier to seduce him. The elevator doors closed. She wished him good night. The guy thought, it was a joke, American humor, oh well, it can't be. He collapsed on the bed face down, thought he was so tired. He looked at his phone. There was a message from Mary on the screen. The girl asked how he got there. She already missed him. Mark was thinking that less than a day had passed since they broke up, and he already missed her. He rolled over, wrote a reply, "Thank you, the flight was good." He wrote that he missed her too. It was daytime in Korea now. She was probably very busy. Thanks for worrying. The guy wrote that he loved her, then fell asleep. The next morning came. The hero came to St. Joseph's Hospital. He walked on the white floor. The guy looked around, thought, so this is St. Joseph's Hospital? It is no different in size from Dale Hospital, although it is not even worth comparing in cost. He went into the president room. The man in the blue suit spread his arms, greeted him with a smile. The guy shook his hand, answered, "His name is Mark. Nice to meet you." The man said that his name is James, thanked him for coming to them from far away. His face was shining. The hero thought that he looked a lot like Jane. The man said that he was curious what kind of person managed to publish 4 dissertations on the best platforms in the world in a year. The guy smiled. The man said in surprise, and it turned out to be a young boy. Mark thought, a boy. He was 28 years old. James pointed to a chair, asked him to sit down. In addition to the contract, they had a lot to discuss. The director sat down, put his fingers together, said that he was very glad that Mark accepted their offer, admitted that he really wanted him to come here. He was worried that the guy would go to another hospital, if only he knew how he pestered Jane about it. The secretary brought the guy coffee. He said, "I see." Mark thought that James looked friendly. He certainly showed himself well, but this hospital is considered the best in the world. The man asked what kind of strange expression he had. He wondered why they chose him. The guy sheepishly admitted, yes, he was wondering why he invited him when there were so many talented doctors around. James noticed his modesty, said that when he first saw his name in the Haynes paper, he did not pay much attention. Publishing works in collaboration with international pharmaceutical companies helps in the implementation of projects and brings fame. He thought that this time it would be the same. However, after Jane's story, it turned out to be quite the opposite. He learned about him completely by accident and became very curious about what kind of person he was. So the next day he met Jane again and asked her to tell him about him. As it turned out, the ideas for all the projects belonged to Mark. He could not believe it. Such a thing is not possible for a simple resident. He decided that if the guy could do this, then he is a real genius. James snapped his fingers, exclaimed, "This is a miracle." The hero was sitting with a cup of coffee. The man added, "Such amazing abilities he has." Mark thought that he was exaggerating too much. He sipped his coffee. James continued, and then one thought came to his mind: if he could achieve such results, being in not the best conditions in Korea. He spoke, waving his arms, then what heights he can achieve if he works in a first-class hospital like theirs. They sat opposite each other. The man leaned over, said that since then he became very restless. What to do if he is lured to another hospital? The guy thanked him for the compliment. The president put an envelope on the table. It was a contract. He asked if Jane had probably already told him everything. The hero thought it was a little strange that he himself offered good conditions, but now it became clear to him. The man added that there was only one important point. Now he was on a temporary position. For a year he would practice medicine and write dissertations, and then officially take the position of professor. He moved his palm towards the guy, said that the salary they had agreed on could change depending on their success. Mark replied that he understood. James smiled broadly, said that he was looking forward to their joint work. The guy took the contract, answered with a smile. Yes, he hoped that he would not disappoint him. He thought that a hospital where only whites could get in suddenly hired a young Asian resident, moreover, promised a high salary and a professorship. It was hard for him to believe in such generosity, but he understood what he was getting at. He decided that he was asking to show him an excellent result. The director watched Mark leave. The hero thought that nothing comes easy. The secretary turned to James, asked this Asian youth, "Leave everything as it is." The man smiled thoughtfully. He reached for a cup of coffee. Michelle, standing behind him, took the saucer, said, "He himself knows. If you do not help him, then there will be problems with adaptation." He laughed, asked what she was talking about. She said, "Well, what a character he has. He himself knows what can happen to him in this hospital for whites." James looked down, answered that the guy must solve this problem himself. If he does not endure, nothing can be done. If he really is such a genius, he will overcome these difficulties on his own. He crossed his arms on his chest, thought that if he does not live up to his expectations this year, then, of course, he will kick him out. He was eager to find out whether he really is a genius capable of miracles, or a mediocrity in a beautiful package. The guy walked down the hospital corridor, thought, great merits, he is not a fool dreaming of an incredible future, and he did not come to America with empty luggage. He kept thinking why the director was so suspiciously friendly, but he was just checking him out. He is not at all like Director Dale. They did not talk to him for long. The sign by the door, Chief Surgeon Austin, but he understood why he offered him this job. He must give him what he wants. The hero closed the door behind him. He entered the office, said hello, said that from this day on he would work in the surgery department. He heard that there was a Sunbee from the same university here, so he came in to meet her. A man was sitting at the table and silently looked at the documents. The guy thought, the only Asian doctor in this hospital, Professor Austin, they are both Korean. He thought that he would be glad to see him. He did not imagine this situation like this. The man coldly addressed Mark. He turned his head, said that they were not in Korea, asked to speak English. Mark winced. Austin asked if he had worked on the liver in Korea. He turned away again. The guy answered, "Yes, that was right." He said, "I understand. You need to work properly." He added that if he had nothing else to say, he could go. He wouldn't waste time in vain if he were him, but studied the medical records, asked if he was wrong. Mark left the office. He closed his eyes, thought they were fellow countrymen and that was their attitude. He looked at the people walking by, thought it would be hard here. The hospital. Mark looked ahead, hearing how they asked him about how he came from Korea and specialized in surgery. The man looked discontentedly at the hero, who said that it was true and he was very pleased to meet him. Duke looked ahead with disdain. Mark calmly asked the hero what he should do. Voices were heard from the office. The guy answered that he had not yet mastered anything here, so he could not entrust the hero with diagnostics yet. The man answered him to do what he considered necessary. Duke left, telling the boy that they would see each other again. The boy walked down the hallway, thinking that he knew it would be hard, but it turned out much worse than he expected. The hero looked at the computer. Mark looked away, thinking that it was good that he would not be disturbed. The boy looked at the floor where the emergency center was located and said that eventually he would not study anymore because he already knew everything. Duke grumbled, saying to wait a little. Mark gritted his teeth, answering that it had not even been a week. The hero looked at the doctor with displeasure, realizing that he did not want to give the job. The hero clenched his teeth, calmly answering that he was doing it better for everyone. The guy clenched his fist, saying that he knew perfectly well what to do. Mark asked with displeasure and confidence to give him the job. Duke looked at the floor, asking the guy to listen. The man poked at the hero, answering that he did not think anything would work out since he was no good, despite the fact that he graduated from a backwater college somewhere in Asia. The doctor's voice was heard from the office, saying that the patients of their hospital were elites among the elite, where mistakes were not allowed. Duke asked the guy with displeasure if he had done any operations before. Mark looked at Duke with incomprehension, remembering that in his experience from his previous life there was a 15-year surgical career. The guy looked down in fear, saying that Korea was lagging behind in research, but with all that, the medical experience was no worse than the US, and based on the records he had studied, many methods in the US and Korea were similar. Mark began to compare the cost of a colonoscopy and say that in Korea it cost 100,000 won, while in the US it costs 10 million. You can also take into account the fact that the number of patients a doctor has to see is less than the number of surgeries. Discontent continued from the office. Duke smiled, telling the hero not to think that he was special. Mark looked at the man leaving and said to himself that he could bet that he had been in the operating room more times than this man. Mark sighed, not understanding why he was going to ignore him. The hero remembered Duke's words. The guy with a sly smile on his face replied that he would still have a look. His legs walked down the corridor. The guy asked Duke if everything would be okay. The doctor asked the hero with bewilderment what would happen if Mark really did rise to professor and then get higher. The guys talked about rumors where the president gave the guy a lot of money. Duke, with a smile on his face, answered that this Asian monkey would not last even a year. The guy laughed, saying that this was true. The man decided that Mark would stay if he was capable of something. The hero knew that the guy would need a team. Duke did not understand how he would be able to properly conduct research if he worked alone. The man laughed, saying that next year Mark would return to where he came from. The man calmly continued walking with a smile. Behind the door, one of the doctors listened to their conversations. Not only Duke, but also other residents treated the hero the same way. Most treated Mark like a nobody, and some openly insulted him. Mark smiled calmly. The guy looked ahead and, due to his free time, tried to understand the topic from Lancet. It was a great opportunity for Mark to write research, so about 2 months passed since the guy started writing articles and research, ignoring the ridicule. People were sitting in the office. Doctors were talking about something. Duke was looking forward angrily. The hero was looking at all the people, thinking about the protagonist. The body was shaking. 3 top research journals wrote about Mark. Countless questions were coming to the hospital. Everyone began to think about who Mark really was. The hero was clenching his teeth in anger, thinking about the hematology article with a lower rating in all 3. The man was thinking about Mark, not understanding where he got so much knowledge from. The protagonist was cleaning his ears, thinking about someone talking about him. All the papers that Mark wrote in these 2 months were written without anyone's support and help. The 7 meta-analyses were amazing works written by the hero. In fact, they were articles by other professors from his past life. Mark wrote them non-stop, as if his life depended on it. The guy was noted under different projects, but also, as before, he suggested directions and proposed scientific developments. Since Mark had previously conducted research and knew the results, success was guaranteed. The guy got a nickname. Mark took any project and all the ones he worked on were successful. The hero was rolling in money. There were 7 scientific papers and many successful projects, with encouragement in the form of an award. There was an amazing man at St. Joseph's Hospital. Duke answered angrily and asked how this happened. It was the beginning of a new story called Miracle Mark. Everyone asked about when he managed to write 7 meta-analyses in 2 months. One of the men said that someone should help him, but the girl answered that it was impossible since he published 5 times more than the other doctor. Besides, even a team of several people could not do such a thing. Another doctor calmly said that Mark worked not only on meta-analyses, and also the hero learned that he participated in several large research projects of pharmaceutical companies, and they were also surprised because the projects in which Mark participated were extremely successful. The office, everyone looked at Mark and thought that he was very smart. Voices were heard in the office that were calling him. The man laughed, looking at Mark. James approached the hero and asked if he wanted anything to drink. The main character answered that he only wanted water. James told his assistant to bring all this. The director's voice was heard from the office, who said that the entire medical industry was in turmoil, and because of Mr. Mark's research, the principle of work would have to be changed. The hero asked with a smile on his face how he managed to do it all in just 2 months. James looked at the guy, saying that he looked pretty good and that he could go to another hospital. His hand was holding a glass, and the guy himself answered that he had a lot of time. James looked at him with incomprehension. The protagonist laughed, saying that he needed to kill time since there was no work for him in the surgical department. The man laughed loudly. James watched the guy, telling himself that he wanted to see how the protagonist dealt with this situation and let everything slide. Mark was definitely unhappy with the situation and any hospital wanted to poach him. The man angrily recalled how Mark could be taken by other people, so he decided not to let this happen. The director looked at Michelle. James asked the girl to tell her to come over whoever was responsible for Mark's schedule. Duke hesitantly entered the office. The hero began to look at something in fear. Mark was standing in front of the guy, drinking water. The protagonist looked at Duke with displeasure, and the director asked him how he made Mr. Mark's schedule. The guy gritted his teeth and looked at the protagonist with displeasure. His hands clenched into fists. Duke did not understand how to say that he treated him like a blank space. James was angry, calling the guy. The protagonist answered with displeasure that Duke's action was considered racial discrimination. The hero looked at the floor in fear. Voices were heard from the office that everyone already knew about it and he had crossed the line. James looked at Duke, telling him to apologize to Mark. The hero looked at the guy with displeasure, not understanding why he should apologize to him. Duke clenched his hands, asking the hero for forgiveness. James smiled, answering that he did not hear anyone and if the situation got worse, something terrible would happen. Duke pressed his lips. Mark looked at the protagonist with incomprehension, who asked him for forgiveness and answered that he fully realized his mistake. The guy's eyes were raised. Duke looked at Mark with displeasure, who replied that everything was fine. The protagonist looked at Duke with a smile on his face. The man clenched his teeth. The doors closed as James allowed him to go. The director was sitting on the couch, and Mark, looking at the door, said that this was not the most sincere apology, but this would be enough for now. To moderate his pride, the hero decided not to burn bridges since they still had to work together. The director sadly asked for a sale for allowing this to happen. James looked closely at the hero, saying that at the beginning they initially agreed on $400,000 a year, but the man decided to increase his salary so that other hospitals would not offer more, even if they did not yet know about his surgical skills. Mark looked at the guy in surprise, saying that now he was offering $550,000. The director, with a smile on his face, replied that he was looking forward to seeing his abilities. Mark and James squeezed hands, wishing each other a good weekend. The protagonist walked away with a smile. The director sighed tiredly. The man was glad that the situation was resolved. James pointed at Michelle in fear and said that they still didn't know what he was capable of. The man closed his eyes, glad that they hadn't lost such a genius. Voices were heard from the building saying that it was necessary to make research Mark's main job and to schedule operations in his free time. The protagonist walked down the corridor with a smile on his face. President James was unaware of one important detail. It was that Mark was not a researcher, but he was a doctor, and not just a doctor, but a gifted doctor. City. Voices were heard from the building saying that he remembered the last time he did nothing. Mark was lying on the bed. The protagonist was looking at his phone, thinking about the girl. The guy was closing his eyes, saying that she was probably sleeping. The girl was with Mark with a smile on her face. The protagonist was looking at the photo with a sad look, answering that he wanted to see the girl. The guy knew that if he were at work, he would not feel so lonely. Mark was sitting on the bed and texting the girl that he loved her. The phone was lying quietly on the bed. The guy knew that she was probably sleeping. Then something came on his mobile. Mark grabbed the phone abruptly. The protagonist was looking at the phone with fear, thinking that the girl was not sleeping. The guy noticed with a sad look some ordinary message. An offer to go on a date from an unknown person came on the phone. The guy was smiling at the girl, who happily waved at him. The protagonist looked at the girl, answering that they were not on a date because he had a girlfriend. From the street, the heroine's voices could be heard, asking about whether they had already walked around Manhattan, to which Mark replied that he had been too busy to even see the Statue of Liberty. The girl continued asking about various places. The hero thoughtfully replied that he had been to Central Park. The girl looked at Mark with displeasure, saying that if he continued in the same spirit, he would soon die of stress. The girl looked at the view with the guy and said that since he had come to the States, they should enjoy the sights and that they had time before dinner so they could take a walk. The hero ate food with incomprehension. The girl pointed something with her finger. The view was of the Manhattan Bridge. From the building, the girl asked Mark if he liked it. There was meat on the table, and Mark thanked the girl for such a dinner. The heroine, with a smile on her face, said that she was paying today. Jim laughed and looked at the guy and said that with Mark's help she got a big bonus at work for Mr. Mark's meat his hand. Then the hero knew where the rumors were coming from. The glasses smashed against each other. The guy was surprised at how quickly nicknames stick to people. Mark looked into the distance with incomprehension and listened to the girl who hoped that he liked this place, since it was a famous restaurant in this area. A restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. These were high-quality racks and wine. Ypres knew that it was strange to think about something else when there was such a variety in front of you. But pork with onions and garlic, bubbling bean paste soup with pepper, the guy immediately couldn't help but think about the food he was used to eating. The main character thought about it, answering that it was very tasty, but very greasy. The girl carefully watched the hero. Jane took something out and said that he himself thought that something was missing. The hand was rummaging through the back. Soja was coming out. Mark looked at it in surprise, not understanding why she brought it. The main character quietly asked if he could bring something with him. Jane answered that she had permission to do so. The drink was flowing through the glasses, and Mark was thinking about the last time he drank it. The girl began to laugh loudly, asking the hero if this was enough for him to fall in love with her. The glasses were smashing against each other. The guys laughed and answered that they were having a great time. Mark looked back in fear, not understanding what kind of shot it was. Jane answered angrily that it was the Clancy clan. The guys listened as one of the waiters answered that it was a Manhattan mafia clan and there was no need to be afraid of it, since they would never harm civilians because that was their rule. Everyone answered that they had recently changed their leader and now shots could be heard here and there. The new Red Father did not shy away from using different methods to educate his people. Mark asked the girl with bewilderment how she could become a godfather if her name was female. The heroine answered with a smile on her face that everything was correct and it would be more correct to say that she was a godmother. She used to be sweet and pretty, but times had changed and now she was the godmother of a mafia clan. Mark answered with surprise that it seemed to him that Jane was familiar with her. The hero was surprised to think how many people this woman knew, since she was the chairman of Haynes, the president of St. Joseph's Hospital and now also the head of the mafia. Jen looked away with displeasure and said that they did not touch civilians, but Mark still had to be careful. The girl began to say that she loved smart men. Mark drank water, thinking that she was definitely drunk since she was talking such nonsense, because the hero knew that he would not get involved with the mafia in any way. St. Joseph's Hospital. Starting today, Mark will participate in diagnostics. Having studied his specialization in Korea, he assigned him to hepatology. The main character looked into the distance with a smile on his face and said that he would finally be able to participate in the process of treating patients. The hero looked with displeasure at the fact that he was again paired with Duke. The doctor looked at the guys, asking how long they had been waiting. David smiled, saying that he was a professor of hepatology and now they would be making rounds. The heroes were standing near one patient, who was scheduled to have his first surgery the day after tomorrow. Apparently he was in a hepatic coma, and he also had a low platelet count, which is why the possibility of hemorrhage during surgery should be taken into account. Mark watched all the doctors and said that they dictated to the professor without fear. Unlike Korea, where the hierarchical system is clearly visible, everyone's opinion is respected here, regardless of status. What impressed Mark most was that no one criticized even the stupidest assumptions, and instead of pointing out mistakes, they encourage and give adequate comments. And be that as it may, it cannot be said that a long discussion is good, since doctors can discuss something ordinary for more than half an hour. Mark was surprised that they all spend more than 3 hours talking about patients, despite the fact that 10 minutes would be enough. The reason for this, in his opinion, was that the cost of medical services is high, which meant that there are fewer patients. The professors looked at Mark attentively, asking if he wanted to add anything. The guy hesitantly opened his mouth. David looked at the hero attentively, thinking that at the moment he was the most popular person in the hospital. The man looked at him attentively and said that he was undoubtedly a genius in research, but everyone decided to test him in diagnosing patients. Mark answered with a smile on his face that he agreed with everyone. The doctors looked at him with incomprehension. Mark thought that he did not need to chew over what he already knew. The guy believed that it was best not to give any special comments. The doctors looked at the hero. David decided that he was great in research, but a complete failure in diagnostics, and as a result, there was an unnecessary misunderstanding with Mark. Voices were heard from the office that they would end there. David looked at Mark, asking if he had a minute and what his schedule was for tomorrow. The man with a smile on his face asked the main character if he wanted to participate in the operation, since David would be performing a partial hepatectomy. The hero looked away with incomprehension. Mark was happy with a smile on his face that he was called to the operation earlier than he thought. David told the hero to stand nearby and watch. The guy did not understand why he was told about this. The main character sadly answered that in Korea, students work, but David said that only after some time would he be given the opportunity to help. The guy knew that he definitely performed more partial hepatectomies than he did. After the main character was given a chance to go into the operating room, Mark was present at the operations of several professors, including David's operations. The professors explained everything and were very friendly. The attitude towards Mark finally changed. The guy achieved amazing results in research work, which changed people's attitude towards him. But the problem was that Mark was perceived only as a researcher and no one trusted him with operations. On the one hand, it was more convenient for the guy, but on the other, his hands were itching. Angry questions were heard from the building about how the Sicilian gang dared to touch their clan, the Clancys. One of the women walked slowly. The heroine answered that everything was correct. Clancy, with a smile on her face, said that they had dealt with everyone who had helped them, so today they were starting to celebrate. Two men asked if they needed to prepare wine, to which the lady replied that she wanted to rest. One of her servants said that today was a beautiful day and on such a day the woman's favorite wine would be very welcome. Clancy, with a smile on her face, said that she would allow herself one glass. One of the guys asked the boss if they could join. Clancy looked away in confusion. A group of servants pointed at themselves with pity. The main man, gritting his teeth, answered that the boss just wanted to relax. The guy looked at the heroine with a smile on his face, who offered to drink together. Voices were coming from the street and Clancy was saying that they would probably receive monetary compensation from the Sicilian guys, so today they could indulge themselves in nothing and drink as much as they wanted. The men began to hear something. The hero heard shots, so he quickly asked the girl if she was okay. The assistant shouted loudly to find the one who was shooting. The hero looked down in fear. His whole palm was covered in blood. The girl screamed at the assistant. She looked down in fear. The men saw in surprise that their boss had been hit. The heroes gritted their teeth and said that this was the same one who had handed them over to Sicily. The men saw that there were several shooters, and Clancy began to shout at them to kill them all. Two men called for the boss to wake up. One of the assistants started asking about where the nearest hospital was, and later it turned out that the closest one was called St. Joseph. The man looked at Clancy with fear, saying that she could not just leave and that he had to save her. The doors opened quickly. People started asking about the reason for their visit. There was a gun near the guy's forehead. The man angrily shouted about where the doctor was. Someone was working on the computer. Mark looked at him with a smile on his face and thought about why he should be on duty if he was not allowed to participate in operations, despite the fact that they were paid twice as much and their rating also went up. The phone was ringing loudly. The main character was surprised to think about why they were calling from an ambulance. Voices were coming from the receiver to bring a doctor quickly. Mark, gritting his teeth, heard them shouting at him to come faster. The guy took his robe, wondering what had happened. Mark shouted that someone said that a patient had been admitted. Angry men were standing near the doctors, making a noise in the hospital. The boss of the Clancy clan was lying on the couch. The woman had her eyes closed. Mark remembered Jane's words. The hero remembered how the girl said that they do not harm civilians. The guy was surprised to think about why the Clancy clan was causing such a fuss, because he had heard that people were not touched. Duke confidently shouted that he was a doctor. One of the men began to look at him. The man, holding a gun, asked to save their boss. Duke looked at him fearfully. Mark, gritting his teeth, realized that it was a gunshot wound. The hero was trying to figure something out. The man asked Duke with confusion about his position. The guy, stuttering, tried to say something. The assistant pursed his lips. The hero angrily hit the man in the face. Duke held his cheek in displeasure. The clan's assistant asked to bring a normal surgeon, and not this man. Mark looked around. David picked up the paper, answering that he was the professor on duty. The man looked at the sheet, asking if he could examine the patient. The man pointed at the boss with his hand. Mark looked at David thoughtfully, thinking about a firearm. Hospital. Everyone looked at the girl, saying that the area of the injury was too large since she had affected the small intestine, part of the colon and even the liver. David answered that this part could be operated on, but the problem was that the boss had damaged his aorta. The professor with a sad look said that it would be difficult, and even if they operated on the aorta, there would be almost no hope. The man clenched his teeth, listening to David, who said that without the operation she would not survive, but she would die after it. The assistant looked ahead in fear, answering that this was impossible. Mark looked ahead thoughtfully. The hero looked at the boss with tears, answering that this could not be. Duke held the ice on his cheek with displeasure, thinking about why he was the one on duty today. The hero knew that if a vascular specialist performed the surgery, there was a small chance that they could save the girl. The guy looked at the man and the boss and said that such a specialist does not sit still waiting for a call, and they cannot call him in the middle of the night either. The man raised his hand with a gun and began to shoot at the ceiling. Duke covered his face in fear, wondering if he was in his right mind. The hero, with tears in her eyes, told everyone to shut up. The man shouted loudly that his boss was still alive. The assistant turned to the side. Hands grabbed David. The hero angrily answered that this was the best hospital and they should save the girl. The professor shouted at the man to calm down. Since it was night outside and the hospital did not have a vascular specialist, so he asked to find out at another hospital. The man shouted loudly that they did not have time. David looked at him with fear, thinking that he was excited and could easily shoot. One of the hands was raised up, asking to take over the operation. The professor turned back in confusion. Mark confidently raised his hand. The assistant approached the main character. David loudly shouted at the guy to step aside and do nothing. The guy looked away attentively. The assistant looked at the hero with hope and said that only a specialist in blood vessels could cope with such a wound. The hero uncertainly asked Mark if he could really save the boss. The doctors looked at the guy with fear, who answered that he was ready to cope with it. Mark calmly answered that he could not guarantee it. Mark looked at the angry man and answered that he could not say that he would definitely save her, since according to statistics, the survival rate was 10%. The guy looked at Clancy and said that if they did nothing, she would simply die, and if there was at least one chance to save the patient, it was necessary to perform the operation. The hero looked away with displeasure. The man turned to the boss. Mark looked at the assistant, saying that every second was precious to them and if they agreed to the operation, he would do everything possible. David looked at Mark with incomprehension, who said that he had experience in operating on blood vessels. The man looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding how this was possible. David looked at Mark and said that it was impossible for someone of that age to already have such experience. The hand extended to the assistant. The man gave him a gun. The hero cried and asked to save his boss. Mark looked at the guy. The hero looked at the floor and replied that before he began, he needed to say something. The guy reached for the weapon. Mark angrily told him to put the weapon away. The doctors looked at the guy who was saying that as long as he was threatening and waving a gun, he could start treating her and that it was forbidden in the interests of the patient. The man calmly said that he understood everything. Voices were coming from the building. Mark turned to the man, telling him to pray. The hero looked at the boss and answered that the patient was in critical condition and only a miracle could save her. The assistant looked at the doctors silently. David answered in confusion that it was too reckless. The man asked Mark in surprise that he really thought he could save her. The main character washed his hands, saying that if something happened, the mafia would not stand aside. David looked at the guy in surprise. The hero looked at the man and said why he couldn't save her if he couldn't stand aside. David looked at Mark, who was going inside. The main character put on his gear and said that he also liked such patients, because he wanted to treat only those who would definitely recover. At the moment the girl's blood pressure was at 70. Duke looked at Mark with displeasure, not understanding why he was assisting him. The main character knew that he could not take only the patients he wanted and there was a similar situation in his past life, but then he did not back down. Mark said that this is what a doctor's job is, so he decided to start building. The hero listened to Michelle, who said that the head of the Clancy clan was attacked and now she is undergoing surgery in their hospital. The girl looked at the man with anger and told him to check the number of missed calls first and only then talk. The assistant took the documents and said that there was a skirmish in the emergency room and they said that there were even shots. The man began to ask where these bandits are now. The girl calmly answered that they were currently guarding the first operating room, where the operation was taking place, and they were also making sure that there were no strangers. The hero looked at the girl's problem, asking if she had survived. The girl calmly answered that she had survived and that the professor should check the situation in the operating system himself. Michelle, with a smile on her face, said that 10 hours had already passed since the start of the operation. The professor asked about David on duty. The heroine looked away and said that it was so, but now he was in another place. The hero looked at the operation, thinking about who was conducting it. The man was surprised by the accuracy and speed of the work. The hero watched the operation and said that he had never seen such capable doctors. The professor looked at the face in surprise. The man saw that the operation was being performed by Mark from South Korea. Questions were coming from the office about whether the operation in the operating room was over. The doctors were talking among themselves. One of the guys was brushing his teeth and asking what was so remarkable about it. The hero looked at the screen in surprise. Everyone was watching the operation carefully. The guys saw that the guy was so fast since he managed to stop the bleeding in a minute. The guys looked ahead in surprise, not understanding who was performing the operation. One of the heroes pushed the other, asking him to move over. The man with a calm look said that they had one famous person who was a brilliant doctor, who had recently published 5 dissertations in a leading world scientific journal, and that was Mark. Camera. The doctors worked carefully. Mark thought with confusion about how much time had already passed. The doctors worked, and the guy answered that it was just morning. Mark worked and said that his hands did not feel tired and moved on their own, and his concentration was at a level and he himself was in excellent condition, so he could save her. The doctors looked at the wound and said that the bleeding in the vessels was almost restored and they just had to press a little harder. Duke thought with incomprehension about how Mark did not feel tired, despite the fact that he had been in his hands with a scalpel for 10 hours. Duke was surprised that despite the complexity there were no problems and he saw such speed and accuracy for the first time. Mark asked for forceps. Duke noticed that he was threatened with a gun, but his facial expression remained the same and even volunteered to do the operation. Everyone began to think that he was a monster. Legs went to the aisle. The man entered the operating room and asked how everything went. Mark looked at the man. David apologized for coming so late and said that he would get ready right away. The hero looked at Mark in surprise, who said that he was almost done. The man was very surprised. David noticed that the pressure and pulse were not normal, but not the worst either. The hands quickly applied stitches. The scissors were put back in their place. The hero closed his eyes. Mark calmly answered that they would finish the operation. David thought about Mark with his eyes closed. The man remembered how he dissuaded Mark from doing this operation. The hero sighed with a smile. The man and Michelle looked at the screen happily. The doctors watched the guy with smiles. Everyone started telling Mark that he was a first-class man. The assistants sat on chairs. One of the heroes looked away. Mark and the doctors headed towards the men. The main hero answered with a smile on his face that the operation was successful. The guy said that the boss had been transferred to the department. The assistants immediately began to hug Mark. The heroes squeezed him tightly. Mark thanked the man, saying that he heard them praying in the hallway. The operation went well, but afterwards there were several critical moments, and if it were not for the timely assistance of the medical staff, she could have died several times. So several weeks passed, and when nothing threatened life, Clancy was transferred to a hospital that belonged to the clan. Near the hospital stood a helicopter. A man with a smile on his face said that he owed everything. Mark with a smile on his face answered that he was fine. The helicopter took off, and the man himself answered that he would come to visit them in the hospital. The hero with a smile on his face answered that they would see each other soon. Mark with a smile on his face thought about what it meant to see each other soon. The man said that he had seen many different patients, but this time it was the limit. The case itself was difficult, especially since he had to deal with the mafia. Mark opened the door, hoping that everything would calm down. The handle opened. David with a smile on his face answered that he was glad to see him. From the hospital came David's voice, which apologized for the fact that he was not at the operations. The man with a smile on his face said that he was wrong. Mark with a smile on his face answered that now he can take direct part in operations. David tried to show a photo, saying that he came out very cool. The hero looked at the magazine in surprise, in which he was. In the picture was a daily newspaper in the States. The magazine wrote about a guy, how he was able to save a girl. Mark looked at his magazine with incomprehension. At the same time in Seoul, two people were sitting at a table. There was a newspaper on it. The guy with a smile on his face looked at him, saying that he had not changed at all. The hero with a smile on his face answered that it was Mark. The guys were discussing out loud that Mark had saved the head of the mafia with a firearm. They were recalling that he had just recently presented his dissertations. Michael came up to them. They asked if he had seen the article. The guy answered positively. They could be proud of him. The bartender was wiping glasses. Michael was sitting at the counter listening to music. He was also drinking alcohol. He was not in a very good mood. He thought that the main character was gone, but there was plenty of talk about him. He was envious because Mark had no time to be bored, and he missed him. Smiling, this thought flashed through his head. A girl with a purse in her hands came into this bar. She approached Michael. Clara asked if he was waiting for her. He looked at her smiling. The guy said her name. The girl explained why she was late. It turned out that the doctor arrived later. Then she asked what he was looking at. The guy answered that he was just asking about an old friend. Clara, smiling, asked who this acquaintance was that he was reading. The guy explained that they had attended the same high school but were currently unable to communicate. The girl wondered why they couldn't communicate again. She looked at the newspaper again and realized who he was talking about. It was Mark, whom she had asked out, but unfortunately, he had turned her down. Then the guy said that he liked someone else. Her face changed. Mark asked why she had turned pale. She remembered that they had also graduated from the same university. Clara was tired of constantly hearing about him in the hospital, and Michael shouldn't know that she had confessed her love. When suddenly he asked if he had rejected her. The girl realized that he probably knew. She asked him not to ask such questions because it was all in the distant past. When suddenly, she remembered again. It had been night, and at that moment he had told her that he liked someone else. She had been sitting on a bench at that moment. She also remembered when she had invited him to an establishment at her expense, or when they had started to communicate informally. Clara was sitting on a bench and crying. Suddenly a guy came up to her. She immediately tried to leave, but Michael asked her to stop. After all, she forgot her bag and had to go back. His eyes were red. At that moment, he also asked why she was crying. In the present tense, Michael smiled, looking at Clara. The girl asked if he thought about the time when they first met in the park. The guy answered negatively. It flashed through the girl's mind that it was terrible, because in her thoughts there was a completely different person. Michael offered her a drink. She refused because he always drank strong drinks. She wondered why they couldn't communicate more. There were skyscrapers in the bright sun. Mark was lying on his bed. He said that it was very boring on weekends and it would be better if he were given a job. The guy was a workaholic. He couldn't get through to the girl by phone or text since yesterday. Maybe she was busy. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. He wondered who could because he hadn't ordered anything. He shouted at him. He understood from her voice that it was Mary. Opening the door, he saw her. She was smiling and spreading her arms. The protagonist was in shock. He shouted her name out of surprise. He asked if it was really her, and she asked if there was a fake one. In Mark's mind, it was possible that this was a dream, but also that it was not a dream. He had many questions. She extended her hand to him and asked if he wanted to check if it was a dream. The girl began to tug his cheek. He was surprised, when suddenly he began to scream in pain. Mark answered that this was definitely reality and he was wrong. The girl again asked if he knew what he was doing wrong. She tried to explain to him that she had come to punish him. Mary continued that she was scared when she read about the mafia and weapons in the article. She thought she would go crazy, and when she came to, it turned out that she had already bought a plane ticket. She pressed herself against him and said what it would be like if he were shot. The guy's cheek was swollen and he said that everything was fine, there was nothing to worry about. The girl started hitting him so that he would promise not to get involved in such dangerous things again. The guy, in pain, somehow said that he promised and apologized so that she would not hit him. He explained that the man was dying and he could just stand there. The girl smiled. They hugged. Mary said that he was cool. The guy replied that she had the same heavy hand. The girl replied that it was the power of love. The guy asked how long she would be there. Mary replied that she would only have one day, that she had a plane tonight and had to go back to work. He said that they were going for a walk right now and also apologized. Happiness comes unexpectedly. For example, when you are tired of loneliness and your favorite girl can suddenly arrange a surprise and come from Korea to the States. They squeeze their hands. Or when the girl really does go and fly from Korea to the States. Mark was happy. He had a date in the park with Mary. She fed him with a fork. They were both happy. The main character wanted time to stop. After all, they had a great time when their photos were together. The guy was almost crying at the airport. He told the girl that next time he would fly to Korea himself. Mary replied that he should not strain himself. Moments of happiness are short-lived. Perhaps this is the fate of long-distance relationships. Mark was in tears. He did not want to say goodbye. He looked through the photos with Mary, where they were standing together, and she poked his cheek. The guy was riding the subway and smiling from the photos. In his thoughts, it was a pity that she left so quickly, and yet the guy felt as if he had recharged himself with energy thanks to this meeting. But the most important thing was that she was okay. The main character remembered how they were sitting in a cafe and discussing Michael. He asked if he was threatening her. Mary answered, quite the opposite, she was behaving very quietly. The guy was working at the cash register, and the girl kept saying that he had officially become the successor at Dale and there had been no more incidents at the hospital. The guy was worried that Michael would want to hurt Mary in his absence, but since everything was quiet, he calmed down a little. Mark remembered again when he told the guy that he didn't see any particular reasons. Michael replied that he was always behind, and the main character loomed before his eyes, so he wanted to crush him. Mark clenched his fist, thinking. He wanted to be the best in the States, to rise to such heights where Michael couldn't reach. There was a ceiling with blood on it. Michael was walking down the hallway with a dissatisfied face. Everything was covered in blood, there were no people. He said that it was very quiet, as if there was no one there, when suddenly someone's hand appeared on his face. He realized that it was the same one where the man and woman were holding on to him. His name was said several times, and he woke up. It was Carla, who was waking him up. She asked him if he had a nightmare because he was all cold. The guy answered that it happens to him. Michael put his hand on his forehead, because he often has this dream lately. The girl asked again if he was okay. The guy was all pale and sweaty. Michael answered that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Carla thought that they had been dating for a long time, but she still did not know what he was thinking. He wanted to ask him a question. She asked what he wanted to ask. Michael asked if schizophrenia was a genetic disease or not. The girl answered that she did not know. He was a doctor and he knew better. The guy agreed. Carla asked what kind of tone. Michael just smiled. We are transported to memories of Michael's childhood. His mother was screaming at him not to come near her. The boy looked out from behind the door to look at her. His mother broke a vase and held her head. She was shaking. The woman raised her head, crying, said his name. She tried to explain to him that she was constantly seeing things. She said his name several times and asked to go with him. We are transferred to the present time. Michael came out of the shower. Carla said his name. Someone was holding her by the neck. She asked why he was so serious and if he felt bad. They would have dinner at home. There were people standing behind her who were smiling. The guy smiled and answered negatively. Apparently, what he saw in his dreams was not enough. A real nightmare was in reality. We are transferred to Mark. He was working. The same clan he helped came. The nurses and medical brothers asked them to stop, but they did not listen. They wanted to report them. The clan approached Mark. He was holding coffee in his hands. Robert asked how he was doing. Mark asked what his fate was like here and how he was a patient in general. The man answered that the main character did a great job and everything was fine with her. The guy said that it was very good and wanted to ask why they came. Robert put his hand on Mark's shoulder and asked if he had time in the evening. The protagonist tried to make excuses, saying that he was very busy. But, unfortunately, the professor had already told Robert that he was free in the evening. With an angry face, the man said that the patient wanted to treat him. Mark dressed in formal clothes and went with them. He remembered how he had promised Mary that he would no longer get involved in dangerous affairs. He would not be able to keep his promise. He was led into the hall together with Robert and the guard. There was a lot of food on the tables. Everything was clean and beautiful. The girl said that she should have called Mark, but she invited him very late. She had black gloves on her hands. The guy replied that everything was fine. It was the boss of the clan, her name was Clancy, she was wearing a red dress. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that he came. The guy just wanted to say hello and leave, but there was also a treat. Clancy wanted to thank him properly. She thanked the guy because she would have died without his help. Mark was very embarrassed and explained that a doctor is obliged to treat patients and she does not have to arrange such a feast. The girl replied that he was modest. In the main character's head, it was that, according to the rules, a doctor cannot meet with patients privately. Clancy explained that she just wanted to express her gratitude. In Mark's head, it was important not to forget that this was a mafia den and he needed to think soberly. He asked the girl if the area of the operation was bothering him. Clancy replied that everything was fine thanks to him. Mark said that after such an operation on the intestines, there could be consequences, so she shouldn't overexert herself. She shouldn't drink the wine that was on the table. The girl laughed and replied that it was fine. He had just looked very nervous, but literally in a second he became a doctor again, flashed through Clancy's thoughts. Her hand was on her face, the main character's words attracted her. She was thinking about kidnapping him. This guy was her type. She also noticed that he was nervous. The girl sat and smiled. She also liked his face and honest character. Clancy was thinking about seducing him. The guy told himself that he shouldn't look into her eyes. He felt uncomfortable. He wanted to eat quickly and leave. Clancy asked him if he liked the food. The guy answered positively. The girl said that at least he said not to think about it. But she couldn't. She looked at Robert. There was a box in front of Mark. He asked Robert what it was. He told him to look at it himself. Mark opened it and thought that there would be something there. It turned out to be a card with $2.5 million. The girl opened an account in a Swiss bank in his name. The guy answered negatively. He could not take this money. Clancy answered that compared to the life of one of the clan, this is nothing. Emrak answered that he simply treated patients and receives a fixed salary and will not take other people's money from patients personally. A doctor must still treat patients and he was simply doing his job. He also believes that he should not receive special compensation. But he loves money, even so much that after returning to Korea he wanted to open his own clinic. And at the moment he is running a project with a pharmaceutical company. Clancy answered that she understands him. The guy thanked her. Then suddenly, she said that she will not be able to take the money back from herself because it was transferred to his name. Mark replied that he would transfer them back then, and he did not accept money that came from nowhere. Ruslan and the guard smiled. Clancy replied that she did not care what would happen to the money she had already given, but the Swiss bank would unexpectedly receive this amount. She asked if it was true with Robert. He answered positively. Mark was shocked and did not know what to answer. The girl thought that the guy was very cute and she wanted to take him for herself. She liked him more and more, then she asked if she could continue inviting him to her place. Mark avoided looking and said that today's invitation was enough, especially since he was busy at the hospital. She asked what if she invited him as a patient. Clancy laughed and said that they would agree that she would invite him sometimes. He wanted her to leave him alone. From the air, the city was beautiful, it was completely glowing. Clancy listened to the music and smiled. She found the doctor funny. They offered to walk him home. The guy initially refused. But after he was reminded that he had a large sum of money in his hands, he no longer refused to be accompanied. A man came up from behind and said that she apparently liked today's dinner. Clancy replied that she had not met a man who met her taste for a long time. She did not even think that she would like him. Royd asked whether to steal him. The girl said the man's name and asked why Mark flew to the States. Royd found out that he was hired by a hospital on special terms. In a short period of time, the doctor showed excellent results. Clancy replied that she did not mean that and asked why the doctor's license was suspended in Korea. He did not look like a person whose license could be revoked. Royd replied that she agreed. According to his research, he was blamed for the death of a patient for an unknown reason and was invited to the hospital just during the doctor's punishment. The girl asked what did he mean for an unknown reason. After all, this meant that it was not a simple death on the operating table. Royd agreed, because that was what was written in the court report. Clancy thought, because it smelled like a businessman, they also used this method to pin the blame on others. The man replied that such a possibility cannot be ruled out, but they say that there is no one to suspect, although there is a person who may be guilty of this. Mark had enemies, especially the director of the hospital, William, who held the position at that time. There is also evidence that Dr. Mark turned to brokers to mitigate the punishment, so the plans to return to Korea in a year are justified. The girl thought, because there is a high probability that William is behind this. She asked Royd to find out more about this director and this whole situation. He replied that he will find out through his connections. The girl asked to do so, because this concerns the one who saved her life. She smiled. Perhaps she will be able to get information that will help her thank him for saving her life. They came to see Dr. William. The man asked if everything was okay. He replied that it was fine. The problem was not with his health, but with his mood. There was only one reason why the director could be angry, namely, because of Mark, whom he fired, who had become so popular in the medical world of South Korea. Everyone was talking about the main character, and he was tired of it. 5 dissertations in the top 3 medical journals in the world. If you add up those he wrote in Korea, that's 9. And projects with large pharmaceutical companies. And also about the heroic rescue of the mafia boss. William thought, covering his face, that if he got Mark out of sight, everything would be resolved, but he went to the States and spread his wings there. William asked the men what hospital Mark was in. He answered his question, and William continued, because Austin worked there as the head of the surgery department. William did not understand why there was no news from Austin. The man asked, because William and Austin studied together at the surgical faculty. He answered that he was his lackey. He had been following him everywhere since university. It couldn't be called friendship. William had written him an email. Austin had come in and seen the message. The man hadn't said anything, but his face was serious. William was still talking about Mark. He had let Austin deal with him since he always did what he was told. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The secretary came in and said Weston had arrived. The man allowed him in. The head of this hospital could only come for one reason. Weston appeared on the threshold, and the reason was that the chairman had a health problem. The man with white hair said that William knew why he had come. His health had deteriorated significantly recently, his liver function tests were also abnormal, and he also asked if they would do everything right. William asked what he meant, since it would seem that they were negligent in treating the chairman. George said that the chairman's liver was initially in poor condition due to hepatitis. It had hardened, which caused the parameters to jump. Weston asked if they could not see that there was no improvement. If the chairman got worse, the hospital company would definitely fall apart. She then said that they would have to try hard until there was a change for the better. After all, William was appointed to replace the director of the hospital, and they could not keep track of the health of the chairman. With that, Austin left, saying goodbye to everyone. And he also said the last phrase, if the chairman had even the slightest problem, it would be difficult to escape responsibility for it. William was very angry. He bared his teeth. He also slammed the table, calling him names. He shouted that Austin was thinking that they could, although the old man was so decrepit, because of which he got worse. George answered that it was worth doing a liver transplant before it was too late. William asked what if something happened during the operation. After all, his father was at an advanced age, and if he suddenly died, the problem would not only be the one who did this operation. George wanted to say something, that if left to its own devices, the chairman would not last long. There was a high probability of developing kidney failure. William said that if that happened, he would not last long and would die. George asked what if the operation was performed in another hospital. The man replied that the hospital where they work is considered the best for liver transplants. George said that the operation can be done abroad, for example, in the same states. William's face immediately changed. The man continued that the United States is a more advanced country in terms of medicine, but the chairman himself constantly expresses his dissatisfaction with the treatment in our hospital. After all, it is possible to persuade him and send him to the best American clinic. William thought that this way he could avoid responsibility. Then he said out loud that this was a great idea. Now they need to decide which hospital to recommend. George suggested looking at the list of the best hospitals of the year that deal with liver transplants. William thought that the man saved him turned out to be very useful. Now they need to discuss it with the manager Harry. The man walked down the corridor. He had William's words in his mind. He told him then that they would do the operation on his father in the States because there were more professional doctors there than in Korea. He was told that it was all for his father's sake. Get treatment in the States or hope for luck sitting in Korea. Harry wondered if this was all really for his father. It was clear that he simply did not want to take responsibility. That's why he sent him to another hospital. And still, it was better to send his father to an American hospital than to entrust it to William. The man said that he had come. Nate asked if it was him. He was playing golf and also asked if he had lunch. Harry was shocked because his father needed to rest because last time the indicators were not in order. Nate answered that such a load was not scary. He smiled and asked his son to drink at least tea. The tea was very hot, steaming. The man talked about the operation in the States. Harry said that the American hospital would be better. Nate answered that it was not necessary and asked how much longer he would live, and besides, there was no big difference where they would operate. The man in the blue jacket replied that his father was not showing such positive dynamics at the moment, and he would donate his liver if they went to the States. Nate started shouting, why would he need his son's liver, and if he died, he would not accept the liver. The man wanted to say something, but unfortunately, Nate told him not to talk to him about it anymore. Harry was thinking that his father was very stubborn after all. Staying in the hospital where William was the manager was also impossible. Harry said that he had not seen the girl for a long time, and he was thinking that he could not trust his father to his brother because he had to live for at least another 10 years. Nate replied that she was busy. She wanted his granddaughter too, but looking at her, the disease seemed to retreat. Harry thought that he would pay any price to prolong his father's life. He also remembered the most famous American hospital. That year, the hospital where Mark worked became the first on the list of hospitals for liver transplants. Thanks to the protagonist's achievements in writing dissertations, as well as his talent with a scalpel, the American hospital achieved unrivaled results that year. Mark himself lived the life of a winner. The nurses and medical brothers called him. They wished him a good day, and Mark waved. The protagonist also received recognition and praise from his colleagues. He was popular among patients. His rating was almost 5 stars. He also successfully promoted a project with a pharmaceutical company. All this happened month after month. Mark's status rose higher and higher, but sometimes unexpected guests appeared, like Robert and Clancy. So it was not 3 months, as the protagonist assured, but a whole year. The protagonist was appointed a professor and given a personal office. The guy was very touched, and the man congratulated him. Mark asked if anyone had managed to get such a position in a year. He remembered how the girl praised him for operating on the governor of New York himself. Mark said that anyone can do such a simple operation. It is shameful to receive praise for it. The man just smiled. He praised the protagonist, that at such an age he has achieved a lot. Mark deserves respect regardless of his age and position. Not only the man thought so, but also the whole hospital. In 1 year, the protagonist completely disappeared into this place, the president's office. James prepared a whole table of food. The man admired Mark, and he did not understand what was happening. After all, in Korea they called him a monster, and here they came up with a nickname. Mark asked to be called by a normal name. He asked if something happened. James smiled. He put an envelope on the table and said that more than 10 months had passed since the protagonist arrived at St. Joseph's Hospital. It was time for the official appointment to the position next year. James continued. He thanked Mark. After all, he adapted very well to the hospital. Initially, he doubted whether he could cope, but now he understood that it was as if he had won the lottery. The protagonist thought that if he couldn't, he would have to pack his things and fly back to Korea. The guy with white hair continued. There are many small conditions, but if you generalize, then essentially there are 2. This will increase the annual income to $700,000 and also provide a personal car and apartment. In the States, there are very few doctors with such an income, and such young ones may not exist at all. Mark could not even dream of such conditions in other hospitals, James said, smiling. The protagonist looked slyly somewhere and held a piece of paper. The man asked if he had a better offer. Mark tried to avoid answering. James asked for a minute, but in his head he thought that such a doctor should not be acquired by another hospital. After all, soon they will reap the benefits of Dr. Mark's joint projects with pharmaceutical companies, and if he leaves for another hospital, then all the achievements will go with him. James now offered $800,000. Mark said nothing. Then he offered $850,000. The protagonist again said nothing. Then he offered $900,000 because he couldn't do more, and also said that they weren't strangers. Mark replied that he should calm down and generally agreed. He was glad that he would work next year too. James replied that it was the right decision. Mark thought that if he had kept quiet, he would have become a real professional worth $1 million. He had hospitals that quoted prices higher than $1 million, but he already had enough money. And now he had more important things to do. Mark became serious. James was holding the phone in his hands when the guy said his name. He asked if he remembered the condition when Mark came here. The condition was that when the guy officially became a doctor, he would be sent back to Korea to Deal Hospital. James asked if this was about exchanging doctors. Mark said yes. He had also heard that between Joseph Hospital and Deal there was an exchange of medical personnel every 2 years. After all, it was the man who selected the candidates. James said yes. Mark asked to do as he asked because they had agreed, and he was officially appointed to the position of professor. He asked to be chosen as the one who would go to Dale Hospital, and even if they were against it, it didn't matter. James smiled and said that he would fulfill such a request at any time. He also asked why he was asking him about it. Mark said that there was one problem that needed to be solved. He said the names of his friends from his previous place of work. These were the people he would like to see last, but now he needed to prepare for a meeting with them. Mark walked down the corridor thoughtfully, when suddenly an unknown number called him. It turned out that Austin had called him. He came to the general surgery where the man himself was. Mark asked if he had been called. Austin looked at the computer and answered in the affirmative. The guy stood while the man said that they needed to talk about something. Mark thought about what had happened because it was the first time he had been called. Austin asked why he had done this. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. The man replied that he was talking about the dissertation because his name was mentioned as a co-author. After all, he did not remember helping him with the research. Mark was confused, and he said that it was according to tradition. Usually, when writing a dissertation, it is necessary to indicate the name of a superior professor as a second or third author. This is a long-standing tradition in medicine. Other professors whose names appeared in Mark's dissertation were very happy to increase their own rating without any participation in the research. Austin said that he knew the rules of etiquette, but he did not think it was a good tradition because the co-author should be the one who contributed to the work. He also asked not to do this again. The guy apologized. The man continued that that was all about the bad. He smiled while Mark was thinking about what to say. Mark noticed that he smiled. Austin said that the guy worked very well last year and he had been watching him, and also asked if he was offended at him for not helping him. Mark said no, and in his mind he was in shock because he knows how to speak softly. Austin remembered the guy with white hair saying that in a year he would gain experience in advanced medicine and at the same time see New York, nothing to lose. Out loud he told Austin that in such places it is not good to gather with your own people and help each other. On the contrary, it will only lead to more discrimination. But Mark did a great job. He did not feel much patriotism towards Korea, but he is proud of the main character and is also proud that he is also Korean, like Mark. The guy with red hair thanked him. Austin said that he did not call him for this conversation. He asked if he knew the director of the DL hospital, this ungrateful man. Mark wondered why he talked about him. The man continued that William was talking nonsense, told him to kick Mark out of St. Joseph's Hospital. The main character was in complete shock, and when the guy just arrived here, William immediately called him so Austin could sort it out. Mark wondered why he continued to bother him. Austin continued that every time he wrote to him, he ignored it, but yesterday he received another message. The man responded to it, telling him to shut up and fuck off already. He also asked if he was doing a good job. Mark was shocked and didn't know what to answer. For the main character, this was unexpected and joyful. Now he knew what kind of professor he really was. Austin asked again if he was doing a good job, and asked another question about Mark's expression. Did he really not like something? The main character answered negatively. In his thoughts, he was wondering how he could send him off with such a serious face. Out loud, he said, "You did everything right. William deserves even more." He also asked why he was telling him about this. Austin initially kept silent, but then he said that William hadn't changed a bit. They were in the same medical school. He was the same idiot 30 years ago. It was natural for him to treat people like servants, but he himself didn't lift a finger. Without a company, Dale is not worth a penny. He always relied only on his parents. But they were classmates and friends, so Austin tolerated it. He remembered that William stole his dissertation, and the guy said that he did not understand what he was talking about, because at first William said that someone stole Austin's dissertation, and then he himself began to look at other people's works. He also said that he was dragging an innocent person into this. When Austin received a letter from him, he roughly understood what kind of relationship Mark had with William. The protagonist realized that the man had also suffered from William. Austin said that their conversation had dragged on. He handed the guy a flash drive with a folder. He gave him the contents of the letters that William sent him. The man said that there was a lot of stuff there and he falsely accused Mark as if he had taken bribes. The protagonist was angry because he could not forgive such a thing. Austin said he didn't know what happened there, but most likely William was to blame. Mark answered positively. The man continued that this wouldn't defeat him, but it could disgrace him. William also tried to spread false rumors about the famous and best doctor of St. Joseph Mark, and in such a low way. Mark thanked the man, because this information is not so easy to collect. The man smiled. He also had a grudge against him because he had to somehow pay him back for the past. He hoped to teach him a lesson. Mark smiled and replied that he would teach him a lesson. Now Austin can prepare for this because Mark is going to smash him to smithereens. It was night, there were skyscrapers. Clara was in Michael's apartment. She was standing over the guy who was sleeping. She was simply speechless. They finally met, and he was sleeping. Perhaps he fell asleep as soon as he came home from work. These days were too busy for him at the hospital. She already wanted to go home. He had recently lost even more weight. He told her that he had nightmares. She had a feeling that he was sick with something. She took the blanket in her hands. The girl remembered how Michael had asked her if schizophrenia was a genetic disease, and she had answered that he was a doctor and he knew better. She tried to convince herself that everything was fine, because he was a doctor who was saving his own life. Couldn't he take care of his own? Michael groaned. The girl wondered why he had become quiet. She called him, but he was silent. Clara wanted to touch him, but suddenly someone grabbed her hand. She flew straight at the guy. Michael smiled and asked if she had come. He hugged her tightly. She asked when he had woken up. The guy answered that it was when she was covering him with a blanket. The girl said that she had been worried about him because he had suddenly become quiet. Michael asked if she had thought that he had died. He asked her not to worry because he would not leave her alone. Clara became serious and said that she did not feel that it was sincere. The girl became embarrassed. She said that she was worried about him. Michael answered that everything was fine. She wanted to say more, but the guy stood up, interrupted her and said that he knew his body better and there were no problems. Michael smiled and said that he was going to take a shower. Clara was confused, sitting on the couch. Her mouth was slightly open. He reached the shower. The guy was all in sweat. He held his head with one hand, leaned against the wall with the other. He was shaking completely. Michael did not understand what was happening. He saw people in blood again, and Mark was standing in the middle. The guy smiled and thought that now these people came to him for any reason, including the main character. He laughed. It was sunny. Mary's hand was lying on the book. The girl was thinking. She was thinking about Mark. After all, he goes to bed early, and there is no answer, and it was also in his thoughts, what if he flirts with girls? At the same time, the main character was in shock, because his girls were very close. Jane asked Clancy what Mark was uncomfortable with and why interfere at all. Clancy asked what it meant to interfere, because good treatment of a benefactor is one of the rules of her clan. And why was Jane crossing the line? The girl began to threaten her with a killer, to which the girl in glasses said that before that her business could fall apart. Mark watched this and thought that if he interfered, there would be more problems, so he should take advantage of the moment and run away. Mary was very nice because Mark answered her. The guy wrote that he was running away now and he was very scared. The girl thought what this meant when suddenly a servant entered the room. He tried to explain that they had a problem. After all, Nate lost consciousness. The servant said that they needed to go to him faster. The girl was in shock. It was shock for her. In her thoughts there was his face in blood. In the background of the building there is a scream calling for Nate. Nate is unconscious on the floor and someone is calling him and asking him to wake up. People are sitting around Nate and trying to bring him to his senses. Mary looks at her grandfather in shock. The maid pays attention to Mary and she asks again how long ago they called the ambulance, to which she received the answer that about 5 minutes ago and that they should arrive soon. Mary sits down next to her grandfather and asks everyone to move away because she will examine him herself. Mary looks at Nate in horror. Nate is lying on the floor and Mary thinks that she sees a yellowed face, feels the smell of ammonia from his mouth and his hands are shaking. Mary sits next to Nate and realizes that he is in a hepatic coma. The maid calls the ambulance workers to come to them quickly. Mary screams worriedly at Nate. The ambulance takes Nate away. The hospital building is against the cloudy sky. Someone asks about the condition of the father. Connor and the man are silent. The two receive an answer that Nate is not in the best condition, to which they look worriedly. The family members exchange glances. The doctors warn that they should prepare for the worst. The man in glasses denies it and asks if they can try to do an operation, to which he receives a negative answer. Against the background of Nate's liver, the doctor continues that Nate lost consciousness due to hepatic coma and the liver is an organ that removes various toxins from the body and when its condition worsens, the ability to remove harmful substances decreases and that is why he fell into a coma. Despite this treatment is possible, but he frowns and continues that the problem is that his liver has reached its limit and if the overall liver function does not improve, then they will not be able to offer any treatment, because in this case, the two stand in horror because they hear the answer that Nate will hardly last even a week in this condition. He began to shake because he is worried about his father. He leans on his hands and trembles until the man in glasses calls him and he thinks that his father looked healthy. And then this. He remembers how Nate turned to him and said that he can trust only him, because with him he feels like behind a stone wall and even if he is gone, then their company will remain in good hands. Nate smiles, and his son asks him not to say that. But the father continues that his son is his support and he is happy with the way he raised him. George worriedly asks again that if the problem with the liver is not possible to transplant his son's liver, he is sure that he can give him his liver. Harry puts his hand on his chest and adds that especially since they have already been tested for compatibility and begs the doctor. Connor introduces himself and says that he is a liver transplant specialist and will explain in more detail that the chairman is already at an advanced age and there is a high probability that he simply will not survive such a serious operation, because it will last more than 10 hours. Against the background of blood splashes, he continues that they should try, because there is an even more serious problem. Against the background of a picture of a bile duct, he says that Nate has a deformed bile duct, which is directly connected to the liver and during the operation it will be necessary to connect the bile duct to the liver, which in his case is very dangerous. Harry is shaking and listening to how even if he is operated on, he still will not last long. George holds him while he denies what is happening. George looks forward and Harry screams and begins to cry. George holds the bridge of his nose. The doctors stand sadly to the side. Against the background of an open window, someone says that his father is already at an advanced age. The girl says that maybe they should let Nate go and everything, to which she receives a positive answer, because the doctors say that there is no other way, and the second adds that this is all true and they should just let him go in peace. Harry stands aside, and they continue to talk about what they will do when their father dies. Because he was engaged in oil, the second says that she has her own television company, and she should give it up. Harry shakes with anger while they discuss that their sister got enough from their father, to which he denies. Harry gets angry and mentally scolds them and thinks that their father may never wake up again. And these so-called children of his are dividing his property. George holds Harry and asks if they can talk. George sits with Harry on a bench and says that he cannot trust the words of the doctors in this hospital, and it was they who allowed his father to reach this state, and until now he could not do anything, since the chairman insisted on his own. Harry looks straight and tells Jean that they will go to the States. George was taken aback and asked him again, to which he received in response that he himself knows that the local doctors cannot cure his father, and yes, the problem is in his relatives. They will certainly interfere with the treatment because they only have money on their minds. He clenches his fist and George replies that the chairman did not want to go to an American hospital, to which Harry replies that first they need to save him, and then he will be able to grumble as much as he wants. Against the background of the sky, he continues that perhaps in the States there will be a way to treat in one of the best hospitals for liver transplants, and he will take full responsibility for this. Harry says that they are going to the States. Against the background of the plane, the plot says that it was decided to send the chairman to the United States, and the transportation was carried out promptly due to the emergency condition. Nate lies connected to devices, and he says that for this they used a private plane of their company secretly from his brothers and sisters, who were busy hunting for an inheritance. George and Harry are sitting near Nate, and the plot adds that they were the only two accompanying him. Harry looks away while the plot says that the destination was, but George asks if the director contacted the right people before the scandal broke out. Harry smiles and replies that yes, after all. He quickly understands what is what, and he called the director of the hospital in advance and at the same time sent materials with data on the chairman's condition, to which George breathes a sigh of relief. Mark shakes someone's hand and he says that one of the best hospitals for liver transplants is St. Joseph's Hospital. They can only be trusted. George says that, by the way, he is worried about whether they flew away too hastily, because his sister would probably want to go with them, and asks if they should have taken the girl with them, to which he receives in response that if they did this, his brother would not have remained on the sidelines, but he is embarrassed in front of his sister and he will contact her a little later. Harry sadly looks ahead and thinks about his father. In the background, Nate is in a coma. He asks him to wait a little longer and he will save him, and assures that he will do it for sure. United States. St. Joseph's Hospital. A nameplate on the door. A group of doctors enter the room. Harry jumps up to meet them. He shakes the doctor's hand and he says that they have come a long way, and adds that his name is David and he is a liver specialist, to which the two who arrived also introduce themselves. David looks at Nate's data and says that despite the documents that he received in advance, they will conduct an additional examination and this will take some time, which they will have to wait, to which Harry asks him to save his father, to which he receives the answer that his request is accepted. Harry calls out to David and says that in Korea they were told that the operation would be difficult to perform, and asks if they have a chance to save his father. Harry looks at David in shock, who replies that he does not know. Judging by Nate's medical history, everything will not be so simple. David continues that Nate is already at an advanced age and may not survive a liver transplant, especially since there is an abnormality in the bile duct and it will be difficult to do a transplant in the usual way, and it seems to him that they should only hope for a miracle. Harry, horrified, asks how he can talk about this so carelessly, because he came so far for his father, to which the doctor says that he meant something else. Someone knocks on the door, and he continues that Nate does not have much time left. Mark knocks on the door while Harry shouts that they are only asking him to sit and wait for a miracle. Mark listens thoughtfully to the shouts. He introduces himself as Mark and that he is responsible for the surgical department, and asks if he can come in. Harry shouts at David that his father does not have much time left and that he did not fly so far to just sit and wait for a miracle. Mark enters the room. David turns around and Mark asks what happened. Mark looks straight at him. David says that his name is Mr. Harry asks what he just said. Mark bows his head and David says that this doctor will be performing the operation, while Mark introduces himself and says that he is pleased to meet you. Harry is surprised by the nationality of the doctor because he is Korean. Mark says that the patient's condition is not the best, but after further examination they may have to operate right away, while Harry thinks that Mark is still so young. Harry frowns and thinks that this kid will be operating on his father. This news made him more anxious, and he also seems to have heard the name of Messrs. George shouts for them to stop. Harry is perplexed and asks again why he is like that. George points at Mark and says that he is joking, because he immediately thought that he heard this name somewhere. Mark listens as George says that he is a charlatan, because of whom a patient died at the Dale Hospital and then his license was revoked. David looks at the main characters in bewilderment while George continues that they leave talented doctors aside and call this child a specialist, but there is a limit to everything, to which David says that he should calm down, because he probably has incorrect information. George continues enraged that they are wrong to think that they will calmly tolerate such offensive behavior, to which Harry says that he will talk to them himself. Harry is wary. Harry tells the doctors to listen to him carefully. Mark looks at him in bewilderment. Harry says that he cannot trust his father, the chairman, to this hospital. Harry also starts to get angry and says that they promised the best doctors, and here is some rabble, and this is the first time he is insulted like this, and adds that he should have immediately realized what was going on when they started telling him about a miracle. David interrupts him and adds that Mark did not deserve such treatment from them and asks them to apologize immediately, because he is a brilliant doctor who has performed miracles so many times, to which Mark stops him and says that everything is fine. Mark turns to the genie, who says that he must be crazy to want to trust his father to this hospital. Harry and George leave, while Harry says that they will go to another clinic right away, because even a healthy person will die in such a place, to which George agrees. David angrily says that he does not understand why they are suddenly so angry and asks what is wrong with their MC, to which Mark thanks him. Mark looks at him and listens that if it were not for him, that patient would not have even come here. When everyone said that the case was hopeless, he extended a helping hand to them. Mark says that perhaps there is hope. Mark remembers the operation, because the case was with a violation of the bile duct, and in a past life he had already operated on a patient with a similar case. Against the background of a sign that the operation is in progress, he continues that, however, due to an unstable connection of the bile duct, all the bile came out and the patient died of peritonitis. Mark bows before the crying woman and continues that his relatives thanked him, saying that he did everything possible, but he was in a very depressed state at the time. Mark looks sadly at the floor and says that he really wanted to save that patient. He thinks that after that he constantly thought about this precedent and how to save a patient with a similar diagnosis in the future and what method is most effective and at the same time will not harm the patient, and in the end he found a solution. Mark looks thoughtfully and thinks that he did not have the opportunity to use it, but most likely. David enthusiastically asks if he has any idea. Mark awkwardly answers that so far only thoughts, but this method can be very dangerous, to which David says that he is very interested in what he has in mind, to which Mark thinks that he made him wait too much. Mark looks at David and says that due to severe changes in the bile duct, a liver transplant is almost impossible, to which David agrees. Mark raises his finger and continues that it is necessary to completely remove the bile duct, to which David is perplexed. Mark confirms that David understood him correctly. David rubs his chin thoughtfully and listens that the distance for the connection is large, but if you cut off a part of the intestine and make a loop, you can connect it directly to the liver and then perform a hepatocgenostomy, then everything will work out, to which David asks again if he means a duodenal anastomosis, and Mark confirms this, but still his idea is different. David listens enthusiastically that Mark will use a T-stent and it is necessary to further reduce the risks, but he thinks that this is the most profitable case, to which David states that he knew it. Mark looks thoughtfully and David continues that even in such a situation Mark was able to find a way out of the situation. While he thinks something like that, but his relatives still refuse the operation and he does not need to save him. Mark remembers Nate and thinks that he is the chairman of the company, calls him by name and remembers that he is a grandfather LL. Mark is depressed in front of Mary and thinks that if he dies, he will never be able to help and will see LL's sad face. He continues that there is also a chance that he can save Nate, and if it is possible, then he wants to save him, because last time he failed, but now everything should happen differently. Harry says that he is incredibly angry. George says that he had high hopes since they said that this is the best clinic in the States, but he should have found out everything in detail in advance. To which Harry picks up the phone and replies that he needs to call Johns Hopkins Hospital because he had a number somewhere. Harry is perplexed by the international call on his phone. Harry grins and realizes that he forgot to call Mary and tells her that she called where she wanted. Mary says that it is true that they took Nate to the States and adds that they have such a thing going on there. To which Harry gives a positive answer and that he wanted to warn her in advance and apologizes and thinks that Mary is the only kind person in their family among all these monsters. He remembers Mary and Nate and thinks that how could this freak have such a daughter, while Mary asks him how his grandfather is because he needs to have an operation as soon as possible. Harry answers that he is now in the hospital and would like to get to know the clinic better. Harry listens in shock as Mary says that she would like to come right now, but almost all flights to the States are cancelled due to a snowstorm. Harry looks at the snowfall while Mary asks which hospital they are in. Harry is speechless while Mary tries to shout to him. Harry thinks that they have problems because in such weather it will be difficult to drive not only a helicopter, but even a car. He remembers his father and does not understand what to do, because his father has little time left should he really trust them. He remembers that dialogue and understands that he will have to hope for a miracle. He thinks that he really will have to trust them with his father. George looks at Harry and tries to bring him back from his thoughts. Harry looks out the window and calls out to LL. She answers him. Harry asks how long she has been working at Dale Hospital, to which she gives a positive answer. Harry asks again if she knows Dr. Messers. Mary is taken aback. Mary asks why he suddenly asked, to which he replied about his interest in his competencies. Harry grins when Mary asks what he wants to know, what kind of person or what kind of doctor he is, to which he replies that he wants to know what kind of doctor he is. Mary confidently says that Mark is the best doctor she knows. Harry thinks that she said that Mark is the best doctor. The doctor approaches George and Harry and asks them to pay attention to him and asks if they are relatives of the patient from Korea. Harry listens in horror that they need to follow him as soon as possible. The intensive care unit. Nate is surrounded by doctors and Harry realizes that something is wrong. He touches the glass with his hand. Harry goes downstairs dejectedly and thinks about his father. Someone comes up to them. David looks at the men. David looks down dejectedly and says that Nate's condition is getting worse and that he has already called another clinic. But now all traffic is blocked. But if they leave things like this, nothing good will happen and they need to make a decision as soon as possible. Harry looks at the doctor in horror. He cries out in grief. The man says that breaking news, weather changes in the form of strong winds and snowfall caused a blizzard. With a hooded man in the background, he continues that such snowstorms hit all areas of the United States, stopping traffic in major cities including New York and New Jersey, and many houses lost power and about 1,000 flights were canceled across the country. People are watching TV and they continue that the traffic stop has caused chaos on the road and asks how things are now. Against the backdrop of a snowstorm, he says that the traffic situation on the roads, where several thousand cars were isolated due to a sudden snowfall. Against the backdrop of a grid, he says that there may be casualties as a result of car accidents and they ask drivers to be careful, to which someone says that this is a problem. He says that unusual snowfall is observed in Europe. Doctors are running and saying that you say that there are patients for transportation, and in such weather they cannot move from the spot, and now in the emergency room there is horror, they should hurry there. Someone says that the patient's condition has worsened and they provided first aid, but he needs to be immediately transferred to intensive care and they should hurry. George and Harry run to Nate. Intensive care unit, as the doctors say that Johnny needs to get something and act faster, and Pitt needs to call Dr. Mark now and as soon as possible. Harry looks at them from behind the glass. Harry watches helplessly. He holds onto the glass and thinks that his father can't just leave like that. David comes over and says that it's too dangerous to leave him like that. George and Harry turn around. David says that they have given him first aid, but his condition is getting worse and he has contacted another hospital, but they can't transport him because of the blocked traffic. He adds that he doesn't have much time left. Harry is horrified. He is shaking and says that this can't be happening. Harry holds David's shoulders and asks if there is any way to help him. George listens dejectedly as Harry screams that he can't let him die like that and remembers about the operation and says that he will agree if David personally operates on him. David smiles and says that his skills are not enough to save this patient. He looks at Harry and starts to suggest something. He says that it could be Mr. Harry, horrified, remembers Mr. He imagined him and thinks that he is a puppy who still has milk on his lips and because of him there was an accident in the past. He remembers how Mary spoke about him and thought about it, because he does not understand why. David says that he does not know what he knows about Mr. But in this hospital he is known as a genius doctor who does impossible things and they call him Miracle Kim. Harry comes to a realization and David says that the patient honestly has no chance, and in Korea they also refuse to operate and that is why they are here. Someone says that the father needs to be operated on in the States. There are more professional doctors there than in Korea. The man with the beard says that even if they operate on him, he will not last long. Against the backdrop of medical doors, David says that, to tell the truth, no one in their hospital dared to take on this case either, because the patient is complicated and he also came from abroad and the risks are too high. Against the backdrop of a consultation, someone says that hepatic coma, there is an anomaly in the bile duct, plus age, it is not just difficult, it seems that such an operation is impossible. One says that this means there were reasons for which they refused in the Korean hospital and it will be difficult, and to which the second responds that maybe they should refuse. They are going to fly from far away by plane. Mark asks them to listen. Mark raises his hand and asks if he can perform this operation. Harry says that Mark was the only one who intervened at this point, to which Harry repeated the question and received a positive answer. Harry looks at David, who says that to be honest, he himself cannot understand why he wanted to take on such a difficult patient. Even if they find a way, the probability of failure is much higher. David puts his hand on his chest and continues that however, if he were in the patient's place, he would trust Mark with his life and he hopes that his words will help him make the right decision. George says that he understands, they must be busy, and thanks someone for the advice. He hangs up. Harry asks what they told him. He remembers the doctors and says that Professor Connor and D1 from Deal and the other professors all gave the same answer. He looks at Harry and says that Mark is the best doctor. George asks what's wrong with Jean. The man with long hair asks what happened to Harry, to which he adds that Mark's medical license was revoked. He's so, and what's up with his father. Harry says that the only bad grade he got was from the meanest of his brothers, and that's a paradox because he has a good feeling. Harry says that he always says that and gets distracted by the gentleman. Mark bows down. Mark says that he's very sorry that the patient couldn't be transferred to another hospital. He looks at Harry and says that they've probably already explained everything to him and that Nate's condition is very critical now and that the only option left is surgery. And usually I don't recommend a liver transplant in such cases, but they have no other option. George and Harry are taken aback because Mark says that he says all this because he himself wants to save the patient. They remember how David says that the only hope is for a miracle. Mark thinks that he has no need to interfere and perform the surgery. Mark thinks that the reason is that he is the chairman of the company or because the country's economy depends on him. He thinks about Nate and says that everyone is equal in the face of death. He thinks about sad Mary and says that the reason why he doesn't want to give up is that he can't stand aside when he knows that there is a chance to save Mary's grandfather, and secondly, that the patient's relatives want him to get better so badly. Mark says that there is a chance that he will get worse even after the surgery. But even so, Mark looks at them and continues that he wants to try to do everything possible to save him. Harry covers his face with his hand. He thinks that even in the best clinic in Korea they gave up and said that the case was hopeless. They just advised to prepare for the worst and none of them even tried to save his father. He looks at Mark and thinks that this young doctor asks if he can save his father. Mark says that as he said, he can't promise. He puts his hand on his chest and promises to do everything possible because he wants to save him. This time he can't let the patient go like in his past life. Harry covers his face with his hand. He thinks about his father and cries. George gets up and asks to save him, because now he is his last hope, to which Mark says that he will make every effort to bring him back in life both in the past and in the present, exactly the kind of doctor he wanted to be. Mark said that the operation is supposed to take 10 hours and as soon as the donor's operation is over, he will be transferred to the ward. There is not much time. As soon as everything is ready, he will be taken to the operating room. The man was lying on the bed and said that he understood everything. Standing in front of him, the main character asked him not to worry, adding that everything will be fine. The man replied that he was ready, but he could not help but worry. Looking at the door, he said that it was good that they had been examined in Korea in advance for organ compatibility. Now every minute counts, although his father was very angry and said that he would not take his liver. He turned to Mark. The main character looked at him and responded. The man turned away. He looked at his father and asked him to definitely perform a miracle. Mark's face was serious. He squinted and agreed, saying he would do his best. The light came from the lamps. The patients were unconscious. The plot tells us that a liver transplant operation was being performed simultaneously on the organ donor and the recipient who would receive the liver. David held his hands in front of him and called to the protagonist. He winked and asked him to hold on. David said that as soon as he was done with the donor's liver, he would join him as an assistant. Mark smiled and thanked him. The protagonist began the operation. We are told that these two operations were very important. But more importantly, David and Mark were excellent partners. Standing over the patient, the protagonist said that he would first remove the fluid from the abdominal cavity. The plot tells us that as soon as the liver transplant operation on the recipient began, Professor David was waiting in another operating room to time it and remove the donor's liver. David had a mask on his face. He began to flush the liver. The doctors began to connect the artificial blood vessel. Mark looked at the time. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Standing over the man, he thought that 4 hours had passed since the start of the operation. David entered the operating room and said that the operation to extract the donor's liver was complete. Raising his hands, Mark noted that they would begin the transplant and asked David to be present at the operation. David replied that he would be there as long as necessary and offered to perform a miracle. Squinting, the protagonist thought about a miracle, adding that so far everything had been going according to the standard procedure. But now, Mark thought that for the first time he would be performing a high-level operation in this way, and on an elderly patient who was unknown whether he would survive it or not. There would be no doctor who would be confident in the successful outcome of an operation of such complexity. He remembered how the man looked at his father and asked him to definitely perform a miracle. Mark looked at his hands and wondered if he could handle it. He was holding forceps in his hands. Raising his head, the protagonist emphasized that this would be a very difficult operation and perhaps the most difficult of all that had been, so he asked for strength. David's face was serious. He raised his head and exhaled. Mark closed his eyes and said that they would pray in the shower and do their best. He opened his eyes and said that they were starting. The room was brightly lit. The man came to his senses and mentally asked where he was. He clutched his stomach. Weston stood over him and asked if he was conscious. The dumbfounded man asked what had happened to his father. Weston said seriously that the operation was still in progress. Harry clarified how many hours had passed. Weston was scared. He said that it had already been 14 hours since the operation began. Exhausted, Harry asked again. Weston lowered his head and emphasized that such a serious operation takes a long time. Harry cried out that it had already been 4 hours longer than expected. He began to tremble. He turned to Weston, who was taken aback by this. Looking at the IV, he said that he needed to go to the operating room immediately and asked for a chair to be prepared. They were moving along the corridor. Harry was looking at the door. Weston was wheeling him in and saying that his being there wouldn't change anything and suggested that they go back to the ward. Weston remembered how the nurse had tried to talk him out of it and noted that the director was also great. The nurse had tried to talk him out of it, but he said that he would take full responsibility and even sign it. He really loved his father so much. The doctors suddenly opened the door. Harry was surprised. His father was wheeled out of the operating room. Weston, dumbfounded, said that it was his father. Mark was walking behind and telling David that during the anastomosis of the blood vessels, he was afraid that adhesions might form in the intestines. The protagonist suddenly looked at Harry. David hit Mark on the back and said that he would tell Harry about the results of the operation himself and that he would take care of the rest. Harry asked what was wrong with his father. The protagonist's face was serious. Harry was scared. He closed his eyes. Mark said that the operation was a success. Harry suddenly opened his eyes. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Mark noted that the operation was a bit delayed, but everything ended well. They would be able to judge the results accurately later, but the operation itself was successful and Mr. Nate did a great job. Harry's face was happy. He began to thank the protagonist. Mark looked out the window. He closed his eyes and said that he was just doing his job because he was a doctor. The doors to the ward were transparent. The plot tells us that the transplant does not provide immediate recovery, but on the contrary, a new war begins. The doctors stood near the man. Mark emphasized the fact that when a person receives an organ transplant, it has a great impact on the body, especially since Nate was already old, which meant he was predisposed to complications after the operation. The protagonist looked at the screen and thought that this is why they were prepared for such dangerous factors as bleeding, liver failure, infections, and so on. He put in an IV and said that they were constantly monitoring the dosage of the drugs. Mark's face was tired. We are told that he was with the patient day and night. The plot takes us a week ahead. The door to the ward opened. White clouds covered the sky. Mark said that the patient's condition had improved a lot. They were planning to transfer him from intensive care to a regular ward. Looking at Harry, he said that he was worried about possible complications, but there were no special problems. Harry clarified if this was true. Smiling, Mark replied that it was so and it was all thanks to his attitude towards his father. Taken aback, Harry cried out that it was all thanks to the main character, despite the fact that they behaved so rudely. He left them and said that they would see each other after lunch. Harry said that Mark was indeed a good doctor and his talents are talents, but he felt his great love for patients. Harry asked what really happened if such a good doctor had his license revoked in Korea. The protagonist yawned. Weston looked at Harry and noticed that Nate was recovering well and he was beginning to worry about what would happen to the company. Mark could be considered to have prevented an economic crisis in Korea. Harry smiled and said that it was true. He imagined the company collapsing and thought that if his father had been smart, perhaps the Dale group would have split into pieces and the siblings would most likely have squabbled over the inheritance. Harry suddenly looked away. Weston told him that they were said to have already begun preparing for a legal battle. Frowning, he assumed that they had decided that Nate was already dead since there had been no news and were doing their business behind their backs. Harry said that they wanted their father dead more than anyone else. Weston suggested that they should give them a warning. Standing next to him, Weston asked what Harry would say if they informed them of the chairman's condition and did it openly. There were news everywhere that Nate Dale Group had survived. The dumbfounded people looked at the papers. The story says that this caused a stir in all the media and not only in Korea but also around the world. People thought that Nate in the financial world of the Korean company Dale Group defeated death and survived miraculously. The blue sky surrounded the building. The protagonist told us that it was impossible to pass by this case and journalists gathered at St. Joseph's Hospital very soon. Weston stood behind the podium and said that due to liver failure, his condition was critical, after which a transplant operation was performed at this hospital and now he is recovering. Looking at the journalists, he said that at the moment the chairman's condition has improved, that he can be transferred from the intensive care unit to the VIP ward. The reporter asked who operated on the man. Weston's face was serious. The guy with surprise on his face noted that he heard that according to the specialist's conclusion, this operation was almost impossible and they also say that the doctor who performed the operation is South Korean. Weston looked at him and replied that the doctor was Korean and that this man had experience treating the prime minister on an airplane, and a year ago he had even operated on the head of the mafia, a very famous doctor. Mark's parents heard from TV that this was a young specialist named Mark. They were taken aback by this. Weston said that he was now the chairman's attending physician and continued to observe him, this brilliant specialist, who was called Miracle Mark there. Mary was surprised. Connor and Ron were happy. Weston said that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he saved the chairman's life. Michael was furious. He looked at the banner on the building. The protagonist looked at the IV. He began to adjust it. He was suddenly taken aback. The man began to move his hand. He opened his eyes. Weston noted that thanks to him, Nate was getting better. People entered the ward. They took the man's hand. They sat in front of him and said that they were very worried and prayed every day. They stood around him, discussing how great it was to see him again. People started arguing over who would look after him. Harry sat in the hallway, thinking that they were being hypocrites. He wondered if they were being so brazen after they had recently suggested leaving him to die. Harry frowned, pointing out that the third brother had not even shown up, probably jealous that the doctor from Dale Hospital was now in an American hospital and that he had saved their father's life. The man raised his hand and asked them to stop. He had a smile on his face. He stated that they had all shown him enough respect and asked everyone except Harry to come back. The people were dumbfounded. He ordered them to go back and be careful. They frowned at this. He lay down on the bed, noting that it was finally quiet. Harry came up to him and asked if he was okay. His father asked him to think about himself, noting that he had just had surgery himself and should not strain himself so much. He turned to Harry with a smile. He said that he never thought that he would ever become such a weak creature. Looking out the window, he noted that even if he returned to Korea, it would be difficult to return to his previous life. The man noted that Harry should be ready to become, and now he will be the chairman of the Deal Group. He took Harry's hand and offered to carry out the succession as soon as they returned and asked him to take care of the company. The plot takes us a month later. They were packing their suitcases. Mark came into them and said hello. Harry took the suitcase and said that before being discharged, he came to check on his father's condition and he became very active thanks to the main character. Mark noted that after returning to Korea, it would be necessary to periodically check his health. The guy rolled the man. He thanked the main character with a smile on his face, adding that they caused him a lot of inconvenience. Mark bowed and asked him to think only about his health. He thought that the representative of the largest enterprise in the financial world of Korea, and so polite. The man turned to him with a satisfied look. Standing in front of him, Mark responded. The man said that he would not forget that he had saved his life. The protagonist replied that he had not done it for the reward. The man said that if Mark needed anything, he could contact him at any time. The protagonist was scared by this. The plot tells us that the reason Mark was so upset was that Nate was the grandfather of his beloved girlfriend. He remembered Mary telling him that he was her grandfather. He asked in his thoughts that he had given him her granddaughter. The man with a smirk on his face noted that the protagonist could ask for anything he wanted except his beloved granddaughter. He imagined the man hitting him. Mark asked to tell him when he would return to Korea. Nate asked Harry if he knew what the protagonist wanted. Harry suggested that it was probably not money. Raising his head, Nate said that he would listen to any request he made, even the opportunity to breathe thanks to him. Harry asked what would happen if he asked Mary. The enraged man cried out that as long as he was alive, it would not happen. Harry said that he would be happy to, noting that if he married Mary, he would become part of their family and he was only for such a person. Nate said that he would like Mark to work at Deal Hospital again. The protagonist was dumbfounded. Mark thought about the fact that several months had passed since the chairman had undergone surgery. He looked at the news with a surprised look. He thought about how half of the Korean news was related to the health of the chairman. We are told that the protagonist knew for sure that he was recovering without complications. A liver transplant operation on a patient with a deformation in the bile duct is an unusual case. But overall, the operation using a stent was successful. David came to him. He looked in on him and asked what kind of articles he was reading. Mark replied that he was reading about the patient and they wrote about him, that he was already feeling much better. The protagonist ate a donut and noted that it was the first time he had used such a method, so he was a little nervous, but luck was on his side. David said that it was not so and his idea was simply brilliant. Mark thought that if you think about it, it was the first time he had found his own method instead of relying on knowledge of the future. The protagonist was sitting at the computer. We are told that until now he had used knowledge from the future and achieved results, but this was natural because he knew what ideas would later be accepted in the medical world. The plot told us that Mark tried to achieve good results in any way so as not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Looking at the sky, David asked if the protagonist had decided on the topic of the research that would be at the seminar. He replied that he was thinking about a way to determine the stage of liver cancer, and this was similar to the topic of the participants from Barcelona. However, nothing had been determined for sure yet. Mark emphasized the fact that this time he did not want to try an idea from the future, but his own. He put his hands in his pockets. The night sky enveloped the city. Michael held a glass of wine. He looked out the window. He did not look away. He imagined the spirits whispering to him that he had killed them. They were standing in front of him. Michael wondered if even with his eyes open he could see them. He remembered the image of the people he had killed and assumed that this was punishment for his crimes. Clara extended her hand. He took him by the shoulder and called out. She looked at him and asked if he was okay. Looking at the city, Clara asked what he was thinking about. Michael replied that it was nothing special and that he was just admiring the view. She asked if it was because of work that he had not been himself lately. Clara asked him to go to the hospital if he was feeling unwell. Looking at the glass, Michael replied that he was there all the time and that he was already tired of the hospital. She snatched the glass from his hands and screamed that she did not mean that. She looked furious and asked him to see a doctor for treatment. Looking at Michael, Clara said that she knew he had nightmares, that he had lost a lot of weight and that he often seemed to fall out of reality, and she was afraid that something bad would happen to him. Smiling, Michael said that he was fine. He extended his hand and said that he was just a little tired and asked her to give him the glass. Clara said that he should not drink, adding that he did not feel well without it. He repeated with a smile on his face that she should give it to him. Clara was taken aback by this. Michael poured wine into the glass. She wondered what he was constantly thinking about. She remembered how they walked and noted that Michael was always smiling and acting politely, but there was a feeling that something was hidden behind it. There was a smile on his face. Clara emphasized that she saw that he was not sincere because he showed an image entangled in lies. Clara mentally wondered if Michael loved her and whether he knew what love was. Michael turned and addressed her. He asked why she had that look on her face. Clara was upset. Michael put down his glass and asked what was the matter and if she was angry because he drank so much. She stood in front of him and said that she was not. She asked him thoughtfully why she was with Michael. There were many cars on the road. The headlights of the car were bright. Michael was driving. He turned around. He saw the spirits of people in the back seats. He looked at the photograph and heard that it was all because of him. Looking at the photograph, Michael noted that he was hallucinating and psychotic. He added that depression and schizophrenia required urgent help because negative emotions increase the risk of suicide. He remembered his mother holding her head. Michael thought about how she was constantly imagining things. Holding his hand to his mouth, he suggested that this was why his mother committed suicide. Michael received a phone call. His face was serious. He answered the phone. William asked where he was. Michael said he was out getting some fresh air. William asked if he had time for that now, noting that he was a pathetic fool. Michael's hand was tense. Holding the steering wheel, he asked what the call was about. William ordered him to go to Chicago in 2 weeks. William imagined George and told him that this time the international meeting of the Society of Surgeons would be held in Chicago and Michael was to give a talk there. William noted that Professor George had made a report on his research under his name and the presentation file and speech were already ready. He just had to show up and give his talk. Michael said he understood, holding his hand to his face. William hung up. Michael's face was serious. He remembered the protagonist holding him and telling him that he could try to do it the way he wanted, but he should keep in mind one thing, that he still wouldn't be there because he would get in his way. A smile appeared on Michael's face. He remembered Weston talking about Mark. Looking at the tall buildings, Michael wondered why he wanted to see the main character so much. The story takes us 2 weeks ahead to Chicago. Sunlight enveloped the building. William walked ahead and asked what section their report would be in. George replied that their report would be in Part B. After lunch, William turned around and told Michael not to make mistakes, adding that he would be speaking in front of doctors from all over the world. William frowned and asked not to embarrass him. He wondered if he should prompt Michael about every little thing. Many people were sitting at the table. Looking at George, William asked why people were gathered there. Mark walked up to the stage and said that before he began his report, he wanted to introduce himself. Michael was taken aback by this. He wondered what that voice was. The protagonist stood at the microphone and said that today, based on the statistics of the past 5 years, taking into account the Milan criteria and the MELD scale, he wanted to present to them his research analyzing various methods of treating liver cancer and the percentage of patient survival, as well as the complications associated with it. With a smile on his face, he said that his name was Mark and he worked at the American St. Joseph Hospital. William was dumbfounded. Michael's face was serious. Frowning, William mentally asked what was going on there. Pointing with his hand to the screen, Mark asked to look at them first, adding that according to the results of research at 42 centers, complications. The audience was dumbfounded and wondered who he was. William wondered why everyone present was focused only on him. The protagonist's face was serious. The plot tells us that the director was only interested in those who were beneficial to him, so he did not know much and did not even know the fact that Mark had been the most famous doctor for the past 2 years. The protagonist presented 3 magazines. We are told that he has become a rising star, publishing his reports in major world medical journals, and he is the author of a dissertation that has turned the entire medical world upside down. William was furious. Michael's face was calm. Standing in front of many people, the protagonist noted that this was all for him. People began to clap. George looked at this with a surprised look. Many people raised their hands and asked to ask a question. Mark was surprised. Looking at the room, the protagonist asked to calm down and ask questions in turn, adding that they would start with Cambridge University. The guy said his name was Donald and noted that his report had made a deep impression on him. But the results of their center's research slightly differed from his report, and if we put his example with their case. The stunned guys discussed that they had never heard of such a thing. People looked at Mark and said that judging by the results of his research, he was simply a genius and this level is not for ordinary people. The man said that he was kicked out of a Korean hospital and then he came to the States. He grinned and said he didn't know the details, but others said there was something odd about it. People started shouting that he was rumored to be a genius in Korea too, noting that he couldn't have been kicked out. William was furious. People said they were fools to have let such a professional slip away. William was furious. The plot tells us that after a few questions, time ran out and the main character's speech came to an end, followed by reports from other participants. But Mark's was so brilliant that it outshone everyone else. A man stood on the stage. The listener tried to stay awake. Michael came out with his report. We are told that everyone in the audience was focused only on what the genius Mark was saying. The main character stood on the stage and spoke. That there was one last speech left and he asked them to make a little effort and listen to the end, noting that the content of this report was the performance of a liver transplant operation with complications in the bile duct, the use of a stent, anastomosis of the small intestine, and a new operating method. Looking away, Mark emphasized that there was no separate dissertation, but he and his colleagues had collected materials based on a previously performed operation and received a good grade, so he decided to give this report. He remembered how he and David had talked. The surprised people assumed that the protagonist wanted to turn the already established doctrine upside down. Mark pressed the remote control. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said that explanations alone would not be enough, so he had prepared the necessary materials and asked them to watch this video. There was a recording of the operation on the screen. The stunned people asked if this was even possible. The man held his face. He said that this method had disadvantages. Taken aback, Mark asked about the disadvantages. Waving his hand, the man said his name was Justin, from Harvard. He said that his method was quite interesting and brilliant, but required the doctor to be a real expert in this matter, and he had successfully applied this method in an operation. But in the case of other doctors, there was a high probability of failure. Smiling, Mark thanked for the good remark, adding that he would think about how to improve this method. People began to offer him to come to their hospitals and conduct a more detailed study. The dumbfounded protagonist replied that he would be glad if they could talk about it in person. He thanked them for listening to him and noted that he would finish if there were no more questions for him. He picked up the folder with the documents. He shifted his gaze. His face was serious. He asked if the medic from South Korea had any questions. Michael was taken aback by this. Their eyes met. Michael was scared. He said that he had no questions. Mark, with a smile on his face, noted that he understood everything. He narrowed his eyes and said that they would see each other soon. He stood at the podium. Michael listened to him silently. He clenched his hands into fists and wondered if the last sentence was in Korean. Michael stood with his back turned. The protagonist's face was calm. We are told that Michael is in second place and Mark is in first place. This has been the case since high school. The protagonist shook Justin's hand. Michael walked behind William. We are told that Mark is now a world-class professional and Michael is just some resident. Mark came to the hospital director's office. The man said that the protagonist had made another splash at this conference and rumors were already going around. He folded his arms and noted that, as promised, he had sent an official request to Dale Hospital and the protagonist would be going as a professor on a mission. Mark thanked him with a satisfied look. Sitting at the table, the man emphasized the fact that they were sending him reluctantly and it was the same as tearing off a piece of flesh from himself. Squinting, the protagonist thought that they would be shocked. He remembered how he said that they would see each other soon. He thoughtfully assumed that they would be against it. Dale Hospital was enveloped in a blue sky. The plot tells us that the news that Mark was being sent on a long mission in St. Joseph's Hospital had already sent an official request quickly spread throughout Dale. Connor asked if Ron had heard. He replied that he had. Connor cried out with joy that the protagonist was being sent as a professor from St. Joseph's Hospital. Connor hugged Ron and ordered that a whole truckload of the best beef be loaded immediately. We were told that everyone who knew the protagonist remembered his outstanding abilities and good character, and everyone was very sorry when such a bright doctor was unfairly kicked out, and perhaps that is why the news of his return spread so quickly. John was sitting at the computer. Mary's face was happy. We were told that everyone who was associated with him was very happy about this news, and Mary was the happiest of all. The happy doctors were discussing Mark. We were told that for William this was the worst news. Folding his arms, he asked if it meant that St. Joseph's Hospital wanted to send the protagonist as an exchange professor. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that this was exactly so. Enraged, William wondered if Mark wanted to come there, and this could not be allowed. He pictured the main character. The window overlooked a huge city. William introduced Mark. He frowned and noted that last time at a medical conference he had suddenly said the ridiculous phrase, "See you soon." He remembered his father standing in front of him. A dumbfounded William had shouted that Mark had already settled down there firmly, so they couldn't invite him to come over, but he would try to contact them. William bit his finger and thought that he had a bad feeling. He thought that his father and Harry already considered him their benefactor. If he were also invited as a professor, it would only complicate things. Introducing the main character and Michael, he emphasized that he was now an employee of St. Joseph's Hospital, and over the past 2 years, Michael had firmly secured his place as successor. Even if the director came to the hospital, nothing would change. An enraged William asked why he was so uneasy. Looking out the window, William said that he wanted to refuse. George, taken aback, said that the choice of an exchange professor was within the competence of the management of St. Joseph's Hospital. Looking at his back, he said that they had no reason to refuse. William frowned. He cried out that George should come up with it himself. George closed his eyes. Pointing his finger, William said that if George could not even do that, he would not become a professor. He began to shout that he would not allow the main character to come there. He was furious. William put his hand on the table. Holding his head, he thought that his head was splitting. Looking at him, George clarified if he was okay. He looked at the secretary and asked to bring water. A glass of water was brought on a tray. William began to drink the water. He put the glass down and exhaled. Standing opposite, George added that if he felt like this, he should get examined. William replied that it was a common headache and an MRI would not show anything. George assumed that it was an illness. William massaged his temples and said that everything was fine. He imagined himself looking at Harry's back. The plot tells us that after his younger brother became the heir to the company, William had constant headaches, and the situation in the hospital itself was alarming, with threats from time to time that he could be taken away from the director's position. William thought that he was already stressed out, and the news that this fool was going to come to Dale was on top of that. He pointed his finger. Looking at George, he ordered to write to the management of St. Joseph's Hospital that they would never accept Mark, and if they objected, he should say that they would stop exchanging professors. Blue sky enveloped the hospital. Stunned, James asked again about the refusal. The girl closed her eyes and noted that this was a very firm refusal. She said that she tried to ask why they did not take their opinions into account, but they all said that otherwise they would stop exchanging personnel with their hospital altogether. Holding the yellow folder, she noted that there was nothing more to say, so the conversation ended. Frowning, Mark mentally stated that it was William who put his hand in it. Folding his arms, the protagonist suggested that William was afraid that Mark would return to Korea. James looked at him, sighing. He said that he did not understand what they were even thinking about in this deal hospital. Did they really want them to beg them on their knees, and this was a bad attitude towards their best doctor? Looking at the window, James ordered to write that they also refused to cooperate with such a hospital. He looked at the girl and asked her to tell them this. She replied with a smile on her face that she understood everything. Mark looked at him and asked him not to do this because of him. James said that they had refused their treasure and that they would only suffer losses by cooperating with people who knew nothing about anything. James asked what could be done if he could not fulfill his promise. Smiling, the protagonist said that it could not be helped if they answered like that. James asked if Mark would fly to Korea. He answered with a serious expression that this was not the case, adding that he had business in Korea and if not ill, then he could look for another hospital. James was upset. We were told that in order to break the evil bond with Michael and his father William, the protagonist needed to return to Korea. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that he assumed that they would be against it, but he did not think that they would be so harsh. Standing by the wall, he emphasized the fact that going there as an exchange professor would be the best option, but since the situation did not allow it, they had to look for another way and his arrival alone would be enough to make them worry. Closing his eyes, he noticed that his mood was not very good because of his upset plans. He put his hand in his pocket and thought about what to do. He saw a message from the KBC channel. He remembered the program about himself. They wrote to him that the thing is that the last film about him caused a very strong reaction, and now Mark is active in the USA, so even more attention is focused on him, and more people are waiting for the continuation of the program. The dumbfounded protagonist remembered a lot of news about himself. The guy wrote that he wanted to shoot a sequel about the famous Mark. Looking at the phone, the protagonist wondered if he was again being offered a job that he was very ashamed of. His parents were happy. Looking at the phone, Mark was thinking about refusing. Holding the back of his head, he said that he could not, and the message came by accident. He noted that this time he should ask them not to embellish. His parents were delighted. We are told that Mark agreed to this offer without a second thought, but the interview took an unexpected turn. The girl stood near the camera and asked if the main character had any problems with adaptation. Sitting on a chair, Mark answered that the difference in the Korean and American medical systems was not big, and the most difficult thing for him was the lack of Korean food. He said that in every country there are difficult patients and difficult situations, but they treated him well. Smiling, the guy thought that Mark himself asked not to embellish and that he was a fantastic person, but still pretended. There was a smile on the face of the main character. We are told that Mark quickly finished the interview, after which they called almost immediately and informed us of the date of the broadcast. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at the title of the program and shouted that he knew it would be long. He noted with a displeased look that they did not say such a shameful title. Mark was shown on TV. We are told that the program presented everything that the protagonist achieved in the United States, and the short interview was shown in parts. He thought with an embarrassed look that no matter what he said, it was still embarrassing. His parents watched the program with delight. His face was on the screen. We are told that, as expected, the documentary about Mark caused a furor. He said on TV that he would return to the United States, but only his relatives were in Korea. The man watched the program with a serious look. The plot tells us that the first of the planned 2 programs caused a strong reaction from viewers, and there was one person who also watched the program. The TV was asking if the main character would return to DL Hospital. Mark said that it would not happen, noting that he was going to go there as an exchange professor, but the management refused him. Nate was sitting in front of the screen. He asked with an angry look if DL Hospital refused him and what it meant. He screamed for Weston to tell William to come home, adding that he still had not pulled himself together. William was holding a glass in his hand. The plot tells us that William could not even imagine what awaited him. Mark's face was serious. He smiled. The TV said that the main character mentioned that he would like to work in Korea if only he had the opportunity. He was going to come to DL Hospital as an exchange student, but, according to him, it fell through due to circumstances, which he regrets. The TV showed a hospital. The man was sitting on a chair. He was furious. He remembered William standing in front of him and asking if he was offering to invite Mark as a visiting professor. William brushed him off and said that no one in Korea could offer him the same salary he was making in the States. Frowning, the man asked if the protagonist had originally worked at their hospital. Nate asked if William was refusing to invite Mark to work, noting that he would pay any amount if only they could get him again. He was furious. Harry asked if the show was over. The man was taken aback by this. Harry entered the room and said that he wanted to watch with him, but it seemed he was too late. Harry asked with a smile if they were showing their benefactor. The furious man asked if Harry noticed that he was mad as hell. Sitting at the table, Harry asked again if the protagonist was going to come to their hospital. Nate replied that he was and clarified if he knew about it. Sitting opposite, Harry said that he heard about it for the first time. Nate introduced William. He asked Harry to tell William to come there. Nate was holding a cup in his hands. The night sky enveloped the building. William entered the room and asked if he was invited. Pointing to the couch, Nate asked him to sit down, adding that he had a question for him. Sitting down on the couch, William assumed that he was in a bad mood. He noted that he had been showing good results lately. Nate said that no greetings were necessary and that he would get straight to the point. He asked with an unhappy look if William had seen the famous Doctor program. Frowning, he wondered why he was suddenly talking about a documentary. William said that he had not watched it. Sitting across from him, Nate noted that there was an interview with the main character, and he said that he was going to come to Dale Hospital as an exchange professor, but he was rejected. William was scared by this. He put his hands on his knees and thought that he was in trouble. William thought that he couldn't just say that Mark was annoying him, so he refused, and Harry and Nate wouldn't let it go. He was scared out of his mind and said that the current circumstances at the hospital were such that they couldn't offer a high salary. Furious, Nate started shouting that he had already said that Dale Holdings would provide financial support for William to invite him, no matter how much it cost. Nate asked if he was taking his words seriously. Lowering his head, William noted that it was his mistake and apologized. Nate ordered to contact the management of St. Joseph's Hospital immediately and asked them to send Dr. Mark to Dale Hospital as an exchange professor, and when he arrived, he should sign a contract with him about cooperation. Harry looked at William. He frowned, thinking that William was pathetic. Nate screamed that no matter what condition the protagonist set, William had to agree. William started to leave the room. Nate, clutching his head, declared that William was his blood, but useless. Nate asked Harry what if Mark was offended and did not come. Harry, with a thoughtful look, said that he was more worried that now other hospitals would try to invite him, since the refusal had already been announced in the program. Furious, Nate declared that if the main character did not come to them, he would not leave William so easily. We are told that other hospitals, indeed, upon hearing this news, began to tear the phones apart to get Mark's miracle before others. Many stunned people were talking on the phone. The plot says that good at writing dissertations and performing operations, a genius protagonist who changes the foundations of medicine. We are told that there is no hospital that would not want such a specialist, except for the director of the Dale Hospital. Sunlight enveloped the building. George asked again if William was talking about contacting St. Joseph's Hospital again. Sitting on the couch, George noted that this conversation was already over and they would probably be unhappy. He added that last time they said they would stop all cooperation with them. William was furious. He started shouting at George to just do what he said and to contact them right now. George's face was displeased. Looking at the business card, he thought that Mark had done nothing to refuse him. He took the phone in his hand and noted that they were so categorically against it, and now they were calling themselves, and they would not like it. George, with a smile on his face, said that he would like to talk about exchanging professors. The girl was furious. George was shaking with shame. The plot tells us that St. Joseph's Hospital was very angry. George had no choice but to ask on the phone without stopping, and after he was covered in sweat, he could hardly make a request for an exchange of personnel. James folded his arms and said that last week they had received a lot of calls from Korea asking to send him as an exchange professor, and DL Hospital was one of them. He asked what Mark would do, noting that he was so angry that he wanted to refuse them, but he felt that he should ask his opinion first. The protagonist stood in front of him silently. Mark approached James and asked to be sent to DL Hospital. We are told that the news of his return brought a small smile to one person. A tall building enveloped the night sky. Michael was reading a book. Clara asked why he looked so happy. He looked at her and said that he had heard good news. He stated that an old friend of his was returning. Clara, taken aback, asked again. Looking out the window, she asked if it was Mark. Michael replied that it was. She sat down next to Michael. He asked if it bothered her. Clara replied that it bothered her a little, but that was a thing of the past. She rested her head on his shoulder and thought that it did bother her, but she was Michael's girlfriend now. Frowning, she pointed out that it was true even if Michael didn't love her. Closing her eyes, Clara asked her to listen. She took his hand and asked him not to be offended. Clara looked at him and asked if he was hallucinating. Taken aback, he asked when she had found out about it. Clara answered seriously that she had found out about it a long time ago. She presented a lot of pills and asked Michael to go to the hospital before it was too late, noting that they said that neuroleptics could help. Michael said that he was not having a hard time. She, looking dumbfounded, said that this was a lie. She remembered standing over him and telling him that although he had not told her, she knew that he was having a hard time and that it was tormenting him. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Michael frowned in his sleep. Clara noted that this was why he had lost so much weight and had nightmares every day. Michael stared at her. Frightened, Clara thought about why he didn't like to talk about the hospital. A smile appeared on his face. Clara was taken aback by this. He approached her and proposed marriage. He took her hand. They looked at each other. Enraged, Clara asked him not to change the subject. Clara sat next to him and screamed that she was worried about him. Confused, Clara emphasized that he didn't even love her either. Taken aback, Michael asked what she was talking about. Clara silently noted that she hadn't intended to tell him that. She pointed her finger and said that such things should not be spoken about so easily. Clara thought sadly that to some extent these were simple and naive feelings, but she really liked Mark, but he chose another. Putting her hand on her chest, Clara wondered why she was so wrong. She clinked glasses with Michael. They looked at each other. Clara said that naturally she also chose another man. She did not have any kind of tender feelings and excitement towards him, but he was always gentle. And she needed someone to rely on, and she knew that such a relationship was not quite right. But she believed that since she was using him, he could count on her support, and that was enough. Michael looked at her. He took her face. She was standing close to him. Clara looked at the alarm clock. She was sitting on the bed. Michael was breaking out in a cold sweat. Clara noticed that these irresponsible thoughts dulled her mind. She understood that Michael could not love her, but still did not change anything. Even now, when the relationship itself was in question, one thing was for sure, that they were both stupid and pathetic. Clara looked at him and thought that she knew that this was stupid and why she was acting like this. The windows of the buildings were brightly lit. Mark held the phone to his ear and said that in about a month at the beginning of spring he was returning home for at least 1 year. His mother with a happy face asked what he wanted to eat. The main character took the phone away from himself and asked her to calm down. Sitting on the bed, Mark thought about the fact that it was decided to go to Korea and his loved ones were happy. He saw a lot of messages. He looked at the phone. The plot says that there was one who was the happiest. He was taken aback. The main character saw a call from Mary. Mark thought that it was night in Korea now. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked what happened. He heard her crying and got scared. She was standing by the window. Clara said with a smile on her face that she was very happy because they could be together when Mark came to Korea. Looking at the stars, Mary asked if she was being stupid, noting that she did not want to cry, but when she heard his voice, her throat tightened. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Sitting at the table, he said that she was not stupid. Looking out the window, Mark said that when he returned to Korea, he would never part with her. Mary looked at the starry sky. The sun was shining on the hospital. James held the protagonist's hands. David hit his fist and asked him to take care of himself. Mark said that before leaving, they would drink a glass of soju. David asked what soju was. The protagonist said that it was Korean vodka. Sitting on the bench, Mark noted that the professor had helped him a lot. We were told that after a short farewell to several people, the protagonist began to prepare for departure. He was carrying a box of books. Putting the box on the table, Mark said that he was only going to sort out some documents, but it took longer than he thought. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and asked who was calling him. Looking at his phone, he saw a message from the girls who were offering to meet him. Mark mentally asked if he should meet both at once. Crossing her arms, Jane asked why Clancy was so pushy. Smirking, Clancy replied that this was good treatment for a benefactor. She clarified whether Jane was overstepping her bounds. The dumbfounded protagonist noted that this would not do. He noted that he owed Jane a lot. The night sky enveloped New York. Mark came to the cafe and noted that he needed to thank her. Jane was sitting at the table and called him. The protagonist began to walk towards her. Looking at the glass, Mark asked if something was wrong. She looked at it and said that she just missed him. Jane spread her hands and said that she was joking and just wanted to talk to him before he left for Korea. She offered to eat and asked if he would only have steak again. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that he would. She opened the menu and said that if he ate so much meat, it would not be far from colon cancer. Mark answered that it was enough to just have an endoscopy once every 5 years. Looking at the steak, Jane asked if it looked appetizing. The protagonist asked her to tell him why she wanted to meet. She wiped her mouth. She said that she had 2 things for him. Taken aback, Mark asked again. She looked at him intently and said that the first thing was that she and Haynes would always be on his side. She put her hand on her chest. Wary, Mark clarified what she was talking about. She asked if the protagonist was returning to Korea to solve problems with a certain person. Mark was taken aback by this. Holding a glass, Jane said that if anyone bothered him, they could use the name Haynes. Jane presented many test tubes and noted that if the deal group did not want to lose biotechnology, in which they had recently been investing heavily, they would have to be careful. Surprised, Mark asked why she suddenly brought this up. Smiling, Jane said that their company had been indebted to him for several years, so they would like to do something for him in return and they could only provide their name, but if it helped in any way, then that would be enough for them. Looking around the restaurant, Mark thanked her for everything, noting that he would accept gratitude in words. Jane noted that she thought he would say that. She was suddenly taken aback. Confused, Mark asked what she wanted to say secondly. Jane saw the ring on his finger. A smile appeared on her face. She said that this is the second one. The girl raised her hand up and snapped her fingers. A waiter came up to the table and asked how he could help, to which the girl replied that she would like to order another chicken salad. A question arose in the hero's head. The waiter put the dish on the table and said that this is her salad, and the hero asked again in his head. Looking at him, Mark thought, what does salad have to do with it? It was all not serious. The girl with a smile on her face said for him to help himself. The hero pierced a leaf with a fork and picked it up, and then asked if this was the second one, eating the salad. Leaning on her hand, Jane said that yes, he should eat everything, to which the hero asked why. The girl said that she should at least see him eat a salad in the States once. Today he ordered only meat without vegetables. She was already starting to worry about his health. He was a doctor and should know what would happen if she ate only that, to which Mark wished her a bon appetit with a displeased look. Jane looked at the main character, and he said that he did not like these vegetables. The girl closed her eyes. Jane said that, to be honest, she wanted to say something. The ring on the guy's hand was shining. The hero was chewing his food, and the girl said that she was holding on, because she did not want to confuse everything. She wanted to say that she liked him. Plates and cutlery appeared on the table, and Jane told the hero to chew well, to which Mark replied, "And why do people eat vegetables?" And the girl said that he was a famous doctor, and he speaks like that, it's funny. The hero sharply raised his head, hearing that someone was talking to him. With her hands folded, Jane said that what she said was true. The hero looked at her in surprise and heard that she should not forget that Haynes would always be on his side, and hoped that he would solve all his problems when he left for Korea. The sign of the establishment appeared, and the hero thanked the girl, and she replied that if he suddenly got married in Korea, he should definitely invite her. She would fly to the wedding, to which the hero said that he would definitely invite her. The girl turned around and said that it was delicious, and the hero walked straight with his head bowed and thought that Jane, he had to thank her first. A picture of them sitting at the table appeared in the hero's head, and he thought that it was thanks to her that he was able to work as a doctor with dignity in the States. After he flew here, he felt a little uneasy. Today he put on a ring that he did not wear because of operations. Maybe he reacts too sharply to everything. High-rise buildings appeared and the hero thought that Haynes was on his side. Walking down the street, Mark looked away. The guy was kneeling and thinking that it was strange, so strange that he was here. This success was nothing compared to his past life. Looking away, Mark was thinking that it could be said that he had achieved such success because he had been betrayed in Korea. Back then, during the liver transplant operation for the daughter of the chairman of the Songyeon group, the guy said that he was very pleased. The patient appeared, and the protagonist was thinking that the patient had died because of Michael's fatal mistake. A crying man appeared, saying that this was undoubtedly a medical error during the operation. He would not let it go. The chairman was furious about his daughter's death. He had no choice but to take on his anger and sadness. The director and his son appeared before his eyes, and the hero thought that in such a situation he could not say that his daughter was killed by another doctor. Using the tricks and influence of the deeply angry chairman, Michael and William would have crushed him. The judge appeared, saying that there was no medical error on the part of the defendant, and the hero thought that everything ended as pitifully as they had wanted. Due to the lack of clear evidence of the defendant's guilt, there is no fact of murder. The court decided to temporarily deprive the defendant of his medical license for a period of 6 months. The image of the hero appeared, then he felt as if the ground had gone from under his feet, but now he thinks that this was his fate. The hero appeared in a robe, if he had been in his place then, without connections and having nothing to his name. The chairman stood up abruptly and said that the hero was a murderer. Mark looked ahead in fear and heard that he was a murderer and a charlatan. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted that no, it was unfair, there were no problems during the operation, that's for sure, let them believe him. The protagonist put his hand on his chest. No matter how much he shouted about unfairness, no one would believe him, and he would be labeled a charlatan doctor. Mark turned around abruptly. A huge hammer appeared above him. As a result, his medical license, which was his means of existence, would be immediately taken away. And this would mean a noose appeared, a death sentence, and he could end his life alone in the most miserable way. Mark opened his eyes wide, hearing that he was called. A car drove up and a man said that he was here. A man was visible from inside the car, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Getting into the car, the hero thought that he had already gotten used to such abductions, but now he was different. Robert patted the guy on the shoulder and asked if he was doing well, and the man in the suit said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which the hero replied that yes, it had been a long time since he had seen them all. He had knowledge of the future and he lived a completely different life, thanks to which he was able to overcome the critical moment. But the hero looked out the window and thought that this was exactly why he could not forgive them. If he were an ordinary person, his life would have already ended. How could such people be allowed to work in the world of medicine? An old version of the hero appeared in the reflection of the glass. The car was driving along a city road, and the hero thought that he could not leave everything as it was. A chic chandelier appeared. Entering the room, the hero said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which Clancy replied that he had come. Sitting in a chair, the girl said that she missed him. The hero became embarrassed and thought that she was so happy to see him every time. Rising up, Clancy asked if he had had dinner, to which he replied that he had, and the girl said that she would then make tea, let him wait here a bit. The protagonist held a cup of tea in his hand. Looking at him, Clancy said that he was probably busy preparing for the move, thanked him for taking the time, he liked to get down to business right away. So she starts with the main thing, nothing, to which the protagonist thought that it was with her, and the girl turned to the assistant, to which he said that he had prepared everything. Putting down the suitcase, the man told the protagonist to open it, it was a gift. Putting the cup on the table, Mark said that he could not accept this, to which Clancy replied that oh, he didn't even open it, what a hasty conclusion. A card with $2.5 million appeared, and the girl raised her hand behind her head and heard that last time she also tried to forcefully hand him a gift, and she replied that last time she knew that he would not accept the money. Leaning on her hands, Clancy said that although, despite his harshness, she really liked him, to which the hero waved his hand and thought, no, Robert, he has a girlfriend. A bright glow appeared, and Mark said that, in short, if it was something like that, then he would never accept it, and the girl replied that it was fine, but let him check it anyway. Taking the suitcase in his hands, the hero thought that there was something heavy in there, documents. The guy looked at the papers in surprise. Turning to the girl, the protagonist asked what it was. Clancy grinned slightly. Leaning slightly, the girl said that it was her small gift on the occasion of his return to his homeland. Looking at her, the protagonist heard her asking to accept him. Clancy said that thanking your savior was a clan rule. Last time it was just a trifle. This time she wanted to thank him properly. Frowning, the girl said that she definitely would. Sitting in front of the hero, the girl added that he would like her gift. She hoped that he would gladly use it. An airplane appeared flying in the sky. The roof of the airport was visible. The protagonist was standing near the window. Mark turned and looked at him. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he had returned. Looking up, Mark smiled and added that he was going to Korea. Stretching, Mark asked how long it had been since he had been to Korea. Everyone around here was Korean and spoke Korean. Looking at his phone, the protagonist thought that, of course, he was used to life in the States, but there was nothing better than his homeland, and then said that he would look which bus he needed to take. The girl behind the hero said his name. Mark's eyes widened in surprise. The hero turned around and looked straight ahead. The girl was walking towards him. The hero watched as Mary approached him. The protagonist's legs appeared. The girl took a step forward. Smiling, the hero asked how she had been. The girl looked at the hero and replied that she had been bad, to which he asked what and why. Mary said that she missed him, why he had been gone for so long. They both smiled and said each other's name. The professor's eyes lit up. Connor hugged them tightly and said that he had really missed her so much, to which the hero responded in kind. The hero looked at the girl in surprise. The protagonist wondered what kind of emotional scene of a long-awaited meeting this was. The professor extended his hand forward, and the hero said his name, to which the man asked how he had been. Leaning over, Connor said that, well, the youth are being affectionate here, and this old man barged in without warning, to which the hero thought that he could have come later, and Mary, bowing her head, said that no, they now have enough time for dates, therefore. The girl asked, by the way, how did he end up here? He was busy, to which the professor replied that, oh well, his student arrived. Naturally, they need to meet him, although he was not driving the car, and the man behind said that how could you jump out of a car like that? Ron waved his hand, and Mark said his name, to which the professor replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. He looks good. Looking at him, the hero heard that Connor was so happy when he heard the news that he was coming. He even postponed the operations to come here, to which the professor said, what kind of person is he? What is he chatting about there? The hero thought that both professors were some of the busiest doctors at DL Hospital, but upon hearing the news of their student's return, they put their business aside and came to the airport for him. The hero stood next to the professor, and Mary thought that he had already forgotten about her. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that although she understood the professor's feelings, the hero took the girl by the hand, and she was surprised. Winking at her, he thought that he was apologizing for how things turned out and that they would go on a date later. Grinning, the girl thought that nothing could be done. She couldn't be the only one to own the idol of the medical world. Ron said that he would park the car. Connor offered to have a snack, to which the hero replied that he actually ate on the plane, and the girl thought that Mark was her weakness. The roof of the airport appeared, and everyone who had come to meet the protagonist congratulated him on his return. They all sat at the table. They barely managed to persuade the cheerful professor not to order drinks. They had lunch at a diner not far from the airport. And then they all went to Seoul together in the professor's car. Ron asked if they should drop the professor off at DL Hospital, to which he responded approvingly. Taking hold of the chair, Mark said that they would also get out, to which Ron replied that it would be better to go to his parents first, and Connor said that was right, he was tired, let him go home. The professor's car appeared, and the hero said that he would stop by the hospital and then go to rest. He had business there, and the professor said that then they would all go to the hospital and asked what he needed there on the first day. Looking ahead, Mark said that since he was in Korea, he should say hello. The hospital appeared. The protagonist missed his acquaintances so much while he was in the States, he missed them to the point of grinding his teeth. They agreed to have a drink with the professors sometime later and said goodbye in front of the hospital building. Connor, smiling, said that he just shouldn't forget, and Mark thought about how the professor wasn't young anymore. He should drink less. It looked like he'd have to have a drink with him soon. Mary looked at the protagonist and asked if he really wanted to say hello to the director, to which he replied that yes, he had to make the first move. Mark said that it was quick, let him wait a bit and keep an eye on things, to which the girl replied that it was good that he didn't worry, and the man walking towards them congratulated the protagonist on his return. Smiling, the man said that they were waiting for him. He was the head of the administrative department, greeted him at the DL Hospital, to which the protagonist greeted him, and the man thought that wow, a famous doctor has arrived. You can count them on your fingers even in America, how cool. People looked at the hero in surprise and thought that the doctor was a monster. This was a familiar place, people almost familiar to him. He really returned to DL. The hero stood opposite the man, and the doctors were thinking, by the way, why is it so quiet? Some might find it a bit strange. Usually when a famous doctor arrives, the director or his deputy come out to greet him as a sign of respect. But now only one person with the status of the head of the department came out. It felt like the management didn't know anything. That's why it was so quiet. Pointing to the door, the man said that he would then show him the office, and then thought about the fact that he alone was ordered to meet a person who not only the director, but all the management had to meet, and that wouldn't be enough, and the hero replied that first. Looking at the protagonist, the man heard that he would like to say hello to the director. He could ask him to contact the secretary. Looking down, Mark heard that yes, of course, let him wait a minute, and the guy thought about what his plan meant. The doors to the office appeared. The hero thought about cowardly, pathetic people. He was sick of maintaining relationships, but he wanted to tell them in person, so he came. The doors to the room opened. The protagonist closed his eyes. Despite all their mockery, he returned. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist grinned. The director, his son, and the man looked straight ahead and heard that they were greeted. The protagonist, standing near the secretary, introduced himself and said that he had come from St. Joseph's Hospital, glad to meet him. Choking, William said that he was the director of Dale Hospital and greeted the protagonist, to which Mark replied that he was very pleased. Professor Matthew lowered his head down, and the director introduced him and could ask him about his duties and work schedule, to which the protagonist replied that yes, they were well acquainted. Smiling, the protagonist said that they had not seen the professor for a long time, to which he replied that yes, good had come to Dale Hospital. Michael appeared, and the director said that it was. Looking at him, the protagonist said how many years, how many winters, asked how he had been. Michael closed his eyes. Standing in front of the director, Mark said that they were probably all very busy. Perhaps he would go. Officially, the work starts from tomorrow, so he would see the professor again tomorrow. A flower pot appeared, and the director thanked the guy for coming all this way, then thought about him leaving faster. He was annoying him, to which the hero replied that yes, they would see each other tomorrow, and also. Looking at him, Mark said that he would like to tell him something personally, so he hoped for a quick meeting. The director frowned and thought about what was going on, and Mark said, well then. Turning around, the protagonist said that he hoped for his help from tomorrow, as before. The door slammed shut, and William looked straight ahead in surprise and asked why he needed to meet him again. What kind of nonsense? Michael lowered his head down. The director rushed to the door. The secretary held him back, and he furiously said how annoying he was, how he irritated him. The protagonist heard the appeal to the director and thought that he could go on as much as he wanted. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about his son and the director waiting impatiently. Mark thought that this was just the beginning. After returning and starting work at the hospital, Mark was not particularly busy, and not because Matthew felt uncomfortable because of him. The protagonist raised 2 fingers up. The thing was that the position of an exchange professor was of great importance for the exchange of academic knowledge, and usually did not imply special responsibilities. High-rise buildings appeared, thanks to which Mark spent time calmly after returning to Korea. Entering the room, the protagonist said that he had arrived. The man abruptly ran towards him. The father hugged the hero tightly, and he was surprised. Smiling, the father told the protagonist to come by. They missed him so much. He was spending time with his family. He was drinking with the professors. The hero was lying on the table drunk. Mark put his hand on his neck and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And John asked who they had here. He was meeting with people dear to him. The hero and Mary were watching the sunset. He went on dates with her. He spent every day so peacefully and calmly. Meat was roasting on the grill. Charlie happily raised his mug of beer and said, "For the return of the nerd." The guy and the main character smiled and clinked glasses. The hero was drinking alcohol, winking. Charlie said how glad he was that he had returned, and then asked if he at least knew how upset he was when all this happened to him and he left for the States. Smiling, the guy asked whether in any case he had achieved success and returned, to which the hero responded approvingly, and Charlie added that, in short, he would be successful everywhere, wherever he went. He had always been like that, and the hero thought that Charlie was still the same. In the past, they had a rather strange relationship. At school he was a bully, now he became a witness. Charlie swung at the hero, and when he had problems, he tried to help and was there. Charlie cried and held the hero by the shoulders. Now they are good friends who can trust and rely on each other. After all, you never know how life will turn out. Charlie took a statement from the guy. The guy said that it was a pity that Jacob could not come. It seemed like a guy in a military uniform was crying, and Mark said that for sure he probably did something in the army, and Charlie, covering one eye, replied that he went there as an officer. What was so hard? I heard that Jacob received a specialist license and went as a military doctor. It's true, no one knows. Frowning, Charlie said that it seemed that Michael also passed the exam to become a specialist doctor. By the way, he was released. While drinking, the hero heard that yes, the rich boy wants to avoid the army at all costs, and Mark thought about the fact that the guy was exempted from the army. The hero slightly lowered the corners of his lips and heard that okay, enough about that, he was wrong to even think about him. It only spoiled his appetite. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked if they were friends, to which Charlie replied that why was he asking? Naturally, even though he was drunk, he would tell him honestly he was his most valuable friend, but he should not tell Jacob, otherwise he would be offended. The guy clenched his fist tightly. Charlie was surprised to hear that the hero asked him for a friendly favor, to which he asked what was wrong with him, had something happened again, and then thought that Mark was not one of those who threw such words around, even when drunk. Looking at the drinking hero, he added that it meant that something had happened after all. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he didn't know what was wrong with him, but if he could help, he could ask as much as he wanted. He wasn't just a friend, but also the one who saved his father, so he would fulfill his request even if he had to risk his life. Grinning, the hero heard that he knew he didn't throw words to the wind, to which Mark thanked him. A view of the hospital opened up. The pleasant rest soon ended. It was unknown where these rumors about the miracle Mark came from, but the number of patients began to grow. The girl approached the reception desk and said that she was told that Professor Mark from St. Joseph's Hospital worked here, to which the girl replied that she would have to wait a long time. She was ready, and the guy with the phone in his hand said that Professor Mark, this month everything is booked up, you can only sign up for next month. Patients with incurable diseases began to come to the protagonist from different hospitals, trying to grasp the last thread of hope. Of course, he could not completely cure everyone. The hero stood smiling near the patient, but he was always very sincere with patients. Professor Mark from St. Joseph's Hospital is now working at Dale Hospital as an exchange professor. The girl and the guy pointed at the protagonist and he is here, Dr. Mark is already here, limited edition, and the protagonist thought about why there were so many patients. Later he learned that Miracle Mark was a ploy of an advertising campaign, but it did not end there. The door to the office appeared and the man asked what? A lecture. The guy in glasses with a smile on his face said yes. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that his dissertation impressed him and many other residents. He knows that he is very busy, apologized for such a request, to which Mark replied that he understands. Smiling, the protagonist thought about the fact that the professor's duties also included teaching residents and he said that okay, he would look at his schedule and call him, to which the guy was surprised and thanked him. The professors eavesdropped on the guy's conversation. An hour later, the hero was standing and heard a cough behind him. The hero got scared, and Connor said that he heard that he was going to give a lecture to the residents, to which the hero asked when he came, that is, where he heard it. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the professor said that rumors were already circulating in the hospital. That's great, he would also come to listen. He was also very impressed by his dissertations, to which the protagonist asked again. Mark said no, but still, Connor asked what date, and the professors thought that one of the best doctors in the country was going to listen to a lecture for residents, and then said the hero's name. Coming close to the hero, the professors said that they would also like to listen to the lecture, yes, to which the hero asked in surprise. A strong crush began, and Connor said that well, he was the first to ask, so when is it scheduled there and where? The man, with folded arms, drew attention to himself. Ron said what he heard, and the hero and the professor thought about why they were standing in such a pose. Raising his finger, the professor asked if it would be better to open the symposium. The hero asked about it in fear. Connor said that it was a good idea, and all the professors were for it. The hero thought that no, let them wait, this is all taking on a large scale. After all, he was only going to give a lecture. The man said that recently offers began to come in. Everyone wants to invite the hero to give a lecture, to which the professor asked, however, maybe then rent the conference hall of the Dale Hospital. The hero looked at the professors, who were saying that they would then inform the Transplant Society if the Dale Conference Hall would be too crowded. They would need to put in more chairs, and whoever was late could listen standing up, and the hero asked them to listen to him. Raising his hand, the hero told them to listen to him, asked what his opinion was, and heard that maybe it would be better to rent a conference hall at the Hilton Hotel. It was spacious and clean, not bad either. They could find several sponsors, and the participation fee would be 100,000 won. Yes, that was a good idea, then that's what we'd do. The hero opened his mouth wide and asked why this was all taking on such a large scale. They would listen, and they were saying who they would trust to chair the meeting. Connor asked how they would trust who, him of course, to which Ron replied that that was true, that's what he thought, and the hero turned to the professors. Mark asked why this was all blown out of proportion. They would arrange a meeting with the Miracle Mark fans. All the people were looking at the signboard that said about the genius of St. Joseph's Hospital, Professor Mark. The main character who had shaken up the medical world in the United States for the past 2 years, now he had become the center of everyone's attention in Korea as well. Modern buildings appeared, and naturally, local dignitaries had applied to participate in the symposium. And the conference room at the Hilton Hotel was filled to capacity with unknown people. The man sitting at the table asked if they had ever had a symposium with such a large number of participants, to which the other replied that it was similar in scale to the general meeting of the Korean Surgeons Association. The man with glasses said that he had heard that many people had arrived from other cities, so the hotel itself was already fully booked. He sat at the table and looked away, and then added that this Dr. Mark was really amazing. Matthew looked down, and the question popped into his head whether he would also participate in the symposium. The man stood before the director and said yes, and then thought about how his relationship with the main character was a secondary issue, but his dissertation was simply amazing. He had applied to participate in the symposium. William smiled broadly and said that was good, and the man wondered if this had offended the director's feelings. Matthew asked again. A bookcase appeared, and the man added that this symposium seemed to have a lecture on the use of a Roux loop and a stent in resection of the right lobe of the liver. After all, he had presented this dissertation before at an international conference, to which the professor replied that yes, that was true, and he said that they say it caused a lot of controversy since it contradicts the generally accepted doctrine. Standing before him, Matthew said that in his opinion this was a slightly dangerous statement, incompatible with established doctrine, to which the director asked, right? And then the professor thought that, but still it was a strong argument with a practical example and theoretical justification. William, smiling, said that he should come to the symposium and arrange a discussion of this problem there. They would trample him in front of everyone, and the professor thought that, to be honest, he did not consider this statement unfounded, on the contrary, an amazing idea. Frowning, the professor heard the question that he was the head of the surgical department in the best hospital in Korea. He would be able to handle this. Standing in front of the director, the professor heard the question, well, how? He would be able to, and he himself thought about the fact that he did not have a special right to vote in the scientific society. After all, he became the head only because he supported the director, but he did not have any weight in scientific circles, but he would not be able to refuse him. The professor answered the director approvingly. The man asked everyone to take their seats, and then he said that he thanked everyone present for participating in today's event. To begin with, he wanted to introduce them to the chairman of this symposium, the main character. Matthew looked to the side and heard that Professor Mark was from the Transplant Society. The protagonist bowed to the audience, and the man said that he would introduce the speaker of the symposium to them. The symposium began immediately after a short introduction and a story about himself. The university professors, representatives of academic circles, all looked only at the hero. Maybe someone thought that Mark would be stunned by this, but he did not flinch. The protagonist held the microphone, and during the questions after the presentation, he was just as balanced. People at the tables raised their hands. There were some caustic remarks about the topic of his dissertation, but this did not hurt the hero at all. After all, for the last 2 years, while in the States, he had been debating a lot at various conferences with world scientists. Without the slightest hesitation, he calmly answered questions. Matthew frowned and opened his mouth. The professor looked straight ahead in surprise, and the protagonist looked like a real expert. It seemed like the protagonist was giving a lecture, and the man was thinking that yes, he was a true expert, not like him. He, too, when he first became a professor, strove to do everything for the sake of patients, and not for the sake of power, just like Mark standing there. Lowering his head, the man was thinking that he, too, had once dreamed of this. How did it happen that he began to strive only for power? A sitting professor appeared. He was thinking about how he had sunk to this point and become so worthless. The man said that this was where they would end their symposium. The hero bowed to the people. All the professors were smiling, looking at the protagonist. This symposium, which was arranged so hastily right after his return, became the subject of everyone's attention and ended in a lively atmosphere. After that day, the guy said that he listened to the protagonist's symposium. He was a great guy, many praised him. The hero smiled broadly, looking at the doctor, who said that next time he should give a lecture separately at the DL hospital, to which the protagonist replied that it was a bit difficult in the near future, but he would try to coordinate his schedule. The professors looked out from behind the corner and heard that it was true when approximately he would have time, and he replied that he did not even know. He had many operations. The hospital corridor appeared, and the man asked, "Let him listen, isn't Dr. Mark great?" To which the other replied that it was true, he had distinguished himself during his residency too. The man said that it felt like he had achieved perfection in the States, and the professor replied that he was simply a genius, an outstanding genius. That incident with the chairman, it was definitely the fault of the protagonist. The man said that there had been a lot of talk back then. How could such a genius make a mistake in the simplest operation? Just remember how he operated on the chairman. To which the other replied that yes, that's right, since we were talking about it, Dr. Mark had operated on the chairman. The man said that they needed to show themselves in a good light in front of the main character. The landline phone rang. The man picked up the receiver and said that yes, it was the head of the creative planning department. The girl's eyes widened when the man introduced himself to her. A thought about him popped into her head. An image of a man appeared, and the girl thought that it was the chief secretary of the Deal Group, and then said what he was calling about and thought that if he had some business at the Deal Hospital. The man said that he was calling about the chairman's treatment, to which she replied that yes, the treatment was scheduled for the 14th, Thursday, asked if he wanted to change the date. The secretary said that the time was normal, they would like to change the attending physician. Holding the mouse in her hands, the girl asked again. The chief secretary said that yes, Mr. Chairman would like to get an appointment with the protagonist, who came from St. Joseph's Hospital. The image of the protagonist appeared behind the girl, and the man said that he was asking to change the attending physician to the protagonist. The girl began to get nervous and replied that yes, okay. The chairman seemed to be waiting for the moment to change the attending physician. The hospital corridor appeared. Director William wanted to do it all quietly, but rumors spread very quickly and the medical staff immediately learned about this situation. The man said that he saw it, he said so. The doctor said that at this rate, Dr. Mark would soon become the head of the liver transplant center, and the other added that the attending physician of the chairman himself would become the head of the center, and he would not be surprised if he was given the position of the hospital director himself. The doctor replied that this was true. There had been rumors lately that the director would be replaced. A smiling hero appeared, and the man said, who knows, perhaps Dr. Mark would soon completely take over the hospital. The professors stood with a serious look and thought about how they should show themselves well. No one knows what will happen in the future. After this incident, the attention to the main hero among the hospital staff became more intense. The hospital sign appeared. The man, smiling, said that they had not seen the hero for a long time. It was even nicer to see him here in Korea. The protagonist bowed before him and greeted him, asking how he was doing, to which the chairman replied that it was good thanks to him because the operation was successful. Looking at the hero, the chairman said that he would try to use the new life he had received thanks to him for the rest of his time, to which the hero laughed and said that it was good, such a relief that he looked healthy. Papers with indicators and a pen appeared before his eyes, and Mark said that today all the indicators were good, the liver indicators were normal, and there were no deviations in the tomogram. Looking down, the protagonist said that only the immunosuppressant indicators were a little low, the dose would need to be increased, asked if he was taking the medications normally. With folded hands, the chairman replied that yes, everything was fine, and Mark said that this was good. When using immunosuppressants there was a risk of infection. If his temperature rose or strange symptoms appeared, he should immediately call the hospital. Smiling, the man thanked the hero for the explanation and thought that he was still scrupulous. Mark looked at the chairman in surprise when he heard that, by the way, could he ask one question, to which the hero responded approvingly. The man said that he remembered what he told him when he was being discharged from St. Joseph's Hospital. A memory surfaced of the man thanking the hero. He would never forget that he saved his life. If he needed anything, he should contact him at any time. The hero looked ahead, confused. Mark turned to him and asked if he could tell him later when he returned to Korea. The hero's eyes widened when he heard that he had promised to tell him when he returned to Korea. He wanted to hear it now. The hero looked away and thought. The man watched as the protagonist scratched his head. The chairman said that he didn't seem to know how curious old people were. After arriving in Korea, he couldn't stop thinking about what Dr. Mark would ask him for. And when he heard about his arrival, he hoped that now his curiosity would be satisfied. But judging by the fact that he was silent, what should he do now? The people who looked out from around the corner said that they were curious too. The chairman's assistant said that they would fulfill any request he made. He just had to say it. An image of Mary appeared in the hero's head and he thought that he would like him to give him his granddaughter. He would still have to tell him about his relationship with Mary someday. How scary. The hero thought that he certainly had a request and then said that soon. Nate looked at the men and heard a question about whether he could come to his house soon, and in his head a question arose, what? The men thought about what the chairman's answer would be. Nate said that of course he could, he was always glad to have him, to which the hero replied that this was not the best place to talk, so he would tell him everything when he came to his house, and he added that he understood, but he had to. The men thought about what he was going to say, and they became even more curious. The guy was sitting at the computer. A sign appeared with his diagnosis of schizophrenia. The guy looked straight ahead, and a disease appeared above his head. A disease called schizophrenia, illusions, hallucinations. The guy was holding a computer mouse in his hand. Speech or behavioral disorders, anorexia, emotional dullness, alogia. The guy leaned on his fist. And other symptoms that occur when there is a disorder of brain activity, a disease in which almost all the main functions of the psyche do not function properly. An image of a girl appeared, and Michael thought that his mother had suffered from schizophrenia for almost 10 years. Blue particles appeared behind the monitor, and the guy thought about how she died later. Michael appeared in a medical gown, and his name and the inscription "Die, it's all because of you" appeared in his head. The guy lowered his head and heard that someone was talking to him. Turning to the doctor, he apologized, and the doctor said what was the matter, the first assistant and cannot monitor the progress of the operation. Approaching him, the surgeon asked if he was feeling unwell, to which he replied that everything was fine. The man, frowning, said that if something was wrong, let him say right away. He would talk and replace him, to which Michael replied that thanks for worrying. He was completely fine, and the surgeon thought that lately he had been kind of strange, and his gaze was blurry, not like himself. Maybe something hurts, it bothers him. The surgeon said that they were returning to the operation, and the guy lowered his head down. The ability to clearly judge the situation, quick hand movements, the ability to react in critical situations. Michael always showed his best side. It's just that Mark, with whom he was compared, was a real monster, however. Shadows appeared around the guy. Something strange had been happening to him lately, as if the man had been blown to pieces. It's good that the operation ended without any particular problems. Michael bowed, and the man thought that he was so talented, maybe he was just tired. The sign of the intensive care unit appeared. Michael walked straight down the corridor. Turning his head to the side, he saw that the doctor treating the patient was the protagonist, and the protagonist's name popped into his head. A man lying in a bed appeared, and the guy was thinking about the fact that the operation was of a high degree of complexity for a patient who was dying, but Mark would save him by any means. The guy looked angrily at the man and thought that he had always known him like this, but what if someone intervened? Would he be able to save the patient then? It was unexpected, but at that time all the nurses were busy with other patients, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. And 4 appeared: norepinephrine, dopamine, KCL, an immunosuppressant. In case of an overdose, these drugs are comparable to poison. Michael looked away, and in his head there was a thought that if he put a little hand to this, he could pull off a similar situation as then, and he would be able to lower the protagonist to the very bottom again, like last time. The guy extended his hand forward. Looking straight ahead, he asked when he arrived. Turning around, he smiled and asked if he had already been here. The protagonist stood leaning against the wall. The protagonist frowned and heard his name. A view of the IV opened up, and the hero asked why he stopped. Grinning, Michael asked what he was talking about, to which the protagonist replied that he seemed to not know himself. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he was just examining a patient. He became curious about what kind of patient such a brilliant doctor had, to which the hero asked if it was true. Standing in front of him, Mark said that okay, it's a pity, he thought he would be able to find a clue to put him behind bars. Smiling, Michael said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, to which the main character asked, yes, he really didn't know. Mark said that over these 2 years he thought about a lot. Being in the States, asked why he did all this. Typing on the keyboard, the hero added that he later realized that the reasons were not so important. What difference did it make why he did it? Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this would not change the fact that he was a murderer, to which Michael grinned. The doors to the ward appeared. The guy came out of it and looked straight ahead. A memory surfaced of Mark saying that if he had something in mind, he better do it faster. He planned to throw him out of the Dale hospital soon. Raising his head, the protagonist added that he would destroy him not only in Dale, but in the entire medical world by any means. It was heard that therefore, if he so wanted to do something else for the last time, he had better hurry. Michael, looking straight ahead, smiled broadly. The guy thought about what was right. There was one interesting thing left. Dark creatures appeared behind him, and the name of the protagonist popped into his head. The girl ran forward rapidly. Mary said, confused, that she was apologizing, asked how long the hero had been waiting. The girl added, her eyes wide, that she had finished work too late. The hero, in a smart suit, said that no, he had just arrived, and then fixed his hair. Mary opened her mouth wide in surprise and said the word damn. Standing in front of the protagonist, she asked what was wrong, why was he dressed like that today, to which he asked, he looked fine. Bought this suit in the States, but today was the first time he put it on, a little awkwardly, and the girl said that it suited him very well. Having put her in the car, the hero heard that if he had said earlier, she would have dressed more decently, to which he replied that she was already beautiful, and she noted that he knew how to speak beautifully. Looking at the hero, Mary asked where they were going. He would not say, to which he replied, no, she knew this place very well herself, and the girl thought about the fact that he had intrigued her. Having started the car, the guy said that the journey would only take 20 minutes, to which Mary responded approvingly. A view of the chairman's luxurious house opened up, and the girl turned to the main character with a question. Mary opened her mouth and said, really? To which Mark replied, yes. Grinning, the hero said that if they were going to get married, they should tell their relatives about it. The girl turned around and said his name. Looking at him, she asked if he was okay, to which the hero replied, of course. A picture of the chairman pouring water on him appeared in the hero's head, and he said that maybe he should have dressed in something waterproof, and the girl replied that her grandfather was not such a terrible person as he thought, probably. The girl grinned a little. Stretching her hand forward, Mary said that it was okay. After all, she chose him, the grandfather would certainly accept and understand. Looking at her, Mark heard that, especially since she was nearby, he shouldn't worry, to which the hero replied that it was good. The guy's and the girl's hand touched. Looking at him, Mary asked if he was ready, to which he replied that he was and thanked her. The man's phone fell to the ground and he said that it was okay. Weston looked straight ahead in surprise. Spreading his arms to the sides, he turned to Mary, and the hero turned to him. Smiling, Mary and Mark appeared, and the man said that he had just gone out to call, what was it? The protagonist suggested going inside and explaining everything. The living room windows appeared, the man greeted the protagonist. The hero looked away. Mary said that she had come to her uncle and grandfather. Harry looked at them and asked why she had come with the hero. The hero tensed up, hearing the question that they had met on the way, and Mary said that they understood. The chairman looked at the hero and he said that he wanted to introduce himself again. The protagonist confidently said that his name was Mark, he and Mary were dating. Today he came to officially greet him as his granddaughter's boyfriend. The uncle opened his eyes wide and heard an apology for not telling him right away. Everyone thought about what he said. The thought came to mind that Dr. Mark was Mary's boyfriend. A table with food appeared, and the man asked when they started dating, to which the protagonist replied that they first met as students, and they had been dating for about 3 years. Smiling, the uncle said that wow, it was just fate, and then thought that that same Dr. Mark with their Mary, it was just fate. Harry was very happy about this in his soul. A happy girl appeared. She had such a good-for-nothing father, but she grew up so beautiful and good. He was so proud of his niece, any other guy would be considered just an enemy. The main character appeared in the frame, but if it was Mark, that was a different story. He was not only a genius in the medical world, but also just a good person, plus the one who saved the entire Dale group. How could anyone not like a person like Mark? Uncle smiled broadly and thought that he would never recognize or allow an ordinary boar. But if it was Dr. Mark, someone like him was quite worthy of their Mary, and then said that what a significant event, they looked very good together. Surprised, the protagonist thanked him. Turning to the side, Mary asked, by the way, why the grandfather did not say anything. He did not like the hero, to which the chairman replied that it was not about that. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing that they addressed him, to which he responded and thought that this was it. A memory came up of Nate saying that he could ask for anything he wanted, but not his granddaughter, and then he thought that it was immediately obvious that he valued Mary very much. The hero thought about how it was obvious that he did not want to give his granddaughter to just anyone. Would they be able to get his permission? A fire appeared behind the grandfather, and Mark said for the chairman to speak, to which Nate said okay, and the hero thought about being ready to take a hit. The chairman looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Then he asked if the hero knew how to drink, to which he asked again. There was a bottle of alcohol on the table, and Nate said that he was not allowed to drink, but he should take a shot, to which Mark said yes, he would take it with gratitude. While drinking, the protagonist thought about how he did not know how to drink. Looking at the stack, the hero thought about how he couldn't get drunk. It was such an important meeting, especially since Mary was nearby, he had to control himself. The chairman said that since they had finished dinner, Mary should let the men talk separately. Turning around, the girl asked her grandfather to be softer, to which he replied that he would try. A thought arose in the hero's head about what he was going to tell him. Everyone was sitting opposite the main character, and the grandfather told him to listen. This place suddenly began to resemble an interview. Mark was being tested. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard the question. After all, he knew his granddaughter's family circumstances. The situation with Mary's family. The hero said that he knew that her father walked a lot, so all the children in this family were born from different women, because of which Mary's mother suffered from depression and in the end committed suicide. The only one she considered her family, her older brother, was killed by another half-brother. An empty stack appeared. And how did the girl manage to grow up kind and decent in such an environment? It was a pity, but the fact is that Mary had a very hard time. Nate frowned and said that he was too busy, so he could not take care of it properly. But he was so grateful to her that she grew up so kind and good, he was sorry to give Mary to anyone. The girl stood at the door and heard that. However, if it was about him, he would like to believe this time the chairman really values his granddaughter. The man asked if he was sure that he could make Mary happy. He had only one answer to this question. The protagonist confidently said yes. The hero added that no matter what happened, he would make her happy, to which Nate smiled and said that this was good. Grandfather asked to take care of their Mary. Tears streamed down the girl's face and she heard that her father made the right decision. What an event to bring another drink. Mark said that he was not very good with drinking, to which Nate replied that what was he talking about? Today was such a nice day, let him drink to the bottom. He was sure that he could make Mary happy like no one else. They quickly received permission to marry. The man poured alcohol into the glass, saying that the glass was empty again, and called him their future son-in-law, to which the guy thanked him. The girl shouted to the grandfather that it was enough, and that Mark was drunk again. The grandfather replied that a real man should be able to drink. The man said that was right, they hadn't even started yet. Anna put her hands on the protagonist and asked if he was okay. He, smiling, replied that he was okay, and the girl exclaimed that she had stopped making him drunk. The voice replied that it was okay, he was as fresh as a cucumber, and that let's have another shot. Someone replied that they would drink instead of him. They said it was a momentous occasion, so they drank until the morning, chatted cheerfully about this and that, but the main character tried his best not to get drunk in front of his future wife's relatives. As soon as he got home, he immediately collapsed. His parents looked at their son lying down in surprise. People from the Dale group know how to persuade. He was wondering who Mary was like. Fish were swimming in the lake. The man was looking at the water. The man called his father and asked what he was thinking about. Nate turned around. The man threw his jacket over his father's shoulders and said that the wind was cool and that he should go inside. The grandfather called the man by name. They walked side by side and the man asked if he was upset that Mary was getting married, to which Nate replied that it was not about that and not about Dr. Mark. Looking at the moon, he continued that he was haunted by the words he said. A memory appeared in his head where the protagonist turns to the chairman and says that he needs to tell him something. Nate answered him that they will soon be related. What kind of chairman is he to him? Let him call him grandfather. The protagonist called him that, and the man answered that it was great. Looking at the grandfather, he continued that last time he said that he would fulfill any request of him. Nate answered that he remembered, and that he had waited so long for him to ask him for something. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he should talk, he will do everything he wants. Mark frowned. He said that then. Nate repeated his words that when the time comes, he asks to assign a punishment to the doctor. He looked at the man and asked what all this means, and if he knows, to which Harry replied that no, he has no idea, and that he is not one to throw words around. Now he became curious too. Nate said that maybe there was some problem with the management of Deal Hospital. Harry asked why Deal, and his grandfather said that it was the only place that was connected to him. They looked at the fish and Harry turned to his father and said that since they were talking. Then he continued that the hospital has not been doing very well lately, and that there were even rumors that the status of the best hospital in Korea is a thing of the past. Although it still holds on to the first place thanks to the support of the company, but that is all. The man looked at his father and asked if it was time to change something. Nate asked if he had any ideas, to which Harry replied that there was one problem that was being actively discussed by the board of directors. The man began quoting phrases about how it was wrong to put Michael, who is his son, as the successor to the director of the hospital. That even if an outstanding person is going to run the hospital, family ties should not be involved, and that the position needed a person who lived up to the name Deal. Nate closed his eyes and replied that, whatever, it was part of the company, they couldn't trust the leadership position to someone from outside, and that he couldn't say that his grandson was completely suitable for him, but still, Michael was more capable than his father. Harry said that a very suitable person would soon join their clan, right? Nate looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist with Mary appeared before his eyes, and the grandfather thought that it was his son-in-law. Harry asked with a smile if the conditions were suitable. Then he continued that judging by the conversations, it was clear that he missed Korea, and that it didn't look like he was planning to stay in the States forever. Maybe he should talk to him. The man replied that it was a great idea. If only the protagonist agreed, a better specialist would not be found. So the candidacy of the protagonist as the successor to the Dale Hospital was brought up for discussion in the Dale Company. On the other hand, a fist hit the table and someone cursed. William was shaking with anger and thought that he wanted to give the hospital to the protagonist, and his father agreed to this ridiculous proposal and so that he would not be laughed at. The man bared his teeth angrily and thought that this was his hospital. Then his thoughts flashed, what nonsense, and who decided this? The secretary came into the office and apologized. She looked at him and continued that he had a visitor. William asked who else. The girl said that it was Professor Mark. The man frowned angrily and thought that the protagonist at such a moment. His thoughts flashed that maybe he came to make fun of him and that he hated him. He thought he would give him his place. The man asked to tell him to come in. The girl bowed and said okay. The voice asked if he had some business. The man said with a smile that he was very busy and would be grateful if it did not take much time, and he thought that for someone like him he had no time at all. The man looked at the protagonist and continued the thought that he did not want to see him. Let him speak faster and get lost. The protagonist took a sip of tea. Then he opened his mouth, turned to the director and said that he had done his internship and residency at Deal Hospital and had experienced a lot during his time working there. During his internship, he was unexpectedly entrusted with a difficult patient. The patient died. Then he was suddenly sent to the emergency room. In his memories, Mark exclaimed that why should he go to the emergency room? There was also a case when a patient had an aortic rupture, and at that very time the professor on duty turned out to be drunk. The guy in the memory was talking into the phone that the director kept offering him a drink. He was so afraid that something terrible would happen, but fortunately, that patient survived. William grinned and asked what he wanted to say, mentally calling him a puppy and realizing that he knew about all his affairs. Mark put the cup on the saucer and called the director. Looking at him, he asked if he still didn't understand that he knew everything, and what he had done to drive him out, then asked if he had anything to say. The man thought he was speaking so confidently. However, he was sitting opposite the protagonist and saying that he didn't understand what he was talking about, and that he really thought that all those events had anything to do with him. Mark replied that he had misunderstood everything. William said with a smile that it was natural, and what kind of ridiculous things he was saying here. He had listened silently, but now he was indignant at the injustice, and that there was no need for empty talk without evidence. Then Wilm thought that he was a fool. He had come here to fight without evidence. The protagonist's mouth dropped open. He turned away and said that it was clear nothing could be done since he did not admit his guilt, to which the man replied that of course those events had nothing to do with him. William continued that no matter how brilliant a doctor he was at St. Joseph's, this behavior was very unpleasant, and that if he didn't stop now, Mark interrupted him, taking out papers from a folder and saying that, as he said, he had no evidence of what he had said earlier, to which the man thought that it was natural and that he had this in his hands. The protagonist handed him the papers and asked if he could read it. Frowning, William thought, well, what could be in there? After a moment, his eyes widened. He squeezed the sheet and thought that these were the same letters he sent to Professor Austin. Mark looked at the man and asked if he still denied his involvement. The man jumped up and shouted that he knew nothing and that he thought he could threaten him with these printouts. The protagonist continued for him to look more closely. There was more there, to which the man angrily shouted that he said he knew nothing and that he did nothing. Mark told him to read it. Then he continued that the embezzlement of the hospital budget, bribery related to the appointment to the position of professor, benefits from pharmaceutical companies during the preliminary purchase of hospital drugs. William was shaking with anger. The protagonist looked at him and continued that indecent behavior for 7 years towards the secretary, and that he had done a lot, and asked whether he should continue listing. All these materials were received as a gift from Professor Austin and the Clancy clan. They told about all his villains. This was his trump card. The protagonist stood up and said that he would soon marry Mary, so he wanted to give him a chance because he was her father. William grabbed his head and Mark continued to admit his guilt in all these crimes and himself resigned as director of the hospital, so that he gave up all his shares in the Dale Group and the Dale Hospital to Mary and gave the dishonestly acquired money to public needs. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that he would give him a week to decide, and then some. He smiled and continued that it would be much better for him personally if he did not accept his offer, because that was exactly when he would get the full punishment, and that he should keep that in mind when making his decision. Mark said that he would wait for his answer. William was shaking with anger. His hair flew through the air. The cup fell to the floor with a crash. The secretary closed her eyes. Mark walked and thought that he should not pretend, and why he was so angry. He had given him a good chance. Then he thought the following. An image of Michael appeared in his head and the protagonist thought about how to punish him. There were explosions outside the window and someone cursed. The man clasped his hands on his knees. His hand was shaking and someone cursed again. The TV flew to the side under someone's scream. William stood leaning on the table and thought that Mark, how dare this puppy threaten him? He thought again that how dare he? The protagonist's voice appeared in his memories, telling him to read. Then he continued that the embezzlement of the hospital budget, bribery related to the appointment to the position of professor, benefits from pharmaceutical companies during the preliminary purchase of hospital drugs. The man frowned. Mark looked at him and continued that indecent behavior over 7 years towards the secretary, and that he had done a lot and whether he should continue. Then the voice told him to give up all his shares in the Dale Group and Dale Mary Hospital, and let him give the dishonestly acquired money to public needs. William grinned furiously and thought that he really thought that he would meekly accept his terms, and that once he did, everything he had built up for so long would collapse. He was not crazy to do such a thing. Then he thought that if he refused his offer, his father and Harry would find out. His legs were shaking and he continued to think that he could be expelled from the company, and he could not allow that. He decided that he had to stop him by any means necessary. The secretary called the director. She touched his shoulder and asked if he was okay and that he needed to calm down and rest. A moment later, William hit the girl, told her to shut up and not tell him what to do. The man turned around in shock. George stood up abruptly and called the director, to which the director told him to shut up too. William put his hand to his face and thought that the biggest problem was the rebate, and that if it became known he would have to pay it back. Such a price was unimaginable. Looking at his hand, he continued his thought. Regarding the hospital budget, he could talk to the brothers and try to solve this problem. Then he called Professor George, who answered in the affirmative. William asked if he had ever received a rebate from pharmaceutical companies, to which the man frowned. He replied that it was on his orders and he had no other choice. William waved his finger at him. Looking at the man with a smile, he said that how could he order him to do such a thing? What nonsense. And that if anyone heard, they might get the wrong idea. George frowned and called the director. He spread his hands and replied that he himself knew that this was a serious crime, and that of course he worked for him, trying his best, but there was nothing he could do. William grabbed the man by the tie and said that he should volunteer everything before it caused more problems. He patted him on the shoulder and continued that in memory of all his merits and efforts, he would provide for his old age. And this is chopping off tails. His words ultimately mean that he should take everything on himself. All those terrible crimes that he committed instead of the director eventually came back to him. He tried so hard to rise to this position, gave his whole life for such an end. The man reached into his pants pocket. At the very least, he would like to think over that terrible past again and repent of it. George looked out the window and called someone. Then he said the protagonist's name and asked if they could meet and talk. The voice said good work. Michael looked straight ahead. The voice turned to Dr. Michael and said that he also tried well during the cholecystitis operation. The guy replied that it was a simple operation. Someone called the professor and said that someone was dozing off and who it was, and a moment later they said it was Professor Mark. The man told the guy to leave him alone. He had nothing but liver transplants these days and that he hadn't rested for a minute, to which the guy replied that then there was no point in waking him. Someone said that he was such a good guy at his age and with such abilities that it made him even more uneasy, and that he was older than Professor Mark and he had much less experience and knowledge. The voice said that if everyone changed their clothes, they could go, otherwise Professor Mark would wake up. Someone said that then he apologized to him, Dr. Michael, and he replied that they had worked hard today. Michael closed the locker. Then he turned around. He started to approach the protagonist. He was sleeping peacefully, leaning against the wall. Michael looked at the protagonist. Then he frowned. His name was in his head. The father's voice appeared in the memories, saying that at this rate they were both going to die, and that if he was kicked out of Dale Hospital, then he was not allowed in either. William pointed at his son and told him to do something, and that he could use any method. Then the voice called him pathetic and said that he had to stay afloat by any means necessary. Michael smirked. He raised his hands. Then he started bringing them to the protagonist's neck, getting closer and closer with each passing second. He frowned. Michael took his hands away from him. Then he turned around. The protagonist pursed his lips. He asked why Michael had stopped. Mark opened his eyes. The guy turned around and asked if he was awake and that he should sleep some more. He was probably tired. The protagonist wrapped his hand around his neck. Mark said okay. He asked why he had stopped, to which Michael asked with a smile what he meant. The protagonist said that he always had the same excuses. Then he got up from the bench and said that it was even better this way. The protagonist approached the man and said that he still wanted him to know one thing. He frowned and continued that no matter what he did, it was too late and that he would crush both him and his father. Michael narrowed his eyes in fear and the protagonist continued that it wouldn't take long, so he should sit quietly and wait. Michael smiled and said that was fine. Then he continued that as many as he wanted. The pills fell onto his hand. William put them in his mouth. Then he washed them down with water and thought that this headache was coming on again. He dropped the glass on the table with a bang and continued thinking that it was getting worse. The man held his head and thought that it was still good that the rebate matter could be blamed on George and that all that was left was to sort out the hospital budget. He thought that it would be possible to solve it quickly, but they all pretended not to notice him because of Harry. Then he thought that maybe he should tell his brother and father everything. Then he realized that no way, on the contrary, they would send him to prison first. He thought about what to do. William realized that it was all because of the main character. Then it flashed through his mind that if only it weren't for his wedding with Mary. He widened his eyes and thought that in a minute, and that it was his wedding with Mary. The man grinned and thought that right, and why hadn't he thought of such a simple way before? He just needed to persuade Mary. His daughter's face appeared before his eyes. The voice on the phone said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. William cursed angrily and thought that it was her own father calling her. The man turned to the secretary and told her to check Dr. Mary's schedule right away, and she agreed. She frowned and said that she had an endoscopy at 8:30 this morning, to which William asked again and said that it was really that important that she wasn't answering his calls. He angrily got up from his chair and said that he needed to contact her right away, to which the secretary asked again. William angrily told her to shut up. Looking at the girl, he told her to find out what office she was in and to stop talking under her arm and asked if she understood. The girl pursed her lips. The secretary replied that she understood. The endoscopy room. A voice called the patient and said that he would insert a tube and that he should not be scared. Mary told him to be careful. If he burped, it could be dangerous. Then she said that he might feel discomfort. The voice called the director and said that he shouldn't. William entered the office. The doctor turned around in surprise. He frowned, called Mary and said that he needed to talk to her. The girl turned around in his direction. Then the man called her again and asked her to step outside for a minute. William grinned angrily. The doctor called the girl and said that there was a suspicion of EGC and that a biopsy was needed. The girl asked for the forceps and the guy, stumbling, answered in the affirmative. Mary said that she was making an incision. The man clenched his hand into a fist. Then she continued that she was closing it and for them to take another one. A moment later, the director furiously shouted her name and said that her father was calling her and what was so important about some endoscopy. The girl was holding the forceps and William told her to get up and leave right now. She asked if he called this examination some endoscopy. Then she continued that this patient's life could change dramatically from the results of this examination and that we are talking about a person's life, and he said some endoscopy. Turning around, she said that such a thing was said by a person who in his time wore a doctor's coat. The man bared his teeth. Mary turned to face the patient and told her father to get out and that she needed to concentrate on the examination. William thought, damn girl, her father was talking to her and she was ignoring her. He walked out of the room. Then he grabbed his head and thought that he needed to be patient and that if he couldn't talk her into it, he was done for. He folded his arms across his chest and thought that he needed to be patient, just a little patient. Mary exhaled. She took off her mask and said, "Good job." Then she picked up the instrument and told him to get everything ready for the next patient. A moment later, William grabbed her arm. She screamed what he was doing and for him to let go, the instrument fell to the floor. The man angrily asked who gave her permission to call the next patient. Mary said she was in pain and the man said it wouldn't take long. He took the girl away and told her to follow him. The doctors looked at them in confusion. The girl screamed for him to let her go. She angrily repeated for him to let go and the man said it wouldn't take long. They stopped. He looked at her angrily. She widened her eyes in fear. Mary thought that she was wrong. A memory appeared in her mind, where the girl was sitting on the floor, apologizing to her father and saying that she would not look for her mother anymore. Then she repeated that she would not look for her. William apologized for this scene and said that he had an urgent conversation. He could not wait, then asked how work had been lately and whether the endoscopy was difficult. The girl looked at him and said what was his business. She did not intend to waste time on long conversations. He thought, this is what it is, and that no, he must endure. Looking at the gurney, the man said that he wanted to talk about the protagonist, whom she was going to marry. The girl asked what was wrong with him, and William replied that if they got married, he would become her father-in-law, and asked if she knew what he had told him. The girl looked away and thought that of course he knew and that before going to him he had asked her permission. The man said that was why. He put his hand on her shoulder and continued that he wanted her to talk to him. They would soon be married. He would listen to her words. He smiled and thought that she was so good-natured, never disobeyed his words. He had already forgotten this simple truth. Mary asked why she did this. William frowned and answered that he meant why she was his daughter. Mary answered that it seemed that he had forgotten how he treated her. She said angrily that although it did not matter to him. The man asked if she was acting like this because he had hit her a couple of times as a child, and what happened when a father brought up his children, to which the girl grinned angrily and thought that she knew it. Then she continued the thought that violence, mockery, yes, that was it. Who would care about scars on the body? Mary realized that her resentment was not because of this at all. A moment appeared in her memories when her mother hugged her and said that Mary was her favorite daughter. The girl looked at her mother and asked why she was crying. She still clearly remembers her mother's voice, full of deep sadness. Betrayal and beatings of her father brought her to depression. She held on only because of her, but gradually, with each passing day, her strength faded. A moment appeared in her memories when she was introduced to someone and a voice asked her what she was worth and to say hello. A fair-haired boy looked at her and the voice continued that they would soon be a family. William looked at the women with children and said that let's live in peace. And at that time, his father brought home his illegitimate son Michael with his mother, who worked in a pub. After that, her mother. The voice, stumbling, called her mother. The girl looked at her mother lying on the floor, asked her to get up and called her. In memory of her mother who committed suicide because of him, she would never listen to his words. William frowned and said that her mother, who committed suicide, and why was it because of him? She committed suicide because of depression. Mary twisted her hands at her chest and replied that she thought she would say that, and thought that she was not even trying to look guilty, but he was always like that. Mary began to move away from him, saying that she would probably go, that she did not want to see him anymore, and that he should not come to her. William exclaimed in bewilderment and said where she was going. He had not finished yet. The girl replied that he had finished. The man screamed furiously that no, he had not finished. He grabbed her hand and began to shout that he was her father, and asked her to behave like a daughter, then told her to go immediately to the main character and dissuade him. Mary replied angrily that it had nothing to do with her and that if she had anything to say, she should say it to him personally, that's it. William swung at her and said, how is she behaving with her own father, and asked if she wanted to die. The girl screamed. A moment later, the protagonist screamed, what is he doing? The man raised his hand. Then William said, what is he? Where is he from? The protagonist glared at him. Mary looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes and said his name. Mark seriously asked what the director was doing. The man looked down and said that he was talking to his daughter and that he should go where he was going. It was none of the stranger's business, then thought about how he knew. Mark asked if it was true. Then he frowned and said that it seemed like he communicated with his daughter through violence and asked if he always behaved like that. William frowned. He was thinking what a piece of trash he was and that this was the first time in his life he had seen such a pathetic and disgusting person. The girl grabbed the guy by the shoulder and said, "Let's just leave." She looked away and continued that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. William said angrily where she was going. They weren't finished yet. The voice called the director. The protagonist hugged the girl and said that he had said before that he would give her a week, but judging by his behavior today, he thought that was not necessary. The man exclaimed, "Wait," to which Mark said that he should wait. They would contact him soon. The man asked him to wait and stuttered, calling him by name. The guy and the girl were walking down the corridor and the voice was calling Dr. Mark. The protagonist frowned. So, it was time to pay for old sins. People were walking down the corridor. The secretary closed her eyes and said that outsiders were not allowed in here. A moment later, her eyes widened. Someone swung the door open. William looked at it in confusion. Asked angrily who they were. 3 unfamiliar men stood in front of him. One of them held up a card and said that they were from the police. Then he continued that Mr. William was arrested on charges of rebate, embezzlement of hospital property, and bribery. The man bared his teeth, clenched her teeth, and said that this was simply unthinkable. Looking at the guy, he asked what the police were and what they were doing, causing arbitrariness here. Then he continued whether they were in their right minds, that they wanted to make enemies for themselves in the Dale group. The secretary turned around. The man told the director that it was useless. A man stood in the doorway. William asked in surprise who Professor George was, and he replied that he had confessed to everything. The man furiously asked what he was doing and why. George looked down and said that everything he had done to frame Dr. Mark, he and the doctor had already given statements to the police. He then went on to say that all the things that could have led to the patient's death, the deliberate indifference, George in the memory was standing behind the man. William was looking out the window, something that no doctor should do. They were sitting opposite each other. George went on to say that thank God that patient was alive thanks to Dr. Mark. William in the memory raised his glass. But these were crimes that could not be forgiven. William screamed loudly that George was a bastard. The men told him to follow them. He slammed the table, asked what he had said, and said that he was not going anywhere. He then turned around and asked what was the matter. The man stood in front of him and asked if he was going to blame others. William started shouting that even though he knew what he was, that he was the son of the chairman of the Deal Group himself. The man angrily told him to stop barking. William asked again. The man said with a smile if he knew, and that he knew very well that he was a bad man, so let him look at this arrest warrant. William continued that some policeman was pretending to want to lose his job, and they should just look at this daredevil. The other men turned away, covered their ears, and said that they did not hear anything. William asked again, and the man said that some pathetic policeman was getting off on something, but he had the right to do so. Then the man asked if he was asking what it meant, and continued with a furious look that the patient who almost died was his father. That's what it meant. William sat down on a chair and the man continued that that's why he was still talking quite politely. Then he continued that he would go quietly with them now. Clouds hung over the house. Harry was talking on the phone. Nate asked haltingly if that was true. Then he looked at the protagonist and called him son-in-law. The protagonist bowed and said that it was true. That was how it had happened. He had nothing to say. Nate raised his hand and said that no, he had nothing to apologize for, so he should raise his head, and that on the contrary, it was he who should apologize. The words came to mind that he was asking him to give him a fitting punishment when the time came. Leaning on his hand, Nate thought about that, so that's what he meant, William. He had no idea that he had gone so far, and then said that he was so ashamed in front of him. He needed time to sort it all out. Could he leave him? The protagonist bowed to the chairman and apologized for causing him so much trouble, to which the chairman replied that he had said that he did not have to apologize for that. The man bowed his head down, and Harry turned to him. Frowning, he said that they had just called and said that his brother had been taken to the police station. For starters, he had ordered the press to be monitored, but there would be a fuss for a while since he hadn't been able to block all the information. The chairman's hands appeared, and Harry asked what he was going to do with his brother. The man wheezed, and Harry turned to him in fear. The chairman blushed and said William, and then added that this bastard. The police station appeared. Near the door to the office, someone was shouting for them to open it right now. At least they knew who he was. William, grabbing the bars, shouted for them to open it, otherwise they would regret it, and then asked if there was anyone there. The man asked if the Dale group had called yet, and the guy next to him said, "Oh shit." Turning to the director, he told him to be quiet, to which the man asked again. The guy grinned and told him to shut up. He was tired after the melee, and now he was whining. William clenched his teeth and heard that if he made noise, he would get a good beating. He was talking too much, and the man thought, damn, what a pathetic bum. William grabbed the bars tightly and said that once he got out of here, he would not just let it go. William was kneeling in front of the chairman. No matter what he had done, he was still the legitimate son of the chairman deal. Even though his family didn't like him, his father couldn't abandon him. He would get him off. And then he added that because in the world, money decides everything. The man turned his attention to the man walking towards him. William smiled broadly with joy. Seeing his brother, he turned to him and asked why he was so late. He had been waiting here for so long, so he should go to that stupid policeman and dispel these unfair accusations. Harry clenched his teeth, looking at him. Then his brother asked what unfair accusations exactly, and a question arose in the headmaster's head. William asked what he was talking about, to which he replied that he didn't think about how depressed his father was. All his life he had only done what upset him. Wasn't he tired of it? Then Harry asked him if he at least knew what his father had said to his future son-in-law, the main character. It seemed like the man bowed before the hero, and his brother said that he had apologized for raising such a son and bowed to the floor in apology, and he was demanding that unfair accusations be dispelled. Looking at his brother, Harry said that he would be tried according to the law, no more and no less, and his father also agreed. Bowing his head, Harry said that was all he wanted to say. He was leaving, and William asked him to wait. As Harry left the station, he heard the man asking him to stand still, and then respectfully asking him again. His brother slowly disappeared behind the door. William looked ahead, frightened. The director of the #1 hospital in South Korea was mired in corruption. He saw how the media did not show the news about it. This scandal shook society. Harry put his hand out to the side, because the company Death Isle Group controlled the leak of information, fearing for its reputation. But the director's trial was held in a short time. The judge turned to the man, and then said that despite the obvious evidence of huge rebates, he still filed an appeal, the use of his status and his attitude to repentance for what he did. William stood there, frightened, and heard what the court was deciding. Looking at the judge, he heard that the defendant William was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The director opened his mouth wide, the protagonist watched this, and the judge said that this was the end of the announcement of the court's decision. The protagonist frowned and thought that William, this is what he came to in the end, everything that he collected out of greed, wealth, fame, power. As a result, it all collapsed. Everyone gets what they deserve. The protagonist walked with a man on the top floor. Harry asked if the protagonist would have time, to which he replied that yes, and what happened. Frowning, Harry said that they need to consult about the Dale Hospital. William walked with the police. He looked angrily at the hero and said that he and the guy stood and looked straight ahead. The man began to run sharply, and the man shouted for him to stop. Someone shouted the protagonist's name, and he, wide-eyed, looked straight ahead. The man's hands reached for the guy's neck. William grabbed the hero by the neck and began to strangle him. Looking at him angrily, he told him to die, he would kill him. The hero opened his mouth wide and began to choke. Smiling widely, he said that if it were not for him, but for Harry, who turned to his brother and asked if he was crazy, told him to let him go, the policeman said hands off. The hero frowned from suffocation and thought about where so much strength came from. William laughed furiously and said that if it were not for the main character, he could turn everything back so that he would die. The man frowned sharply. His hands let go of the hero's neck. William rolled his eyes and began to fall backwards. He fell to the floor, the main character was coughing, and the policeman asked if he was okay. The man asked what was wrong with him, and the hero was holding his neck. The man lay on the floor with his eyes rolled back, and the man turned to him and said that he was unconscious. The hero looked in surprise and thought about the pupils. The hero thought that the pale face, foam at the mouth, convulsions all over the body, dilated pupils, it was not just a faint, something was wrong with the head. The human brain appeared, and the hero added that it was in the brain. The intensive care sign appeared. The main character was standing in the office. The protagonist heard that he had a hemorrhagic infarction associated with a brain tumor. The doctor, looking at the papers, said that initially he had a tumor in the frontal lobe of the brain. Its enlargement led to a hemorrhagic infarction, increased pressure in the brain. If he did not urgently perform an operation, he could die. Medical devices appeared. A man stood over the bed with a patient. William was lying, devices were connected to him, and the protagonist thought that he had an operation to remove the tumor and saved his life. The protagonist looked at him and thought that now he would have to lie paralyzed for the rest of his days. Unable to even move a finger, this punishment was much more terrible than life imprisonment or even the death penalty. The thought arose in the hero's head that he himself had caused this. Now he would pay for his sins all his life. The hero stood in the ward. Could this be called a cause and effect relationship, or was this a punishment from heaven? The hero looked back one last time. The protagonist disappeared behind the door. William was lying unconscious in bed. Many tables appeared. Harry turned to the hero and said that it was a pity that this happened to his brother, but he believed that he had received punishment for what he had done. Sitting in front of the hero, the man said that therefore there was no need to worry too much about this, let him not worry. Frowning, Mark heard that Mary was pretending that everything was fine, but it was undoubtedly hard for her, to which the hero replied that she was not showing it, but it was so. The protagonist hugged the girl and added that no matter what he was still her father, and he could imagine what a shock such an event was for her. Harry said that it was good that he was next to her, asked him to take care of their Mary, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he would. The man grinned and raised his glass. A view from the restaurant window appeared, and Harry asked if he had guessed why he had offered to meet him today, to which the protagonist replied that no, he didn't even know. The man brought the glass to his mouth. Lowering it, he smiled. Mark was surprised to hear that he wanted to offer him a job, to which the protagonist asked again. A question about a job offer arose in the protagonist's head, and the man sitting opposite said that the position of hospital director was currently empty. And no, he was not going to entrust him with this position, the vacancy was open, but the management was carried out separately. A box with collected things appeared, and Harry added that only because of his brother's case almost everyone who was under his wing was held responsible, and thus the position of the hospital's chief physician was vacated. That's the thing. The protagonist turned to the assistance of the former director. The secretary and everyone else who supported the director left the hospital. Initially they united to force him out of deal. Naturally, it was already inconvenient for them to continue working further, but why did he talk about it now? Looking directly, Harry said that, and for that reason. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that he would soon become a member of their family. It would be nice for him to take the place of the head doctor. A view of the hospital opened up, and the protagonist thought about becoming the head doctor of DL Hospital. This is not some kind of district clinic, why all of a sudden? The hero tried to say something in confusion, and Harry interrupted and said that by the way, this is not only his opinion, his father also happily agreed. They want to entrust him with the future of DL Hospital. Frowning, Mark said that he thought that his age and experience were not quite suitable. He was able to stand out in the medical and scientific fields, but not in the field of hospital management. To which Harry, smiling, replied that he would be assisted in the management by a professional management team, and he would simply work as before. His task would not be to manage the hospital, but to indicate the direction with the help of his medical knowledge. The man said that age would cease to be a problem over time, especially since he looked older than his years. Others also thought so. The hero sighed in his head. Looking at the table, the protagonist thought about listening to him, and this absurd proposal no longer seemed so ridiculous. At this rate he would be able to persuade him. Of course, he was glad that he believed in his abilities. Such an offer was an honor for him. Looking down, the hero thought that this position should not be occupied by his future son-in-law, but by someone more suitable, and then said that thanks for his words, but this was too unexpected. Mark said that the position of the chief physician should be occupied by a more suitable candidate. Not him, he lacks a lot. He would like to gain experience in the States. Putting his hand on the table, Harry said that he didn't think he was missing anything. Was there really no way? To which Mark replied that he couldn't break his contract with St. Joseph's Hospital. He would think about this position again when he became a more experienced doctor. Lowering his head, the man said that they would like him to take over this job, especially since they wouldn't be able to immediately find a person to replace the head doctor. Mary also had no interest in this position, to which the hero replied that in that case. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he would like to recommend someone to him, to which he asked again. Mark grinned and heard the question of who. The protagonist said that it was a doctor who currently worked at Dale Hospital. He was very devoted to patients and was ready to work hard for Dale Hospital. Connor appeared, standing with his back turned. The man said that since he said so, he believed him, to which the hero replied that yes, he could trust his words. The professor heard the question, "What's the matter?" to which he replied that it felt as if something important was being said about him. The professor straightened his tie. Embarrassed, he said that he didn't know if it suited him or not. Mark, holding out a bouquet of flowers to him, replied that it suited him very well. Coming closer, he added that he congratulated him on his position as head physician. Grabbing the bouquet with displeasure, the professor replied that he didn't know. It was all because of him that he was more suited to do surgeries. What kind of head physician? Poking the protagonist with his finger, he added that he knew it. He would work for several years, and then hand over this position to him. A guy looked out from around the corner, saying that the time had come. They needed to go into the hall. After which they headed towards the hospital. The professor displeasedly told the protagonist not to laugh because he was already worried. Mark replied that on such a day one should smile and laugh a lot when, if not today. His senior comrade said, "Okay, let him laugh for now, maybe he'll soon bury him in work." The protagonist thought that a statement that would make the entire hospital worry. We are transferred to the main hall. The professor raises the medical flag. The inauguration ceremony was successfully completed. He became the new head doctor of the hospital. Mark and his colleagues looked at him with a smile. All the employees were very happy about this since the professor enjoyed great authority. We are transferred to his nameplate, he who continued to grumble as if he had no intention of becoming a head doctor. Looking dissatisfiedly at the monitor, he said that everything hurt a lot, but he, like no one else, performed his duties simply superbly. The professor wrote something on the paper. First of all, he completely eliminated all the unnecessary expenses that had been before, and his hospital management policy was transparent, and he also took innovative steps. The guy, looking at how the professor worked, said that how is this possible? It turns out that he is a good manager. The elderly man standing next to him replied that the prophecy of his son-in-law did not fail. The chairman was also pleased. Thanks to this, the wind of change soon blew in the hospital. Mark, please, he, having thanked, said that the protagonist recommended a good candidate. Now the future hospital has become more promising, to which he replied that this is all thanks to the professor. Looking ahead, the old man replied that all's well that ends well. He is sincerely glad that they will become related. Mark, laughing, said that he is also very happy, and then thought about the fact that he did not do anything like that. Looking at the happy grandfather and the girl, he smiled, but still he felt some guilt for the fact that the guy was now confined to a hospital bed for life. He remembered how he left his room, thinking that it didn't matter because he had ruined his own life, but after what had happened to him, the other family members couldn't help but worry about him. Looking at the cocktails on the table, he asked, by the way, how are they preparing for the wedding? Mary, together with the protagonist, looked ahead, embarrassed. The old man, looking at them menacingly, said that they didn't want to say that they hadn't prepared anything at all because they were busy. Mark replied that they were going to slowly start preparing. Mary supported him, answering that it was true, it was just that so many things had happened. The grandfather, looking away with displeasure, replied that he thought that they were both very busy at work. That's why he asked. Exhaling, the protagonist straightened his tie. And then the old man added that if they wanted to prepare everything before their friend left for the States, it would be better to start now. He looked at the happy couple and then added that since they had already started talking about it, they needed to decide everything right away. The boss would prepare what he had talked about. We were taken to a huge building. The old man picked up the phone and said that they didn't need a dowry list. They would do everything. Let them check what apartments were in their area, just let them find the best one. This was the view for his granddaughter. Driving past Mark, he continued talking on the phone that he wanted to rent the largest wedding hall, but he didn't like anything. He would have to arrange it in the courtyard of their villa. If they found something suitable, let him call. There would be about guests. The protagonist approached Mary and, leaning over, whispered that they could entrust everything to the chairman like this. Maybe they would say that they would do everything themselves. The girl replied that it was not necessary. If he got going, he couldn't be stopped. They were both busy, and if you didn't prepare well, then, on the contrary, he would get angry. Grandfather turned around, smiled, and asked Mark if they could arrange a meeting with his parents. Mary thought that he himself probably liked it. A luxurious wedding dress and incredibly expensive shoes appeared in front of us. Mark, blushing, looked away, thinking that he suddenly began to feel that he was getting married after all and was now a little nervous. Mary pulled back the curtain and a second later appeared in front of him in a chic dress with a bouquet in her hands. Mark looked at her silently for a few seconds, then, blushing, said that she was incredibly beautiful. Smiling, the girl thanked him and then thought that she was somehow embarrassed. Then she looked at grandfather, asking how she looked. The chairman burst into tears, looking straight ahead. Lowering his head, he said in a trembling voice that he did not want to give when she had time to grow up so much. How good it was that he would be able to see his beloved granddaughter get married before he died. How great it was that he was alive. Mary blushed and looked awkwardly ahead, remembering her grandfather's words about her being their beauty. She was struck by memories of him playing with her as a child, saying that they would live together for a long, long time. A girl came up to her, telling her not to cry, otherwise her makeup would run. Lowering her head, Mary thought that she was incredibly grateful to him. Looking at how Mark was comforting him, she continued to think that she would definitely be happy with her husband. After a while, evening came. She continued to think that she was promising this. We are transferred to the street. Mark stands at the crossroads, wondering if he has the right to such happiness. Looking at the red light, he continued to think that he will soon marry his beloved girl. Problems seemed to be solving little by little. He earned even more than he wanted. Happy days have come that cannot be compared with his past life. Lowering his head, he thought that, however, he has some kind of feeling of uneasiness. He remembered the guy in his head, continuing to think that maybe everything is not over yet. Suddenly his mobile phone rang. Looking at it, he thought that there was something intuitive here. In the middle of the city, he thought that it was an unfamiliar number. The traffic light turned green, and a voice was heard from the phone, telling him not to move. The protagonist froze in place, and the voice added that if he moved, he would shoot. Turning around, he saw a man behind him pointing a gun at his head, after which he said who dared to make such jokes. An unfamiliar voice answered that he was asking who he was. Pulling the trigger, he added that he didn't even know. If he shot him, then he would find out. Turning around, he saw Robert fire a firecracker at him in fear. Looking at his friends, he thought that he immediately recognized when they pointed a gun at him, or rather when they started speaking in English. It was Clara and Robert. They said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Standing in the middle of the street, Mark asked why they were in Korea and how they knew where he was. Robert replied that they came for work and decided to visit him, and on the way they accidentally saw him. Clara smiled, and then asked that maybe it was fate. Mark held his hand out in front of him, answering no, and then thought that it was definitely a toy gun. Coming closer, the girl added that it was not real, and she heard that he was getting married. Coming to the bench, the protagonist answered that he was. Clara, congratulating him, added that he should definitely invite her too. Mark thought about the mafia at his wedding. Then he added that they said that they came to Korea on business. The girl answered that they had already finished all their business and were flying out at night. He asked what they meant by business. Clara, smiling, answered that it was a commercial secret. But if he was so curious, she could tell. The protagonist answered that no. He asked in vain, and then thought about the fact that they saw each other too often, so he even forgot how dangerous a figure Clara was. After which he remembered how he gave her the photo, thinking that thanks to her, he would need that gift. Smiling, he heard the girl ask what about the gift she gave him back then. Hearing this, Mark thought that she was a witch. Looking ahead, he replied that it was all thanks to her. Clara replied that that was good. It meant that he had achieved what he came to Korea for. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised, thinking about what was causing him to be so uneasy. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that the hospital had passed into good hands. Why was he behaving so quietly? Looking ahead, the protagonist said that no, he thought that everything was just beginning. The most important thing remained. Narrowing her eyes, she replied that she understood everything. She and Robert needed to step away for a minute. Leaning over, she whispered something to him, to which he replied that he understood everything. Raising his head, he turned to the protagonist, and then he said what time he finished work, they need to meet. Mark answered that, probably, at dawn, adding what happened. Laughing, Robert replied that it was a commercial secret. Let him wait impatiently. They move us outside. Robert smokes a cigarette near the car, when suddenly the protagonist calls him. Looking at him, the guy says that he has arrived. Mark, smiling, laughs, and Robert adds that he can not worry and not make such a face, and not quickly. The protagonist thought that, looking at how the mafia calmly walks along the streets of Korea, he cannot help but worry. Robert pulled out a small box, and then said that it was a gift for him. Mark took it puzzledly, to which his friend replied that it was a marker. The protagonist thought, how so? It is an ordinary gift. He looked ahead in fear, and Robert added that it is also a tranquilizer gun. The protagonist looked at Clara, who was sitting in the car. He asked what they gave him. It was an illegal weapon, to which the girl replied that he should not refuse and just accept it. Mark, looking down with displeasure, replied that he was a doctor. How could he accept this? The girl replied that she knew he would never accept such a gift. After which she opened the door and got out of the car. Crossing her arms, she said that he himself said that he had one unfinished business. It was not by any chance the director's son. Looking ahead, Mark asked how they found out, to which Clara replied that when she was collecting information about corruption, she had a question why he needed to oppress a doctor who could benefit the hospital, and the answer was not long in coming. This doctor was interfering with his son, whom he wanted to leave as his successor. Therefore, the accusations of the patient's death for an unknown reason, in her opinion, were also part of the director's plan. Imagine a smiling guy in your head. She added that the director, did he really do all this on his own? Mark looked ahead in horror. He thought that he had enough of this nonsense. He should clear his head. His mood was already in shambles because of the foul hospital air. Clara, looking at the protagonist, added that they couldn't find anything on his son. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to sue him by law. Hearing this, Mark replied that it was all true. But why was she telling him this? Smiling, the girl replied that he had said that the most important case remained unfinished, and now he looked very worried. Did he really think that a doctor who was capable of killing a patient to save his own job would calmly stand and watch as he was kicked out of the hospital? The protagonist looked at the box that was handed to him in surprise, and Clara added that he was also worried about exactly these thoughts, then he should accept this gift. Looking at the fountain pen, she added that who knows, maybe the day will soon come for the most important thing, when he will be able to use this thing. We are transferred to Michael. He is visited by various thoughts. Why, with all those who supported his father sorted out, what will happen to the doctor then? Should he leave after what happened to his father? He stood in front of the door and listened to the conversations that, judging by the situation, the professor will soon take over the hospital completely, after which Michael walked further down the corridor. Soon he visited the fund, refused to renew with him. It is better to find another hospital, not too late. Michael smiled at his head and answered well. His boss thought that he would also become in the surgical department. For his fate, Michael asked if he could ask one question. Menacingly looking in front of him, he said that his dismissal was Mark's decision. The boss hesitated and then said that as far as he knew. Michael went out into the corridor, playing in his head the words of the chief about the fact that at the moment the real power in their hospital is in the hands of the professor because he knows everything himself. After which he looked ahead with displeasure. Suddenly his phone rang. He heard it, that they need to meet this evening. She will be waiting in the cafe. We are transferred to a small cafe. Clancy appears in front of us. She looks ahead disappointedly. Suddenly she notices something. Seeing Michael, she smiles and waves her hand at him. He slowly approaches her, thinks, and then that, maybe, she wants to break up with him, although it is not so important to him anymore. Coming closer, he asks why she suggested meeting. He imagined in his head how she is standing in the hospital, and then thought that she is a nurse in the surgical department. Rumors probably spread quickly. Most likely, some have already guessed about their relationship if she plans to stay in the hospital. The girl looked in his direction, and he continued to think that it would be right to break up with him right now. But suddenly Clancy replied that she missed him very much. Looking at her boyfriend, she added that she could not meet him without a reason. She just missed him, so she offered to meet. They were dating after all. Hearing this, Michael smiled and lowered his head. And then he thanked her, the girl beautifully, that why was he thanking her? It seems he did not miss her at all. Leaning on his arm, he replied that he missed her too, to which the girl, exhaling discontentedly, replied that he was lying. We are transferred to the park. Michael and Clancy had been dating for several years. They were walking hand in hand. Their relationship was not what you would call normal, but it was not short. Michael asked where they were going, to which Clancy replied that he was really going to have dinner and then break up right away, go for a drink. Smiling broadly, she added that he always paid, but today she was treating, where they often go. There was a new menu, very tasty. The guy answered well. We are transferred to a cafe. There are many different dishes on the table. Michael and his girlfriend are sitting at the bar. Clancy lowers his head and looks ahead for a few seconds. Then she grabs a glass and turns to Michael. Grabbing his hand, she, frowning, tells him to hold on. He, looking at her puzzled, asks what he is talking about. The girl answers that she just talks about everything together. Squeezing his hand, she thinks about the fact that, to be honest, she herself does not know exactly what their relationship is about. Her cheeks are blushing. She continues to think that she does not know what exactly he thinks about her and how she herself feels about him. But still he is very dear to her. In fact, this has not happened to her before. It just became so at some point. Therefore, looking at her boyfriend, she added that she wants him not to lose heart. She remembers how they lay in the same bed when Michael was feeling bad, and then adds that he should not suffer alone, just let him rely on her. Looking ahead, she says that she will always be there. Hearing this, Michael opens his mouth in surprise and then thanks her. Lowering his head, he continues to say that she is the second most important person in his life. The girl frowns with displeasure and then replies that she had such a hard time plucking up the courage to say all this, and he, looking at the alcoholic drinks, Michael laughed and then apologized, saying that the first person already exists. Was she really offended? Clancy replied that it was okay. She didn't expect to be at least the second. She thought that she didn't exist for him at all. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Clancy, looking intently into her boyfriend's eyes, asked why he was looking like that. Suddenly her cheeks turned red, and Michael asked that maybe they could go away for the weekend together. He imagined a luxurious mansion in his head, and then added that he had his own house outside the city. Let them go there to relax together. He would like to go with her. The girl, lowering her eyes, replied that it was so unexpected, but she agreed. Michael replied that it was great. Smiling, he added that it would be fun, then thought about it, probably. He frowned and imagined the protagonist in his head, thinking that he should be having fun too. We are transported to Mark. He stares blankly ahead, thinking that time has flown by and it's the weekend. He sits in a chair, and behind him is a professor. The protagonist thinks that he came to Korea as an exchange professor, worked so much as if he returned to the time when he was a resident. Looking at the professor, he thought that after he was appointed head doctor, he was very busy helping him, especially since there were many scheduled operations, so they practically lived in the hospital. Turning in his direction, he thought that he also has a responsibility. After all, he recommended him, so he should help him until the end. After which he remembered his friends with a smile, thinking that it was good that other people took on the wedding preparations. Was fatigue a problem, and his life was just a blessing? He grabbed several papers lying on the table, and then he took out one folder. He looked at it menacingly for a few seconds. We are transferred to the street. Mary, looking at Mark, asks what he heard, what rumors are going around. The protagonist answered that he does not understand what she is talking about. After taking a sip of juice, the girl frowned. Looking away, the protagonist asked what kind of pause this was. A second later, Mary answered, looking at him, that no, you just need to talk about such things with caution. She remembered how she saw Clara with Michael on the street, then said that he probably did not know. He recently arrived in Korea. There are rumors in the hospital that Michael and Clara are dating. Remembering how she looked at them in surprise, she added that it seemed so recently her friend saw them and told her. Hearing this, Mark, frowning, asked that it was true. He thought that in a past life she was his wife. He was very grateful to her. She always supported her good-for-nothing husband, although in the end they divorced. Tilting his head, he continued to think that he felt guilty in front of her, but now he loves Mary and is preparing for the wedding. Now she is nothing more than a colleague at work. Looking at his girlfriend, he thought that it was none of his business who she was dating, but why Michael? Suddenly Mary said that she was saying this because earlier in the hospital there was a rumor that Clara confessed her love to him. If Michael deliberately got close to her, knowing about this, will everything be okay with her? The protagonist sat in a chair, throwing his head back, thinking that her confession was 100 years ago. Everything will be fine. Suddenly a message came to his cell phone. Looking in his direction, he continued to think that although he cannot be completely sure that this is an accident, for some reason he has a bad feeling. Suddenly he saw that Clara called him. Looking at the phone in fear, he thought that at such a moment, after which he clenched his teeth. Grabbing the phone with trembling hands, he thought that no, nothing could happen. Then he pressed the button to accept the call, thinking that nothing bad will happen. He silently looked ahead for a few seconds. We are transferred to the professor. He suddenly wakes up. From the bed, he looks around, and then notices that Mark is not in the room. The protagonist runs down the hallway. Grabbing his jacket, he shouts into the phone for them to pick up the phone. We are transferred to the police station. The guy, eating noodles, says discontentedly that it is necessary. The protagonist recalls the situation, how they were sitting together in a cafe, then says that he remembers what he asked him then. The policeman answered that of course he remembers, to which Mark added that he should help him because Michael began to act. Looking ahead in fear, he added that it seemed to him that one of his acquaintances was kidnapped. Hearing this, the policeman stood in a stupor and then shouted that what was he talking about? Let him tell more slowly. Mark answered that he did not have time. He would explain it on the way. Running out of the hospital, he added that he should come to the address that he sent him. Perhaps he will have a weapon. We are transferred to the car. Mark looks ahead in fear. Why is he remembering how Clara called him yesterday? She asked how he was doing, then Mark answered that he was fine. And a trembling voice was heard from the phone, and then the girl added that he was probably surprised that she suddenly called him. He wondered if she was really crying. Her voice was trembling. She was somehow strange, really. Suddenly Clara said, apologizing, that they could not meet now. The protagonist looked ahead in fear, and she added that maybe he could come to her. Mark answered that he only had one question for her: is everything okay with her? Clara whispered on the phone. Her body was shaking. Michael was sitting next to her, and Mark answered that okay, he would come there and let him tell the one who was nearby. Michael raised a knife to the girl, and Mark answered that he was leaving right away. The guy moved closer, and the protagonist added that he should wait for him, to which Michael smiled sarcastically. Mark gripped the steering wheel of his car, thinking about what he knew he would try in a difficult situation. Looking at the city at night, he continued to think that he never imagined that he would take Clara hostage and threaten him. Then he made a sharp turn. Remembering his pen in his left pocket, he thought that her voice was shaking. Most likely he was intimidating her with a gun. Maybe he would need this one. In the side mirror, he saw a police car, thinking that even if armed police intervened, as long as there were hostages, it was unknown how things could turn out. Frowning, he thought that why he chose such a stupid way, this is not like him. Then he began to think that Michael always committed perfect crimes and never left evidence. But this time he chose a way that would lead to a lot of evidence against him. He probably knew that he was digging a hole for himself. Suddenly the protagonist pressed the pedal to the floor, thinking that he shouldn't think about it. Since now there was an opportunity to punish Michael, he should focus only on saving Clara. He rushed forward at great speed. We are transported to the mansion. Mark goes to the door, and then presses the doorbell. Entering, he hears Michael's voice, who asks why he came. Smiling, he folds his hands, adding that they haven't seen each other for a long time. How is he doing? The protagonist asked menacingly where Clara was, to which he replied that she was sleeping in another room. Upon hearing this, Mark asked with displeasure that he had probably given her pills. Michael imagined Clara in his head, replying that he, too, cared about her in his own way. Coming closer, he added that he should not worry so much, after which he stepped aside and added with a smile that he should come in. He was probably tired from the road. Mark looked in his direction with displeasure, and then he stepped over the threshold. The door slammed shut, and Michael said that he had alcohol here. They had time to chat and drink because this was their last meeting. Entering the room, Michael told him to pass. They walked along the corridor together. Suddenly, Mark saw something. Clara appeared in front of him, lying on the couch. Looking at her, he thought that, for a start, she was alive. Suddenly, Michael turned around when the protagonist told him that he had met her specifically because of him. Smiling, Michael replied that no, it was a pure coincidence. He himself was surprised when he heard that Mark had rejected her. The protagonist, frowning, added that then why did he drag her into all this? Michael, looking at the girl, replied that he didn't even know, perhaps because she was also an important person to him in some way. Approaching the couch, he told him to sit down. He looked in his direction, and the guy added that he shouldn't stand there. Raising his hand, he smiled, adding that they should have a drink. After which he began pouring alcohol into the glass. Mark replied that he didn't come here to sing with him. Michael, looking in his direction, replied that he wanted to hear a lot from him. What if he got drunk and told him everything? Looking ahead, the protagonist replied that he wanted to say that he would confess to all his crimes. Michael replied that who knows, they needed to drink first. Mark grabbed a glass of alcohol. Michael, looking at him, replied that he shouldn't worry because there was no poison in it. The protagonist waited until Michael drank the glass first, and then thought that he didn't have time to sing here about alcohol with someone he couldn't stand. What was he really up to? But if he confessed to everything? There was a police car parked near their house, and he continued to think that if everything was resolved this way, the situation would become much easier. Two operatives sitting in the car were listening to the conversation. The protagonist continued to think that they were now waiting outside and listening to their conversation. It was likely that this was a chance to expose him. Suddenly, Michael frowned and looked ahead with displeasure. He crossed his legs and turned to the protagonist. Looking in his direction, he asked what kind of alcohol it was, and then he answered the question himself that it was Valentine 30 years old, an alcoholic drink that they sometimes drank together in Ufir. He imagined in his head how in a cafe and with a smile discussing something. In school years they gathered after exams and drank together, and did not clink glasses, saying that they should drink to their friendship, and did not look at each other with a smile. After drinking a glass, the protagonist thought that in a past life they were enemies with him, and in this life their relationship also had a bad start. However, they were drunk with a smile walking through the city. After they started drinking, it seemed to him that they became friends. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was in the past. These are useless memories. Now Michael is a killer, no more and no less. His former friend smiled and then said that they used to drink it together often anyway. He missed those times. Mark clenched his teeth in displeasure and then said that it was enough talking nonsense, let them get straight to the point. Michael replied that it was fine, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't relax. He didn't know what this psycho could do, maybe even attack him. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the pen in his side pocket, continuing to think that since he didn't know how it would all end, he had to be ready and pull out the tranquilizer gun Clancy had given him at any moment. Looking out the window, Michael raised his glass and said that Mark knew. He looked menacingly ahead and added that he had always irritated him. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead with displeasure, and Michael added that he had forced him, although he was the only friend who meant a lot to him. An image of his family appeared in his head, and he said that his mother worked in a pub, and in the family he was always treated like a lowlife. His mother took everything too much to heart, and as a result she became schizophrenic and completely lost her mind. It was life that was so unbearable at that moment. He remembered how the protagonist told him that they knew what was going on, but he had to hold on. Then Michael went on to say that Mark was the only one who supported him. Looking ahead, he added that he was still annoying. He wanted to ruin his life, and he knew why. Mark looked away with displeasure and replied that he didn't want to know, and then thought that in so many years he had heard Michael speak sincerely for the first time. His former friend, lowering his head, replied that he probably didn't want to, but he would answer anyway. Looking at him, Mark thought that he had always worn a mask, but now it was his face behind the mask. Michael, looking ahead, added that he knew why he fought so hard and tried to survive, even killing his half-brother. After which Michael hung his head, and Mark continued to think that he had just confessed to murder. What was on his mind? Michael looked into his glass of alcohol, examining it. He continued to say that as a child he lived, but after his mother got sick and committed suicide, he made a decision. Remembering her photo, he added that he was going to be the best. An image of himself kneeling and crying appeared in his head, and then he said that he decided to be the best and crush everyone who treated them like dogs. He wanted to avenge himself and his mother by taking over the hospital, which was everything to his father and brother. He stood by his mother's coffin for a few more seconds. Then he remembered how hard he began to study, saying that he would never understand how he worked until he bled and how much effort he put in. He looked at the report card, where his name was only in second place, and then he said that Mark always pushed him out. Looking at him, he added that it interfered with his decision. The protagonist asked with displeasure, anticoagulant in a bag of blood for a patient with hemophilia, because he hated him, then staged an accident to kill him. Getting up from the couch, he shouted with displeasure that he killed the daughter of the company chairman with an air embolism. Michael, looking ahead, answered that everything was correct. Squinting his eyes, he added that at that moment he really wanted to crush him, although destroy him, because he always got in his way. The protagonist clenched his fist, answered discontentedly what he said, and then thought how he could say such a thing without even checking if he had a tape recorder with him or not, because now the police could hear their conversation, and with such evidence in court they would immediately assign life imprisonment or at least a punishment equal to the death penalty. Looking menacingly ahead, he continued to think what was the matter. Michael, looking at him, continued to say that he was so surprised he knew about everything, or could not understand why he was telling all this. Mark, looking at him, asked what he had in mind. Michael, stretching out his hand to the alcohol, answered that this was just their last meeting. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. He turned pale, wondering if it was really so, after which he pulled a pen out of his pocket. He pointed it at Michael, looking ahead in fear. His former friend pulled out a gun and then asked what kind of pen it was. He looked ahead with a smile. Looking at Mark's scared expression, he said that it was funny. After all, he hadn't disappointed him. Michael, smiling, held the gun out in front of him, saying that he assumed that he would take a gun for self-defense, but he brought some cute thing. It was some kind of spray or gun with anesthesia. Looking ahead, Mark shouted in displeasure at him to shut up and lower his gun. Michael cocked the hammer and then asked why. Smiling, he added that it was time to end their relationship. One of them had to die, then it would all end. The protagonist's hands began to shake, and Michael added that it wasn't so. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Then Michael put a revolver on the table, saying that maybe if they don't do that, he'll give him 5 seconds to shoot him with this gun. Hearing this, the protagonist turned pale, and Michael added that he wouldn't be able to kill him with this toy. Looking at the empty room, he continued to say that it would be fairer with this one. He even counts to 5, during which time he should shoot. If he can, of course, he'll make it, and the victory is his. Mark's body was shaking. He tried to say something with a trembling voice, but Michael interrupted him, answering that he wouldn't shoot, or he himself knew what would happen. Suddenly, Michael started counting with a smile. He said 5. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered if he was really suggesting taking a gun. He was just crazy. Looking ahead in fear, he continued to think whether he should do as he said. Even if he shot the anesthetic, he wouldn't fall asleep that very minute, or whether he should do as he suggested. Michael, smiling, continued the countdown, saying that their good man was his last chance, but he would still give this chance to his friend, who, even if a little, meant something to him. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he should grab the gun if he didn't want him to kill him. Michael opened his mouth wide and added with a crazy smile that why was he hesitating? He hated him anyway. He would regret it so much if he didn't kill him now. The protagonist reached for his gun. Grabbing the revolver, he pointed it at his former friend. He smiled and replied that this was exactly what he needed. Now he wouldn't be accused of murder because it was self-defense, and with the help of the hospital, this problem would be quickly resolved. Looking at the pen lying on the floor, he added that he had told him not to hesitate. Mark looked ahead in fear, thinking that he would never forgive him. They continued to look at each other in silence. We are transported to the mansion. Someone says that this terrible night ended with a series of shots. After a while we appear in the hospital. Someone calls the protagonist. He turns around and looks ahead in surprise, thinking that after that terrible night he survived. The professor appears in front of him. He asks if he is okay. Mark replies that everything is fine. He smiles, and then that he was okay, without a single scratch. He thinks that everything ended quite well, although there was something that worried him a little. The protagonist remembers that night he fired a revolver at Michael's gun, and it fell out of his hands. He fell to the ground, breathed heavily for a few seconds, and looked ahead in fear. An officer appeared behind him. Light smoke was coming from his barrel. He approached and asked if he was okay. A second later, police officers ran into the room. They pinned Michael to the floor, and then they hung handcuffs on him. After one of the officers transmitted something on the radio, the protagonist thought about kidnapping, carrying a firearm, threats, attempted murder, which he confessed to, and murder. Looking ahead, Mark thought that Michael was finally captured, after which he was immediately taken to the police station where, based on the confession obtained at the crime scene, all his other crimes were investigated. We are taken to the interrogation room. Michael sat silently. He did not answer anything, did not confirm or deny. After some time, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment. He was sent away, and finally a period was put. A sick Mark appears before us, thinking that in the long history of this fatal relationship, looking at the sky, he will continue to think that finally everything is over. Lowering his head, he thought that everything ended very well, but gritting his teeth, he thought that there was one strange detail. He crossed his arms, thinking about what at that last moment. He remembered how they pointed the gun at each other. Michael, smiling, said the last digit of the countdown. Mark held the revolver at the ready, but he was still unable to pull the trigger. A few seconds passed after the end of the countdown. It was a moment of silence, a rather short moment, but it was enough to pull the trigger, however. The protagonist, looking ahead, lowered his head, thinking later that in that last moment after the police burst into the room, and after the end of the countdown, there was definitely some time. But despite this, they just looked at each other. The protagonist thought that in those seconds, looking at his former friend, he thought that Michael's laughing face suddenly changed. They had known each other for so many years, but for the first time, he saw his expression empty and unpleasant. Looking ahead, he thought that it was true. It was sadness. In those seconds of silence, Michael opened his mouth, about to say something. Raising his head up, the protagonist wondered what he was going to tell him then. Maybe Michael called him to. Suddenly Mark stopped. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had enough of thinking about it. He was just a bad person, nothing more, nothing less. Since everything was resolved, he shouldn't think about it. The protagonist walked in the crowd. He thought that time flew by quickly, like the wind. His past life was a complete failure, a fiasco, failure after failure. Meeting a girl with purple hair, he thought that when he was face to face with death in complete despair, she suddenly appeared, a servant of heaven. They shook hands, and he thought that the glass she extended to her gave him a new life. We are transported to a large building. Mark thinks that 16 years have passed since then. Suddenly he turns around. Someone calls him. His friends appear in front of him. They smile and say that he is handsome, and they congratulate him. Coming closer to them, the protagonist thanks them for coming. The big guy replies that this day has come after all. He thought that he would never get married and would date forever. Looking ahead, Mark thought that it was already 16 years. Time really flies. This feeling is unusual for him. Looking at the banquet hall, he continued to think that today is the day of his wedding with Mary. His parents were crying. He thought that his mother was very happy. She even cried, saying that their son, and when he managed to grow into such a wonderful man, his father asked why she was crying on such a good day. Tears came to his eyes, and his mother added that he should look at himself, let him wipe his snot first, and then speak. The protagonist thought that his father was also crying. He was really sobbing. Mark's mother wiped away his father's tears, and the protagonist looked at them with a smile. His cheeks turned red, and he thought that his mom and dad, unlike their previous life, looked so happy. That was all it took. Then his friends came to him. They all started congratulating him, and he thought that as if specially to prove the value of his new life, many people came to the wedding to congratulate him. Professors came from the hospital, who waved their hands with a smile. He thought that they were all there informally and out of the blue. He watched as two professors looked at each other menacingly, and then he thought that they were there to really congratulate them. Suddenly, someone called Mark. A man with a mustache appeared in front of him. He thought that even from distant states guests had flown in. Looking ahead, he thought that he was very grateful to these people for helping him adapt to another country. A girl with yellow hair and glasses appeared in front of him. She stretched out her hand to him. After shaking it, Mark thought that those who had always been on his side and extended a helping hand to him in difficult situations had also arrived. Turning around, he noticed someone in the distance. Robert and Clancy appeared in front of him. Coming closer, they started talking, and the protagonist thought about who also helped him finish all the business in Korea. Suddenly, he turned around, puzzled. An old man appeared in front of him, who looked in his direction with a smile. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly, Mark turned around and saw someone. A man in glasses appeared in front of him. He thought that these were the people who started a new life with his help. Coming closer, they bowed to each other. A guy with flowers approached. Smiling, the protagonist hugged him, thinking that even people from the past, to whom he was very grateful. His cheeks turned red, and he continued to think that if he were an ordinary doctor who did not have outstanding skills, then today there would have been much fewer guests, but he was a true doctor, ready to do anything for his patients, so all these people came to his wedding. Mark stood on the red carpet. Someone announced the groom's entrance. Walking forward, he heard his friends sitting on chairs, pronouncing his name. Then the bride's entrance was announced. Mary appeared in a beautiful white dress with her father. The protagonist, looking in her direction, thought that 20 years had passed since he first met her. Taking her hand, he thought that after the wedding they planned to fly to the States, and he would become a professor and she would study on an exchange at St. Joseph's Hospital. They looked at each other with a smile, and Mark continued to think that they would definitely be happy points. The professor stood in front of them. He cleared his throat. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that the host at the wedding was the head doctor. He was quite hot-tempered by nature, so the ceremony was short. On the other hand, why do we need these long ceremonies? A short farewell is enough for them to live happily ever after. Suddenly, someone said that who would have thought that Mark would marry the first of them. The young guy lowered his head, added that they needed to go for a walk further. The big guy next to him replied that, in fact, he had a girlfriend. Hearing this, the guy turned pale, then shouted discontentedly that when this happened, the big guy answered him that he met her when I needed to sell things. They recently started dating. Clinking glasses, he shouted that he was a traitor. Suddenly, a girl came up to them. She said that, to be honest, they should accept congratulations, right? Smiling, she added that they had tried so hard to bring them together. Then she added that they had seen each other several times in the hospital. Smiling, she continued to say that while they were looking at each other, she, seriously, could hardly contain herself, so today she felt incredibly relieved. The guy completely agreed with her. The girl added that she was going to ask to visit them at home soon, maybe they would go together. The guy answered that of course he would give her his number. The big guy, looking at them, blushed, then asked what was going on. Did he really witness a historical event? How his friend gets himself a girlfriend. Mary, together with the protagonist, walked along the red carpet. They looked at each other with a smile, and then they kissed. Looking at each other, they whispered that they loved each other, and then they threw a bouquet of flowers. It was a significant day when everyone blessed them, if anything else could make them happier. The big guy snatched the bride's bouquet from Mary's friend's hands at the last second. Everyone smiled widely when they saw this, and then laughed. Everyone applauded and looked at this with embarrassment. Mark and Mary smiled, looking ahead. A goddess in a purple dress appears in front of us. Looking ahead, she says that she wishes them to be blessed. And then, lowering her head, she adds that until the very end. We are brought onto the plane. Mark and Mary sit in a chair. The dispatcher announces that he welcomes their flight on board the plane, heading to the Seychelles Republic. They look out the window, and the dispatcher adds that he is the captain of the crew. The entire crew will do everything possible to ensure a comfortable flight. Mark, smiling, says that he can't wait for their honeymoon. Mary replies that she is too. Looking at her in surprise, they ask what's wrong with her. Does she really feel bad? To which the girl, turning to him, replies that no, everything is fine. Looking out the window, she says that she is just a little tired. Mark offers her to sleep for a while. She replies that everything is fine. She will take a nap for a while. After that, she covers herself with a blanket, and the protagonist wonders what happened. We are transported to a hotel. Coming out of the shower, Mark dries his hair. They look out the window and see Mary sitting on a bench. He looks in her direction for a few seconds in silence, and then goes outside, asking what she is doing. Mary replies that she was just admiring the stars. Looking at the island, he adds that it is also cool here at night. The girl says that it is good that they took warm clothes with them. The protagonist looks at his upset wife, and then moves closer to her, saying that he thinks about something seriously all the time. Mary smiles and replies that it's nothing. Looking at her, Mark sternly says that from now on he is her family and he will share both the good and the bad with her. If it's hard, let her tell him. He will try to be her support. Mary sighed, and then, looking ahead, she replied that she just remembered her mother and now she is so happy. Looking at the stars, she continued to say that does she have the right to be so happy? They should also be happy in heaven, and she just thought about it. Suddenly Mark stretched out his hand to her, and then hugged her tightly. Looking at the sky, he said that now she has him too, so that her family in heaven could rejoice. Mary hugged him back and replied that it was good. They walked along the island. The protagonist thought that for 12 years a friend, unrequited love, beloved, and now she has become his wife. We are transferred to the next day. Mary's hat flies off. Then they sat in a cafe, trying different foods. They enjoyed their honeymoon. It was a happy time that they could spend only together. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought that it was incredibly good. He had not had a vacation for so long. Looking in front of him, he continued to think that maybe he should not go back to Korea. Suddenly, Mary pulled out a strawberry for him, telling him to eat the fruit. After swallowing it, Mark thought that they began to call each other by different names. How happy he was. Then, looking in front of him, he exhaled and asked that he had a lot of money. Maybe he should just not work. Mary, looking at him, answered that he was a workaholic and could not work. Looking at the sky, the protagonist thought that if he thought about it, then after returning, he dreamed of becoming a successful dermatologist and the owner of some kind of establishment. Mary, looking at him, answered that she had more money than him. Smiling, the protagonist looked at the sea, thinking later that after graduating from university and even during his internship, he could not even imagine that his life would become like this. Suddenly he turned around, hearing Korean speech. The girl asked the guy that maybe they would go to the pool. He answered okay. Hearing them, Mark thought that here is a resort. Even here they met Koreans. Suddenly the guy looked in front of him in surprise. He turned pale, his mouth wide open. And then, hugging his girlfriend, he stepped aside, saying that it was okay, they needed to go the other way. Mark, looking at him, wondered what was wrong with him, and Mary lowered her head. Suddenly she opened her mouth wide and said that it was him. The protagonist asked that she knew him. The girl answered that he remembered the guy with whom they studied together, prospectuses to falsify grades. Mark smiled and said no, that handsome guy couldn't be him. He suddenly turned pale, imagining the algorithm of space in his head, saying really. An image of a fat guy with glasses appeared in his head, and he continued to think that the medical faculty of the university, first year, he had to meet that same guy here, that rude and unpleasant guy who falsified grades. Looking at the pumped up guy, Mark said that he had lost so much weight that he didn't even recognize him. He suddenly frowned, remembering how that guy grabbed Mary by the hair, thinking that when he remembered that this idiot grabbed her by the hair then, he immediately starts to get angry. Mary, looking in his direction, smiled and said that it seemed like he was pretending not to recognize them, apparently they should do the same. Mark replied that it was good, that would be even better. Suddenly they met at the hotel. Turning away from him, the protagonist thought that they were still here. Then they walked along the hotel grounds. Mark, discontentedly folding his arms, said that the world was incredibly small. Mary, looking at him, replied that it was not the right word, it was their honeymoon, why did they constantly run into this guy? They turned around, hearing screams that a man had lost consciousness here. They ran to the crowd, and then tried to walk between them. A woman grabbed an elderly man and screamed for him to wake up. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this was a severe heart attack. Mary looked at him, to which Mark replied that yes. He ran up to the man and, putting his hands on his chest, thought that he did not think that on his honeymoon he would meet a patient with a heart attack. It seems that heaven does not want him to rest even during his vacation. Pressing his chest, he continued to think that there was no time for such conversations. The body itself accelerated and began to perform the necessary actions. Then, turning around, he shouted that they had called an ambulance. The guy answered that they had, but it would take time. Mark thought that in such a situation every second was precious, and then shouted that first of all, let them bring a defibrillator in quickly. After some time, the device was lying in front of him. He thought that it was good that a defibrillator was available, but there were not enough people. Frowning, he continued to think that in order to save a patient with a defibrillator, at least 3 were needed. What should he do? This patient could die. Suddenly, a guy came out of the crowd and shouted that he would help. Frowning, he added that he needed to give him cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and he would help. Coming closer, he smiled and said that he was also working as a surgeon now, so he could do it properly. Looking at him, the protagonist answered to ask him to help. The guy, looking at them, added that every second counted. They needed to start faster, he would press on the chest. Mark thought that the same classmate and the surgeon, it was impossible to believe. Then they began to press on the man's chest. Mark thought that first they needed to save the patient. They continued to pump the patient, shouting that they needed to do it again. The guy continued to press hard on the chest. Mark thought that there was no time even for a greeting. They were busy saving this man's life. Mary looked menacingly ahead, and the protagonist continued to think that after there were 3 of them, cardiopulmonary resuscitation became much more reliable. They were able to switch from regular to systematic. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise. Mary held the patient's head in her hands and then said that the pulse had returned. They needed to quickly provide first aid and transfer him to the hospital. She turned to the guy, asking if the rescuers hadn't arrived yet. The guy replied that they were already flying up. The man was placed on a couch and moved to a helicopter. Mark thought that to his great relief, thanks to the help provided, the patient returned. The helicopter flew to another island. The protagonist, exhaling, said, "What is this?" He didn't think that even on a honeymoon he would have to save someone's life. Mary, exhaling, replied that that's not the right word, it's still good, help was provided in time. Then she looked at her husband, adding that it seemed to her that this always happened when she spoke to him. The protagonist replied that no. He was speechless. Looking at the sea, he added that they should go back to the hotel and rest. He was incredibly tired. Mary replied that it was good, she was tired too. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked that he would also go back to the hotel. He replied that yes, his girlfriend was waiting for him there. They walked together, with their head down. He thought that it was incredibly awkward. Then Mark turned around and asked with a smile how he had been doing all this time. His former classmate replied that he had been doing well. The protagonist remembered how he had been sitting drinking alcohol, thinking about how in his student years he had been a very selfish guy who had plotted against him. Not only had they met him on their honeymoon, but they had also saved a man's life together. The guy looked away with displeasure, and Mark continued to think that he looked completely different, had lost a lot of weight, as if he had become less evil. They reached the hotel and then said goodbye. The former classmate watched the couple leave, and then suddenly called the protagonist. He lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. Then, looking menacingly ahead, he apologized for the past. Mark looked at him in surprise, and the guy added that he had been too immature back then. He lowered his head and continued to say that all this time he wanted to apologize. It's good that they met, and at least he can do it now. Looking at him, Mark smiled, thinking that he was surprised. They say that the earth changes over the decades. It seems that the same thing happens to a person, after which he replied that it was nothing, it was 10 years ago. At the hotel, the guy said that he chose the path of a surgeon, what kind of resident he is now in the hospital. Looking at him, Mark asked why he went into surgery. His former classmate remembered how he sat at the computer and then said that after graduating from medical school, he went to study abroad, then came back and did nothing. One day he came across a documentary about medicine. The main character in it looked so cool. After that program, he also wanted to go into surgery. Smiling, he added that he knew who the doctor in the show was. Mark replied that he had no idea. Mary thought that there were more than one or two cool doctors. The former classmate, looking ahead, replied that it was Mark. He thought about it, saying that it was a show in which he starred. They were classmates, but their lives were so different. The protagonist thought about what he was talking about. It turns out that he saw him in the show. Stretching out his hand, the guy added that he immediately felt so awkward after what he said. In short, he was glad to meet them again. Mark, exhaling, heard the guy add that if there was an opportunity, he hoped that they would see each other again. After which they shook hands. Then he approached Mary, saying that he apologized, he was narrow-minded then, and then congratulated her on her wedding. The protagonist, looking at the sea, thought that a person could change so much, and why he met him, he suddenly remembered one person. He remembered Michael, thinking that his old friend and villain, a criminal whom he could not forgive, if he had some incentive, he could change. Suddenly Mary raised her hand, shouting for them to go back. Turning around, Mark thought that these thoughts do not make any sense. He will spend his whole life in prison for his crimes, and he just needs to live on. Approaching his girlfriend, he continued to think that, most likely, he will never meet him again, and so their honeymoon filled with different emotions ended. We are transferred to a large building. He continued to think that they settled in the States, and so some time passed. We are transferred to a conference. He thinks that 2 years flew by very quickly. On stage, he gestures to the presentation, thinking about how he used to be a rising star in the American medical world. He lowers his head and continues to reflect that he is now recognized throughout the world and was one of the few respected people that could be counted on one hand. The only thing is that it was not without the envy of people who support racist sentiments. But he coped well with difficulties. As always, now he is the scientist who has achieved the greatest success in the last 5 years. Standing in the surgical department, he continued to think about how no matter how difficult the case of liver cancer was to treat, he coped well with the treatment. He was called a master surgeon. He literally won victories every day. We are transferred after some time to the office. Someone turns to Mark. They say that he should take a look at this. The protagonist looks away in surprise, asking what's going on. His colleague hands him a folder. They say it's from the infectious diseases department. They asked for advice. This case seemed a little strange to him. Looking at the tablet, the protagonist thought about it, and his colleague added that the patient had a fever. For some unknown reason, an intestinal obstruction suddenly occurred. The liver indicators are too high, and the platelet level is low. Mark thought that a fever accompanied by a violation of intestinal function is a common phenomenon. Looking at the graph, he continued to think about why the liver indicators and platelet level are not in order. Maybe these are symptoms of some serious virus. Then he asked, looking in front of him, that this patient by any chance did not travel anywhere. His colleagues looked at him in surprise, and he added that, for example, maybe he recently flew to Africa. The man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said that he had heard that this patient often flew to South Africa on business trips. Why was he asking? The protagonist tilted his head, thinking that this was strange, because it was not yet time for this period. A virus appeared in his head, and he thought that it was tenofo. He imagined the man writhing in pain, thinking that in the past, before his return, when he had just turned 40, the tenofo virus was an infectious disease that had terrified the entire world. He imagined Africa, thinking that the symptoms were fever and intestinal problems. In serious cases there was intestinal festering and death. In South Africa there were rare cases of infection of a person from a gazelle. He imagined animals and humans in his head, thinking that a few years after the virus was discovered, due to an RNA mutation, the disease began to manifest itself through liver infection and spread throughout the world. In the past it was similar to SARS, although there was much discussion about the source of its appearance. Then he looked away, thinking that first it was necessary to check if this was really the TNF virus, then this was a big problem. He said that it seemed that it was necessary to check if this patient's disease was the South African TNF virus. His colleagues looked at him in surprise, asking again, to which the protagonist replied that he had similar symptoms. Then he thought that this virus was not widely known yet, so the name was not very familiar. A report on it was made only a year ago. Only microbiologists or eminent virologists could know about it. The old doctor, looking ahead, answered that it was true, it was an unknown disease, they needed to check, if no one said it, and Mark himself. The protagonist thanked him for his trust, adding that first they needed to do a tomogram and check the intestines for necrosis. Looking at the table, he added that the patient was still in a state if they took his blood and checked the RNA for protein and polymerase chain reaction. We were transferred to the operating table the next day. The results of the CT scan revealed intestinal cell necrosis, and the protagonist urgently performed an operation to remove the dead part. The operation was not easy. The accent was in a critical state between life and death, but thanks to the fact that Mark took action in time, the patient could recover. We were transferred after a while. The man stretched his thumb up with a smile, saying that Mark was still a real miracle. He was able to save the patient's life even with such a rare disease. The hospital was in a hubbub again. His colleagues started throwing it up. Even a specialist would have a hard time diagnosing such a rare disease, but Mark was able to do it. He looked ahead with a smile, thinking that this case marked a new era in the history of the protagonist's medical achievements. Mark imagined himself in the guy's head, clutching his stomach, thinking about the virus. Covering his mouth with his hand, he continued to think that the virus itself was not very contagious. Korea was not a hotbed in the past, so it quickly died down. This virus was more common in Africa and the Middle East, but they failed to invent a cure, and due to the lack of appropriate infrastructure, it took many lives. Clicking the mouse, he continued to think that while this was a fairly rare virus, it was quite possible that it would soon cause an epidemic. Looking ahead, he folded his hands, thinking later that he, as a surgeon, could not do anything about it. He lowered his head and continued to think that, by the way, he seemed to have even read some report on this topic when the outbreak of the virus died down. Remembering how he sat in front of the monitor, he thought that it did not concern his specialty, but he remembered reading it because it was important enough. Sitting in front of the computer, he thought that it said that some antiviral drugs aimed at fighting RNA viruses can be effective in suppressing the virus. It was also said that they help prevent intestinal necrosis as a result of an exacerbation of the disease and thereby reduce the mortality rate among patients. Looking up, he thought that if what was said in that report was true, if it was possible to reduce the number of fatal outcomes that may occur in the near future. Raising his head, he thought that, however, these studies were not large-scale and completely reliable. That report spoke about examples of treating several patients with that drug and hinted at the possibility of an effective effect on the virus. Then it dawned on him and he continued to think that maybe it would make sense to conduct a clinical trial of this drug. If they were successful, they could save the lives of many people. A girl with yellow hair entered Mark's office. He thought that as soon as he put his thoughts in order, he immediately contacted her and arranged a meeting, who had been his business partner for a long time. Coming closer, the protagonist asked how she was doing, to which the girl replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. She replied that she was looking forward to it. What kind of project was this that he was proposing? Laughing, Mark replied that then they would immediately get down to business. The girl, looking at him, asked in surprise what the virus was. Mark replied that it was exactly that. He imagined a gazelle in his head, and then added that this virus is widespread mainly in South Africa, is transmitted through gazelles, was recently discovered by a doctor from Harvard. In rare cases it can be transmitted to humans. Holding out his hand, he added that the fatality rate was about 30%. Looking at him, the girl replied that the mortality rate was comparable to septic shock. She lowered her head and thought. Mark added that this is why he would like to conduct a clinical trial of an antiviral drug that targets RNA viruses. Then, narrowing her eyes, she replied that if, according to him, it has a molecular structure, then their antiviral drug can help, and if it is effective, it will be possible to reduce the mortality rate. However, turning around, she added that would such a drug be valuable on the market, it is a rare disease, and in South Africa itself there is unlikely to be a demand for it, even if the clinical trials are successful. The protagonist smiled, and the girl added that she, of course, is valuable for medicine. If he gives in, she will reduce the mortality rate. Mark thought that this is an obvious question, because the epidemic has not yet, so it does not represent much value for the market. Even if you say that the virus will subsequently spread everywhere, right now it is just the name of a rare disease. Looking away, he continued to think that in a few years the virus will mutate, which will lead to a pandemic around the world. He saw what will happen in the future. He cannot tell her so, a virus with a 30% probability of fatal outcomes. Imagine this in your head. He continued to think that as soon as the epidemic begins, everyone will start buying drugs, of course, provided that the clinical trials are successful. How will he explain this to her? Looking towards the girl, he replied that now the demand on the market is small, but it is quite important for the development of medicine. Who knows, perhaps such a drug will be popular. He frowned, thinking that this was too weak an argument. The medicinal value of the drug would only increase if it was effective against the virus. But in this way it was like gambling. He would not be surprised if she refused him. The girl, smiling, closed the folder and replied that they should try. Looking at her in surprise, he asked if she agreed. Looking away, the girl replied that she did not even know if she thought rationally it would be right to reject his offer. Right. Looking ahead, she added that it was unclear whether there would be any profit from this, whether it would work or not. The probability of failure was much higher. Looking at the protagonist, she added that still, if it was not just anyone who suggested it, but Mark himself. Smiling, she added that she trusted him. The protagonist blushed, and then, smiling, he replied that he was grateful, to which the girl replied that he would not be creating a new drug, but would simply study it and conduct a clinical trial, and she thought it was worth the investment. Looking at him, she added that who knows, maybe this drug will really be in demand on the market. The protagonist thought that other people's trust brings joy. We are transferred to the building. He thought that this virus is mutating, as it did in the past. It is quite possible that the company will only produce one drug until the pandemic is over, and then sales will go far beyond simple market demand. Looking at the man, he continued to think that the girl agreed to personally manage this project, and things quickly began to take off. A virology specialist, a famous doctor, was also invited to the project. The doctor, looking at the document, said that there should definitely be an effect on the RNA of the virus. They will not know for sure after clinical trials, but if everything goes smoothly, it will be possible to significantly reduce the mortality rate. The protagonist replied that he was going to contact a major hospital in South Africa and gather a group of patients to test the drug's effectiveness. The doctor replied that it would then become an international study, to which Mark said that the more patients participate in it, the more reliable the results would be, so the doctor interrupted him, replying that, however, the infrastructure in African countries is not in South Africa. Mark then spoke in front of a group of serious people. He reflected that, to the doctor's great relief, he happily accepted the offer and took an active part in the project. The protagonist, looking ahead, reflected that there were no problems in conducting the study itself. Looking at the doctor, he continued to reflect that, relying on his past experience, he was able to smoothly direct the entire process. In South Africa, they also happily accepted the offer to participate in the study. However, leaving the office, the protagonist exhaled, telling the doctor that he became the head of this study, but he is not even a virologist, but a simple surgeon. The doctor, looking at him, smiled and replied that he was not a simple surgeon, but one of the most outstanding doctors in the States. He was very curious to look at him, because he was widely known. Looking at Mark's surprised expression, he added that his brilliant mind and modesty were simply impressive. He was the one who should lead this project. The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, replied that if it weren't for the doctor, he wouldn't have been able to even start this research. He was more suitable, to which his comrade replied that he wasn't. The man smiled and said that the idea of the project belonged only to him, especially since he was playing a leading role in the research. Mark thought that the leaders of the investigation, a person playing such a role, were responsible for the research of all participating organizations, and also received all the laurels in the event of a successful completion of the project. But most importantly, the doctor, looking at him, said that it was to achieve good results and save people's lives. He believed in his abilities. Smiling, the protagonist lowered his head and exhaled, and the doctor added that he was asking him to take the position of leader. Mark answered well, and the doctor, laughing, thanked him. We are transferred to the park. Thus, Mark became the head of the project and began research. In case of success, his status will be much higher than now. So the doctor's everyday life began, filled with work on the project and operations in the hospital. Now he is well over 30, closer to 40. The protagonist, sitting on a bench in the park, answered the phone, saying that he is now resting and everything is fine. Smiling, he asked what Louis is doing. Mary answered on the phone that he is sleeping, so she is talking to him. Mark said that it seems that today he ran and played a lot. Lately he often sleeps during the day. His wife answered that she too, should children grow so quickly, she wants him to grow more slowly. The protagonist imagined a small child in his head and thought that Louis is their son. Mary had a difficult birth. It was not easy for her, so Louis is a special child for them. Sitting on the bench, he thought that his wife and son were so dear to him that even being busy in the States, he still felt happiness, which gave him strength. Turning off the phone, he said that he had to go back and they would see each other in the evening. Mary replied that it was okay, let him be more careful. Suddenly Mark stood in a stupor, trying to get up from the bench and thinking that he wanted to go home faster. Clara appeared in front of him. He looked ahead in surprise and she called him. Coming closer, she said that she decided to check, since from behind he seemed familiar to her. Turning around, the protagonist asked how she ended up here. The girl, smiling, answered that she came on a trip. Now is the holiday season, so she never thought to meet him here. It is incredibly surprising. Smiling, the protagonist answered that it is clear, and then thought that she was his wife in a past life. He met her for the first time after that incident. Clara, looking at him, answered that she could sit down next to him for a while. They met as if fate itself had brought them together, after which they sat down on a bench, and the protagonist thought that fate. She said this without giving it much meaning, but for him this word had a completely different meaning, because their destinies were very different from their past life. Suddenly Clara, looking at him, asked how he was doing. Turning around, Mark answered that he was doing well. Like her, the girl answered that she was doing well too. Then the protagonist, looking at her, asked that by any chance no one was waiting for her. She answered that she had come alone. Raising her head, she added that she simply lived only for the sake of patience. Looking at her, Mark thought that it was because of Michael. He thought about it, but could not ask her. Turning around, Clara asked that he had heard that story. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Suddenly he turned pale, and she added that she was talking about Michael. He clenched his fists, wondering why the conversation had suddenly turned to him, and then replied that it had not. Clara lowered her head and replied that she understood everything now. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she looked a little sad, after which he asked how it happened that she found out about him. Clara, looking ahead, replied that she simply visited him in prison sometimes. Mark remembered how he threatened her with a knife. He thought that it was incredibly strange. No matter how deep their relationship was in the end, he treated her so vilely, and she said that she visited him sometimes. Turning around, the girl blushed and then replied that it was not that she still had feelings for him, it was true that it was not often. Then Mark was very scared when Clara said that he got out of prison. He remembered Michael and thought that for his crime he could not leave so easily. The girl lowered her eyes, saying that she was told that his illness had worsened, so he was not in a condition to continue being there. Sitting on a bench and looking ahead, she added that that is why he was brought to a closed psychiatric hospital where he receives treatment. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth, and then suddenly closed it. Looking at the park, he thought that he did not answer her, and she did not say anything else. There was only wind and silence between them. Suddenly Clara got up from the bench, saying that she would go and she had to catch the bus to Boston. The protagonist answered well. Looking at the girl, he told her to be careful, and he was glad to meet her. Clara silently walked away from him in the other direction. Mark, looking after her, thought that meeting her. Turning around, he continued to think that it was short, like a breakup, like fate that passed him by. They went their separate ways. We are transferred to the operating room. Mark thinks about how he returned to the hospital and began operations. Looking menacingly ahead, he thought that everyday life was no different from usual. He and his team operated on a patient, thinking that it was nothing at all. Spring came, time flew by again. He and the other scientists tirelessly studied a drug against the tenofo virus. The girl, blushing, smiled, and he thought that the results were successful. Looking at the graphs, he continued to think that they were able to suppress the spread of viruses in the body of the infected and significantly reduce the mortality rate. The probability of fatal outcomes fell from 30 to 2%. Then one day, a few years later, they showed on TV that the tenofo virus had mutated into a new virus and caused another epidemic, but thanks to the drugs, there were no fatal losses like before. A man came up to the protagonist and, shaking his hand, said that his achievement saved Africa. The whole world was grateful to Mark for his contribution to medicine. We are brought to a huge building, and not only did he receive a medal from the US president, but also the Sasakov Prize from who? Someone said that they heard that Miracle was nominated for a Nobel Prize. The doctors looked around in surprise and looked at the protagonist. The doctor who studied this virus with him was also nominated for a Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. Mark walked calmly forward, and the guys said that with his help they managed to save the lives of many people. It can be considered that he earned this Nobel Prize. The professor praised him very much. The protagonist thought that life was so successful, as if it was trying to compensate for all the failures of the past. We are transferred to the office. He thought that the time had passed again when he reached the heights as a scientist. Someone asked him if he should definitely return to Korea. Smiling, the protagonist answered that yes, he had already made the final decision. The professor, looking at him, said that maybe their hospital offended him in some way, but let him say it, and he would listen to his demands. Mark answered that not at all. St. Joseph's Hospital gave him a lot. Lowering his head, he exhaled, adding that he would like to be closer to his parents until they got too old. We are transferred to the hospital. A year ago they were in Korea. Mary was holding her grandfather's hand with tears in her eyes. He told her not to cry because he had lived a long life. He added that thanks to Mark he lived a little longer. Since he was there, he could die peacefully. The protagonist had tears in his eyes. His grandfather thanked him again. The tablet that showed his pulse suddenly stopped beating. They stood over the dead body, thinking about how they had said a short goodbye, and he had passed away to another world with a peaceful face. We were transferred to his grave. Mark thought about how when they were seeing him off on his last journey, he saw his parents. Looking at them, he thought about how he noticed that their faces, whom he could not visit because of his busy schedule, also reflected the imprint of time. Letting go of his head, he thought that their appearance was still before his eyes. We were transferred to the office. Mark said that he had sent the main things. Standing in front of the boxes, he adds that he has collected everything here too. Then, looking around the room, he thinks about how he has worked in this office for more than 10 years, and he can't even believe that tomorrow he is leaving this place. Then he remembered all his friends in the management, thinking about how he had said goodbye to the doctor and his colleagues in the surgical department and all the hospital directors in a great way. Putting his hand on the table, he thought about how he had finished all his business in the States and packed his things in his office before returning to Korea. They had persuaded him not to leave, but he had firmly interrupted them, saying that he would leave anyway. Now he even felt sorry. Suddenly he heard a knock on his office door, and then he turned around. David appeared in front of him. He said that he was still here. The protagonist, looking at him, said why didn't he go home? It was already quite late. David replied that he had an appointment for an operation. He came to check just in case. It was good that he caught him. Shaking his hand, Mark replied that he was grateful that he came despite his business. David replied that they had worked together for so long, he needed to say goodbye properly. Squeezing his hand, he added that he was sorry that he was leaving and wished him all the best. The protagonist responded with happiness to his comrade. Tears appeared in David's eyes. He added that he would miss him. Looking at him, Mark, laughing, said that he would come to conferences. Suddenly, he turned to the protagonist. Lowering his head, he added that he respected him. Although he was much younger than him, he really learned a lot. Looking at his attitude towards patients, he began to look at himself more often as a doctor. He remembered how Mark, looking at him, said that he could not do nothing when there was an opportunity to save. Coming closer, he thanked the protagonist for everything. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he added that he would always be a miracle of their hospital. Looking at his office, Mark thought that he couldn't come up with a better compliment when he first arrived here. He was bullied and discriminated against, but David had been friendly to him from the very beginning. On the contrary, he should be grateful to him. The plane took off, and Mark thought that this was how his life in the States ended. Clouds were floating above the building when the main character said that as soon as he returned to Korea, he immediately went to Deal Hospital. The professor smiled and said that he was very glad that the guy had returned to them. Mark sat tensely in his chair when he was congratulated on his position as director. He closed his eyes out of embarrassment and asked to address him as before, since the Confucian upbringing inside him did not allow otherwise. Doctors were sitting on either side of him. When he explained that he was uncomfortable, then John laughed and replied that he had become the director after all, and the other doctor agreed, since the guy asked so much. Mark summed up that he was appointed to the position of director of the hospital. A man was standing near the stone when the protagonist said that the head doctor, Connor, retired as soon as he had the chance and began to enjoy a measured way of life. Mary smiled when the guy added that she received an offer from her native Hankook University and now works there as a professor of the therapeutic faculty. A luxurious chandelier hung above the ceiling when someone exclaimed that in any case, Mary did not want to deal with family affairs. Harry grabbed the protagonist's hands and said that except for him, there was no one who could head Deal Hospital and that he himself knew it. Then the guy agreed. Weston approached them and asked not to worry when Mark replied that he would like to continue working as a doctor. The men pushed the protagonist against the wall when one of them added that their specialist would help him in managing the affairs, so Mark would be able to continue treating patients, and that he should not worry about it. Then Harry said that everything was exactly like that. Jacob waved his hand, turning to the protagonist. Mark stood in front of him when he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then the man agreed and asked about what seemed to be the first time since his wedding. The guy introduced the newlyweds when the protagonist said that he still couldn't believe that his friend got married and that he was happy for him. Then Jacob replied that he didn't expect to hear that and that it wasn't him who should be talking about it. The guy winked and asked about whether he should really be called Mr. Director now. Then Mark thought about how surprising it was that his friend became a professor at Deal Hospital. The protagonist blushed and asked not to tease him when he realized that a lot had changed since his return. Jacob put his hand on his back and said that he should still be treated with respect in front of strangers. Then Mark wondered why he was put in this position, and his friend replied that it would be difficult for him, because he was also seeing patients, after which the protagonist thought that Jacob had changed the most and that he had not expected his friend to become a professor. There was a dark sky above the hospital building when it was said that Mark was treating patients and was always very busy, and if he did not have an appointment, some kind of emptiness appeared inside. He was wearing a surgical suit when he was in this state and thought that it seemed to him that if he did not personally examine the patient, then he was not a doctor. The protagonist was sitting at the table when he thought that even at the age of 40, he works as a resident and cannot do otherwise, seeing patients and performing the duties of the hospital director. A call from Mary appeared on the display. Mark put the phone to his ear, then his wife asked if he would be home late today. There was an evening sky above the city when he answered affirmatively and apologized, and Mary said that Louis missed his dad and asked if the main character could return early tomorrow. because it was her son's birthday. Mark leaned back in his chair and answered that of course he could, and that was why he was working now so that he could free up time tomorrow. Then Mary wished her husband to hold on, adding that they would see each other in the evening. The man put his hand on his neck and said that he came to spend more time with his family, but he only worked and always came home late, so he did not even see his son. There was a poster on the wall when it was explained that this was how he got used to the busy weekdays at the Dale Hospital again. A girl approached him and asked if she could ask him something. Clara looked down when the man allowed her to and said that she had a friend who had liver cancer, so she wanted to consult with the director. The man opened his mouth and offered to go into his office, thinking that among the girl's friends, it seemed like there was no one with liver cancer. It was raining outside when she excused herself, adding that Mark was probably busy. They were sitting opposite each other when the protagonist replied that everything was fine and asked what Clara wanted to talk about. She opened her mouth and said that it was a tumor of about 5 centimeters, and that there was no infiltration of the hepatic veins or distant metastasis, but it was in the middle, and due to its proximity to the aorta, it would be difficult to perform an operation. Then she added that there was an idea of treatment with high-frequency waves, but the doctor said that it was impossible due to the size of the tumor. Mark looked ahead attentively, thinking that Clara had amazing knowledge, then he assumed that it was because she had worked in the surgery department for a long time. He was sitting in front of a girl who said that it seemed like the only option in this situation was surgery and asked if it was possible, while the protagonist was thinking about the fact that she seemed to be working as a senior nurse now and that her knowledge was higher than that of a medical student. The man smiled and asked if she had a tomogram of this patient, and Clara replied that she did. She handed him the images and the disc when he offered to take a closer look, adding that she would be able to say something when she saw the images. Mark was looking closely at the document when he said that he would take another look at the computer. There was a picture on the screen. The hand was on the computer mouse. There was a girl standing next to the chair who asked if it would be difficult to perform the surgery, to which she was told that it would not be easy. Clara looked ahead sadly. She clasped her hands when she thought that even if Dr. Mark said so, no one in this world would be able to do it. The protagonist looked at the girl. He remembered standing in front of her, realizing that he had failed to do anything good for Clara in both his past and this life. She looked at him when he said that he was not saying that the operation was impossible, even though it would be difficult, and Mark thought that if he could help her in any way, it would be his moral duty to try a little harder. The protagonist remembered Mary holding their son in her arms, realizing that after marrying her and having Louis, he had many things to think about. He imagined the girl bowing her head to him and thought about how selfish he had been in his past life and how he always made up excuses about being too busy at work, but that was not the best way to treat his family. Mark remembered her telling him that she loved him when he realized that he was only now beginning to realize that he had been wrong about Clara in the past. A voice came from the room where the couch was and told him that there was a high risk and that the operation could be fatal. Sweat broke out on the girl's face as she thought about how the cancer would eventually kill him if he did not have the operation. Clara looked straight ahead as she asked if it was possible for Mark to perform the operation himself. The man smiled and agreed, adding that after meeting the patient they would set a date for the operation and then asked him to bring him to his appointment. They were standing by the table when the girl said that the patient could not come to the appointment and asked if it was possible for him to be hospitalized immediately when the operation was scheduled. Clara looked away guiltily and replied that the circumstances did not allow it when Mark said that he still needed to look at his condition before the operation. She closed her eyes when the protagonist asked who the patient was and suggested that it could be her friend or relative. Clara was standing in front of the man when she answered that it was Michael. Mark looked forward in shock. He wondered if she had really said the name Michael. The girl's eyes were closed when she said that she had recently gone to a psychiatric clinic to visit him, and then the attending physician reported the illness, then she added that no one comes to him except her. Clara bowed her head in front of the protagonist and apologized, saying that she should have said right away who she was talking about. Mark opened his mouth and replied that she had done nothing reprehensible. There was a noise behind the white door when she asked if the man could operate on Michael. A man looked into the office and apologized to him for interrupting his conversation and said that he had to go to a meeting. Then the director said that he would be right there. Clara was standing behind Mark when he said that he had a meeting and so he had to leave. It was pouring outside when he added that he would contact her later. There was a clock on the wall. There was a carpet under the man's feet. A towel was thrown over his neck. The door opened slightly. The light fell on a child's bed. A child was sleeping peacefully on the pillow. Mark sat down next to him. He looked to the side and mentally asked Louis what he should do. There were photographs on the wall in front of the man. He looked at the man who had stopped in the aisle when he asked his son what he should do. Mary put her hand to her face and asked why her husband did not come into the bedroom and what he was doing there. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was admiring their beautiful child. Mark looked at his beautifying wife, who exclaimed that Louis was beautiful because he looked like her, to which the man replied that she was very lucky. The child was lying on a pillow when the protagonist asked how his son was doing lately and whether he had already gotten used to school. Then Mary replied that she was a little worried because Louis had never studied at a Korean school, but he seemed to have adapted there, and then added that they were saying that there would soon be a sports festival with the participation of parents, and asked if he could come. Mark smiled and said that he would try to find time. Then the woman replied that she understood that he was busy and advised him not to try to do the impossible. There was a lamp next to the bookcase when she asked her husband if something was wrong, and the man asked her again. Mary was lying next to him when she explained that he had always looked at Louis when he was worried about something before when they lived in the States. The protagonist looked at his wife and replied that nothing was wrong and that he was just a little tired, and then his wife asked him again, and he answered in the affirmative. Mary was looking ahead attentively when Mark turned to her. The man's head was lying on the pillow when he said that he needed to go somewhere for the weekend. It was night outside when the woman asked where, and he answered that he was going to see a patient. Mary kissed the protagonist when she agreed to let him go. They were smiling when Mark told his wife that he loved her, and the woman replied that she had not heard those words for a long time and wished her husband good night. The two buildings of the Hyun Psychiatric Hospital were surrounded by a forest when it was explained that this hospital treated patients with serious mental illnesses. There was a man standing at the reception desk who thought that this treatment was actually more like imprisonment. The man in front of the protagonist adjusted his cap. He pointed to the side. Mark thought about how this place was famous for keeping patients who had no prospects for improving their health or who were abandoned by their relatives. The men were walking up the stairs when the one with the cap apologized for the elevator being broken and for having to walk up, and Mark replied that everything was fine. The protagonist looked away, hoping that the problem was only with the elevator and thinking that the hospital was already old, so he didn't even know if new patients were coming in. There was a railing on one side of the steps. When Mark asked if there had been any particular problems while he was there, he was asked again. Then he explained that he was talking about the man he had come to see. There was a girl sitting by the water cooler when he was told that there had been no problems, because most patients with negative symptoms were quiet, and that this patient was also quiet. Then the protagonist asked if that was true. Near the room with a sign that had the name Michael, a voice said that it was here. He put the key in the keyhole. When he added that he needed to go down and that he would be back in 5 minutes, then Mark replied that it was fine. The protagonist looked at the man leaving. Sweat appeared on his face when he asked himself what he was doing here. His feet stood still when he thought about the fact that he had already arrived, but he could not move from the place because inside was the one he least wanted to remember. His hand reached forward when he decided that it was already in the past. Mark stepped over the threshold when he realized that he was here only as a doctor who came to see a patient. He looked ahead confidently. The man with blonde hair opened his mouth. He was lying on the bed near the window. The protagonist looked ahead in shock. Michael silently looked up when he was addressed. His eyes were dull and lifeless. There was a bar on the window when the protagonist asked about what it was. He approached the bed and repeated his question. His fist trembled when he asked himself about who he hated all this time. Then he called Michael by name. The blonde man lay with his mouth slightly open when Mark said that he came to cure him, because if he did not remove the cancerous tumor now, then he could not help him in any way, and that time was already lost, but there was still a chance of a complete recovery if he did the operation immediately. The protagonist looked down sadly when he added that, as a doctor, he advised him to have the operation. This is what the doctor should have said to the patient, excluding all emotions, but inside he wanted to refuse. However, every person has the right to treatment, and the doctor is obliged to save the sick, even if it is a person he has hated all his life. Mark was standing next to the bed when he said that if Michael did not refuse the operation, he would do it, and that if the man wanted to, he should say it now. The blonde lay silently. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled. The hospital building was illuminated by the setting sun when the decision was made to operate. Near the wall stood a policeman who came to the operation with Michael since he received a life sentence for his crimes and was in custody, so there were no problems in this regard. The nurses helped the surgeon dress while he thought about the fact that he needed the consent of his relatives, since the patient was not in a position to express an opinion in person, but the irony was that now his only close relative was Mark himself, since he was his brother-in-law. He tied his belt while he asked himself what the point of these thoughts was, since he had already decided, and told himself to stop thinking about it since he needed to concentrate only on the operation. The lamp was bright. The surgeon, surrounded by assistants, asked for the harmonic scalpel. Sweat broke out on his face. The man in glasses turned and informed the director that the pressure was dropping. The doctor frowned and ordered norepinephrine, and since the patient's acidosis was progressing, he ordered renal replacement therapy. The readings on the screen returned to normal as Mark thought about how difficult the surgery had been, as he had expected. There were people in surgical suits next to him as he explained that there had been several critical moments and that the blood pressure and pulse had been very unstable. He had an instrument in his hand as he asked for the Bovie apparatus. His gloves were stained with blood as Mark summed up that he had been focused on the surgery. The lamp was shining blindingly. The protagonist closed his eyes as he was told that he had performed an excellent surgery. He looked away as he told his assistant to finish the job, which he agreed to do. The masked doctor turned around thinking about how Mark had managed to perform such a complicated surgery and that he was truly an outstanding doctor, and then added that it was not for nothing that he was their director. The operation was a success. The protagonist took a step when he thought about how he always felt happy when difficult operations ended well. The man walked forward silently when he realized that this time he did not feel that joy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He was standing in an empty hallway. The seats were free when he said that every time after the operation he went out and talked to the relatives who were waiting in the hallway, but Michael had no one. Mark pursed his lips and called himself a fool. He looked up at the ceiling and wondered what he was doing. The nameplate said Michael. A catheter was inserted into the arm when the protagonist reported that the patient's recovery was going without complications. The director looked closely at the document, thinking that he was worried because the volume of the remaining liver was small, but the condition was not worsening, and that in this condition he could be discharged in a few days. Mark stood next to Michael's bed. He was thinking that, unlike the other patients, it was a little strange to see him during his rounds. The blonde was lying silently when the protagonist added that while he was checking his condition, none of them said a word. Mark stood with his back turned. He was thinking that although Michael was in no condition to talk, it was not that important in principle, since it was not necessary to maintain a conversation for the examination. The protagonist stood next to his bed, thinking that, on the contrary, he felt more comfortable in silence. The windows were open when Michael's last day in the hospital finally arrived, and 4 was by the director's side when he turned to the patient and said that he had gotten much better, so he would be discharged tomorrow, and that if there was no relapse, there was nothing to worry about. The bed was next to the window when the protagonist thought that he did not expect any answer from him, and that he was simply telling the patient about his condition as a doctor. Mark told him that he was leaving. He headed for the door, thinking that from this moment on, as soon as he left this room, he would never see him again. His hand reached for the door handle. He heard words of gratitude. The protagonist's eyes widened and froze in place. He turned around. A fair-haired man was lying on the bed when Mark thought about what he had just said. Michael's lips were closed. The protagonist looked away when he assumed that he had misheard. He opened his mouth when he wondered if the man had said them. The director pursed his lips when he decided that it was not him. He looked at the fair-haired patient when he thought that he had most likely misheard. Mark opened his mouth and wished the man well. After this short phrase, the protagonist never heard from him again. The TV screen showed a report from the scene of a fire in a psychiatric clinic. This happened about 3 years later. Mark was watching it when he realized that he had seen the news on TV about a fire at the clinic where Michael was. The doctors and the people sitting on the couch were all looking in the same direction when they said there were fatalities in that fire, so the news was on all the channels, but the main character was too busy to think about it. He didn't really want to know because he didn't want to deal with him again. The building was on fire. A man was running down the stairs when someone told him to be careful, and there were cries for help. There were other people in front of the blonde man, while some were telling him not to push and others were asking him to save them. Sweat appeared on Michael's face. He was breathing heavily. He stopped when the others kept running. A man grabbed his arm and told him to step aside. His leg wobbled. Everything went blurry before his eyes. Michael was lying on the floor when someone exclaimed that a man had fallen there. His mouth dropped open when he was asked if he was okay. The man closed his eye, thinking that he couldn't move, when he heard a scream that everything was on fire and that they had to leave quickly. There was no one on the stairs when he realized that this was probably the end and asked why he lived like this. Michael wished it would end quickly, adding that he was tired of it all. A child ran past him. He stopped in front of a blonde woman and called her mom. She smiled. The woman stroked the boy's head, saying that this was her son, Michael. She lifted him above her when she said that she grew up here and that the air was very fresh, and then offered to let them stay there to live. The woman added that it would be just the two of them. Then Michael thought about his mom. They approached the car when he realized that they should not have left then. Lying on the floor, the man realized that this was hell, like a fiery pit, and that his life was suffocating. There was an explosion. Michael silently looked ahead. He closed his eyes when he thought that he would soon come to her. The man floated in space, thinking about his mother. The deity opened its mouth and, calling him a sinful soul, said that the punishment for his sins ended 3 years ago. He remembered how Mark's eyes widened when he thanked it. The deity asked why Michael was still living in this curse, since his sin must be atoned for not by death, but by his own life. A white aura enveloped the blonde. An entity in light robes appeared in front of him, asking if he was really going to bear the burden of his father's sins, adding that he was a fool. The deity's eyes sparkled. The boy held his mother's hand when the entity reminded him that his soul, too, had once been pure. Then she added that he was not someone who did not value his life and the lives of others. His body was hovering above the deity. It touched his forehead when it said that it was not giving him another chance and that he simply had some things to do. The deity advised him to live and atone for his sins for the rest of his life. There was a bright flash. Michael's eyes widened. There was a ceiling above him when he thought about it being a dream. The man, lying on his back, wondered if he was alive or dead. He remembered the flames that had happened and realized that he had just been hit by a blast wave. Michael opened his mouth wide thinking that it was very hot. The stairs were empty when he felt that his whole body ached as if he was burning and that it was hard to breathe, and then he wondered if he could not even die in peace. There was a picture of a woman with a child on the floor. The man looked away. He looked at the picture and asked where it came from. Michael remembered the deity that had pointed to him and told him to live. The photo was on the floor. He grabbed it with his hand. The fire was blazing when it was announced that a fire had broken out at a psychiatric hospital in Yongpyong City at around 1 a.m. today. A man was walking on the grass when it was announced that around 90 people, including patients and staff, had been evacuated and that the fire in the dilapidated building had left many injured and there were casualties. Michael was walking through the forest when it was announced that many of the patients had difficulty walking and that fire officials were expecting a large number of casualties, but that the fire had been quickly put out and that a search was underway for the missing. It was also said that an investigation was underway into the cause of the fire and the name of the reporter. The man covered himself with a blanket when he thought about the expression that life is like a roll of toilet paper. He remembered wearing a scrub suit when he explained that at first it seemed to shrink slowly. He then imagined looking at the other doctors, adding that at some point he began to disappear before their eyes and that the same thing happened with time. The protagonist remembered smiling with his wife when he thought about how he had been busy all his life, but when he looked back, he realized it was only a moment. The buildings were illuminated by the sun when he repeated that it was only a moment. A scream was heard near the door when someone called his father. The boy touched Mark's back and asked him to get up. Louis opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was not time to sleep when the man asked for 10 more minutes. The protagonist sat up when his son said that his mother said she would cook dinner today. Mark looked away in fear when he asked about the tragedy that had happened while he was sleeping. Louis was standing by the bed when he introduced Mary and explained that she said that she did not want to order food for their wedding anniversary, so she was cutting an avocado with the pit. Then the protagonist remembered her constant lack of cooking ability and exclaimed that he should have woken him up earlier, after which the boy replied that this is why he was telling his father to stop his mother. There was a family photo by the window when Mark thought about how he was almost 50 years old and their precious son was already in high school, and how time had flown by so quickly, as it always did. There was food on the table when someone exclaimed that everything looked delicious. Mary folded her hands in front of her and asked her husband how he could cook so well, to which he replied that it was nothing special. The protagonist remembered his wife and son standing behind him, who asked her to go and rest, when Mary said that she wanted to cook something at least once, too. Then Mark replied that she did not need to dirty her precious hands. Louis smiled when he was praised for helping his father so well. Then the boy turned to his parents and congratulated them on their wedding day. Everyone was sitting at the table. When Louis asked if they were going to have dinner at a restaurant, then Mary exclaimed that she liked everything, and the father asked his son not to worry because he had reserved a table at a buffet restaurant. There was a bookcase near the window when Mark thought about a calm and quiet life. He looked away when his wife addressed him. She was standing in front of him when she asked if he was busy, to which he replied that he was not busy. Mary was drying her hair with a towel when she asked her husband if he wanted to volunteer next week, to which he replied that he could. He remembered the old man sitting in front of him when he thought about how after he was appointed director of DL Hospital, he would go to remote areas several times a year to volunteer. He explained that it had started by accident, but it had had a good effect, so Mark had become a regular volunteer. Clouds were floating above the hospital building when he added that they managed several large volunteer teams to advertise DL Hospital, and that he had not yet volunteered separately, but simply took a few doctors with him and they treated patients together. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when Mary asked if he wanted to take Louis with him. She then explained that he also wanted to become a doctor, so she thought he would benefit from such experience in the future. The woman stood next to her husband when she added that he was on vacation and that he needed the points for volunteering, and then said that he would be able to spend time with his son at the same time, and that they could even swim there. Then the man replied that it was a good idea because they were going to an island. Birds were flying in the sky when the next week came. Mark stood by the side of the boat and smiled, thinking about how great the weather was. He closed his eyes, thinking that although this was called volunteering, if you think about it, it was more like a vacation. The protagonist remembered that they say that volunteers receive more comfort in their souls than the people they help, and that he, too, found peace and comfort through this trip. A man appeared behind him and addressed him by name. Jacob was holding a bag in his hand when he asked what his friend would be having and offered him a cola or coffee. Then Mark chose a cola and thought that this man was one of those doctors he felt comfortable with. They were standing near the side of the boat when Jacob asked where Louis was. Then Mark said that he was taking a photo on the deck. The man closed his eyes and grinned when he said that although he was small, he deserved praise for coming with his father and that his son only played games all day. And then Jacob asked who he grew up to be like. The main character was holding a can in his hand when he answered that of course he took after his friend, and then added that no one could have imagined that Jacob, who studied so poorly and only played games all day, would become such a good doctor. The sea was calm in front of the men when he replied that he could say the same, and then he wondered how it was possible that the guy who had done nothing until middle school was now the director of the best hospital in Korea, and exclaimed that his grades were worse than his and that he was at least the second best student. Jacob then closed his eyes and added that he looked at Mark and tried to study so as not to become like him, and that if you think about it, it was all thanks to him. The protagonist smiled and replied that since he was so grateful, he would now owe him. The man winked and said that he had just grabbed something with him. They were standing on the deck when the protagonist asked what exactly he had grabbed, to which Jacob replied that he had grabbed a 30-year-old Valentine. The man smiled when his friend started talking about the night sea and drinking, and suggested that they have a drink when they were done since it had been a long time since something like that had happened. A boat was floating on the water when Mark agreed. There was land in the distance as the protagonist thought that this time they were going to an isolated island in the west, which took a long time to get there by boat, and that they planned to work there for 3 days. There was a signboard hanging above the entrance to the building when someone said that he had been having constant stomach pains lately. An old man was sitting in front of the protagonist, who said that he had a nagging pain inside and frequent burping, and then added that he hoped it was not a serious illness. Mark smiled as he said that there was a possibility of gastroesophageal reflux disease or an ulcer, so he would give him medicine for gastric reflux. Louis looked at him as he added that if the symptoms continued to appear after the medicine, he should go to the city to have an endoscopy. The girl with glasses bowed. The protagonist turned to his son when he asked if he was having a hard time, to which he replied that he wasn't tired because he was just sitting next to him. His father stroked his head and said that he was wonderful, when he thought that he was really proud of him because he never acted up and was always smart and kind. Then Mark added that Louis was also cute and looked like Mary and that he got all the best qualities. They were sitting by the window when the protagonist told his son that it was good that he looked like his mother because he himself was always lagging behind in high school. Then the boy asked his father. The man said that it was true and that it was not like him. Then Louis replied that his mother said that his father was always an excellent student. The stars were shining in the night sky. Mark stretched, standing near the house and thinking that it was still unusual to sleep in a strange place. The boy was lying in the room when the protagonist thought that it was good that at least Louis fell asleep right away and that he was probably tired, even though he said that everything was fine. There were other houses in front of Mark when he decided that he could take a walk. He took a step. Waves were crashing against the shore. The protagonist held a lantern in his hand, thinking that it was very nice to look at the spring sea. The man looked ahead carefully. There was a building in front of him when he said that it turned out that there was a house here and assumed that it was abandoned. Someone came out from around the corner. Mark's eyes widened. The man with blonde hair stood silently when the protagonist realized that he lived in such a place. Mark put his hand on his neck and thought that he had scared him very much when he apologized to the man, adding that he did not know that someone was here and that he did not intend to disturb him. The blonde man's mouth dropped open and he thought that he was hallucinating because he hadn't been in treatment when he was asked if he lived here. Michael opened his eyes. The protagonist looked straight ahead when he apologized again for interrupting and thought about why he was staring at him and that the man was strange. Mark walked away from him. The man looked at his back when he thought about how he had a feeling he had seen him somewhere and assumed that they had met before. The man with the scar dropped his mouth when the protagonist decided that it was unlikely. Michael looked ahead silently. The windows of the house reflected the blue sky when the second day of volunteer practice arrived. Mark and Louis walked along the road while the protagonist thought about how on the first day they did treatment in a local meeting room and on the second day they visited the homes of elderly people who lived alone and had difficulty moving. He was sitting by the patient's bed when he added that they visited them at home, treated them, and provided the simple medical care they could in such limited conditions. The boy's cheeks blushed when someone thanked them for coming to him in such hot weather. Mark was taking the blood pressure of an elderly woman who said that she had not been to the hospital for a long time, so she was even a little worried, but thanks to them, her heart felt better. Mark smiled when they thanked him and said that she was quite healthy and even embarrassed him with her gratitude. Louis looked at him with admiration. Sunset came when the protagonist asked his son how he liked volunteering. They were walking down the street when Louis answered that he liked it, then the man asked why. The boy looked ahead and said that he felt happy inside and that he thought it was a good experience, then Mark assumed that he was embarrassed. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked his son why he wanted to become a doctor, because as he himself could see, it was quite a difficult profession. He imagined a sprout in his open palms when he thought about how he had never suggested that his son become a doctor and that it was a valuable profession that could save lives. But he knew how difficult this path was. Louis blushed when he answered that he just wanted to live like his father. Sweat appeared on the man's face when the boy added that he lived to save lives and that it looked cool. Mark hugged his son and said that he made his father cry. The protagonist wondered what could be better than when your own child is proud of his father. The setting sun was shining when Mark suggested that his son go faster before the sun went down, because then they would be able to go into another house. Then Louis agreed. The man realized that one word from his son made him feel like he had received a reward for his entire life, and that all his past hardships were not in vain. They were sitting in front of a patient when the protagonist offered to examine his wound. He looked down carefully. The gray-haired man looked away when he was asked if he had already received treatment. There was a TV on the shelf when the grandfather replied that a local doctor had stopped by a few days ago. Then Mark asked if there really was a doctor on the island. The protagonist was examining a patient when the latter replied that if he went east closer to the coast, he could find a doctor's house there. Mark asked his grandfather again. Then he said that the doctor had come to the island a few years ago, and that, to be honest, the old man himself did not know for sure whether he was a doctor or not. Then he added that once someone suddenly fell ill and the man helped, and after that, sometimes he treats someone. The protagonist remembered the fair-haired man and realized that the man he met yesterday was a doctor. Mark sat with his head bowed and thought about why the man was in such a state when the grandfather asked why he asked and whether something was wrong. The old man was lying on his side when the protagonist answered that on the contrary, everything was done very carefully, so he was even surprised. Then the grandfather answered that the doctor, although he looked unkempt, but his hands were good and he treated for free. Mark thought about the fact that this patient had bed sores. The sun was setting when he thought about the fact that there were quite serious wounds, but the parts with dead tissue were very carefully treated, and what kind of person this was. Jacob was shaking and looked exhausted. He stood in front of the protagonist, who asked if he was okay. Then the man answered that he was not. After that, Mark said that in the summer you need to be careful with food, and his friend asked how he could refuse because the villagers pressed a lot of things on him in gratitude. The protagonist frowned and said that he and Louis would stay here for a while because they wanted to relax, and then advised Jacob to go into town tomorrow, adding that Valentine's was cancelled. The man began to cry and said that he was going to drink with him all night long, and that he had already prepared everything. There was a bottle in the ice chest. When Jacob asked about drinking wine with Louis, then Mark replied that he was crazy because his son was still in school. To which he replied that he himself started drinking in high school, after which the protagonist asked if his friend would offer his son a drink and advised him to take medicine. The man watched the ship sail away when Jacob left the next day. He picked up the bottle in his hand because his friend left it, and thought about whether he really thought Mark would drink wine with Louis. Trees were visible outside the window when the protagonist thought about how boring it was to drink alone, so he decided to just put it aside. Birds were flying under the clouds. Mark and his son were standing in the water while the man was thinking about how after they saw Jacob off, it was time to relax with Louis and how they hadn't spent time together for a long time. The protagonist was smiling widely, thinking that for him, as a father, these were unforgettable moments. He looked to the side. His son was standing in front of him, holding seaweed. Michael was standing in front of the old man when Mark thought about him. The man looked away when he wondered why he was looking at a stranger and feeling some kind of hostility. The protagonist turned around and looked at him when he thought about how the island was small, so they had met him several times while he was volunteering, and how each time he had a strange feeling that he knew him and instinctively tried to avoid him. Louis looked at his father and asked what was wrong with him, while the protagonist was thinking about how this had never happened to him before and how he himself didn't understand why he was acting like this. Mark smiled and replied that everything was fine. He decided that whatever happened, they would be leaving there tomorrow, so he would not see him again and that he would simply not pay attention to him. A thunderstorm began. Lightning flashed over the house. The protagonist opened his eyes. He looked out the window where it was raining and could not believe that this had happened. The trees were leaning to the side because of the wind when someone asked about whether it was really impossible to go out to sea. The man in the raincoat looked at Mark and replied that if the weather improved, they would be able to go out, but if the rain intensified, they would not be able to sail away from there for several days, and the protagonist thought that this was a problem. There were people standing on the shore when he added that he had never even thought that they would have to stay there because of the weather, and that for the sake of the vacation he had postponed some things at the hospital, of which there were many. Mark looked away when he was addressed. The woman opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that they had a problem and that the village chief had had an accident. The men looked ahead in shock as she asked them to come with her quickly. Lightning flashed in the sky as the protagonist thought that at such a time there was an urgent patient. He realized that there were no hospital conditions on this island. On the floor lay an old man who was asked to wake up, as Mark thought that in such weather neither boats nor helicopters would get there and that the chief could have been seriously injured in the accident. The men ran into the room as the doctor ordered everyone to step aside and allow the victim to be examined. Mark looked ahead in fear. The man's stomach was covered in blood as the doctor thought that the hemorrhage was profuse. However, judging by the location, the liver, pancreas, spleen and aorta, that is, all vital organs, were not damaged. The protagonist then suggested that the patient had most likely damaged his large or small intestine, so they needed to cut into the abdomen, stop the bleeding in the torn aorta, cut off the damaged part of the intestine, and sew it back on. Mark turned his head to the side and exclaimed that they needed to get to the city, and then asked to call a rescue team, while he was thinking that it would be good if they could do an emergency operation right there. Sweat appeared on his face when they told him that they had already called, but they were told that they could not come now because of strong winds and rain. The man clenched his fist when he realized that he would not last long, since the bleeding was too severe, and that first they needed to at least stop the bleeding. He understood that this was a simple operation, and that he just needed to find the torn aorta and vein, and then stop the bleeding, because the rest could be done at the hospital. Then Mark thought that he had all the necessary tools for this, which he took with him, and that if he tried, there was hope. In front of him sat crying people when he realized that there were not enough people to perform the operation. The protagonist looked down when people began to beg him to save the victim. He understood that even a world-famous master could not perform the operation alone, because he only had 2 hands. Mark looked down in horror, realizing that at least one more person was needed. Lightning flashed. A hand touched the door when someone exclaimed that they had brought another doctor. The protagonist's eyes widened. Water dripped from the man's hair when Mark thought about the only doctor on this island. Michael looked forward emotionlessly. The protagonist's mouth fell open. The fair-haired man looked down. It was raining on the island. Mark was the only doctor on it. A man was looking at the guy. The protagonist did not like him. Mark had no particular reason for this, but he instinctively tried to avoid him. In the house, they were talking about profuse bleeding in the intestines due to an accident. In a situation where a person's life is on the line, Mark has no time to worry about his emotions. The man looked forward attentively. The protagonist stood calmly. It was decided to perform the operation. As soon as the decision was made to operate, they kicked out the villagers and set up a kind of operating room. Using a tarpaulin left by a volunteer group, they built a sterile room, and Mark anesthetized him with sleeping pills. The protagonist confidently answered that he would make an incision and find a broken vessel to stop the bleeding. Mark looked down in confusion, wondering if it was okay to operate on such a strange man. The man brought the knife to the skin, saying that he had no other choice since Mark could not watch the patient die from blood loss. The men began to operate. The protagonist looked at the wound with interest, saying that there was severe bleeding and the problem was not in one vessel. Mark did not understand how he could stop the bleeding. The man began to do it with ease. Mark looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding who he was since he looked very much like a specialist surgeon. The protagonist began to thank the guy. Mark noticed that the man did not say anything. There was no need for conversations. With the available tools, a tool for providing visibility, a scalpel, medical threads for stitches, that was all, but they were able to begin this risky operation. The assistant helped Mark with his precise actions to operate. The protagonist looked at the guy, knowing that it would be impossible to assist at such a level if he did not imagine the whole picture of the operation. Only a surgeon who tried to perform a similar operation could do this. Mark looked at the guy. The hero thought about something, but decided that now was not the time for thoughts. The guy decided to focus on the operation. The objects were lying on the plate. The heroes looked at each other. Mark realized that they had successfully performed first aid and there was no longer a threat to life. The protagonist looked at the assistant and thanked him for his help, saying that thanks to him they overcame the critical moment. The napkin was lying on the sink. The hero began to slowly leave. Mark looked after him with incomprehension. The wind began to die down little by little, and then a helicopter with a rescue team arrived and the patient was taken to the mainland. After a wild night, Mark went to rest. During this time, the weather calmed down a bit. In the morning, Mark looked out the window and learned the news that the boat would soon arrive. The guy asked his neighbor if he wanted to go back. The hero answered that he wanted to change into new clothes. Due to the forcibly prolonged vacation, Mark and Louis did not look their best and now they just had to go back. Stars. The hero walked down the street, thinking about having a drink. The guy was heading in the direction. The hero could not understand who this unknown doctor was. Mark remembered and said that only one person came to mind, and this was the one who was once his friend and the one who turned out to be a terrible person in his life. The beach. Mark looked ahead. Someone was sitting on the sand. The same assistant was sitting near the sea. The eyes were looking ahead. After a while, the gaze was directed towards the guy. Mark sat down next to him. The hero thought with incomprehension about why he sat there. The protagonist, looking away, was wondering if he was really the one the guy was thinking about. Mark's mouth was slightly open. The protagonist decided to close it right away. There was wine and ice next to the sand. A hand was pouring alcohol into a glass. Mark was offering the hand with wine to the protagonist. The guy thanked the assistant for the evening, asking if he wanted a drink. The hand reached for the glass. Mark spoke with interest about what he thought he would not take. The protagonist asked if he liked to drink. The man calmly said that a little. Mark noticed that he had never heard such a cracked voice before. The protagonist calmly replied that it was his favorite wine. Mark looked at him in surprise. The guy remembered moments with one person who had the same favorite wine. The man immediately began to remember who he was. Various memories came out of the protagonist's head. The guy really wanted to ask who he was, but he held back. The memories came out again. The protagonist did not understand what to do after he checked who he was and how to behave if it was him. Mark looked at him, saying that they would not meet again. Darkness. The hero looked at it carefully. The guy decided that because of such a beautiful sky, the wine was delicious, so the hero felt that this night was not so bad. Mark brought the bottle to the guy, asking if he would come again. Voices were heard from the street, asking them to walk a little slower. Legs walked along the street, saying that there were still many places the girl would like to go. Someone was walking next to the girl and saying that he was worried about her, because it was impossible to go down to the world of people. The girl sighed. She began to scream and say that she should have stopped right away and said no when her brother answered that he would go with her. The boy smiled, answering that this was too much. The brother began to ask the girl with bewilderment why she had not chosen spring or autumn and why it was necessary to go down in the summer. Drinks and things arrived at the table. The girl answered with admiration that it was delicious, and the brother said that she only eats. The heroine smiled, answering that she would like to go shopping, but it makes no sense for substances like them. The brother looked at the girl with bewilderment and asked why she needed to go down to the world of people if the girl constantly looks down on him from above. The heroine smiled and said that when you look at it from above, you see many selfish people. The girl looked at the sky and said that she would like to personally know whether it is worth living here or not. The heroine walked down the street, smiling sweetly. The girl watched people a lot, how they build a society in the conditions of rapid growth, and she was very sad to see how the generation is increasingly surrendering to power and money, becoming cold to each other. People looked ahead with confusion. The brother and sister decided to stop and see what had happened. The hero noticed something. A man with a knife stood in front of everyone, not letting anyone near him. The man shouted that he would kill everyone. The girl clenched her teeth. The brother answered with a sad look that their connection with heaven was broken, so wrought here in human form. The hero said that it could be dangerous. The police tried to stop him, asking him to put the knife away. The man clenched his teeth angrily. The hero loudly asked not to tell him what to do. The brother and sister looked away angrily. The guy began to notice something. The girl ran forward. When the heroine came to, a warm trickle was running down her stomach. The brother who ran after her. The man stood with the killer. The heroine looked at the knife and thought that this happened because she was not used to the human body and they were helpless in front of the blade and could not do anything about it. The girl knew for sure that thanks to their intervention, many people remained unharmed. The heroine did not understand how much longer they could hold out. Voices were heard from the hospital. The man looked into the distance and heard them tell him that the patients had knife wounds and they did not think to recognize anything. The hero thought with surprise that the emergency department from the hospital brought people who did not know their name, address, phone number. The girl covered her eyes, answering that their hospital was the closest and there was no other choice. The man was extremely unhappy. The girl answered that she did not want to take responsibility. The man began to order with displeasure that they be sent to another hospital before problems began. The woman was bleeding too much, so she needed an urgent operation. The doctors looked at the girl, answering that she would soon go into shock. A guy approached the doctors, asking them to stop any actions. The man covered his eyes, saying that he had no power and that Mark would intervene. The heroine looked ahead, thinking that she wanted to go down so as not to be disappointed in people anymore. The girl could not believe that these were empty hopes. Her legs walked carefully. Mark began to say that he would perform this operation. The professor began to say with displeasure that he had only been working there for a short time, so it was better to behave quietly. One of the doctors replied that if it was because of the fee, then he would cover all the expenses. Everyone asked about the girl being his friend, but Mark said no. The guy was sitting at the computer. He was looking away, listening to Mark's conversations. The girl was lying on the couch, and the guy said that he could not give up and do nothing when the patient was dying. The hero looked at her attentively and replied that he would operate on her right away. The heroine looked at him attentively. The girl remembered what she had said to her brother about people and thought that her hopes were empty, but it turned out that everything was not so at all. The doctors took the girl. Mark shouted to the heroine that she would be taken to the operating room. It seemed she needed to be patient for a little while. Her eyes slowly closed. The girl was going into shock. The moment the girl met Mark's eyes, she immediately realized that this doctor's thread of relationships and the thread of fate were intertwined with each other, and the choice to save her and her brother entangled the hero even more in the threads of fate. The heroine understood that very soon he would be kicked out of the hospital and he would slide to a miserable state and eventually die. But the girl could not allow this, because even in this miserable life full of suffering, there is his strong will that cannot be broken, so such an end cannot be allowed, and perhaps the reason why the heroine came down to earth is to untangle the threads of this doctor. The light was brightly burning and Mark began the operation. And there was some food on the plate. Mom, with a smile on her face, said that their son was studying so hard that his mother decided to personally cut the fruit. The heroine looked at the guy with a smile. She sat on the bed and told him that she knew he wanted to become a doctor, but he didn't have to work so hard. Mom, confused, started remembering her father and asking why a doctor, because her father looked cool. But the job was very difficult and his father had a hard time. The son answered his mother that she was a doctor herself. The woman smiled. The hero sat at the table. After a while, the action began to take place in a hospital. One guy was sitting in a ward near the bed. The girl looked at him in surprise. The mother answered that she had once been impressed by one doctor. Hospital. The heroine looked at one doctor, asking if he liked it. The man smiled, asking why she asked this and why he should not like this job. The heroine sat on the couch discontentedly, answering that his father made him do this. The doctor asked her if she had met her father. The girl answered with confusion that she didn't really want to do anything, so she would just go to medical school based on her grades, especially since her grandfather would be happy about it. The girl was angry because everyone around her was saying that it had already been decided for her to go this way because of her father. The heroine looked at the doctors, not understanding that they weren't offended that their fate had been decided for them. The man smiled, answering that this profession suited him. The guy calmly answered that it wasn't easy at first, since the work was hard and the responsibility for someone else's life was constantly pressing, and the hero even thought about quitting this business. However, then the guy began to notice amazing doctors around him, and at some point he wanted to become the same, and after that he never regretted choosing the path of a doctor. The girl looked at the guy who told her to think about it, since there was still a lot of time. The heroine was not sure that she could become like her brother. The girl was walking down the corridor and talking about how everyone kept telling her that she should become a doctor to do all this. The heroine understood that she would not be able to do this and that her fate had already been decided. The girl began to hear some conversations. 3 people were talking about how a son had discovered stomach cancer in his father. One of the guys was talking about how the doctor had been able to cure it and that he would soon be able to become a great doctor. The heroine was thinking about this word. The girl remembered the man's words and thought about what kind of doctor people were talking about should become. An office. A guy was standing in it. The girl looked at him with incomprehension and said that the rumors were exaggerated since he was an ordinary schoolboy. The patient, with a smile on his face, told the guy to go and rest, but the doctor refused, saying that the hospital was quiet so he could rest. The heroine looked at the guy from around the corner. The man, with a smile on his face, replied that he would calm down when he saw that the patient was recovering. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy turned sharply to the door. There was no one in the doorway. The doctor was stretching his shoulders, answering that it seemed to him that someone was watching him and most likely he was tired and needed to rest a little. There was a girl standing behind the door. She answered with wide eyes that she was very scared. The girl coughed into her hand and said that she thought he noticed. The heroine looked ahead, thinking about the words of people. After a while, the girl began to understand why the nurses spoke like that, because unlike him, he himself chose to become a doctor and the heroine could easily imagine it. The girl looked at the floor. Her lips parted, calling the name Mark and thinking about whether they would be able to meet again. The boy sat in the room with a smile on his face, asking about the fact that the doctor was his father. The mother smiled and said that they were just an ideal couple. The heroine hugged her son, answering that he completely took after her, since the child also wants to become a new doctor because of this. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.